In a world where everyone can awaken to a profession, everyone wants to awaken as a warrior charging into battle and feeling the thrill of every critical strike. Yet I awakened as a healer priest, a profession suited for girls. Just when I thought that through skillful play, even as a healer, I could manage, I was told that the profession I awakened to had no attributes. Just as I was losing all hope, I unexpectedly awakened the universal fusion system. Not only could I fuse with the mandrake snake to extract its venom, transforming me from a healer to a poison master, I could also fuse with the forest giant ape to extract its blood, giving me strength surpassing that of a warrior. At that moment I was enveloped in white light on the awakening platform. Seeing this, the principal was excited, thinking I had awakened as the hidden holy winged angel. The next second, the professional in charge of the awakening hastily looked at the awakening stone, his expression stiffening. Seeing this, the principal incessantly inquired about my profession. Upon learning that I was an attribute-less priest, his expression turned serious instantly. He sighed and announced to the expectant students, Lin Mo has awakened as an attribute-less priest. Hearing this, I was stunned in place and only moved down despondently when the next person came up. Voices from the crowd pierced my ears, adding to my frustration and confusion. Without the ability to provide special boosts, would any team want me? Shi Liang looked at my distraught self and began to mock me triumphantly. I thought it was some impressive profession, but it turns out to be just a walking fountain. Just as he was about to continue, Shen Huang appeared in front of him looking menacing. If you yell at me again, believe it or not, I'll make sure you can never lift your head again in this lifetime. After Qi Liang left, Shen Huang tried to comfort me. Although attribute-less, you have high potential, fast leveling, and you grasp skills quickly. Perhaps you can remove the attribute-less status through a second awakening. To ease Chen Huang's worries, I joked with a smile, it's alright, if worst comes to worst, I'll just level up with you later. As the awakening ceremony was about to end, a dazzling golden light burst forth with the last person. Having learned from the previous experience, the principal was much more composed this time, slowly approaching the awakening stone to verify before announcing the result. After Jojo stepped down, the principal faced the crowd and loudly declared, in 3 days the monster hunting competition will be held. Your rankings in this competition will determine which higher education institutions you will enter. After returning home, I sat alone in my room, flipping through all the books on professions, trying to find a detailed description of the attribute-less priest. However, even the books on professions did not have much information on this. There was only one line that read, attribute-less priests are useless. Seeing this, I completely lost heart. Just then a cold voice echoed in my mind. Congratulations to the host on successfully changing professions and awakening the strongest fusion system which can merge with monsters to gain their attributes. Upon hearing this, I immediately went out, hailed a cab and headed straight to the monster forest to test this ability. After half an hour of stalking, I finally found an opportunity. A level 1 mad rabbit beast was foraging around. Unaware of me, I had already raised my iron sword, and with a swift, accurate and fierce stab I thrust the sword down. However, just then the large tree beside me suddenly collapsed. Needing to dodge, I had to divert my sword from its original position, missing my target. Hearing the noise, the mad rabbit beast immediately ran towards its burrow. But just as it was about to enter its burrow, a huge gaping mouth swallowed the mad rabbit beast whole. Seeing this scene, I, hiding in the shadows, was instantly so scared that I dared not breathe, watching the large green snake, several meters long, not far away. This is the mandrake snake, the toxic overlord of the monster forest. Just when I thought I was safe and was about to leave the monster forest, the mandrake snake, with its mouth wide open, took a bite at me. And just at this critical moment, a loud boom came from deeper within the forest. The mandrake snake, as if frightened, dropped its prey and fled. One tree after another fell as a gray figure darted past Lin Mo, snatching a speeding mandrake snake. It was then that Lin Mo could see clearly what the creature was, a giant gray ape standing 7 to 8 meters tall. It grabbed the mandrake snake by its vital spot and slammed it violently to the ground. The snake's tail tightly coiled around the ape's neck, contracting its body, attempting to suffocate the giant ape. However, the ape was unyielding, opening its fanged mouth to start devouring the mandrake snake. Soon blood splattered in under the ape's fierce tearing. The mandrake snake gradually ceased moving, and eventually its coiled tail also fell off. After consuming a third of the mandrake snake, the ape simply walked away, leaving behind the snake's corpse lying on the ground. Lin Mo waited half an hour to make sure the ape wouldn't return before he slowly approached the dead mandrake snake. Ding! Detection of nearby mandrake snake corpse, beginning attribute. Absorption. As soon as the system's voice sounded, a bright light shot out from the snake's corpse and directly entered Lin Mo's body. Congratulations to the host for acquiring poison resistance and the attribute Poison, successfully awakened skill, Venomous Ring. Applying this ring can inflict severe poison damage on opponents. Subsequently, an information panel appeared in front of Lin Mo. Host, Lin Mo, Level 1, Occupation, Attributeless Priest, Poison, Skills, Healing, Venomous Ring, Talent, None, a Venomous Ring? A priest now have an offensive skill, Lin Mo thought, and a light ring flew out of his palm, landing above a nearby wild rabbit beast den. After a while, Lin Mo's experience bar changed and his level rose from 1 to 3. Detection of nearby wild rabbit beast corpse. The host may choose to absorb attributes too weak, absorption not recommended. Compared to the mandrake snake, the overlord of the monster beast forest, the attributes of the wild rabbit beast were clearly inferior. Fearing that the giant ape might suddenly return, Lin Mo left the monster beast forest immediately after killing a nest of wild rabbit beasts. 3 days later, on the school playground, the principal announced the rules of the monster hunting competition. As usual, within 3 days, rankings would be based on the number of monsters killed, and participants could compete for prey, but causing serious injuries or killing was prohibited. Afterwards, the school arranged 3 vehicles to transport over 100 people to the location of the monster hunting competition, the Monster Beast Forest. This was the only relatively safe danger zone in Jiangling City, with only some level 1 monster beasts on the periphery, since the school did not prohibit forming teams. As soon as they arrived at the monster beast forest, some who had good relations began to team up. Hey, have you guys forgotten there's a highly potential priest here? Why isn't anyone teaming up with him? From the crowd, Qi Liang shouted, causing everyone to turn their gaze towards Lin Mo. Now everyone is at level 1, his high potential is useless, and besides he's an attributeless priest, he can't be of much help. Exactly, let's go find a more normal healer. Instead, as Lin Mo stood there alone, Jojo was about to go up and team with him when Chen Huang approached. Xiaolin, don't worry about them, if they won't team up with you, I will. Chen Huang has always treated Lin Mo as a good brother regardless of what others think. Lin Mo nodded. He had not yet revealed the secret of the deadly circle to anyone, and over the past 3 days he had been refining his skill, now handling it with ease. In this monster hunting competition, he and Chen Huang were determined to rank well. As the teams were formed one by one, the supervisors announced the start of the competition. Teams entered the beast forest with the supervisors closely monitoring them. Although the beast forest was akin to a beginner's village, it still housed some formidable beasts. Among them, the mandrake serpent was particularly fearsome. Just a touch of its venom could kill a student, which is why antidotes had been specially prepared. At Jiangling First Middle School, in the principal's office, sat 2 distinguished figures, one from the demon-suppressing army and the other from the highest academy in the nation, the Imperial Capital Academy. Both were nearly as powerful as a 90-level divine king. Lao Wu, you're being a bit unfair, aren't you? A student with such potential and you didn't even inform us. Have your feelings cooled? Mocked the young man from the demon-suppressing army, his gaze sharp as a knife, rendering the principal helpless. The representative from the Imperial Capital Academy, a scholarly man over 50, spoke authoritatively. Lao Wu, I know you cherish talent, but the resources here just aren't enough. If there's a real genius, they should be handed over to us at the Imperial Capital Academy. Otherwise, when the top human forces grow old, there will be no one to follow. We in the demon-suppressing army have plenty of resources too. As long as the boy is willing, he can name his price, insisted the young man. The Imperial Capital Academy has the highest educational resources in the country. Even a tiny insect can be trained into a dragon in our hands. If the boy comes to us, we guarantee he'll reach the level of a divine king within 10 years. Our army has resources as abundant as feathers. Giving him just a tenth would be no issue, retorted the soldier. The demon-suppressing army is all about fighting and killing with no education, eventually losing even the ability to think independently. To hell with that. Do you think being bookish like you old scholars is any better? Philistin, the two began to quarrel, causing the principal a severe headache. Both were 85-level elders who had somehow heard the news and rushed here, one flying back from the borders, the other teleporting from the shattered world, adamant about taking the highly potential student with them. Seeing them almost coming to blows, the principal hurriedly called out to them, "Gentlemen, please calm down. Are you talking about Lin Mo? Is that his name? Where is he now? Bring him here. I too wish to meet this prodigious talent." Both, being strong humans, held a deep appreciation for talent, especially those with great potential. If things went as expected, the boy would at least become a divine king, possibly even reaching levels above 95. At such a level, a professional could cause massive destruction with a mere gesture. Which power wouldn't want to cultivate such a figure? Once in a century a rare opportunity arises, and that's exactly why they're willing to lower their pride to vie for it. The principal shook his head. Lin Mo has already gone to participate in the monster hunting competition. By now he must have entered the beast forest. Upon hearing that someone was in the beast forest, the two men immediately became restless. With such potential, why bother hunting monsters at all? The principal called out to stop them. Honestly, although Lin Mo has tremendous potential, he is an attributeless priest. An attributeless priest? Both the young man and the elder sat back down. The young man furrowed his brows and said solemnly, "Are you telling me that this highly potential genius named Lin Mo is an attributeless priest?" "Yes." Hearing the principal's definitive answer, both men calmed down completely. The elder stroked his chin, pondering. High potential is indeed good, but if it's an attributeless profession, even if he grows, I fear he won't be of much use. That makes sense. The young man stood up, looking at the elder. "I have some urgent matters to attend to in the Demon Suppression Army. I'll leave this kid to your Imperial Capital Academy." Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared. The elder shook his head helplessly and sighed. What a pity to be attributeless. He too vanished. The principal had foreseen this outcome and had purposefully mentioned it early to prevent them from going after Lin Mo and giving him false hopes. Recalling the elder's words, the principal couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Yes, what a pity to be attributeless." In the beast forest, Lin Mo and Chen Huang, having teamed up, were just wandering around the periphery. Although they were only encountering level 1 beasts, they had gradually advanced to level 5. Why does it feel like we're not leveling up anymore? Chen Huang, after using water ball technique to kill 3 mad rabbit beasts and feeling no change, became puzzled. Lin Mo looked around and slowly said, "We're both level 5 now. These level 1 mad rabbit beasts probably can't offer us any more experience." "Shall we go deeper?" asked Chen Huang. Lin Mo glanced at the darkening sky and shook his head. "Let's do it tomorrow. We should camp at the periphery tonight." "Okay." Chen Huang took out camping gear from his backpack and started setting up right there, while Lin Mo went to scout the nearby area to ensure they didn't camp on the territory of any beasts. In the evening, after dinner, they both rested. System opened the panel. With a thought, Lin Mo brought up the virtual information panel that only he could see, ensuring that Chen Huang wouldn't notice it. Host, Lin Mo, level 5, profession, attributeless priest, poison, skills, healing Ring of Deadly Poison. Throughout the day's battle, Lin Mo had tried to test the power of Ring of Deadly Poison, but each time Chen Huang, a formidable water mage, preempted him. Facing level 1 mad rabbit beasts, Chen Huang was capable of killing them instantly. With his strength, he should have moved deeper into the forest to hunt level 3 or higher beasts on the first day, but he stayed in the periphery for Lin Mo's safety. "Tomorrow, I must take action myself," Lin Mo thought as he closed his eyes and slowly drifted to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, they ventured deeper into the beast forest. They targeted a level 5 beast and had just severely wounded it when suddenly a fireball fell from the sky and snatched the beast right in front of them. "Yo, you two actually dared to come here," a familiar voice echoed from nearby. Xi Liang leisurely emerged from the bushes accompanied by 2 guys who were classmates of Lin Mo. "We've had our eyes on this beast for a long time. If we hadn't arrived just in time, you almost stole it from us." As Qi Liang was about to pick up the demon crystal from the beast's remains, Chen Huang raised his hand and shot a water column towards him. Ice slash. The girl by Qi Liang's side stretched out her fingers and sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, freezing the water column into blocks of ice. Xi Liang, looking at Chen Huang's astonished face, proudly waved the demon crystal in his hand. "Chen, don't think being an awakened water mage is anything special. Sorry to burst your bubble, but my team also includes an ice priestess. Thinking you can suppress me? Dream on." Xi Liang had specifically teamed up with an ice priestess to counter any suppression from Chen Huang. In front of an ice priestess, a water mage's water column was essentially useless. As for other skills, Chen Huang had yet to master them, so he could only watch helplessly in this situation. "I advise you to return the demon crystal." Just then, the always quiet Lin Mo suddenly spoke up. Seeing it was Lin Mo speaking, Qi Liang's eyes filled with disdain. "You think you're worthy of making me hand over the demon crystal? Lin Mo, if it weren't for Chen Huang playing the good guy, you probably wouldn't even have the ability to walk here. What does high potential matter for a priest with no attributes? If I were you, I'd have gone home and opened a clinic by now." Lin Mo ignored Chen Huang's provocation and calmly stated, "I'll say it again, you'd better return the demon crystal, or what? You gonna throw rocks at me?" Shi Liang raised an eyebrow, conjuring a fireball in his palm. His companions laughed mockingly, ridiculing Lin Mo's presumption. Chen Huang, though angry, knew it was hard to fight against multiple opponents, especially when outnumbered 3-1. He was about to urge Lin Mo to calm down when suddenly, Ring of Poison, Lin Mo directed his palm towards Qi Liang and his companions, releasing a pure white halo from his wrist, encircling them. Seeing this, Qi Liang and his friends were initially stunned, then burst into laughter. Lin Mo, are you healing us? Have you lost your mind? They clutched their stomachs, laughing uproariously. They had never seen a priest like this, one who wouldn't heal his own teammates but instead the enemy. If you ask me, he's so pitiful, probably mentally disturbed from being beaten up. Let's just give him the demon crystal, suggested the girl in the team, feeling sorry for Lin Mo. Alright, I'll give it to him as charity. Just as Qi Liang was about to hand over the demon crystal to Lin Mo, his body suddenly froze. What's going on? Qi Liang panicked, and when he looked at his companions he saw they too wore expressions of horror. Something's wrong with this healing halo. The girl quickly realized the issue, and just as she tried to move out of the halo's range, her expression twisted awkwardly. Oh no! At that moment a gurgling sound came from her stomach, followed by a chilling noise from below her. Soon, the air was filled with the scent of natural fertilizer. Not only her, but Qi Liang and another person also began their journey of diarrhea. They couldn't move, and even if they did, they could only hold it in their pants. Soon the air was filled with a pervasive smell of fertilizer, causing Chen Huang to curse loudly. Damn, all three of you are adults and you're still soiling your pants, Chen Huang said disdainfully as he took out his phone to record a video. As he watched the group's trouser legs get soaked with a yellowish liquid, he finally stopped recording. After finishing the recording, Chen Huang looked at the white halo above their heads and couldn't help but ask Lin Mo, did you do this? Although Chen Huang disdained the sight of Qi Liang and the others soiling themselves, he realized, given they were adults, that their embarrassing situation must be somehow related to Lin Mo's halo. But such a white halo in his memory was meant for healing, not causing diarrhea. I did it, Lin Mo nodded. Hearing Lin Mo admit it, Chen Huang was somewhat incredulous. Since when did priests have offensive abilities? Although this doesn't quite seem like an offensive move, it's definitely more disgusting than one. If it were me soiling myself in public, I'd rather be knocked out by a fireball. Lin Mo, what on earth have you done? At this moment Qi Liang, already contorting his face in pain, gritted his teeth and angrily questioned Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I was wrong. It's all because Qi Liang was picking on you. It has nothing to do with me. Another guy quickly gave in, fearing he would faint from further diarrhea. As for the last person, the physically weakest girl, she had already fainted, lying on the ground as the liquid splattered. Chen Huang was somewhat frightened by the sight. Lin Mo remained calm and patiently explained, don't worry, I just made you have diarrhea. Based on your physical condition, it will be over in 10 minutes at most. The ring of deadly poison can kill, but it can also cause such effects. When the ring of deadly poison is activated, I used poison to paralyze them and then cause diarrhea. Facing the mandrake snake poison that can easily kill a level 10 demon beast, paralyzing a person and making them have diarrhea is a minor issue. 10 minutes. Hearing that there were still 10 minutes left, Qi Liang and the other person were scared silly. They wanted to plead for mercy, but the sudden onset of paralysis prevented them from speaking. Facing the three people at his mercy, Lin Mo looked at Chen Huang. You go and take all the demon crystals from them. Me? Go. Chen Huang looked at the three people emitting a foul smell and immediately shook his head. No, I won't go. You can give the demon crystals to them. The number of demon crystals represents the number of demon beasts hunted, but faced with this situation, even if the other party had a level 30 demon beasts crystal, Chen Huang was unwilling to approach. Alright then, let them keep the crystals. Chen Huang was unwilling to go, and naturally Lin Mo was too. He deactivated the ring of deadly poison and quickly left the area with Chen Huang. 5 minutes later, a supervisor arrived at the foul-smelling land. He saw the three people lying on the ground, heard the continuous sounds of diarrhea, and looked on with a peculiar expression. Is this soiling their pants? He looked at the three completely exhausted from diarrhea and wondered whether he should disqualify them from the competition. Moreover, there was another crucial point. Even if they really lost their qualification for the competition, he didn't want to deal with the three of them. They stank. How could adults end up in such a mess? He began calling for backup. Teacher Li, we have 3 students here who are exhausted from diarrhea. Can you quickly bring over a few water mages? He decided to leave this dirty work to others. Another 5 minutes passed. the three students finally stopped their ordeal and slowly came to their senses, only to almost faint again upon smelling themselves. The girl who had it the worst was both vomiting and crying. All three were cursing Lin Mo in their hearts while thinking about rushing to the river to wash up, only to look up and find themselves face to face with several teachers, including their homeroom teacher. Lin Mo, tell me honestly, is your real profession really a priest and not a poison master? Chen Huang had asked Lin Mo this question more than once. Due to Chen Huang's persistent inquiries, Lin Mo revealed his ability called Ring of Extreme Poison, though the system had concealed it in the past. Upon learning about Lin Mo's poisonous skill, Chen Huang was utterly convinced that Lin Mo was no priest. A priest should be holy, but Lin Mo's Ring of Extreme Poison was filled with yellow, yes, the color of poop. I really am a priest, and if you still don't believe it, you can ask the principal after the monster hunting competition, Lin Mo said, shrugging helplessly. Upon hearing this, Chen Huang appeared contemplative. If you're really a priest, then why do you have a skill like a poison master? Could it be you have a dual profession and the other wasn't detected? Maybe you were despised at the awakening altar and decided to play dumb to slap others' faces. Lin Mo was rendered speechless by Chen Huang's wild guesses. You have quite the imagination, you might as well take up writing novels. You're not dual professioned. Seeing Lin Mo's serious expression, Chen Huang realized his conjecture was wrong. This guy really was just a priest, but that was also fine, as he suggested, in the future if anyone bullies you, just make them soil their pants. Not only can you physically defeat your opponents, but you can also crush them psychologically. No sooner had Chen Huang finished his suggestion than he looked at Lin Mo with a wary expression. But let's get this straight, you're not allowed to use that on me. Lin Mo gave him a trusting look. Don't worry, you're my brother, I can't betray you. As the two were chatting, a giant wasp that was as tall as a human and also a level 5 demon beast appeared nearby. I'll handle it. Chen Huang was about to make his move when Lin Mo had already thrown his Ring of Extreme Poison. The moment the giant wasp came into contact with the ring, its body corroded completely, leaving only a demon crystal behind. My God! Chen Huang stared at the puddle of pus that was once a giant wasp, then turned to Lin Mo with a very serious expression. Are you really a priest? Really, don't you want to put a healing skill on me? No, don't. Hearing that Lin Mo wanted to cast a halo on him, Chen Huang quickly shook his head in fear. Lin Mo was somewhat helpless. His skills were similar in color. Both his general healing and group healing skills and the Ring of Extreme Poison were white, making them easy to mix up. Looking at Chen Huang's expression, I knew that even if I explained myself clearly, he wouldn't dare to try. From now on, the hunting of the demonic beasts is all up to me. You rest for now. After witnessing Lin Mo's true capabilities, Chen Huang no longer felt the need to protect him and nodded in agreement immediately. Along the way, whenever Lin Mo's poison ring struck, demonic beasts below level 10 would instantly dissolve into pus and blood. Relying on the formidable power of the poison ring, Lin Mo and Chen Huang quickly reached level 10 and each comprehended new skills. I've mastered the water burst technique. What about you, little Lin? Chen Huang excitedly shared the good news. Lin Mo glanced at his information panel, which still only displayed 3 skills. It seems that apart from my 2 inherent healing abilities, I haven't learned anything new. Perhaps due to my profession as a non-attribute priest. Apart from the 2 universal healing skills, I can't comprehend any other abilities. Chen Huang slowly nodded, patted Lin Mo's shoulder and said, no worries, I'll cover for you in the future. Let's go a bit further and then set up camp. Both nodded in agreement. They had just moved forward a bit when suddenly they heard an explosion. Looking up, they saw a musical note in the air swiftly crashing down onto a giant beast below. Could that musical note be from Zhou, who might have awakened as a sound enchanter? The sound enchanter was a rare profession and few succeeded in awakening on their first try, and in Jiangling First Middle School, Zhou was the only sound enchanter. It must be her. Lin Mo looked towards the direction where the sound gradually faded and turned to walk in another direction. She must have handled it herself. Let's go somewhere else. Little Lin, I think given how close you and Zhou were back in school, if you go find her and team up, she would definitely agree. Forget it. She has her own team. Let's not disturb others. Lin Mo indeed had a good relationship with Zhou, but it was only just above that of classmates. Now recognized as the weakest priest in the school, why would he seek out a sound enchanter like Zhou to team up? It might even end up harming her. Besides, with his own abilities, teaming up with Zhou or not, he could still rank in the top 3. Chen Huang looked at Lin Mo walking away and scratched his head, then followed. As expected of little Zhou, she killed a level 10 demonic beast in one move. Truly impressive. Zhou's best friend picked up a demonic crystal from the ground, very excited. Jojo didn't speak but watched Lin Mo and Chen Huang disappearing into the distance. Her best friend also saw the two figures fading away and shook her head helplessly. Actually, this guy, if he just had any attribute, would be a genius that all major powers would scramble to have. Unfortunately, he's non-attributed. Alright little Geo, that person won't be involved with you anymore. Don't worry too much about her. You are the genius of the Zhou family. When you reach level 30 and undergo your second class change, your parents will definitely help you awaken as a divine realm holy teacher. By that time, even some highly potential geniuses will be far behind you. Her friend clasped Jojo's hand, leading her as they continued to track the demonic beasts. As evening fell, with Lin Mo and his companion hunting more and more demonic beasts, they also reached level 15. I think with the number of demonic crystals we have, it should be enough to rank us in the top 3. Sitting in the camp, Lin Mo suddenly spoke up. Chen Huang caught the meaning in his words and couldn't help but ask, "Are you planning something?" "Not exactly," Lin Mo replied. "I just want to hunt some stronger beasts." "Stronger beasts?" "The mandrake serpent of the beast forest." "No, a giant ape that can easily kill the mandrake serpent." Lin Mo was referring to the same giant ape that had previously killed the mandrake serpent, likely the king of the forest. The mandrake serpent was over level 15, and since the giant ape could easily kill it, its level might well be over 20. Although it would be challenging for the two of them, both level 15, to hunt a level 20 beast, it wasn't impossible. It would just require more effort. "Are you in?" Lin Mo looked earnestly at Chen Huang. After a moment's hesitation, Chen Huang nodded. "Since you've put it that way, let's give it a try. We've nearly reached our quota of beasts to hunt anyway, and if we can successfully take down a giant ape, it would certainly earn us some respect from the others." "Alright, I'll track the giant ape's trail tomorrow. Let's sleep for now." Lin Mo walked into his tent and fell asleep immediately. "Xiaojiao, are you sure we can hunt the mandrake serpent? I've heard its venom can easily kill any creature lower than its level." Early the next morning, Zhou Jiao and her best friend Su Xiaoxiao set off toward the depths of the beast forest. As they approached the territory of the mandrake serpent, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel nervous. Jojo looked around cautiously, her musical notes never dissipating from her hands, maintaining her composure despite the tension. This time, the potential of those awakened was impressive, not just Lin Mo but Chen Huang as well, both possessing high potential and strong awakened abilities. To compete for the top spot, they had to try hunting a mandrake serpent. She also comforted Su Xiaoxiao, "Don't worry Xiaoxiao, even if we can't beat it, we can still run away, but I'm scared of snakes." "I know, but as awakeners we'll inevitably have to deal with snake-like creatures, so it's necessary to get used to it sooner rather than later." "But..." Seeing Su Xiaoxiao still hesitating, Jojo raised her pinky finger, adopting a serious tone to educate her. "Xiaoxiao, you can't just run away whenever you encounter a snake in the future, right? And would you really leave your best sister to face the mandrake serpent alone?" Su Xiaoxiao, seeing Jojo playing the emotional card, felt rather helpless. Alright, I'll risk my life for the cause, okay? Correct that I'm a young lady, not a gentleman." Jojo and Su Xiaoxiao soon arrived at the mandrake serpent's territory. They tiptoed closer to a huge snake den nearby. "Xiaojiao, look, is that plant a mandrake flower?" Su Xiaoxiao pointed at a flower near the snake den, glowing green and shaped like a coiled snake. "It seems so. It looks like we are indeed in the mandrake serpent's territory. Let's be careful." They slowly approached the snake den, and then Jojo pricked up her ears, listening intently to the sounds from the den. As a sound curse master, her specialty was hearing from afar. She could tell whether the mandrake serpent was at home by the sounds from the den. "Zaya Jui, is the mandrake snake inside?" Su Xiaoxiao asked quietly. As they approached the snake's den, her fear intensified, dreading that a large snake might suddenly emerge. Zhou Judai's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her face expressing confusion. "It's odd, there's definitely some movement inside, but the breathing sounds aren't like anything a snake would make. Could it be that the mandrake snake has ceded its territory to another beast?" She pondered aloud. If the mandrake snake really moved away, it would surely take the mandrake flowers with it. Given the current situation, it's likely that the creature inside has killed the mandrake snake and taken over its nest. "What?" Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed in shock, then quickly covered her mouth, whispering, "If that's the case, isn't the beast inside even more formidable than the mandrake snake?" "Zaya Jui, should we leave?" Zhou Judai nodded slightly. Hunting a beast stronger than the mandrake snake was definitely beyond their capabilities. Just as Zhou Judai was about to lead Su Xiaoxiao away, she suddenly froze, her face changing dramatically. "Not good, it spotted us." As her words fell, a roar echoed from inside the cave. Before they could react, a huge gray ape burst out of the cave, launching a fierce punch at Zhou Judai and Su Xiaoxiao. Zhou Judai quickly pushed Su Xiaoxiao to the side, then aimed her palm at the huge ape, sending out a musical note that transformed into a long sword, thrusting at the ape. However, the ape shattered it with a punch. Boom! Although Zhou Judai managed to delay the attack and moved out of the ape's range, she was still swept up by the giant wave it created and slammed heavily against a tree. Coughing, Zhou Judai stood up from the ground, continuously spitting blood. She could feel that her internal organs were cracked. If she had taken the ape's punch directly, death would have been certain. The huge ape roared again and charged towards the injured Zhou Judai. Divine Blessing Shield. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao cast a skill and a golden shield appeared in the ape's path, successfully blocking it. Xia Jui, you go first. Su Xiaoxiao's awakened profession was a protector. Although she lacked offensive capabilities, she had plenty of defensive ones. Zhou Judai nodded slightly and was about to leave when she realized she had twisted her ankle. At a time like this, she took out a healing potion and was about to drink it when the giant ape, seemingly enraged, smashed the light shield with a punch and swiftly pounced towards Zhou Judai. As Zhou Judai drew several musical notes with her left hand and launched them, celestial demon sound. Just as the notes flew out, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Heal. A white aura enveloped Zhou Judai and the pain in her ankle healed instantly. Seizing the moment, Zhou Judai quickly moved out of the giant ape's attack range, then turned to look behind her. Lin Mo, what are you doing here? Seeing the young man approaching, Zhou Judai was both surprised and delighted. Not just little Lindsay but me too. Chen Huang darted out from behind Lin Mo, smiling and greeting Zhou Judai. Did you guys come here to hunt the mandrake snake too? Zhou Judai asked, uncertainly looking at both Lin Mo and Chen Huang. Not really, Chen Huang pointed at the bellowing giant ape. Little Lindsay wanted to hunt a giant ape, so here we are, hunting the giant ape. But this is the territory of the mandrake snake. Jojo's gaze fell on Lin Mo. Could it be that he already knew the mandrake snake had been killed by the giant ape? Just then a wail from Su Xiaoxiao came from nearby. Hey, can you guys look at me first? If this keeps up, I'm going to be smashed to death. Su Xiaoxiao on her own had attracted all the attention of the giant ape, but she was also being relentlessly pummeled by it. Even though she was a protector, she seemed somewhat strained at the moment. Seeing this, Jojo immediately took action, transforming musical notes into a long sword that he thrust at the giant ape, relieving some pressure off Su Xiaoxiao and simultaneously glancing at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, this giant ape is not weak. We have a better chance if we join forces. Having said that, Jojo charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the giant ape. Are we going in too? Chen Huang looked towards Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo and Jojo were close at times like this, he still needed to consider Lin Mo's thoughts. Lin Mo watched the giant ape that had trampled the surrounding trees into the ground and slowly nodded. Ring of deadly poison. He casually threw out a ring white as snow, identical to the one he had used to heal Jojo before. Jojo saw the ring flying towards her, felt a moment of joy, but the next second she saw it fly over her head and land on the giant ape. What? Both Jojo and Su Xiaoxiao widened their eyes, their faces filled with question marks as they looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, did you heal the wrong person? Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but voice her confusion, looking at Lin Mo as if he were a fool. Since when does a priest heal the enemy? Although Jojo didn't speak, she too was reconsidering her decision to ask Lin Mo for help. No mistake, Lin Mo's ring is not just for healing. Chen Huang, seeing Lin Mo wrongly accused, quickly defended his good brother and then cast a water explosion spell towards the giant ape. The spell moved slowly, yet the giant ape didn't dodge and it blasted a bloody hole in its body. How could this be? The giant ape didn't dodge. Su Xiaoxiao was shocked by this scene. Jojo also tried launching an attack, her musical notes transforming into a sword. A move that the giant ape could have easily blocked now went unchecked. Pfft. Watching the music sword pierce the giant ape's body, Ojo also realized something. Has the giant ape been paralyzed? That's right, Chen Huang lifted his head in pride. I'll tell you the truth, Lin Mo's ring can not only heal but also poison. Poison? Isn't that a poison master's method? Jojo and Su Xiaoxiao both fixed their gazes on Lin Mo. Seeing this, Lin Mo had no choice but to explain himself. I have a skill called Ring of Deadly Poison. Any creature within the ring will be poisoned by me. However, this giant ape is strong. It couldn't be directly poisoned, so I had to paralyze it first and then let you attack. In fact, the poison of the mandrake snake can completely incapacitate this powerful ape. It just takes time. Moreover, the reason why the mandrake snake was completely overwhelmed by the powerful ape was mainly because the ape caught the snake's vital spot, rendering its poison ineffective. Now that the giant ape is restricted by the ring of deadly poison, death is all that awaits it. This powerful ape won't be moving anytime soon, so the rest is up to you. After listening to Lin Mo's explanation, Su Xiaoxiao patted her chest confidently and reassured, don't worry, even if it means using a shield, I can smash it to death. Jojo looked at Lin Mo with a smile and congratulated him. Congratulations, Lin. With the deadly poison ring skill along with your potential, you might be fought over by various prestigious academies. She had been worried about Lin Mo's career awakening as a non-attribute priest and whether it would affect him negatively. Now it seemed Lin Mo's career was far more formidable than she had imagined. Oh, speaking of which, Lin Mo suddenly said with a serious expression, after we kill this giant ape you can split its demon crystal with Chen Huang. This is a nearly level 20 demon beast, not a small amount of points. Are you sure you don't want it? Jojo was surprised. Many people would die for such a thing, yet Lin Mo was willing to give it up. What an odd request. Lin Mo shook his head. I'm sure, just split the points among the three of you and don't worry about me. Alright then, Jojo said, seeing that Lin Mo was firm in his decision. She turned and joined Chen Huang to slowly kill the paralyzed giant ape. After the death of the giant ape, everyone's levels changed, and Lin Mo's level rose to 17. Lin Mo approached the corpse of the giant ape and instantly the system's voice rang out. Giant ape corpse detected nearby. Host, would you like to extract attributes? Extract them. Successfully extracted the attribute of strength, gain skill. Troll amplification, effect, all members receive a 50% strength boost, a 50% strength boost. No normal healing profession should have such a significant enhancement, should it? Lin Mo didn't know if this was due to the system or simply because he had exceptional talents. Either way, if other professionals knew about this 50% strength boost, they would probably go crazy trying to team up with him. Lin Mo, I just want to confirm again, you really don't want the points from the giant ape? Jojo, holding the demon crystal, asked once more. Really? May I ask why? Lin Mo patiently explained, actually the main reason is that I want to push my ranking down a bit. You know, my goal isn't the Imperial Capital Academy. In our school's annual demon hunting competition, the top 3 either go to the Demon Suppression Army or to the Imperial Capital Academy without much choice. Rather than argue with them later, I'd rather just distribute the points to you 3, helping you achieve your dreams. You don't want to go to the Imperial Capital Academy or the Demon Suppression Army? Oh, Jojo looked puzzled, then felt a bit disappointed. I thought you wanted to go to the Imperial Capital Academy. So where do you want to go? The Ancient Capital Academy. Suddenly Dojo remembered Lin Mo's parents, who had previously been investigating a dimensional space near the ancient capital before it vanished, along with Lin Mo's parents who were forever lost in that dimension. Lin Mo probably wanted to go to the Ancient Capital Academy because it would be easier to search for his parents there. Jojo looked at Lin Mo and nodded inwardly. So you want to go to the Ancient Capital Academy? In that case, I wish you a prosperous future in your martial endeavors. You too, Lin Mo replied as they exchanged pleasantries. As the demon hunting competition was drawing to a close, the 4 decided to head back together. Upon reaching the outskirts of the beast forest, they encountered other classmates who were currently engaged in a discussion about a strange incident. Have you heard? In this monster hunting competition, 3 people got food poisoning so severe that they passed out from dehydration, disqualifying them from the contest, one of them mentioned. I know, and I also heard that they messed their pants, and it was everywhere. It scared the supervising teacher to death. Ugh, disgusting. It seems someone poisoned them, causing the severe diarrhea, including Qi Liang. Qi Liang is quite a mouthy guy with many enemies. He totally had it coming. Su Xiaoxiao was a bit skeptical upon hearing this. Everyone's adults and professionals here. Could it really be true that they got so sick they soiled themselves and made such a mess? Chen Huang shrugged. The world is full of strange things. Maybe Qi Liang is just an invisible idiot. Really? Su Xiaoxiao was baffled by the tale. Meanwhile, Jojo kept her eyes fixed on Lin Mo, making him feel quite uneasy. Lin Mo, you didn't do this, did you? Intuitively, Jojo felt Lin Mo was behind this. The 3 victims were professionals. Ordinary laxatives wouldn't affect them unless it was poison. Among the 100 or so awakened students, none were poison masters. However, one did possess a skill involving poison, Lin Mo's ring of deadly poison. Given the animosity between Lin Mo and Qi Liang, it seemed highly likely Lin Mo was responsible. At that moment, Lin Mo openly admitted to it. How did you manage that? Although Jojo had guessed Lin Mo's involvement, she was curious how he managed to induce diarrhea without killing them. Lin Mo explained. I didn't do much, just reduced the power of my skill a bit to make them sick. Jojo continued. Wouldn't they find a place to relieve themselves? How did it end up on them? I just added a slight paralyzing effect, Lin Mo replied. Hearing this, Jojo pictured the scene: three people desperate to find a place, suddenly unable to move due to paralysis and unable to hold it in, resulting in. The thought made her shiver, and she regarded Lin Mo with a newfound respect and awe. This move by Lin Mo was more frightening than mere revenge. It not only humiliated Qi Liang but turned him into a laughingstock at school, potentially ruining his future. Jojo had always thought Lin Mo was quiet and non-confrontational, assuming he had a good nature. Now she realized he was indeed a master of manipulation. I thought he was just a sunny, nice guy, Jojo muttered under her breath. On the other hand, Chen Huang and Su Xiaoxiao, while chatting, pulled out a treasured video. As more classmates gathered around, they noticed the video. Thus, this less than 2-minute clip spread like wildfire through Jiangling First Middle School and even beyond. At the edge of the beast forest, the supervising teacher collected all the monster crystals from the students, dividing the points among teams based on the number of members, not caring about ties for first or second place, as the high-ranking academic institutions recruiting didn't mind. First place went to Chen Huang, Jojo, and Su Xiaoxiao, who collectively amassed 321 demon crystals below level 10 and 46 above level 10. In second place was Lin Mo with 300 demon crystals below level 10 and 36 above. The announcement that Lin Mo, a priest, had secured the second position caused a stir among the students. Could it be that he just rode on others' coattails? One murmured. Well, he's liked by everyone, not to mention he's backed by a water magician and a sound curse master, unlike us who have to rely solely on ourselves. Once he's in a new place, he probably won't have such good fortune. Some even suggested it's so unfair. Don't the teachers realize he just tagged along? They might as well cancel his score. Amidst these jealous whispers, Lin Mo paid no mind. After today, he would have no further connection with this group. The rankings were set and the top 10 were called to receive their awards. The overseeing teacher, drawing from a storage ring, handed out various treasures to Chen Huang and the others. Given the frequent ties and rankings, there were plenty of treasures to distribute. As the first place winners, they received specialized blue pattern weapons and 5 million professional coins. Weapons were categorized into white, blue, purple, golden, glow and custom made, with ordinary white pattern weapons costing over 3 million professional coins and blue pattern ones over 10 million. The envy was palpable in the eyes of those who saw the blue pattern weapons in the hands of Chen Huang's group. Lin Mo, finishing second, received a white pattern weapon and a priest's staff that could speed up the casting of skills, along with 2 million professional coins. The third place prize was merely 1 million professional coins plus some herbs that could enhance a professional's attributes. Notably, the mandrake herbs split between Chen Huang and Su Xiaoxiao were worth 500,000 each due to their ability to boost poison resistance. After the awards ceremony, the school arranged for transportation back to the city. A few days later, Lin Mo received an invitation letter from the ancient Capital Academy. During this period, both the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy had called to inquire about his interest, but Lin Mo had politely declined. After all, compared to first-placers like Chen Huang, Jojo, and Su Xiaoxiao, Lin Mo wasn't considered crucial. Moreover, Jiangling wasn't limited to just one leading high school. There were many others, and in this broader context, Lin Mo's ranking seemed less remarkable. If it weren't for the fact that Jiangling's top school had produced a divine king, the second-place finisher from another school wouldn't even merit a glance from the likes of the Imperial Capital Academy. With over a month left before the start of the school term, Lin Mo couldn't just stay idle in Jiangling. Holding the invitation letter, he fell into deep thought. In today's world, to explore the dimensional worlds, one must be at least level 30 and have undergone a second awakening. Human realms didn't have many high-level demons, and those that existed were tightly controlled by major forces. Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. While the Zhou family had a facility for breeding demons, and he was on good terms with Jojo, he disliked asking for favors, quickly dismissing the idea. Perhaps the peaceful areas were devoid of high-level demonic beasts, but the demon suppression army was always engaged in battle with them. It seemed that over the next month I could join the demon suppression army to hone my skills. The demon suppression army, the backbone of the human forces and the most spirited group in the Dragon Nation. They spent years at the borders fighting demonic beasts, defending the nation and accumulating rich combat experience. Another important point was that they allowed anyone to join regardless of their profession, and one could stay as long as they wished. This month was a perfect opportunity for Lin Mo to train with the Demon Suppression Army, not only to level up but also to gain practical combat experience. I wondered if Chen Huang would go. Lin Mo made a phone call to Chen Huang and shared his plans. After listening, Chen Huang grimaced and said, "I'd like to join the Demon Suppression Army with you, but my grandfather, upon hearing that I was admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy, insisted on taking me to level up himself and supervise personally. If you didn't have offensive skills, maybe I could have deceived my grandfather, but now that you do, if my grandfather investigates, I'd be in big trouble." Chen Huang's grandfather was once a high-ranking officer in the Demon Suppression Army, a formidable level 60 warrior, and had been training Chen Huang since childhood. Chen Huang feared nothing in the world except his grandfather. Seeing this, Lin Mo didn't insist further. Initially, he wanted Chen Huang to join him in the Demon Suppression Army, as hunting demonic beasts could help him level up, but now with old Master Chen personally stepping in, there was no need for Lin Mo to worry. "Take care then, yeah, brothers for life. I'll call you after my devilish training." Chen Huang's tone was resolute, as if he was about to perform a heroic sacrifice. After hanging up, Lin Mo packed his bags, and that very night he boarded a bus to Dunhuang City. Dunhuang City, with its endless sands, had a flag flying atop its distant city walls, a flag featuring intertwined symbols of a scepter, a large sword, and a blade, the military flag of the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Mo approached the city walls and explained his intentions to the guard. "Join the Demon Suppression Army, you look young, just of age, aren't you?" The guard sized up Lin Mo, who nodded. Surprised, the guard commented, "Joining the Demon Suppression Army at just of age, you're quite something. Wait here, I'll call the captain." The guard spoke to a colleague and then ran up the city wall. Soon he returned with a man in his 30s. "This is our captain, the person in charge of the Dunhuang City Division of the Demon Suppression Army." The man approached Lin Mo, scrutinized him, and then nodded. "You have a robust aura for your age. Your level must be quite high." Lin Mo replied, "I just reached level 17 a few days ago." "Level 17, that level? Even though it's easy to level up in the first 30 levels for professionals, you look like you've just awakened, and now to be." The man showed a stunned expression. "You didn't just reach this level by participating in a single hunting contest, did you?" "Yes." Upon hearing Lin Mo's confirmation, the man took a sharp breath. "A hunting contest that lasts only 3 days, and in that time to hunt enough demonic beasts to reach level 17. This kid, truly a genius. It looks like you are a top talent, planning to gain some experience before school starts." "Huh, never mind, this is your privacy, I won't pry any further, but first, let me test your profession," the man said as he handed Lin Mo a crystal ball. This was indeed an awakening stone used for awakening, but this particular one was clearly meant for testing professions. Lin Mo took the crystal ball and placed his other hand on it. A white light flared up instantly. A non-attribute priest. The man's face was covered with a huge question mark when he saw Lin Mo's profession. "Captain, what is a non-attribute priest?" Even the guard beside them looked puzzled. The man remained silent, staring intently at Lin Mo for a few seconds before nodding. "At least it's a priest. I allow you to join the Demon Suppression Army. Follow me," he said. Lin Mo trailed behind the man as they ascended the city walls. Contrary to the grimy exterior, the city walls were quite orderly, equipped with everything one might need: a rest area, combat zone, kitchen, bathrooms, and even individual bedrooms. The man gave Lin Mo a tour and introduced himself. "My name is Su Yulong." "I'm Lin Mo," Lin Mo replied. Su Yulong nodded and continued, "The Demon Suppression Army has branches in every city. This one is a bit worse off and smaller in numbers because it's far from the frontier. Including you and me, there are about 50 people in this city's branch. Some are out on missions and the rest are responsible for guarding the walls. Since you're new, I won't send you on missions in the first few days. You'll just guard the walls for now. As for your room, find an unoccupied one and settle in. In terms of compensation, you'll get 350,000 professional coins a month." Su Yulong had initially thought of 300,000 each, but considering Lin Mo's high qualifications, he decided to offer more. "Thank you, Captain." Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. "Don't mention it. Since you've joined the Demon Suppression Army, you should know many of the rules by now. If you have any questions, either come to me or ask others. Everyone here is quite approachable," Su Yulong said, patting Lin Mo on the shoulder before leaving. Lin Mo headed to the dormitory area, found an unoccupied room, and settled down. Afterwards, he walked along the city walls, casually roaming within. On the walls, aside from the central area, a Demon Suppression Army soldier stood guard every 100 meters. Due to the lax rules of the army, many soldiers would leave after a month or so, hence they showed no reaction upon seeing Lin Mo's unfamiliar face. can such a disorganized force really protect the frontier? Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder. The lax rules he encountered here were something he had only seen in second or third tier organizations, yet this was the Demon Suppression Army. Kid, it seems you really don't understand what the core of the Demon Suppression Army is, suddenly spoke a soldier standing nearby. He looked at Lin Mo as if seeing a raw recruit, proudly explaining, the Demon Suppression Army became a top force in the Dragon Nation not because of us. We are just employees earning a salary for doing their work, typically guarding portals where mishaps rarely occur or where disturbances can be quelled by the captain alone, indeed the strongest among the Demon Suppression Army are the 5 great army commanders and their subordinates. These commanders are of the level of divine kings, and even the soldiers under them are formidable warriors, all above level 60. They guard the borders so tightly that no planar beasts could possibly break through to cause harm. Moreover, if the 5 great commanders couldn't hold the borders, then no amount of additional fighters would make a difference. It would be a battle only divine kings could partake in. The veteran spoke with authority and stretched lazily after explaining. He pointed to a nearby crack, introducing it to Lin Mo as a planar rift that opens roughly every 2 to 3 days. When it opens, usually 7 or 8 beasts, all above level 15, emerge. If you're here to level up, you need to keep a daily watch or others might snatch your opportunity. Gratefully, Lin Mo bowed to the old soldier. Those who join the Demon Suppression Army are often individuals urgently seeking to level up, lacking the backing of powerful factions. Some of them lack potential and need to kill many beasts of the same level to advance, so they choose to guard the rift in the Demon Suppression Army. In Dunhuang City alone, there are over 50 soldiers, but each time the rift opens, only 7 or 8 beasts emerge. In such a scenario where demand exceeds supply, if you're slow you get nothing. Lin Mo glanced at the planar rift and humbly asked the veteran senior, when did the rift last open? It seems like 3 days ago. It might open again tonight. The old soldier yawned and stretched. I'm a bit tired. Could you stand watch for a bit? Lin Mo immediately nodded. Go rest, senior. I'll stand watch. Surprised by Lin Mo's readiness, the old soldier chuckled and then left. As night fell, Lin Mo stood guard watching the wilderness beyond the city walls. The desert stretched endlessly, a vast expanse of yellow sand and red cliffs. The planar rift was fluctuating, expanding and contracting, on the verge of opening. Still standing, young man, the familiar voice echoed in Lin Mo's ears. The veteran, who had left for a few hours, now returned with 2 servings of food and a bottle of wine, inviting Lin Mo to sit and eat. Seeing you're just of age, maybe skip the wine. The old soldier kept pouring wine for himself and then said, honestly, I haven't seen many students your age joining the Demon Suppression Army. Although it's a bit disorganized, it's quite dangerous. Why join the army instead of those wealthy, powerful clans? Lin Mo shook his head. Joining the Demon Suppression Army, I can leave whenever I want. With those clans, once you accept their favors, it might be hard to leave for a lifetime. That makes sense. I didn't expect someone so young to see things so clearly, the old soldier remarked, looking at Lin Mo with new respect. After all, at his age, he was still naively joining various major clans. My name is Mo Yuan, but you can call me Old Mo. I'm Lin Mo. Only then did the two formally introduce themselves, and then they quietly continued their meal. Time trickled away, and as night fell, a new batch of demon-suppressing soldiers took over, though some remained, seemingly awaiting the opening of a dimensional rift. Thump, thump, suddenly a sound akin to a heartbeat, yet dull as if beating a drum, echoed from afar. At that moment, all the demon-suppressing soldiers turned their gaze towards the direction of the rift, which pulsated as if it had a life of its own. The dimensional rift was about to open, and all soldiers were ordered to stand by. Just then, the captain of the demon-suppressing division appeared outside the city of Dunhuang. At his command, over 30 soldiers stepped out of the city and stood on the sandy expanse, staring intently at the distant rift. Boom! The rift tore open instantly, revealing a pitch-black maw. As the roars of demonic beasts filled the air, 6 or 7 dark figures burst out of the rift and charged towards Dunhuang. Was this a beast raid? Lin Mo looked at the group of demonic beasts, noting that each one was around level 20, with even a level 25 three-headed hellhound among them. Compared to the residual demonic beasts in the human world, these from the dimensional space were evidently stronger, emitting a thick, blood-like malevolence. Kid, stop staring. If you don't act now, these beasts will be gone, Mo Yuan kindly reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded, seeing that many soldiers had already rushed forward and quickly made his move. Toxic ring. Lin Mo raised his hand, casting a bright white halo. Everyone thought Lin Mo was healing his teammates until they saw the halo fly towards the demonic beasts, leaving them stunned. What? is this kid playing around buffing the beasts? What kind of rookie gets so flustered by demonic beasts that he messes up his skills? Mo Yuan was shocked by Lin Mo's action. Just as everyone complained about Lin Mo's mistaken skill, the beasts enveloped by the halo began to show signs of decay. Soon a level 18 demonic beast roaring in defiance gradually dissolved into a pool of pus and blood. The previously noisy soldiers now stood dumbfounded. This Mo Yuan was stunned, repeatedly checking the skill's effects and looking back at Lin Mo, unable to resist asking Lin Mo, "Are you a poison master?" Lin Mo found it too troublesome to explain his attributeless priest role, so he simply admitted, "Yes, but why does your skill color look so similar to that of a holy profession?" "I'm not sure, it might be a talent," Lin Mo replied, leaving Mo Yuan without suspicion. After all, some people's talents are indeed strange and varied, and if a poison master had the talent to hide the color of his skills, it would indeed be more surprising. As the demonic beast fell, Lin Mo's level also reached 18. This was the advantage of having great potential. Unlike others who might find leveling up restrictive, Lin Mo's leveling up was as easy as drinking water. Lin Mo had just finished hunting one beast when the others were almost completely taken by others, leaving only a level 25 three-headed hellhound still struggling. At this moment Lin Mo noticed that Mo Yuan had not made a move and was merely watching from the sidelines. "Old Mo, aren't you going to compete with them?" Mo Yuan shrugged. "I'm already level 29, these monsters are of no help to me, so I can't be bothered to make a move." Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but take another look at Mo Yuan. He had thought Mo Yuan was not that high in level, but it turned out he was about to undergo his second awakening. That meant with one more level up, he could leave the demon suppression army and enter the plane space. Meanwhile, the three-headed hellhound was also taken down by the group's beating. The system's voice timely announced, "A three-headed hellhound corpse detected nearby. Host may choose to extract attributes." Lin Mo silently nodded. Attribute of the three-headed hellhound successfully extracted. Fire skill obtained. Fiery enchantment. Applying this skill will bless the weapons of teammates and oneself with hellish fire. Host has successfully fused 3 attributes. Talent acquired. Choose one. Select one out of 3 skills. The selected skill's effect is enhanced by 200%, limited to once per day. Lin Mo hadn't expected that he could awaken a talent acquired later in life. Talents were usually innate, and the odds of acquiring one later were slim, though the choose one talent was slightly inferior to others. A 200% boost in skill effect was enough for Lin Mo to easily engage in battles above his level. It was just unfortunate that the uncertainty was too high. It would have been better if he could specify a skill. Carefully considering the effects of choose one inch, Lin Mo was relieved that it didn't lump healing and mass healing together. Choosing healing with it would have been ridiculous. Unfortunately, he couldn't get a share of the loot. Lin Mo glanced at the hellhound's body being dissected, preparing to head back. Suddenly a thunderous noise came from afar. Is this the second opening of the plane rift? He was worried about not having a place to level up, and the timing of this rift opening couldn't be better. Wait, something seemed off. This didn't sound like the opening of a plane rift, but more like a plane collapse. As soon as he said this, all the professionals around showed a look of astonishment. Boom, a sound like lightning and thunder came from the rift, and a white arc of light flew out, lighting up the sky as if it were day. Lin Mo silently watched the distant rift, and under the illumination of the arc light, the rift was suddenly grasped by a claw, then violently ripped open. Roar! The roar of monsters echoed from the rift. Before Lin Mo could return to the city, a large group of monsters ran out from the rift, attacking Dunhuang City. Beast tide, it's a beast tide, everyone back now! An experienced demon suppression army soldier shouted, and the crowd immediately started to retreat rapidly. Even those who were still dissecting the body of the three-headed hellhound quickly dropped what they were doing and rushed back inside the city walls. "Don't just watch, let's talk more." Back in the city, Mo Yuan stood behind Lin Mo, kindly reminding him. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded, suppressed the urge to fight, and followed the others back to Dunhuang City. Beast tide is approaching. All professionals immediately head to the city wall to defend. The commander of the demon hunting army, who had previously welcomed Lin Mo, stepped forward. Standing atop the city walls, he gripped a golden greatsword clad in armor, his gaze sharp as he looked towards the dark tide of beasts nearby. A holy knight. Lin Mo hadn't expected a mere division of the demon hunting army to have a holy knight in command. It was clear that the demon hunting army, as a top domestic force, indeed had a profound foundation. His name was Wang Mingho, who had once worked under one of the top 5 generals of the demon hunting army and had come to the rear after sustaining injuries with his rank likely around level 45. Mo Yuan seemed to know quite a bit about Wang Mingho, and seeing Lin Mo continuously watching him, thoughtfully explained. Then he dug out a cigarette from somewhere, looking at the beast horde, and slowly began. Looks like after this beast tide passes, I can finally leave the demon hunting army. Mo Yuan was already level 29, and he had previously refrained from acting because the demons below his level wouldn't provide much experience. Now, with the horde pressing in and containing quite a few level 30 demons, it was enough for Mo Yuan to enjoy a hearty hunt. Why does this kind of beast tide form? Lin Mo suddenly asked. After puffing out clouds of smoke for a while, Mo Yuan explained, when a major catastrophe occurs in a realm, the demons lose their living space. These demons then flee en masse to the outside, thus forming what is known as a beast tide. In the past, when a beast tide occurred, because the human camps often couldn't detect it in time, it would lead to demons wantonly slaughtering humans, a major disaster. But now it's different. Many realms have been forewarned, and even if a beast tide occurs, the demon hunting army will handle it, and if they really can't handle it, the high officials of the demon hunting army will take action. Lin Mo seemed to understand now. These pieces of knowledge were never taught in books. Just then Wang Mingho swung his sword and shouted, "Everyone stand on the city walls and hunt the demons." Charging directly without reducing the number of demons first is the most foolish decision. This decision by Wang Mingho was enough to show that he truly was a veteran from the battlefield. Following Wang Mingho's command, all the soldiers and professionals on the city walls unleashed countless skills towards the beast horde, but due to the uneven strength of the professionals, the effect was minimal. After rubbing his hands in anticipation, a white light descended from the sky and smashed into the beast horde. After the white light exploded among the beasts, a 10-meter-tall dark shadow appeared within them. "Old Mo, you're actually a summoner." Lin Mo looked at the snowy white hoofed beast in surprise. Being a summoner was a rare profession, and in terms of combat power, summoners were stronger than any other profession. After all, in a one-on-one fight, they had an extra summoned beast. "That's right, or else why do you think I dare to drink while on duty?" Mo Yuan controlled his hoofed beast with his mind, letting it wreak havoc among the beasts. Initially, the demons thought the hoofed beast was one of their own until it started slaughtering its kind, and the pack of demons realized something was amiss and attacked the hoofed beast. Ring of Poison. Lin Mo observed for a moment and then cast his skill. As the aura rose into the sky began to rain poison. Although the demons were not instantly killed by the poison, they were all paralyzed. Some moved slowly while others were completely immobilized, as other professionals used their skills to slay the demonic beasts. Lin Mo's level also began to rise sharply. Despite the strict defenses mounted by numerous professionals, the beasts couldn't even approach the city walls. Nonetheless, Lin Mo remained vigilant. Even though the beasts couldn't get near the walls, at a glance, the number of demonic beasts was overwhelming, a dense mass like a flowing river. Just then, a huge dark shadow suddenly charged from the distant horde, moving swiftly and nimbly. It was a long arm demon ape known for its speed. "Don't let it get close." Someone recognized the creature immediately. In the next second, everyone redirected their skills towards the long-armed demon ape. However, the ape easily dodged all the attacks and continued to inch closer to the city wall. With its agility, once it reached the wall, it would definitely be able to climb over. At this critical moment, a golden greatsword flew into the air. "Sword of Judgment!" Wang Mingho shouted as the golden longsword instantly transformed into a sword shadow tens of meters long, ferociously slashing towards the long-armed demon ape. Realizing the danger, the ape attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The golden sword shadow, like a divine punishment bestowed by the gods, quickly turned the surroundings as bright as day, and under its strike, the ground was scorched to a barren wasteland. Boom! Accompanied by a massive explosion, the long-armed demon ape vanished, leaving behind only a long sword mark and countless ashes yet to disperse. This was Lin Mo's first time witnessing the true power of a professional after their second awakening. The strike was so mighty it seemed to split the battlefield in two. The ape, at least level 35, was killed in one stroke without even a corpse left behind. Truly befitting of a holy knight. With Wang Mingho's strike, the morale of the people soared, and they fought even harder, keeping the beasts at least 100 meters away from the city walls. As the beasts seemed to realize what was stopping them, 4 or 5 level 40 demonic beasts began to charge the formation. They braved through the barrage of skills and made it to within 50 meters of the city walls. Although Wang Mingho could kill these beasts alone, it required time which these beasts did not afford him. Killing one allowed the others to break through. After all, most of those serving in the town's demon-slaying army hadn't yet broken through level 30, so they were just biding their time here. Thus, when facing level 40 demonic beasts, their strength was as ineffective as a mere tickle. Damn it, just then Mo suddenly cursed. Lin Mo looked towards his summon only to see his hoofed beast being bitten by an ice crystal tiger. Mo repeatedly used skills to distract the ice crystal tiger, but it seemed fixated on the hoofed beast, relentlessly attacking. If this continued, the hoofed beast might die, though a summon could be recaptured. Training it was troublesome. If this hoofed beast died now, Mo dream of advancing to level 30 would have to be postponed. At that moment, Lin Mo didn't hesitate to deploy two skills: Troll Amplification, Fiery Enchantment. Auras of light cascaded down. The next second, the hoofed beast, which had been gnawed on relentlessly, suddenly stood up, shrugged its shoulders, and sent the ice crystal tiger flying. Witnessing this, Mo, who had been worried about the hoofed beast, suddenly turned his head towards Lin Mo, his eyes filled with shock. "You aren't you a poison master?" Mo knew he wasn't well read, but he could still tell the difference between a poison master and a support role. The skill that was just used was clearly from Lin Mo, but for some reason it had amplified his own beast. Amplification was something typically reserved for support roles. How did Lin Mo, a poison master, have support skills? Unless he had a dual profession. "I'm a full-timer," Lin Mo said, touching his nose. He wasn't sure how to explain. And why did everyone think he was a poison master after seeing his deadly poison ring? Maybe he shouldn't use the deadly poison ring as his first skill anymore. "Old Mo, you should focus on keeping your hoofed beast alive," Lin Mo kindly reminded him. Mo had an epiphany and quickly turned his attention to the hoofed beast. Now, under Lin Mo's dual amplification, although still at a disadvantage against the ice crystal tiger, it clearly had the ability to counterattack, especially with the flames igniting all over its body. It seemed to perfectly counter the tiger's chill. This scene caught Wang Mingho's attention. He quickly approached Lin Mo and said solemnly, "You are indeed not simple. Since you have such strong amplification skills, could you please amplify others as well?" A profession that could amplify others was coveted everywhere. If Lin Mo had mentioned his amplification skills from the start, Wang Mingho would have ensured to keep him close. "I'll try my best," Lin Mo said, looking at the others who were staring at him. He wasn't too sure he could amplify everyone. Professionals have mana limits, and he wasn't completely sure how much mana he had left, as he had never depleted it before. "Thank you." Wang Mingho bowed to Lin Mo and then returned to the front. After he left, Lin Mo was about to perform a group amplification when he suddenly remembered his talent. Might as well give it a try. It's not like he could draw the deadly poison ring among 3 skills. Lin Mo then activated his talent. A virtual banner that resembled a lottery appeared in front of him. When he saw that Fiery Enchantment was selected, he didn't hesitate to perform a group Fiery Enchantment. Whoosh! As streaks of white light fell into the bodies of the other professionals, their skills and weapons all received enchantment effects. The fiery red flames, like burning blood, were magnificent and powerful. Attack! Wang Mingho raised his flaming holy sword, chopping down, and the sword's fiery aura burned the beast to ashes. The power of this strike stunned the other professionals. They no longer hesitated and struck immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Mo opened his virtual panel. Seeing his experience bar rise rapidly, he nearly couldn't suppress his smile. The group had used his amplification skills to kill the beasts, and the experience points were all shared with Lin Mo. He watched wide-eyed as his level soared from 18 to 23 in just a few minutes, a 5-level jump in one breath, and it wasn't over yet. With this trend, Lin Mo felt that reaching level 30 overnight wasn't out of the question. "If I could undergo a second awakening before school starts, perhaps even the school authorities would take special care in nurturing me," he mused. As an independent cultivator, Lin Mo was acutely aware of the importance of resources. For practitioners, resources boiled down to 2 things: monsters and weapons. Once he reached level 30, Lin Mo could hunt monsters on his own, but weapons had to be obtained through other channels. Currently, he only had a simple white-etched staff, which provided a pitifully small boost to his skills and casting speed. To acquire a better weapon, he relied on the school. The more the better. Lin Mo couldn't help but smile as his level jumped from 23 to 24 inch, and he truly understood what it meant to level up as easily as drinking water. As he was about to break through to level 25, his experience points suddenly stalled, as if stuck. Had the beast tide ended? Confused, Lin Mo looked outside. The horde showed no signs of leaving until he noticed the flames on other practitioners' weapons had vanished. His skill effect had worn off. He wanted to continue boosting others, but suddenly felt dizzy. Could it be that I've run out of mana? Lin Mo glanced around, estimating his remaining mana. He could enhance 20 or 30 people in one go, but only once. A second time was clearly out of the question. He figured he could still perform several more troll enhancements and fiery enchantments. Speaking thus, Lin Mo turned his attention to Wang Mingho, applying one last enhancement to him, with the fiery enchantment still boosting his abilities by 200%, and after the troll enhancement, Wang Mingho slaughtered monsters as if he were a god descended from the heavens, indulging in the fray to the point where he almost leapt down to brawl with the beasts. As the captain of the Dunhuang Town Monster Control Division, Wang Mingho had nearly wiped out half of the monsters single-handedly. As the effects of the troll enhancement and fiery enchantment wore off, Wang Mingho frowned at the remaining beasts. What was I thinking, wanting to fight those monsters hand-to-hand, and why is my mouth so dry? Wang Mingho was puzzled, as he saw the monsters were nearly all slain and was about to order others to clear the battlefield. Out of the corner of his eye he spotted a claw emerge from a dimensional rift, and his expression immediately tensed. A Beast King! A Beast King had actually emerged. Wang Mingho's face grew extremely grave. Beast Kings rarely spawn in ordinary dimensional spaces, and having fought for so long without a sign of one, Wang Mingho had almost believed there wasn't one, but this Beast King was cunning, hiding and watching from the sidelines. Without hesitation, Wang Mingho immediately sent out a distress call to the person in charge of the Red Sands province. With a Beast King on the scene, this was beyond what he could handle alone. Attention, a Beast King has appeared. Everyone, do not leave the city walls. Stay on guard and wait for reinforcements. Wang Mingho shouted loudly. Then he stopped hunting monsters altogether and instead gathered his strength to wait for the Beast King to approach. Compared to the Beast King, these demonic beasts were nothing. If they couldn't withstand the Beast King's onslaught, then Dunhuang City would surely be ravaged. Roar! At the sight of the dimensional rift, a shadow as large as a small hill appeared before everyone's eyes. With wings on its back and horns on its head, covered in scales all over, it was indeed a black wolf. Upon closer inspection, the black wolf's crimson pupils stared fixedly at the city wall, just as everyone was still in awe of how terrifying this Beast King was. It suddenly vanished, turning into a lingering shadow charging forward. The hundreds of meters distance was closed in merely the span of a breath. Judgment Day. Wang Mingho's every nerve was taut, swinging his great sword the instant he saw the Beast King make its move. As the Beast King was about to break through the city with a swipe of its claw, the great sword slashed down from above its head. Now it had only two choices: either break through and die or retreat. Just when everyone thought it would retreat, the Beast King showed no intention of backing down, smashing its paw directly into the city wall. A fierce wind then arose around it, gradually shredding the falling greatsword into scraps. Seeing this, Wang Mingho knew he was no match for the Beast King and retreated without hesitation, but not before buying time for others to escape. They had not anticipated the presence of a Beast King, which might lead to the city being blood-washed overnight. Mo Yuan with Lin Mo fled rapidly on a hoofed beast. They did not head straight to the city center, but instead took a necessary route towards it. Though they were a ragtag army, they understood that if the Beast King charged directly into the city center and others failed to evacuate, the entire city would be blood-washed within minutes. Their current task was to delay as much as possible. Lin Mo stood on the hoofed beast, looking at the others prepared to face death alongside him. Here it comes, Mo Yuan shouted loudly. Everyone turned to the confrontation not far away. Even the Holy Knights seemed insignificant before the Beast King. Neither in speed nor strength could they compare. Just as Wang Mingho was about to fall, suddenly a voice rang out from behind. Sky-piercing arrow. Whoosh! A glowing arrow streaked across the sky, piercing directly through the Beast King's body. Wang Mingho, who was entangled with it, quickly retreated, then looked up at the figure in the sky. This support seemed a bit too soon. The man on the helicopter holding a bow seemed to recognize Wang Mingho. Shaking his head, said, "In addition to your Dunhuang City, dimensional fractures have also occurred elsewhere. Seeing that you didn't call for help, I took the precaution. I hadn't expected the final Beast King to actually appear here." The man only drew his bow, his arrows unseen. However, at the moment of release, the sound of the arrow rang out. The void-converging arrow, faster than the speed of sound, firmly pinned the Beast King to the ground. Roar! The Beast King flapped its wings, a whirlwind swirling around it, forming a tornado that lifted the Beast King up. Want to leave? The man drew his bow again, this time a massive golden arrow materializing behind him. As he released his fingers, the golden arrow instantly submerged the tornado, severing most of the Beast King's body with a single shot. After the fall of the Beast King, the other monsters dared not step forward, only daring to watch the figure above the city of Dunhuang. From a distance, detecting a nearby corpse of a Gale wolf the host may choose to extract. As Lin Mo observed the person in the sky, the system's voice rang out again, extract, quickly extract. Lin Mo's gaze fell on the Gale wolf. Half of its body had been obliterated by the arrow, and if he were slower, perhaps the remaining half would also have melted. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the attribute Wind, acquiring the skill Wind Spirit Blessing. Using this skill significantly increases agility, and with the help of the wind, one can briefly fly. Relying on the wind to fly briefly, Lin Mo couldn't help but look up at the man in the sky who must also be using the wind to fly. Moreover, this person's strength was terrifying. The Beast King couldn't even withstand 3 encounters with him. At this moment, Wang Mingho and the man seemed to be discussing something. After a while, the man who had been chatting with Wang Mingho suddenly looked towards Lin Mo and then walked over. "You're Lin Mo?" The man dressed in a black trench coat sized up Lin Mo and calmly said, "I heard you possess a group enhancement ability. Would you like to join the Hanshan army?" The leader of the Hanshan army is one of the 5 main forces of the demon-suppressing army. Logically, Lin Mo, not having undergone his second awakening, was not qualified to join the Hanshan army. However, upon learning of Lin Mo's rare group enhancement ability, Yu Qingfeng was tempted. It's no wonder he was moved. A support profession with a group enhancement ability is extremely rare, even rarer than some hidden professions. At this moment, when the people around heard Yu Qingfeng inviting Lin Mo to join the Hanshan army, they all showed incredulous expressions. They knew too well the stringent conditions of the 5 armies for recruiting newcomers. Frankly, even some level 40 professionals might not be accepted. Yet facing the recruitment of the Hanshan army, Lin Mo shook his head. "Sorry, although I would also like to go to the Hanshan army, I have to start school in more than a month." Yu Qingfeng looked into Lin Mo's eyes, seeing that he was tactfully declining, and did not say much more, only asking before leaving, "Which school will you be attending after school starts?" After failing to recruit Lin Mo, Yu Qingfeng went to catch up with Wang Mingho. After the fall of the Beast King, the beasts remained on the Gobi Desert, but it wasn't long before a group of well-trained professionals appeared, driving these monsters into the dimensional rifts. After several days of reconstruction, the city walls of Dunhuang were restored to their former state. These days, Yu Qingfeng hadn't left, often entering and leaving the city walls with Wang Mingho, discussing something unknown. One day, Mo Yuan, having heard some news from somewhere, pulled Lin Mo to discuss the reason Yu Qingfeng hadn't left. It was said that other places in the Red Sand province had also suffered beast attacks, and the high command of the demon-suppressing army felt this was no coincidence, thus deciding to dispatch a level 60 professional to guard Dunhuang city, where the Beast King had appeared. The one who nailed the Beast King with 3 arrows is named Yu Qingfeng. He comes from the Hanshan army and is currently in charge of the Red Sand province. He's comrades with Wang Mingho and has been here for the past few days. Besides preventing another beast attack, there's another important reason for his presence. Mo Yuan suddenly played coy here, intending to pique Lin Mo's curiosity, but Lin Mo spoke up first. "Is it because they want to establish an entrance here just in case, and that's why they have Yu Qingfeng stationed here?" Mo Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "I didn't expect you to be more informed than I am. Where did you hear that from?" Lin Mo spread his hands. "Yu Qingfeng has been chatting with me occasionally these past few days. He mentioned that he would leave after the entrance is established. If I have any regrets, I should speak with him in these few days." Mo Yuan clicked his tongue a few times. "A mighty level 60 boss actually values you so much. But it makes sense given your dual amplification effect. Under it, my summon beast's ability approaches level 35. Such an amplification effect is not something ordinary people can have, and with few support roles that have amplification skills, I would definitely recruit you if I were in his shoes." Lin Mo just smiled silently. In fact, if it were just the effects Mo Yuan felt, Yu Qingfeng wouldn't have been so concerned. At that time, the fiery enchantment Lin Mo added to Wang Mingho allowed him to deal the damage of a skill with a normal attack, which surprised anyone. Probably for this reason Yu Qingfeng was somewhat persistent. "But are you really not considering joining the Hanshan army? It's dangerous, but the benefits are very tangible." Mo Yuan couldn't help saying, "The demon suppression army isn't for me. In comparison, the place I'm heading to next suits me better. Good luck to you." Under Yu Qingfeng's supervision, the planar entrance was established in less than half a month. Before leaving, Yu Qingfeng still asked Lin Mo if he wanted to go with him, but the answer was obvious. After the establishment of the planar entrance, the frequency of beast appearances decreased significantly, but fortunately Wang Mingho knew that most of the demon suppression army soldiers were here to hunt beasts, so he arranged for some beasts to be caught every week for others to hunt. Lin Mo, under Wang Mingho's special care, gradually reached level 29. With only the last few days of summer vacation left, Lin Mo's days in the demon suppression army were also coming to an end, while Mo Yuan had already advanced to level 30. Initially planning to move to another city, he decisively chose to stay here after seeing that Dunhuang City had also established a planar entrance. Lin Mo and he had a drink on their last night together, and the next day Lin Mo left Dunhuang City and flew to the ancient capital. Just after getting off the plane, Lin Mo received a call from Chen Huang. Lin Mo finally survived. Chen Huang poured out all the hardships he had faced over the past month. From his complaints, Lin Mo discerned that this guy had improved his abilities with the help of Old Master Chen and had reached level 25, a standout level among the freshmen at the Imperial Capital Academy. By the way, Lin Mo, how many levels did you gain during your month in the Demon Suppression Army? Chen Huang asked curiously. He had a hunch that Lin Mo's level was something extraordinary. Lin Mo modestly touched his nose and said, not much, just level 29. What, level 29? Chen Huang thought Lin Mo was joking. But then he remembered the high potential Lin Mo demonstrated during the awakening ceremony, and suddenly it seemed possible. It's just like himself, never knowing what powers a god king might possess. You guy, although I'm quite envious, I'm also happy you reached level 29. Chen Huang sighed. It's too bad we're not at the same academy, otherwise you could look out for me. I'll visit you in the ancient capital when I'm free. Sure, come visit whenever you're free. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Mo hung up the phone only to see a message from Jojo. Jojo, what have you been up to lately? Lin Mo, I've been in the Demon Suppression Army for over a month. Jojo, you joined the Demon Suppression Army? Which city? I heard the border has been chaotic recently. Lin Mo, it's fine, I'm back now, getting ready to report in. Jojo, oh, you're back. Lin Mo, yeah. After a brief silence, Jojo messaged again. Jojo, I'll visit you at the Ancient Capital Academy when I'm free. I'm going to check out a room now, bye. Lin Mo, bye. Lin Mo always felt his chats with Jojo were somewhat awkward, but he had no evidence of it. After leaving the airport and hailing a cab, he headed straight for the Ancient Capital Academy. Unlike other cities, the ancient capital was directly adjacent to two realms of the undead, which meant that at night these spirits would wander around ignoring the city walls, prompting every household in the ancient capital to have talismans. Even the taxi driver had a talisman hanging in his car. Young man, which academy's freshman are you? Ancient Capital Academy. What a coincidence, my son is also there, though he's a year ahead of you, already at level 28, and he's about to break through to level 30 soon, the driver said proudly, clearly boasting about his son. Lin Mo smiled slightly. Level 28, that's really impressive. This made the driver even more proud. Back in the Red Sand province, Yu Qingfeng felt inexplicably annoyed whenever he thought about Lin Mo. Just then one of his subordinates knocked and entered. Commander, here's a document. A woman in a neat military uniform handed over a file to Yu Qingfeng. He opened it, read through the document, and then set it aside, frowning. The woman asked with concern, Commander, is there a problem? It's nothing serious. Yu Qingfeng shook his head. The army chief said the spatial dimensions have been acting up lately and the undead in the ancient capital are becoming more rampant. He wants me to send someone to organize a spirit hunting operation to intimidate the undead lord. The woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Does the situation in the ancient capital concern us here in Red Sand province? Although it's not under my jurisdiction, the chief wants me to go there since I can likely manage those spirits better than the person in charge there. Ancient Capital. Ancient Capital Academy. Yu Qingfeng was still debating whether to tell the chief he didn't want to go, but then he remembered Lin Mo was in the ancient capital and immediately perked up. He slapped the table and looked at the woman. Yulin, arrange it. We'll move to the ancient capital in a few days. At the ancient academy, Lin Mo followed the signs to the classroom where new students were registering. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Mo realized he was among the early arrivals, as only a few students were seated inside. Just as Lin Mo sat down, a blond young man approached him. Hello, my name is Su Chang. Lin Mo, he responded politely to the spontaneous introduction. Su Chang's eyes widened in shock when he heard the name. Are you the most special freshman in the history of the ancient academy? What do you mean? Lin Mo frowned. It was his first day at the ancient academy. How could this person know him? Hearing this, Su Cheng, realizing Lin Mo was unaware, whispered, "Every year the school ranks the top 10 students based on points earned from hunting demonic beasts. You are this year's top new student." Su Cheng thought he was just making casual conversation, but it turned out he was talking to the top new freshman. "I heard you could have gone to the Imperial Academy. Why come to the Ancient Academy?" Su Cheng asked the question that was on everyone's mind. It was a question of great curiosity for him and others, as the difference in prestige between the Imperial Academy and the Ancient Academy was clear. Many would prefer the Imperial Academy over the Ancient one due to its rich educational resources. "Because I prefer the Ancient," Lin Mo replied, causing Su Cheng to refrain from probing further. While seeing new students arrive, Su Cheng quickly went off to chat with others. It was evident that he had strong social skills. As time passed, the classroom almost filled up and their instructor finally appeared. The instructor slowly walked to the podium, pushed his glasses up his nose, and his gaze fell on Lin Mo. "I am very fortunate to have this year's top new student in my class." "Top new student? Who is that?" As soon as he said this, the students in the room were abuzz. Some noticed the instructor's continuous gaze on Lin Mo and speculated he was the top new student. After observing Lin Mo for a while, the instructor shifted his focus and started discussing the rules of the Ancient Academy. The Ancient Academy had few regular courses. Most rewards were based on the number of spirits hunted. There was a soul hunting stele in the school square where everyone could see their points and rankings. The more spirits hunted, the higher the ranking and the richer the monthly rewards. Currently, each of you receives 6 Spirit Yuan stones per month, while the first place gets 100 plus 3 million professional coins each month. Not all might know, but these special stones could significantly speed up a practitioner's leveling up, essential for advancement. After reaching level 30, leveling up becomes progressively slower, and that's when Spirit Yuan stones are needed. 6 versus 100. It was the first time he clearly saw such a disparity between ordinary students and the first place. Spirit Yuan stones, typically found in dimensional spaces, were often priceless. Even the wealthy couldn't simply buy 100 of them. Given that even the top school in Jiangling couldn't afford to give away Spirit Yuan stones as rewards, one could imagine the profound resources of the Ancient Academy. There's not much else to introduce. Upon your arrival in the ancient city, you may take a couple of days to familiarize yourselves before starting to hunt the undead souls. Additionally, someone will arrange dormitories for you shortly and distribute this month's supply of spirit essence stones and protective charms. The charms can shield you from fatal blows by undead up to level 50, but each person will receive only one. If you need more later, you'll have to exchange them for points. After giving these instructions, the instructor left the classroom. "Lin Mo, let's go together." Su Cheng approached with a smile and joined Lin Mo as they walked out of the classroom. "Lin Mo, are you going to hunt the undead tonight?" "I'm planning to go as well. How about we team up?" Su Cheng patted his chest. "I'm a necrospeaker specialized in controlling the undead, and I'm already level 22, so I won't hold you back. I don't have time tonight. It might take me a while before I start hunting the undead." Lin Mo declined Su Cheng's offer. His knowledge of the undead was almost purely academic, unlike Su Cheng's practical expertise as a necrospeaker. Confident in his own abilities, Lin Mo still preferred to observe more for safety. "I see, maybe next time then." Su Cheng didn't persist. After reaching the dorm assignment area, they went their separate ways. As the top newcomer, Lin Mo was assigned a deluxe single loft. Though it was a single, the loft was spacious enough to comfortably house a family of 3. The person in charge of the dorms led Lin Mo to the loft and handed him a ring. "Mr. Lin, this is your reward for this month. In addition to 6 spirit essence stones, the school has also gifted you an extra 10 for being the top new student, along with a protective charm and this storage ring as well." Lin Mo accepted the ring handed to him. The person then explained the conditions related to the dorm assignment. "Although you are the top new student, the loft is only yours for a month. If you can't make it into the top 200 of the soul hunters within this month, you won't be able to continue living here." He handed Lin Mo a token. This is the soul hunter token, also serving as an identity token. After killing an undead, the points on it will change. You'll need this token to exchange points for items on regular days. After going over the rules, the person bowed to Lin Mo and left the loft. Once alone, Lin Mo examined the Soul Hunter token, activating it to display his name and point details. He had expected some initial points, but there were none. It seems even being the top newcomer doesn't grant any special privileges. It's quite fair, Lin Mo thought. He put away the token and emptied the storage ring, a sword-shaped protective charm and 16 spirit essence stones. Lin Mo hung the charm around his neck and examined the stones. Just one level away from my second awakening. I'll try to break through in the next couple of days. Lin Mo held the spirit stone in his hand, the energy seeping from it instantly penetrating his body. Quickly, the once radiant spirit stone turned dull. Discarding it, Lin Mo picked up another. As dusk fell, he placed the remaining 10 spirit stones back into his storage ring. Using only 6 spirit stones, Lin Mo had advanced from level 29 to 30 without any risk, not having to battle demonic beasts, and it was no wonder that spirit stones were priceless. As night descended, Lin Mo stood and walked to the window, peering out. On the streets below, dark souls emerged from the ground, wandering aimlessly on the ancient academy's thoroughfares. These souls seemed unable to approach the attic, hence they lingered on an open ground 50 meters away, as if searching for food. Are these the souls? Lin Mo observed carefully, seeing such beings for the first time. Compared to demonic beasts, these souls were more troublesome. They might appear docile now, but upon spotting a living person, they would pounce like mad. There were mainly 2 methods to deal with souls. One was using a specific profession that could perfectly restrain them, and the other required attaching talismans to weapons to then slay them. Lin Mo wondered if the fire enchantment would harm them. He noticed that the souls on the open ground were all around level 10. Immediately he went downstairs, drawing his white patterned magic staff and stepping out of the attic. As soon as he left, the previously dazed souls suddenly looked towards him, transforming into gusts of cold wind and rapidly attacking Lin Mo. These guys are much faster than I anticipated. Lin Mo hadn't expected these level 10 souls to match the speed of level 20 demonic beasts. As the souls drew closer, Lin Mo waved his hand and his ordinary staff burst into crimson flames. He then raised the staff, smashing it towards the incoming souls. Boom! A serpent of fire erupted from the staff, instantly burning the approaching souls into nothingness. Swinging the staff quickly, Lin Mo soon cleared the open ground of souls. Effective, but wielding the staff feels awkward. Having witnessed the strength of the souls and the method to counter them, Lin Mo returned to the attic. Not long after his return, the souls reappeared on the open ground. After watching for a while, Lin Mo went to sleep. The next day, Lin Mo visited the Yenhuang Chamber of Commerce branch in the ancient city. For practitioners aiming for a second awakening, a second-order awakening stone was necessary, and only a major chamber like Yenhuang with branches nationwide sold them. Unlike the initial awakening stones Lin Mo used, these second-order stones would break after one use and were also expensive, costing between 1 to 5 million professional coins depending on the profession. At the branch of the Yenhuang Chamber of Commerce, as soon as Lin Mo entered, a lady in a cheongsam approached him with a charming smile and a gentle voice. "Hello, how can I assist you today? Do you have second-order awakening stones? To purchase a second-order awakening stone, we need to register your information first." The young girl fetched some paper and a pen from the side and handed them to Lin Mo. "Please fill in your occupation level and age, sir." Lin Mo took the paper and pen, filled them out as requested, and returned them to the girl. 18 years old, level 30. The girl's face showed surprise when she saw the age Lin Mo had written. "Is there a problem?" Lin Mo asked politely. The girl shook her head repeatedly. "No, it's just that it's the first time I've seen a genius who reached level 30 at the age of 18. I'm a bit shocked. Please wait a moment, I will arrange your second-order awakening stone." She scurried into the inner hall, and after a while a man in his 40s came out smiling and approached Lin Mo. "Pleasure to meet you, I am the president of the ancient capital Yenhuang Commerce Guild. The second-order awakening stone you requested is ready. Please follow me." The middle-aged man gestured invitingly and led Lin Mo to the awakening room. The awakening room housed many awakening stones, each of a different color. "Young friend, I have a question. You wrote attributeless priest in the occupation column, is that correct?" The middle-aged man took out the paper Lin Mo had filled out, his eyes fixed on the occupation column. The words attributeless were striking. His guess was that it corresponded to a job with no attributes, and similarly no attribute bonuses and skills. In his experience, such job holders were considered useless by most teams. Lin Mo nodded nonchalantly. "It's correct." Hearing the confirmation, the middle-aged man gradually fell silent. 18 years old, an attributeless priest, level 30. Clearly Lin Mo had the backing of a powerful force. Otherwise it was impossible to reach level 30 at the age of 18. Although Lin Mo didn't achieve level 30 through his own abilities, the man still dared not underestimate him. After all, a force willing to nurture an attributeless priest would likely not be less influential than the Yenhuang Commerce Guild, especially since he was just a branch president and couldn't afford to offend someone like Lin Mo. If that is the case, then I will prepare an awakening stone suitable for priest-type jobs for you. How does that sound? The middle-aged man asked tentatively. Acceptable. Seeing Lin Mo nod, the middle-aged man picked out a white second-order awakening stone from among the various stones and placed it on the central pillar. During the awakening, you must focus solely on the occupation you need, hoping you can awaken to a job with attributes, the middle-aged man advised before leaving the awakening room. Lin Mo stood in front of the second-order awakening stone, unsure for a moment what occupation to awaken to. The second awakening was determined by the first. Since Lin Mo's first awakening was as a priest, the second would likely also be a nurturing type. Among the nurturing jobs, the Holy Spirit Envoy and the Saint Teacher were famous, one focusing on attack and the other on enhancement, but both were special jobs without specific awakening stones, making the chances very slim. However, with the system in place, any job seemed feasible. Though the Holy Spirit Envoy could serve as a reference, Lin Mo still preferred a profession with offensive capabilities. After deciding on the one he desired, he closed his eyes and placed both hands on the second-tier awakening stone. As a white light illuminated Lin Mo's consciousness entered a vast ocean of whiteness, a milky radiance poured over him, warming his entire body. Amidst the white light, a golden streak pierced through like a sword, gradually emerging. When the awakening ended, Lin Mo opened his eyes and saw the awakening stone before him, now a mix of white and gold, his face filled with confusion. Could this be a hidden profession? Lin Mo had never encountered such a profession before. It was neither a common profession nor a special one. It seemed more like an unrecorded hidden profession. If it truly was a hidden profession, could he finally shed his attributeless status? With this thought, Lin Mo immediately opened his information panel. Host, Lin Mo, level 30, profession, attributeless Holy Spirit King, poison, strength, fire, wind. Note, attributeless Holy Spirit King, an advanced hidden profession derived from the attributeless priest with a 50% increase in skill power, skills. Healing, mass healing, ring of poison, troll amplification, fire enchantment, wind spirit. Blessing, talent, choose one. The Holy Spirit series of hidden professions should possess Holy Spirit attributes, right? Lin Mo didn't expect his attributeless status to persist even after the second awakening. He suddenly understood why the principal had shown that expression when he sought his attributeless profession. He probably knew that the second awakening wouldn't change it. For others, remaining attributeless after a second awakening might be devastating, but for me, having Holy Spirit attributes is optional. Lin Mo couldn't deny that the Holy Spirit King was indeed a powerful hidden profession, but without the Holy Spirit attribute, this profession would hardly be of much use. However, he possessed a system that allowed attribute fusion, so even without Holy Spirit attributes, he could later compensate with other attributes. Just as Lin Mo opened the door of the awakening chamber, a middle-aged man entered. Seeing the divine light mixed with white and gold on the awakening stone, his expression turned slightly uneasy. A hidden profession, he exclaimed, both surprised and delighted. The radiance of a hidden profession was generally more special than that of other professions, usually recognizable at a glance. Although he didn't know what hidden profession Lin Mo had awakened to, a hidden profession, if utilized properly, has no weak ones. But the middle-aged man's surprise was short-lived as he suddenly remembered Lin Mo's attributeless status and sighed regretfully. Young friend, to awaken a hidden profession is a sign of great fortune and a blessing for our guild. As a token of gratitude, we offer you this awakening stone for free. The middle-aged man smiled. This was a typical tactic used by the Yanhuang Guild to win people over, spending a little to gain a favor. Especially someone like Lin Mo, an 18-year-old genius capable of a second awakening. Even if attributeless, the forces behind him were not to be underestimated. Winning over Lin Mo was akin to winning over the powers backing him. Then thank you very much, Lin Mo replied. Lin Mo, having lived two lives, could easily discern the thoughts of the middle-aged man. Since the other party was keen on selling him a favor, Lin Mo saw no harm in accepting it. After all, maintaining good relations with the people of Yanhuang commerce was beneficial for him. By the way, I'd like to buy some weapons. Can you introduce me to someone? Lin Mo remembered his staff, which was too cumbersome for hunting spirits, and realized he needed more suitable weapons. The middle-aged man nodded. Follow me, young friend. Under the man's guidance, Lin Mo was led to a specialized weapon sales area. There were all sorts of weapons available: broadswords, spears with red tassels, long swords, great swords. Blue patterned weapons generally cost around 10 million vocational coins, and although Lin Mo had some money, he couldn't afford those. So his eyes settled on the more affordable white pattern weapons. The staves are over here. you can take a closer look, the man suggested. Following the direction the man pointed, Lin Mo saw that the staves were priced around 3 to 4 million vocational coins. Even though he could afford one, he already possessed a white pattern staff, and what he needed now was something easier to wield. Do you have anything smaller like darts or something similar? We don't have darts, but we do have some throwing knives, replied the man, leading Lin Mo to another area and taking out a box from behind the counter. He opened it to reveal 5 neatly arranged throwing knives, all made from a special metal and classified as white pattern weapons. These throwing knives are crafted from tough gold and are as thin as cicada wings. They can easily cut through monsters of over 30 levels. You should try them out. Lin Mo took a throwing knife handed to him and toyed with it, finding it unbelievably light, almost like holding a sheet of paper. Are they heat resistant? Lin Mo suddenly asked. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile. Heat resistant and cold resistant. Unless it's something exceptionally hard, they can easily make a cut. Skeptical, Lin Mo watched as the man promptly fetched a 5 cm thick iron block. Lin Mo drew the throwing knife across it and the block was smoothly split in two. Nice piece. Lin Mo's eyes lit up and he inquired about the price. This set of patrol hunter blades totals 5 knives and usually costs 6 million vocational coins, but since it's your first visit to Yanhuan Commerce, I'll give you a discount. 5 million vocational coins. 5 million vocational coins was a high price for white pattern weapons, but Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately made the purchase. The man packaged the throwing knives and escorted Lin Mo to the entrance of the commerce, even handing him a business card before he left. Next time you come, you can look for me directly. If I'm not around, this card will still get you a discount. Lin Mo bowed in gratitude, stored the items in his storage ring, and returned home. Upon arriving, he eagerly placed the 5 throwing knives on the living room table. Fire enchantment, Lin Mo commanded, and instantly flames engulfed the blades, which burned fiercely yet remained unchanged. Blessing of the wind spirit. No sooner had Lin Mo spoken than a gust of wind swept through the living room, but soon the wind ceased and the flying knives soared into the air. Lin Mo applied the wind spirit's blessing to the flying knives, allowing them to ride the wind. At Lin Mo's command, the wind spirit took control of the fiery hunting knives and swiftly slashed at the large tree outside the attic. The branches of the tree were instantly severed by the flying knives and turned to ash before they could even fall. Seeing this, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now armed with a means to deal with the spirits, Lin Mo decided to hunt them tonight. To be energetic for the night, Lin Mo lay down to rest. As evening fell and the dusk gave way to night, Lin Mo placed 5 flying knives into his storage ring and, wearing his protective amulet, stepped outside. Fire enchantment, wind spirit enhancement. With a casual wave of his hand, the 5 flying knives simultaneously struck at the spirits before him, turning them into nothingness at first contact. After dealing with the spirits near the attic, Lin Mo decided to check outside the academy. From the moment he stepped out, the highest level of spirits Lin Mo had encountered was only level 20. He surmised that there were too many high-level professionals inside the academy and the smarter spirits dared not enter. Since they would not come to him, Lin Mo decided to go after them. The moment he stepped out of the academy gates, the weather turned colder and the wind felt like knives cutting into his skin, both painful and cold. Roar! Just as Lin Mo was about to search for spirits, the next second saw over a dozen spirits rushing towards him from all directions, their claws bared and aimed at Lin Mo. Go! With a thought, the wind spirit controlled the flying knives' trajectory, slicing all the attacking spirits underfoot. There's one more. Lin Mo noticed that one spirit wasn't killed outright by a strike and immediately scanned its level. Level 28, a big fish right outside the door. No sooner had he spoken than the 5 flying knives in front of him all struck at the spirit. Roar! The spirit opened its gaping maw and its body disappeared the instant it contacted the flying knives, only to reappear suddenly. Taking advantage of the gap as the flying knives flew past, the spirit rapidly pounced towards Lin Mo. Smart, but it misjudged the speed of the flying knives. Lin Mo's calm voice had just fallen when the 5 flying knives returned, directly slicing the spirit into 5 pieces. Accompanied by the spirit's screams, it finally turned into nothingness. After the hunt, Lin Mo looked at the soul hunting command in his hand, which now registered 1,000 points. However, to break into the top 200 ranks of the ancient capital academy, he needed at least 20,000 points. Keep going. Lin Mo stored the soul hunting command and continued scouring the streets for prey. Lin Mo hunted throughout the night and his score went from 1,000 to 4,000 points. That night he hunted a total of 79 spirits, but only 3 were above level 25, with the highest only level 30. Hunting spirits was not just about gaining points for Lin Mo, it was also crucial for leveling up. His current level was 30, and unless he hunted 3 or 4 spirits of the same level consecutively, it was difficult to level up. As dawn broke and the spirits receded, Lin Mo returned to the attic, absorbed the remaining 10 spirit stones, and after leveling up from 30 to 31 he finally rested. Evening, after waking up, Lin Mo once again ventured out to hunt souls. This time he chose the suburbs far from the city center, where the level of the souls had significantly increased, with many around level 30. After 4 or 5 hours, Lin Mo looked at the ranking on his soul hunting token, a slight smile curling the corners of his mouth. At this pace he thought within 3 days he could break into the top 200. After dispatching the last soul with his blade, Lin Mo sat down on the ground and drank the stamina potion he had prepared in advance. After replenishing his mana, he resumed his slaughter. Not even half an hour later, Lin Mo suddenly heard the sound of living humans. He eyed the swirling black mist in the distance and immediately recognized it as a soul of around level 35. Moreover, judging by the situation, the soul was likely engaged in battle with other practitioners. With this thought, Lin Mo immediately ran in that direction, fearing that if he arrived too late, others might snatch the soul away. Su Cheng, aren't you a speaker of the dead? Control it. The 3 looked at the approaching greatsword-wielding soul, all eyes turning to Su Cheng. Seeing this, Su Cheng made a strange face and shouted, "The soul is at least level 30, several levels higher than me. I can't control it." "I don't care. You said yourself you could control any soul, that's why we agreed to come with you, and now you're telling me you can't control it?" The leader of the group glared at Su Cheng with furious eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng, who was already annoyed, exploded in anger, saying, "How is this my fault? If you hadn't been so greedy as to go and plunder someone else's gravesite, would it have chased us here?" The more Su Cheng spoke, the angrier he grew, wishing he could direct the soul to slap Huang Ping. Tired to death and without complaint, this guy brought along a partner and a lover as if they were on vacation. Not only did they go wild outdoors, but they also messed with someone else's offerings, and now they were blaming him. Thinking about this, Su Cheng felt incredibly wronged. He knew what kind of person Huang Ping was. He should never have joined his team. "What are you saying? In this situation we either die together or survive together. If anyone is left behind, no one else can escape." While attacking the surging souls around them, Huang Ping barked orders at Su Cheng. "Stop talking nonsense, think of a way to break through, or at least get me out." Su Cheng didn't even want to roll his eyes at him. As the greatsword-wielding soul drew closer, he gritted his teeth and decided to take a chance. Corpse speak. Su Cheng unleashed his skill, closed his eyes, and a black mark appeared on his forehead, emitting a faint glow. Subsequently, a soft voice came from Su Cheng's mouth. The greatsword-wielding soul stopped in its tracks upon hearing Su Cheng's voice, its mouth moving incessantly though no sound came out. Meanwhile, striking blood streamed from the corner of Su Cheng's eyes and his body began to tremble. Is this guy communicating with the soul? Seeing Su Cheng standing still, Huang Ping suddenly remembered that the speaker of the dead had a forbidden technique, corpse speak. Using the art of speaking with the dead drains one immensely. Though it allows for brief communication with spirits, one is left exceedingly weak afterwards, to the point where even walking becomes impossible. As Su Cheng engaged in conversation with the spirit wielding a large knife, the surrounding spirits began to disperse. Seeing an opening in the encirclement of spirits, Huang Ping seized the moment, escaping with his girlfriend and mistress. "Aren't we going to help him?" his mistress couldn't help but ask. Huang Ping scoffed coldly, disdainfully replying, "What do I care if he lives or dies? It was my doing that summoned the spirit with the large knife, but he chose to come here himself. Let's hurry, or it'll be too late." Hearing this, the 2 women didn't even glance back at Su Cheng as they quickly followed Huang Ping away from the troubled area. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, after a 5-minute dialogue with the spirit, had managed to buy a brief moment to escape. However, when he looked back, he saw that Huang Ping and his companions had already fled, leaving him drained and unable to stand up. Half a minute later, the spirit returned to its aggressive demeanor. Seeing that only Su Cheng was left, it raised its large knife and violently swung it towards him. Su Cheng, in utter despair, closed his eyes. Swoosh! Just at this critical moment, the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly filled the scene. Su Cheng had resigned himself to death, but this sound pulled him back from the brink. He opened his eyes wide to see that the spirit in front of him had been knocked away by 5 flaming throwing knives. Even the surrounding spirits were cut down by these knives. Healing. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Su Cheng couldn't believe his ears and turned around, nearly in tears, when He saw Lin Mo, Lin Mo, he exclaimed excitedly. Lin Mo nodded, gestured with his finger, and the 5 throwing knives returned to his side. At the same time, a white halo began to heal Su Cheng's external wounds. Sorry, my healing skills don't have extra properties, so I can only treat your superficial injuries. Lin Mo observed that Su Cheng was more emotionally than physically hurt, something even a regular priest could fully heal. But Lin Mo couldn't, his was a non-attribute profession. Su Cheng shook his head. That's not important. I never thought I'd see you here, and you even saved my life. Wait, you have healing abilities and can control wind spirits. Are you a hidden class? Lin Mo nodded, sort of. I'm indeed a hidden class, a once-in-a-millennium non-attribute Holy Spirit King. No wonder you're so powerful. If it weren't for you, I might be dead by now. Su Cheng sincerely thanked Lin Mo with a grateful look. His amulet had shattered the day before, and he hadn't had the chance to replace it. He planned to team up with others, and given his profession as a speaker to the dead, he thought he could escape from a level 30 spirit if needed. But he hadn't anticipated encountering someone like Huang Ping. If not for Lin Mo's timely appearance, he might already be in heaven. Lin Mo, the spirit with the large knife, is very strong. We should run now, Su Cheng suggested. Hearing this, Lin Mo scanned the level of the Great Blade Wraith. It was indeed level 36. The moment he saw the opponent's level, the corners of Lin Mo's mouth slightly lifted. He stretched out his fingers forward, and 5 fiery daggers swiftly shot out. Swish, swish, swish. Wherever the daggers passed, the wraiths were cleansed by the fierce flames, not even leaving a shadow behind. Sensing danger, the Great Blade Wraith became even more ferocious than before. It let out a roar and swung its great blade at the flying daggers. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against metal echoed through the night sky. Lin Mo watched as the daggers were deflected, his gaze sharpening. Troll's amplification. In the next second, the daggers attacked again. The Great Blade Wraith tried to overpower them, but under the Troll's amplification, the dagger's burst of power was no less impressive. The daggers and the Great Blade collided once more. This time, not only were the daggers sent flying, but the Wraith's great blade was also knocked away. The blade landed 10 meters away from the Wraith, and it would take 3 seconds to retrieve it. Lin Mo only needed a moment to release his daggers. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mo manipulated the 5 daggers to pierce the Great Blade Wraith's body from 5 different directions simultaneously. Boom! The daggers left the Wraith's body, but the fierce flames clung to it like bone-eating maggots, burning wildly. Roar! The Great Blade Wraith let out a deafening roar, wildly waving its arms. Trying to shed the flames fell off bit by bit under its flailing, and just as it seemed about to recover, Lin Mo swiftly used his multi-choice talent. Was it the wind spirit's blessing this time? Lin Mo didn't have time to consider. He manipulated the wind spirit, unleashed a tornado, and directly swept the Great Blade Wraith into the sky. Then, the 5 daggers entered the tornado, turning the normal wind tornado into a fire tornado. Amidst cries of agony, the body of the Great Blade Wraith gradually dissipated. With the death of the Great Blade Wraith, Lin Mo's level jumped directly to 33. At this moment, Su Cheng, who had been watching Lin Mo kill a level 30-something Wraith by himself, was filled with disbelief. He opened his mouth wide in amazement, speechless for a long moment. Can you go back alone? Lin Mo walked over and asked. Su Cheng quickly shook his head. I don't have much strength left. If I go back alone, any random undead could kill me. Then you follow me. Lin Mo didn't mind having someone by his side. Then his gaze fell on the great blade not far away, and he slowly walked over. The blade was half the height of a man, and Lin Mo tested its weight, finding it difficult to wield with his own strength. It seemed that it required a specialized profession to use this blade. Just then Su Cheng came over, and after inspecting the great blade for a while, he had an epiphany. I remember this blade now. It was once enshrined at the tomb of the Wraith. Seems like a blue pattern weapon. A blue pattern weapon. Hearing it was a weapon worth over 10 million, Lin Mo's eyes immediately lit up. No wonder it didn't disappear with the Great Blade Wraith. It was because of its superior material. This Wraith was killed by you, so this great blade should rightfully be yours. You better pick it up, Su Cheng reminded him. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded slightly. Just as he had put away the blue patterned weapon, 3 people suddenly approached from not far away. Oh, look who's still alive. Upon hearing this voice, Su Cheng's smile instantly vanished. He turned around, his gaze cold as he looked straight at Huang Ping and his 2 companions approaching. In a chilly voice he said, Huang Ping, I thought you ran away because you were scared. What brings you back? What do you mean I was scared? I was just taking a detour, Huang Ping retorted with a dismissive laugh, his attitude nonchalant. His gaze then fell on Lin Mo. The disappearance of the Great Blade Wraith must be related to this guy. He plays tough, but he knows how to speak to whom. This one doesn't seem like an easy target, better not to provoke him. With that thought, he turned his attention back to Su Chang and said casually, I didn't come back to see if you were dead or alive, I have other things to do. I won't disturb you guys, farewell. After saying this, he walked off in another direction with his two companions. Watching them leave, Su Chang frowned. They're heading towards the graveyard of that wraith we encountered earlier. Could they be planning to steal offerings again? Su Chang had a bad feeling about this. He turned to Lin Mo and said, I have a feeling these guys are going to make an even bigger mess. How about we head back first? Lin Mo shared the same premonition. It wasn't that he had a keen intuition, he simply felt that these three were troublemakers and staying with them would lead to no good. Let's go. Agreeing, Lin Mo and Su Chang quickly left the suburbs and returned to the ancient academy. The next day, as soon as Lin Mo got up, he heard about what had happened in the suburbs last night. Just after Lin Mo and Su Chang left, Huang Ping and his group really did go to the graveyard. Having witnessed the disappearance of the Great Blade Wraith, they thought there wouldn't be any powerful spirits left, so they started eyeing other offerings. But the moment they grabbed the offerings, several level 30+ wraiths appeared from the tomb, shredding their protective amulets. Relying on the amulet's power, they teleported back just in time to save their lives. Several teachers learned from Huang Ping that not only were there many level 30+ wraiths in the suburban graveyard, there was even a level 40 nightmare. A nightmare is a special kind of spirit that, once you enter its hunting range, it infiltrates your dreams and feeds on human fear by inducing nightmares. This type of spirit has an extremely strong growth attribute, and if left unchecked, it could evolve into a life-stealing nightmare within 3 days. Once it becomes a life-stealing nightmare, it does more than just feed on fear, it kills in dreams. Upon hearing this news, the Academy immediately issued a reward for anyone who could kill the nightmare. The reward included points, spirit stones, and a blue-patterned weapon, which was quite substantial, yet few dared to attempt it as the creature was not only a nightmare but also level 40. Moreover, the most critical point was that the nightmare possessed a special domain that made anyone approaching it involuntarily feel sleepy. Even though Lin Mo resisted the urge to sleep, there were several level 30+ specters lurking around the nightmare. These were not creatures to be trifled with. Upon learning that hunting the nightmare could earn him 30 spirit stones and a blue-patterned weapon, Lin Mo was genuinely tempted. While hunting the nightmare was indeed fraught with danger, the rewards were proportionate to the risks. If he wanted to quickly enhance his strength, spirit stones were indispensable, and 30 of them was no small sum. Such a number was worth the risk for him. With his current strength, hunting the nightmare alone was akin to suicide, but fortunately he knew the creature's location. Nightmares, before evolving into deadly nightmares, rarely left their territory. He knew the general area where the nightmare resided. If he proceeded cautiously, he should be able to hunt it without any harm. First, he decided to see what he could exchange with his points. Lin Mo took out his soul hunting token, and with a thought, a list of exchangeable items appeared. He flipped to the section for Thunder Talismans and discovered that one was priced at 100,000 points, too expensive. Next option. He then searched for the Holy Light Talisman. This talisman was less common than the Thunder Talisman, but still needed 10,000 points each. 10,000 points for a Holy Light Talisman, and it might not even be effective against the nightmare. Lin Mo decisively gave up and started looking for other talismans that were affordable yet effective. He found the Skill Storage Talisman, priced at 2,000 points each, which could store a skill for portable use. This was very useful. Lin Mo exchanged for 6 Skill Storage Talismans at once. After a while, a man came to Lin Mo's attic and handed him the 6 talismans. Lin Mo immediately attached his fire enchantment to each of them in turn. He didn't have a Thunder Talisman, but he could make his own Fire Talisman. Although it wasn't as purely yang as the Thunder Talisman, it was still very effective against specters. However, Lin Mo did not stop at this single preparation. With some time left, he went to the library to study formations. A talisman formation was something many professionals used. By arranging the talismans in the correct manner, one could form a small-scale formation. The best example was the protective amulet on him, which contained a talisman formation. Not only could it block a fatal attack, but it could also teleport him back instantly. Such a protective amulet would need 150,000 points to exchange, and if bought with professional currency externally, it would cost over 10 million, something not easily affordable. After all, only a professional talisman painter could craft these, and painters were only found in ancient cities like Gudu and Lingxi, making them extremely rare. Lin Mo spent the whole morning studying how to arrange the talisman formation, and to avoid forgetting it suddenly, he even marked the key points of the formation on his palm. In the afternoon, Lin Mo went to the place he had visited the previous night. Following the direction Huang Peng had taken, he found the location of the tomb. The tomb extended downwards, resembling a burial chamber, and its door was already open, emitting a chilling aura of colding energy. Since it was still daylight, the specters were hiding inside and couldn't come out. Lin Mo took the burial chamber as the center of the talisman formation and placed 6 talismans within a 100-meter radius. These talismans had been enchanted by Lin Mo with a fierce fire enchantment. Once the talisman array was activated, the fierce flames would transform into a blazing formation, trapping all creatures within 100 meters. Although it might not be able to kill the nightmare creatures, it could certainly hold off other spirits. After everything was ready, Lin Mo settled down to wait on the spot. As night fell, he saw dark miasma rolling over the graveyard. This miasma was the yin energy of the spirits. The denser it was, the stronger the spirits. Seeing that the spirits were about to emerge, Lin Mo prepared to activate the talisman array. Just then a voice came from not far away. Action! Instantly several figures entered the range of Lin Mo's fierce fire formation, each unleashing their skills to attack the spirits. Roar! The group of spirits, smelling the presence of the living, attack like hungry wolves upon lambs, furiously pouncing on them. Apart from a few level 30 spirits, the spirits within several hundred meters also rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Light blessing purification. A pure white holy light rose, purifying all the nearby spirits. This was the divine envoys' skill, and their abilities were devastatingly effective against spirits. Soul Devour, a massive black spider appeared above the graveyard, swallowing the spirits one by one. This was the Soul Eradicator, a profession specializing in targeting souls, different from Su Cheng's corpse speaker. The Soul Eradicator's skills were also remarkably effective against practitioners. Heavenly Thunder. The last one was a talisman master, squeezing talismans in hand, summoning a bolt of lightning to strike the army of spirits. However, compared to the Heavenly Thunder talisman, the lightning unleashed by this talisman master was weaker, capable of killing only the level 30 spirits. Besides these 3, the other few were also professions specializing in combating spirits. This group was clearly well prepared, working together seamlessly, and in the blink of an eye they had eliminated half of the spirits. However, at that moment a wave of sudden drowsiness struck. Lin Mo, fighting the heaviness of his eyelids, stared intently ahead. Above the graveyard, an irregular creature enveloped in black miasma floated. It seemed to possess some sort of magic that deepened the drowsiness just by looking at it. Seeing the drowsiness intensifying, Lin Mo knew he had to act fast and thus shouted forward, "Back off!" Upon hearing Lin Mo's shout, the professional snapped back to reality and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Lin Mo formed a sword finger and remotely ignited the talismans. Blazing formation arise. Crimson flames burst forth from the talismans, quickly enveloping the entire formation like a dazzling red flower blooming over the heads of the spirits. Is this a talisman formation? Seeing the sudden appearance of the talisman formation, those who had retreated immediately turned their gaze to the only talisman master in the team, assuming it was his doing. Seeing this, the talisman master shook his head. "I didn't set up the formation." At his words, everyone revealed puzzled expressions. Could it be that besides them, there were others? Just then someone spotted Lin Mo hiding behind them. When they saw him stand up from the bushes and form a sword finger, they immediately understood that he was the one who had set up the talisman formation. "Are you also a student from the ancient capital academy?" Their eyes uniformly fixed on Lin Mo, and then seeing that he was alone, all showed a look of surprise. Daring to hunt nightmares alone, could this guy be one of the top 100 on the Soul Hunter list? But within the top 100 he couldn't recall such a person. "Let's not catch up now. My talisman array isn't powerful enough, it can only buy a little time. You best figure out a way to break the nightmare's domain," Lin Mo cautioned. His initial intention with the talisman array was to deal a fatal blow to those level 30-something spirits when necessary. However, due to the intervention of these individuals, Lin Mo had to alter his plan. If these guys also lacked a way to deal with the nightmare, Lin Mo wouldn't hesitate to turn tail and run. "Alright, just hold on a bit longer." No sooner had the talisman master spoken than he struck directly at the nightmare with handcrafted Heavenly Thunder. His Heavenly Thunder had a restraining effect on spirits, and nightmares were no exception. Sizzling sounds echoed as the nightmare's body emitted the noise of something being scorched. It was working. The talisman master was overjoyed. The fierce heat combined with the bombardment of Heavenly Thunder significantly weakened the defenses of the nightmare. Seeing this, others also took their turns to attack. Roar! Just then the spirits surrounding the nightmare let out deafening roars. Black energy surged from their bodies like a flood, forming a dark wall that blocked everyone's attacks. At the same time, these spirits quickly located the 6 talismans Lin Mo had set up, destroying them with their bodies. Once the talismans were gone, the fire array ceased to function, and without the suppression of the fire array, the nightmare quickly rose again. The nightmare's domain activated once more, sweeping over with a wave of drowsiness. Seeing this, Lin Mo was already prepared to flee. 5 Thunder Bombardment. The talisman master pulled out a 5 Thunder talisman, hurling it directly at the nightmare. 5 thick bolts of lightning like giant pythons descended from the sky, causing the nightmare to emit continuous white smoke. However, despite this, the nightmare continued to release its domain. Not good. If this continues, we might all end up asleep here. Didn't you bring a talisman to suppress drowsiness? Use it quickly. I already did, but it's useless. This nightmare's domain is too penetrating. As they learned that the carefully prepared talismans were ineffective, their faces grew uglier by the second. Damn, if we still had the earlier talisman array to help, perhaps we could break through these spirits' defenses. The talisman master grit his teeth, his eyes filled with reluctance. Hearing this, Lin Mo made a quick decision, applying a fierce fire enchantment to the talisman master. As soon as the skill was applied to him, the talisman master immediately noticed and turned to look at Lin Mo. You can amplify skills? The talisman master asked in surprise, feeling a burning flame in his chest that filled him with strength. Such a level of enhancement wasn't something ordinary professions could possess. Just a little, Lin Mo modestly replied, before also blessing the talisman master with the wind spirit's blessing. Seeing the tiny wind spirit appear before him, the talisman master was momentarily so excited that he was at a loss for words. Fierce fire wind spirit, this guy's skill attributes are too strong, right? Could you also apply it to the rest of us? That way our chances of winning would be much greater, the talisman master requested. Hearing this, Lin Mo did not hesitate and immediately performed a group fierce fire enchantment and wind spirit's blessing. Wow, such a strong amplification effect. You're not actually one of the top 100 on the Soul Hunters list, are you? I bet you could even be in the top 50. Just look at how terrifying this amplification effect is. There must be loads of teams vying for it. The group couldn't help but see Lin Mo in a new light. They had originally thought Lin Mo was just a regular professional, but now it seemed very likely that his profession was a hidden one within the amplification category. Such a profession would be highly coveted anywhere. Let's stop the chit-chat for now and deal with this nightmare first, the spellcaster loudly reminded everyone. Then he rubbed his hands together, generating electricity that sparked into fierce flames, the violent aura of this thunderfire fusion so intoxicating even to himself. As for the others, whether they were casting spells or using weapons, their powers were enhanced by fierce flames, making them twice as strong as usual. Their speed was incredible too. Oh my goodness, what kind of profession is this, that it's so powerful? Someone tentatively tried using the wind spirit, and in an instant they shot forward, almost flying with the help of the wind spirit. At that moment everyone looked at Lin Mo as if he were a god. Divine thunder. The spellcaster took the lead. The thunder he conjured, mingled with fierce flames, directly shattered the wall of souls laboriously amassed by the nightmare, and then he launched another sword talisman. The sword and the talisman trailing flames pierced directly into the nightmare's body. Light blessing purification, a holy white light mixed with fierce flames like divine fiery punishment descending from the heavens, purified all the souls. As for those wielding weapons, they thoroughly experienced the feeling of their blades cutting deep into flesh. With each slash, ordinary souls were annihilated into nothingness. With Lin Mo's skill amplification, the spellcaster's side saw their combat power and morale skyrocket, tilting the battle overwhelmingly in their favor. Indeed, it's easiest when I don't have to lift a finger myself. Lin Mo watched his experience points surge, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, he didn't let his guard down and kept his eyes fixed on the nightmare. Though it was injured, its realm was still intact, just not as oppressive as before. 5 Thunders strike. The spellcaster called down 5 columns of heavenly fire and thunder onto the nightmare's head, almost dispersing its soul body entirely. The nightmare was furious. It opened its cloudy eyes and something seemed to be surging out from within. In the next second, several dark tentacles stabbed towards the spellcaster and the others. Go. Seizing the moment the nightmare exposed its core, Lin Mo threw out his hunting knives, 5 arrows of flame swiftly entering the fray. Wherever the knives went, even level 30-something souls couldn't stop Lin Mo. They could only watch helplessly as the knives pierced the nightmare's body. The knives burst out from behind the nightmare, severely wounding it. The spellcaster and others took this opportunity, using the wind spirit to escape the grasp of the souls and tentacles, and together struck a fatal blow to the nightmare. With everyone's concerted efforts, the nightmare's form was shattered and the remaining souls were also completely eradicated by the group. Lin Mo watched as his level rose from 33 to 35. The experience from the nightmare split among them had allowed him to jump 2 levels. Had he been alone, perhaps he could have risen 4 levels. Shaking his head, Lin Mo stopped thinking about what could have been. Without the help of these people, he might not have been able to successfully hunt the nightmare on his first try. However, can nightmares really be resolved so easily? Lin Mo stared at the grave for a long time but couldn't sense the slightest bit of ghostly aura. It seemed to be dead. Senior, we owe you big this time. If it weren't for your talisman array and assistance, we might not have been able to defeat this nightmare. As he spoke, the talisman master approached, smiling broadly, and handed Lin Mo a black, shiny stone. What is this? Lin Mo looked at the stone, feeling a very special aura emanating from it. This is a dream crystal stone dropped from the nightmare. It can be made into a mind concentration necklace, which can resist dream or mental interference skills. It only drops when a nightmare dies, and it's quite rare, the talisman master explained. Hearing this, Lin Mo took the dream crystal stone, and the moment he held it in his hand, the cool sensation invigorated his mind. How about it, Senior? The effect of the dream crystal stone is strong, isn't it? A girl in a mage's dress came over, her face adorned with a sweet smile. Lin Mo nodded. I'll keep this, thank you. You're welcome, Senior. The girl sized up Lin Mo, curious. Senior, you look a bit unfamiliar. Are you an exchange student? No, I'm not a senior, I am a new student this year. Lin Mo found himself having to explain as everyone seemed to mistake him for a senior. Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened, falling silent for a long time. Turns out you're a junior. The girl was startled at first, then became even more enthusiastic. Since you're a junior, you probably don't have a fixed team yet, right? How about joining me from now on? My name is Ninging, I'm a holy light mage, level 38 with a bust difference of 15. Bust. Lin Mo was stunned, looking at the sweet-faced girl in front of him, unable to believe that she would disclose her bust measurement in public. Ninging, aren't you taking us too much for granted? The talisman master sighed, then looked at Lin Mo. I thought you were one of the top 100 on the soul hunters list. Turns out you're just a junior. From the effect of your skills, could it be that you've awakened for the second time? Yes. Seeing Lin Mo nod, everyone fell silent again. Although they initially thought Lin Mo must be at least level 30, the confirmation left them speechless. Just enrolled, level 30. The ancient capital academy hasn't seen such a genius in over a decade, and today they encountered one. You're Lin Mo? The talisman master suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words came out, others also reacted, discussing loudly and in confusion. Lin Mo, this year's top new student? Yes, that's him. It's said that with his performance in the demon hunting competition, he could have gone to the Imperial Capital Academy, but he chose our ancient capital academy. Because of this, students from freshman to junior year seem to know him already. Never thought it really was him, an 18-year-old level 30 professional. Such a genius is usually only found in the Imperial Capital Academy. Upon realizing that Lin Mo was indeed this year's top new student, the group looked at him as if they were hungry wolves, their eyes practically glowing green. Ninging moved closer to Lin Mo like an older sister from the neighborhood, smiling warmly. Junior, do you want to join our team? We split the souls of the hunted equally. The talisman master also spoke up. Junior Lin, compared to fighting alone, teamwork is more suited for hunting spirits. If you feel that an equal share is unfair, we can allocate more points to you. The others nodded in agreement. That works. Lin Mo's skills are too powerful, giving him a bit more is totally reasonable. Clearly, everyone was keen on having Lin Mo join them. Lin Mo weighed the pros and cons of joining. While team collaboration did indeed make it easier to hunt spirits, Lin Mo disliked working with too many people. The team in front of him already had 6 members. With him, it would be 7. With more people, it was hard to ensure absolute fairness. Moreover, with his current strength, he could handle even higher level spirits on his own without needing a team. Thinking this over, Lin Mo shook his head. Sorry, I'm not considering joining a team at the moment. That's alright then, the talisman master replied, but let's at least exchange contact information. If you ever need help in the future, you can always reach out to us. The talisman master took out his phone, gesturing for Lin Mo to scan the QR code. Ninging quickly pulled out her phone, running up to the talisman master to add Lin Mo as a friend. Beep, beep, Lin Mo added the two as friends. It's good to have more friends when you're out and about, the talisman master said, nodding with a smile. I'm Yi Xian, if you ever need help remember to contact me. Lin Mo also smiled and nodded gently, will do. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian led his team away. Regarding the nightmare bounty reward, Yi Xian went to claim it first and would leave Lin Mo's portion there for him to collect later. After seeing off Yi Xian and the others, Lin Mo resumed his leveling journey. Time flew by. By dawn, Lin Mo looked at his rank on the soul hunting order, his lips curling slightly. He was now in the top 200, which meant he no longer had to worry about his attic being repossessed. Although his level hadn't changed overnight, fortunately his points had reached 20,000. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Mo returned to the academy, collected 5 spirit stones and 150,000 professional coins, and then headed home. Since there was only one blue patterned weapon and it was difficult to divide, Yi Xian had left Lin Mo 1/7 of its market price, explaining this via super. Back at home, Lin Mo took out the 5 spirit stones and absorbed them completely. Due to the large gap in levels, even after absorbing the spirit stones, Lin Mo's level remained stuck. He fell into deep thought. Recently, my leveling speed has indeed been too fast. I'll rest for tonight. At night, while Lin Mo was sleeping, the dream crystal beside his bed suddenly lit up. Simultaneously, beneath the graveyard where the nightmare was born, a mass of irregular black smoke churned its dense energy spreading outwards. In the next second, it appeared atop the city's skyscrapers, silently infiltrating the dreams of everyone in the ancient city. Over the past few days, Lin Mo had been hunting spirits every night. After several days of effort, Lin Mo had leveled up once more from 35 to 36. As Lin Mo's level increased, he realized that advancing levels became increasingly challenging. The experience needed was on a whole different scale compared to before. Even hunting down a level 40 wraith seemed insufficient to level up. After defeating this last one, it was time to head back. Lin Mo eyed the frail wraith before him, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden blaze shot from the side, engulfing the wraith. Watching it slowly burn to death, Lin Mo knew his kill had been stolen. With a cold shout, "Go!" Lin Mo sent 5 flying knives in the direction of the flame. A clash of metal rang out, followed by a mocking laugh. "Don't be mad, it was just a wraith. I needed one more to break into the top 100 of the soul hunt list, so I took it." A man in black descended from the hillside, casually looking at Lin Mo. Seeing Lin Mo staring at him, he shrugged helplessly. All right, I'll give it back to you now." With that, he casually grabbed and tossed a wraith in front of Lin Mo. Seeing the wraith before him, Lin Mo sneered, "A level 15 for a level 35? Did your math teacher also teach gym?" "Oh, from what I hear, Junior, you seem unconvinced." The man's gaze hardened as he conjured 2 flames in his palm. Remembering the last person who played with fire before him, Lin Mo responded, "If you're unconvinced, we could have a duel. If I lose, I'll compensate you with an equal level wraith. How about that?" The man's face was full of provocation, eager for Lin Mo to agree. However, after half a minute of silence, the man clicked his tongue in annoyance. Just as he was about to leave feeling bored, Lin Mo made his move, Ring of Deadly Poison. With the talent selection amplifying its effect by 200% and an additional 50% from his class, the Holy Spirit King, the Ring of Deadly Poison now had 250% of its original power, even though the man was above level 40 once enveloped by the Ring of Deadly Poison. A white halo flew above the man's head. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but mock, "A priest's skill? Are you trying to heal me?" His laughter stopped abruptly. "What's going on? Why can't I move?" The man tried to move but found himself completely paralyzed. It was then he realized he was immobilized. How can a priest's skill paralyze? He stared intensely at Lin Mo. "What exactly is your class?" In the understanding of all professionals, white corresponded to healing or support classes, never with paralyzing capabilities. "Do you deserve to know?" Lin Mo maneuvered his flying knives to the man's throat. Panicking, the man shouted, "What are you doing? If you kill me, you'll be a murderer and wanted by the Demon Suppression Army." Among professionals, clear rules bound them. Killing would constitute murder. Except for evil organizations, no professional, no matter how angry, would actually kill. Lin Mo certainly wouldn't dare to break this rule. What he intended was merely to teach the man a lesson. Enchanted with fire, Lin Mo made flames adhere to his palms and slowly approached the man. "Why can you control fire? And what are you planning to do?" the man yelled. With a calm demeanor, Lin Mo pressed his hand onto the man's shoulder. "Although professionals are not allowed to kill, there's no rule against hurting," he said. As the words left his mouth, the fire, like maggots boring into bone, burrowed into the man's flesh. The man screamed in agony as the scorching flames instantly charred him. Though he was also a fire mage, the fire Lin Mo wielded was of a completely different caliber. The man was burnt. For a full 5 minutes, his body turning pitch black, some areas even charred to the bone. Had he not been a fire mage himself, the burns would have been far more severe. Remember this: next time you try to steal a kill, make sure the other party is someone you can afford to provoke. Lin Mo withdrew the flames, and with the sky already bright, he turned and walked towards the city. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, the man ground his teeth in fury. "You wait," he began to curse, but seeing that Lin Mo was not yet far away, he swallowed his words. Only when Lin Mo disappeared from his sight did he dare to finish his threat. 10 minutes later, as the numbness faded, the man finally felt liberated. He memorized Lin Mo's appearance, determined to settle the score once he returned. Lin Mo and the man returned to the ancient academy one after the other. "Isn't that Zhao Yuan from the soul hunting list, ranked 101? How did he get burnt like that?" "I thought he was a fire mage. How could he be burnt? Could he have encountered one of the top 10 Yenpa? Yenpa wouldn't bother with him. It must have been someone else." As soon as the man returned, he immediately attracted the attention of many students. His body was charred, his upper clothes completely burnt away, some parts even exposing his veins, a sight so horrific that it shocked many students. If it weren't for the professional's exceptional physical condition and the fire mage's inherent fire resistance, he would have probably been hospitalized by now. Feeling the burning stares of those around him, Zhao Yuan felt as if he was being scorched by fire. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding loudly, eager to find Lin Mo. "Don't let me catch you." "Huh?" Zhao Yuan's expression froze. He suddenly felt unwell, specifically his stomach. Gurgling noises echoed, indicating something was about to be expelled from his body. Damn, not diarrhea now. Zhao Yuan gritted his teeth, deciding to put off his revenge and head to the bathroom first. But just as he was about to go, his stomach protested even more violently, loud enough that those around him could hear. With a loud sound, everyone within a few meters turned their gaze towards him. As the odd stares intensified and more people looked his way, Zhao Yuan wished he could just disappear into the ground. He held his stomach, his legs tightly pressed together, his face turning an ashen hue. Damn it! Feeling he could no longer hold it, he gritted his teeth and dashed towards the bathroom. But he hadn't run far when his expression drastically changed. No good. The intense sensation of diarrhea became unbearable for him. Just then the urge to pass gas struck. Zhao Yuan thought it was just an ordinary fart, so he carefully began to release it. Whoosh! Midway through, Zhao Yuan suddenly felt his pants grow warm as something slowly trickled down his thigh. In an instant, Zhao Yuan was in despair. At the same time, the people around him cast strange glances his way. What's going on with this guy? Did he just poop himself? Wow, quick, get a video of this. The title could be Top 100 Soul Hunter Student at the Ancient Academy Poops on the Street, sure to go viral. You guys are too inhumane if you ask me, just post it directly on the campus forum. The mocking ridicule and disdain from the crowd felt like daggers piercing Zhao Yuan's heart. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt as though his heart was bleeding, wishing he could just smash his head and die right there. He forcibly suppressed the urge to erupt, looking for a restroom. However, the fiery sensation was unstoppable, and the severe abdominal pain made him stop at every step, the stench from his body making life worse than death. Get lost, all of you, just get lost. Zhao Yuan clenched his teeth, angrily shooing the people around him. Seeing them raise their phones to take pictures of him only fueled his anger, prompting him to throw a few fireballs their way. Despite his efforts, the crowd didn't disperse, continuing to take photos from a distance. You people. At that moment, Zhao Yuan could no longer hold it in, overwhelmed by frustration and anger until a mouthful of fresh blood sprayed out and he fainted. It wasn't until the school doctor arrived and took Zhao Yuan for treatment that this spectacle finally ended. That night, in the attic, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed, surrounded by dozens of spirit stones. As he absorbed the last of the spirit stones in his hand, he discarded it and switched to another. He wondered if these spirit stones could help him jump 2 levels. Lin Mo looked at the spirit stones on the bed, all that he owned. Originally he had planned to save them until he reached level 38 and then sprint to level 40, but because of Zhao Yuan he had to level up earlier. Although Lin Mo didn't know Zhao Yuan's exact level, being in the top 100 of the Soul Hunter list meant he was at least around level 40. Last time, Lin Mo had taken advantage of the information gap, making Zhao Yuan willingly enveloped by the ring of deadly poison. However, the tactic was only good for one use. Zhao Yuan surely wouldn't fall for it a second time. To avoid future trouble from Zhao Yuan, Lin Mo had to level up quickly. He estimated that Zhao Yuan must have been utterly drained by now. Lin Mo could almost see Zhao Yuan's furious, murderous expression. He had specifically reduced the poison in the Ring of Deadly Poison so that it would take effect once Zhao Yuan returned to the academy, causing him to have diarrhea in front of all the students and teachers, a humiliation that could frustrate Zhao Yuan for half his life. Of course, Lin Mo was aware that this would only deepen Zhao Yuan's hatred towards him. A few hours later, Lin Mo had absorbed all the spirit stones, reaching level 38. Standing by the window, he looked at the wandering ghosts outside and decided to test the blue pattern greatsword he had obtained a few days ago. With a thought, the blue pattern greatsword flew out of his storage ring and landed in his hand. The weight of the blue-veined greatsword was equivalent to that of 2 adult men. Lin Mo, struggling, managed to lift it halfway before simply tossing it out the window. With a loud crash, it created a sizable crater in the ground outside the attic with cracks clearly visible. Might as well see if the wind spirit can drag it. If not, I'll sell it, Lin Mo thought. He was well aware of his own capabilities. As a healer by profession, his strength wouldn't increase significantly with levels unless he used a troll's amplification, but constantly using the troll's amplification to wield the greatsword would be more cumbersome than beneficial in battle. If even the wind spirit can't move this greatsword, selling it might be the best option, Lin Mo mused. With a thought, the quiet night air was suddenly filled with the rustling of leaves. A green wind spirit hovered above the greatsword, lifting it with the help of the wind. Go! Lin Mo instinctively targeted a nearby wraith. In the next second, the greatsword swung towards the wraith. Despite its cumbersome appearance, the greatsword was surprisingly agile in motion. With a single swing, the sharp blade's wind scattered the wraiths even before it struck. The speed couldn't compare to that of a flying dagger, but its explosive force was impressive. Watching the wraiths reform and then attack the greatsword, Lin Mo stroked his chin, pondering whether to sell it. Better sell it, but selling it directly to the guild would be a loss, he thought. Then he remembered that Yi Xian's team included a greatsword user and decided to sell it to them. Of course, the transaction would not be in professional currency but in points, which Lin Mo desperately needed. Although these points wouldn't count towards the Soul Hunters list, they could be exchanged for protective talismans and other treasures. It was nighttime and Yi Xian's team would definitely be out soul hunting in the suburbs. With this in mind, Lin Mo sent a message to Yi Xian. I have a blue-veined greatsword obtained from a wraith. Could you ask if anyone in your team is interested? Soon after, Yi Xian replied, I asked, and he said if it's a blue-veined weapon from a wraith, he's willing to pay 15 million professional currency. Is the price really that high? Lin Mo texted back. Yes, weapons from wraiths generally carry the wraith's aura, which is highly beneficial in combating them. For us professionals in the ancient capital, they're usually priceless. Do you still want to sell it? Sell. But I don't want professional currency. Can I get 100,000 points instead? After a while, Yi Xian replied, okay, let's trade in the morning. Okay, Lin Mo replied, his heart swelling with joy. Trading a blue-veined weapon for 100,000 points was a great deal. Although it could fetch 15 million in professional currency couldn't be exchanged for points, and the value of points was far higher. After confirming the trade, Lin Mo stored the blue-veined greatsword back in his storage ring. In the morning, Yi Xian and his team returned from the suburbs. Upon arriving back at the academy, Yi Xian messaged Lin Mo while bringing the team member to meet him. The two conducted the transaction on the spot. One handed over the greatsword while the other handed over the points. Once the deal was done, Yi Xian yawned. If there's no issue, I'll head back now. As the middleman, he didn't know why, but ever since returning from the suburbs he felt unusually sleepy, even during battles. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo nodded, sending Yi Xian and another away from his sight before he returned home. Lying in bed, Lin Mo fell into a satisfied sleep. However, less than 10 minutes after he lay down, the dream crystal beside his bed erupted with an obsidian-like brilliance, enveloping his head within it. Unaware, Lin Mo just turned over and continued sleeping. Fire enchantment, wind spirit amplification. Lin Mo created a fire tornado, obliterating all the spirits in front of him before moving to another area. Shortly after he left, two sneaky figures appeared. Looking at the scorched earth, Zhao Yuan immediately recognized it as Lin Mo's handiwork. Finally caught up with him. Have you figured out which direction he went? Oh, Zhao Yuan looked to the person beside him, a diviner he had specifically hired to locate Lin Mo. The diviner cast a spell out of thin air and then pointed in the direction Lin Mo had left. Follow this road and you'll find him. I've given you the location. I want no part in this karma. I take my leave. Why are all the spirits tonight of such low level? Lin Mo, after defeating a level 35 spirit, furrowed his brows in deep thought. The level 35 spirit he had just killed was the highest level he had encountered that night. Usually, there would be at least a level 38 spirit around here, but tonight for some reason not only were there fewer spirits, but their levels were also lower. This phenomenon gave Lin Mo an ominous feeling. Forget it, I should head back tonight. Not wanting to take risks, Lin Mo was about to return when suddenly a fireball several meters in diameter smashed towards him. Seeing the fireball coming, Lin Mo didn't need to guess to know who it was. Wind Spirit Blessing. Lin Mo rode the wind, instantly dodging the fireball's attack. Fire Wolf. Zhao Yuan stepped out from the darkness, fire beneath his feet forming a fierce wolf's head followed by the entire body of the wolf. In the next second the fire wolf lunged at Lin Mo, biting fiercely. Every step the fire wolf took turned the ground into scorched earth, its blazing flames twisting even the air itself. Seeing this, Lin Mo knew he was no match for Zhao Yuan in a head-on collision. However, with the speed granted by the Wind Spirit Blessing, even several Zhao Yuans might not be able to touch him. As Lin Mo retreated, he taunted, "The poison I gave you isn't too bad, huh? But to be able to stand up after just one day, you're quite resilient. You're asking for death." Seeing Lin Mo unearth his scars, Zhao Yuan's expression, previously calm, instantly turned ferocious. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Lin Mo like a starving wolf baring its fangs. "Fire Wolf, kill him." At Zhao Yuan's command, the fire wolf's speed surged, its form speeding across the ground, leaving behind fiery afterimages. Unfazed, Lin Mo drifted around with the help of the wind spirit, even hovering in midair. Fire Spear. Zhao Yuan roared furiously, the flames morphing into several long spears, thrusting towards Lin Mo in the sky. Seeing Lin Mo attempting to escape, Zhao Yuan punched the ground in anger. Lava pillars. The earth trembled as dozens of fiery columns shot up into the sky, intersecting exactly with Lin Mo's retreat path. Seeing this, Lin Mo's expression tightened, and he quickly attached the fierce fire around him to form a flame barrier. When the fire column hit him, although the flame barrier blocked the attack, the searing heat continued unabated. After landing, Lin Mo quickly created distance between himself and Zhao Yuan. "Do you think you can escape my reach by running away?" Zhao Yuan saw through Lin Mo's intention to avoid the fight and escape without hesitation. He used the flame spear to block Lin Mo's path and the flame pillar wolf to press his position. Being 2 grades above Lin Mo, Zhao Yuan was not only stronger but also had more combat experience. The last time he was caught off guard by Lin Mo was purely by accident. Thinking of the embarrassing incident at the academy yesterday, Zhao Yuan's killing intent became uncontrollable. "I won't rest until I kill Lin Mo. Even if the Demon Suppression Army investigates, I'll kill him." He ordered the flame wolf to attack, and it swiftly pounced towards Lin Mo, its mouth full of sharp teeth ready to tear him apart. At this moment Lin Mo had no way out, but he had never thought of retreating from the start. When he hovered over the skill option Wind Spirit Blessing, Lin Mo swung his hand and launched 5 flying knives. Normally, with the help of the Wind Spirit, the speed of the knives was already hard to react to. Now, with the skill effect of Wind Spirit Blessing increased by 200%, the knives nearly reached the speed of sound. In just a breath, the 5 knives passed through the body of the flame wolf, swiftly aiming for Zhao Yuan. Whoosh! The knives made only a slight sound as they cut through the air, almost imperceptible to Zhao Yuan. But just as the knives were about to pierce his throat, Zhao Yuan's body suddenly enveloped in flames, deflecting the knives forcefully. Zhao Yuan snapped back to reality, realizing that his innate talent had activated, danger perception. When faced with a fatal injury, the talent for danger perception automatically triggers. This was a very strong life-saving talent that Zhao Yuan was born with, and it had only been activated 3 times in his life. But just then his danger perception had triggered on its own. "Did I almost die just now?" Zhao Yuan was shocked. He touched the amulet on his neck and a cold sweat broke out all over his body. The attack just now was so swift that not even the amulet reacted in time, let alone trigger the danger perception. But it was an attack that even the amulet couldn't react to. Zhao Yuan stared fiercely at Lin Mo, his desire to kill him deepening. Mortal Flame Domain. Zhao Yuan roared and flames spewed from every pore of his body, filling the air with scorching heat. Lin Mo sensed trouble. The attack with the flying knives could only work once, and having failed that one time, he was helpless against Zhao Yuan. What's more, Zhao Yuan was now in a frenzy, putting Lin Mo in a difficult situation. "I will impose the humiliation I suffered from you 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Zhao Yuan advanced towards Lin Mo, leaving behind footprints filled with magma. Just as he was about to sever Lin Mo's limbs, suddenly his danger perception activated again. However, this time it wasn't a natural trigger of the talent. Even a strong ability like danger perception is hard to trigger even once a day. Zhao Yuan had voluntarily activated his danger perception, firstly to guard against Lin Mo's tactics and secondly because Lin Mo's recent attack had made him suspicious of his protective amulet. As his sense of danger grew increasingly strong, Zhao Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring intently at Lin Mo, thinking to himself, "Does this guy have another trick up his sleeve?" Just then his danger perception alerted him to someone's presence behind him. Boom, a vivid blood-like flame surged backwards like a torrent, only to be blocked by a wall of condensed energy. With the help of the firelight, Zhao Yuan could see what was behind him, a thick black mist vaguely outlining a human figure accompanied by a creepy laugh. Could this be a nightmare? At first, Zhao Yuan thought it was just an ordinary nightmare, but then he suddenly realized, no, this was a life-stealing nightmare. Only a life-stealing nightmare could take on a human form. Almost in an instant, Zhao Yuan's expression changed, pale as paper. He had already forgotten his hatred for Lin Mo. Gathering all the flames to form a barrier around him, then he explosively retreated, trying to escape the reach of the life-stealing nightmare. But it was too late. An irresistible wave of drowsiness swept over him and the flames around his body visibly receded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The murderous intent perception made every cell in his body tremble, yet he couldn't muster the energy to resist. Zhao Yuan watched as the life-stealing nightmare approached, desperately wanting to resist, but unable to control his drooping eyelids. He could only watch helplessly as its claws reached towards his chest. Zhao Yuan's flames quickly extinguished and he collapsed to the ground, a helpless lamb to the slaughter. Just as the life-stealing nightmare was about to plunge its hand into Zhao Yuan's chest, a dazzling golden light shone forth. The protective amulet flew out, forcefully repelling the life-stealing nightmare. It screamed a scream so piercing it could scatter the dust around, yet it couldn't harm Zhao Yuan at all, only to watch helplessly as the amulet transported Zhao Yuan back. With its nearest target gone, the life-stealing nightmare turned its gaze towards where Lin Mo had been, but by then Lin Mo had already disappeared, having taken advantage of the moment the nightmare focused on Zhao Yuan to swiftly escape with the help of the wind spirits. Feeling the familiar presence getting farther away, the life-stealing nightmare roared in frustration, then led a group of its minions in pursuit of the direction Lin Mo had fled. Lin Mo, traveling with the wind, moved at high speed. The dream crystal hanging around his neck flickered, continuously releasing a cool breath to ward off the drowsiness. Another nightmare. Had the people from the school not cleared things up last time? Lin Mo concluded that this nightmare must have been born in the tomb they investigated previously, but for some reason the school authorities had not looked into it, pretending to be asleep to lure the enemy. Perhaps the nightmare killed last time was just a decoy. Considering this possibility, Lin Mo felt a deep wariness towards such a cunning creature. A creature with such intelligence surely wouldn't be of low rank. It might even be on the same level as the beast king he had once encountered. Lin Mo dared not stop running with all his might towards the city. Fortunately, he made it back without incident. Upon his return, he immediately reported the incident with the life-stealing nightmare to the school authorities. Upon learning that a life-stealing nightmare had appeared outside the dimensional world, the school immediately dispatched people to suppress it while also intensifying the city's defenses. Even the demon hunting troops were alarmed, fearing that the nightmare stealer would use its powers to kill. The nightmare stealer only feeds on fear. The troops and the school authorities wouldn't normally intervene, but this creature kills in dreams. If left unchecked, dozens could die overnight. Lin Mo returned to the attic. Although he was back at the ancient capital academy, Lin Mo's heart could not settle, feeling as if he was being targeted. At that moment, he noticed the dream crystal on his chest still flickering. Lin Mo knew little about the dream crystal, and after pondering for a moment, he sent a message to Yi Xian inquiring about the reason for the crystal's glow. Yi Xian, the dream crystal glowing means it's resisting dreams or illusions. Lin Mo, what if it keeps glowing? Yi Xian, keeps glowing? That can't be right. Where are you now? Lin Mo, in the academy dormitory. Yi Xian, impossible, there are no dreams or illusions strong enough inside the academy to affect the dream crystal. It shouldn't be glowing continuously unless, could it be that the nightmare stealer has set its sights on your dream crystal? Yi Xian, Lin Mo, do not go out these days, just stay inside the academy. If the nightmare stealer appears, contact the instructor immediately. Yi Xian, or for safety you might want to discard the dream crystal, but since its power has clung to you, the nightmare stealer probably won't let you off. It might always be trying to drag you into a dream, which is why the dream crystal is continuously glowing, resisting that force. Lin Mo frowned upon reading these messages. He took off the dream crystal from his neck, unable to believe that the Nightmare Stealer's power could still affect him even back at the academy, and discarding it was not an option. Lin Mo, I understand, thank you, Yi Xian. Be safe and contact me anytime if there's an issue. My dorm isn't far from yours. Lin Mo sent a thankful emoji and was about to follow Yi Xian's advice to temporarily discard the dream crystal and seek help from the instructor. However, he suddenly thought of Zhao Yuan. Looking at the dream crystal in his hand, he recalled Yi Xian's words. Perhaps he could use the dream crystal to eliminate future threats. Lin Mo's gaze hardened, a chilling intent appearing in his eyes. Zhao Yuan had murderous intentions towards him, and while Lin Mo was constrained by human laws from killing him directly, he could use another's hand. The Nightmare Stealer kills invisibly. Using it to kill Zhao Yuan might leave no one suspecting him. With this plan in mind, Lin Mo decided to proceed, but first he needed to ensure his own survival. The dream crystal had left some power inside him. If the Nightmare Stealer was greedy enough, it might try to kill him to take this power. Lin Mo had only had the dream crystal for a few days and there wasn't much power in it, making this scenario unlikely, but as the saying goes, better safe than sorry. Lin Mo took out his Soul Hunter token, which clearly recorded his points, 138,632. Excluding the 100,000 points from selling the blue patterned weapon, the rest were earned from his own battles with spirits. To exchange for a protective amulet, he needed 150,000 points, meaning he had to borrow another 20,000 points. Lin Mo asked Yi Xian for a loan, who without hesitation lent him 50,000 points and even advised him to buy more treasures for protection. With nearly 190,000 points accumulated, Lin Mo first selected an amulet for protection and then purchased 10 skill storage talismans, leaving the rest of his points untouched for the time being. After waiting half an hour, someone delivered the amulet and skill storage talismans to him. Lin Mo wasted no time in setting up the talismans around the attic, infusing them with the power of fierce fire. Once the array was ready, he left the house. Lin Mo did not know where Zhao Yuan lived, but in this day and age, finding someone was as easy as asking around. After obtaining Zhao Yuan's address, Lin Mo stealthily sneaked in and placed a dream crystal at the doorstep. Just as he set down the dream crystal, a wave of drowsiness hit him. This must be the residual power of the lethal nightmare. Lin Mo hadn't expected the residual power to be so strong. If it weren't for the constant protection of the dream crystal, he might have met the same fate as Zhao Yuan. Lin Mo was planning to head back first, but suddenly the drowsiness intensified. At this moment, he realized that this might not be the residual power of the nightmare. The creature was nearby. This thought made Lin Mo frown deeply. Without hesitation, he prepared to flee with the aid of the wind spirit. However, a mass of black smoke descended from the sky like a cold, immense blade slashing towards Lin Mo. As he saw a humanoid figure emerge from the black fog, he turned and ran towards Zhao Yuan's room. Boom! The black blade struck, splitting Zhao Yuan's loft in two, and he woke up from his sleep startled, seeing the lethal nightmare right in front of him. Zhao Yuan was completely dumbfounded. How is it possible for it to have come here to the ancient academy city? Zhao Yuan's eyes were wide open in horror as he witnessed the scene. It wasn't until he saw Lin Mo that he realized he had been led into a trap. Lin Mo, it was you led it here. Zhao Yuan was furious, his body igniting with blazing flames. However, the domain of the lethal nightmare soon took effect, causing the flames to flicker uncertainly and unsteadily. Zhao Yuan himself was so drowsy he could hardly stand. Lin Mo fared slightly better. He just couldn't muster any strength, even too drowsy to use his skills. The lethal nightmare hovered in the sky like the Grim Reaper, swinging its great blade at Lin Mo and Zhao Yuan. They couldn't stop the lethal nightmare's strike. Lin Mo closed his eyes in satisfaction, while Zhao Yuan's face was filled with despair. He hadn't prepared a second protective amulet. Watching Lin Mo escape using the teleportation of his amulet, Zhao Yuan's eyes about to close were filled with bitterness and regret. When the black blade struck, the entire loft was leveled and Zhao Yuan's figure was engulfed in the rising black mist, instantly shattered. Back in an instant through teleportation, Lin Mo looked towards the distant dormitory where Zhao Yuan had stayed. Black mist rose, merging with the night sky, hardly noticeable unless looked at closely. Under these circumstances, Zhao Yuan undoubtedly faced certain death without a protective amulet. After waiting half a minute, Lin Mo took out his phone and sent a message to his instructor. When the instructor learned that the lethal nightmare had appeared at the academy, he was shocked. "We are on our way back, stay at home and do not go out. they were rushing back to the location where Lin Mo had encountered the lethal nightmare to investigate. The nightmare that steals dreams had made its move to infiltrate the school. I had already informed the teachers who were staying late and they would be arriving at your location shortly. Do not wander off. After leaving these instructions, the instructor didn't send any further messages. Lin Mo stood on the rooftop, gazing into the distance, clearly seeing the ominous aura approaching his direction. Everything was indeed as Yi Xian had described. The nightmare was not only after the dream crystal but also after him. Fortunately, Lin Mo had prepared for this. It's coming, he murmured. The next second, flames erupted around the attic like dragons, surging fiercely and forming a protective circle. With a diameter of several tens of meters, the crimson flames turned half the sky red, making it look like daylight from afar. What's happening? Why does it look like daylight over there? Could someone be using a skill or something else? It looks like a talisman array, but why use a talisman array in the academy at night? Some students who were not asleep and were searching the academy for lower-level spirits stopped what they were doing and stared intently at the fiery glow above the attic. Meanwhile, Yi Xian also noticed this scene. He quickly sent a message to Lin Mo to inquire about the situation. It's here, just 4 words, and Yi Xian's brows furrowed deeply. The nightmare had actually come to the academy. Normally, only low-level spirits dared to roam the academy because the high-level ones knew what this place was and dared not tread lightly. The nightmare had actually come for a dream crystal? Yi Xian thought about going to help, but seeing the towering flames, he realized he couldn't be of much help and could only watch helplessly. Atop the attic, bang! The nightmare struck down, almost shattering the fiery array. If not for Lin Mo using 10 skill storage talismans, even one strike might not have been blocked. Seeing that one strike was not enough, the nightmare continued with several more. As its attacks grew more fierce, a crack appeared in the fiery array. The crack spread quickly. Seeing the fiery array about to break, Lin Mo, already standing on the wind spirit, prepared to flee. Holy wing! Slash! Just then, the sky suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Within the golden light, an angelic apparition appeared and disappeared intermittently, its wings slicing through the air like a heavy blade, cleaving the nightmare in two. Soon after, several figures appeared in the air. The leader, bearing golden wings, looked divinely solemn at the nightmare. Just as the nightmare began to reassemble, the man pulled out a spear and thrust it into the ground, pinning the nightmare firmly. In a desperate attempt, it split part of its body, transforming into a cloud of black smoke flying towards the city outskirts. Think you can come and go as you please? The man spread his wings and pursued, with others following closely behind. Lin Mo watched as the figures gradually moved away, finally letting out a sigh of relief. He went downstairs to collect the remaining 3 fiery talismans, preparing to return, when suddenly the system's voice echoed in his mind. Nearby remnants of the nightmare detected. Host may choose to extract attributes. The remnants of the nightmare were here. Lin Mo looked around and finally set his eyes on the long spear. He walked over, his gaze fixed on the tip of the spear. There lay a cluster of black mist, presumably the remnants referred to by the system. Extract, Lin Mo quietly murmured to himself. Successful extraction of attribute, spirit, gained resistance to dreams and illusions, acquired skill, realm of elusive dreams. Realm of elusive dreams, a domain that once activated can pull enemies into an illusion where the caster has complete control over the environment. A domain. Curious about its effects, Lin Mo tried to deploy the realm of elusive dreams, but nothing happened for a long time. Could it be due to the lack of a target? As Lin Mo scanned his surroundings at that moment, he saw a familiar figure rushing towards him. Su Cheng? Su Cheng ran up to him, relieved to see Lin Mo unharmed, and exclaimed, "Brother Lin, thank goodness you're safe. I was so worried." "What brings you here?" Lin Mo was briefly puzzled but soon smiled. "Your timing is perfect. I actually need your help with something." Su Cheng paused, then thumped his chest. "Brother Lin, you saved me once. I'd climb mountains and dive into seas for you." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing that's serious." Before Su Cheng could respond, Lin Mo activated the realm of elusive dreams. Suddenly, the scenery in front of Su Cheng changed dramatically, like images flashing by in a zoetrope, bringing him to the outskirts of the city, the same place where he was once surrounded by ghostly beings wielding large blades. Not only was the location the same, but the spectral figures, including the large blade spirits, were also present. Su Cheng instinctively tried to use his skills, but he couldn't move. "What's going on? Why can't I use my skills?" Su Cheng looked horrified. Without Lin Mo in sight, he had no choice but to believe that everything happening was real. Facing the spirits, Unarmed, his fear escalated immeasurably. Just as a large blade was about to strike him, all the spirits vanished and Lin Mo appeared in front of him. Seeing Lin Mo, Su Cheng immediately clung to his legs. "Brother Lin, what exactly is this, the domain?" Lin Mo didn't try to conceal it or make excuses. Hearing the word domain, Su Cheng's pupils shrank, his face a mixture of disbelief and awe. "Brother Lin, you've mastered a domain so quickly? I heard you need to be at least level 60 to have one." Su Cheng clung tighter to Lin Mo's legs. Seeking comfort in his presence, Lin Mo knew well about the level 60 requirement for domains. He remembered Yu Qingfeng, who was at this level when he wiped out the Beast King with 3 arrows. Lin Mo had considered using the domain to instantly reach the level of a God King, but unfortunately he had never encountered a God King and couldn't simulate that kind of aura. For now he was not truly level 60 but could invoke the fearsome aura of it through the domain. After experimenting a while longer to confirm the domain's effects, he finally let Su Cheng go. Just then Yi Xian arrived. Seeing him, Lin Mo made an earnest request. In the realm of elusive dreams, Yi Xian incredulously asked Lin Mo, "What kind of domain is this that even my level feels suppressed?" Clearly at level 38, but upon entering the domain it felt as though he had regressed to before his second awakening. This was the first time Yi Xian had ever encountered a domain that could suppress power levels. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this domain could change according to my will. Lin Mo watched Yi Xian struggle to break through the constraints of the levels and absent-mindedly touched his nose. After both Yi Xian and Su Cheng had personally tested it, Lin Mo had roughly figured out how to use the skill called Dreamland Earth. It could completely suppress those whose levels were lower than his own. If the levels were equal or slightly higher, it would suppress them too. Additionally, it could significantly boost Lin Mo's own aura, undermining his enemy's confidence. Of course, there were also illusions involved. The illusions were similar to what Su Cheng had seen. If Su Cheng hadn't resisted the Soul Reaper, he would have truly been killed. With a thought from Lin Mo, the domain automatically dissipated and both he and Yi Xian stepped out of it. "I never expected you to have your own domain. Now I'm even more curious about what your profession might be," said Yi Xian, looking around at the familiar environment with a serious expression. Su Cheng, who was beside him, nodded in agreement. Like Yi Xian, he was also clueless about Lin Mo's profession, which Lin Mo never disclosed. However, they were well aware that given these unique skills, Lin Mo's profession, even if it were a hidden one, would be top tier. "Lin Mo, can you reveal what your profession is?" Yi Xian asked quietly. Lin Mo simply smiled, saying nothing. Reveal his profession? Priest, Poison Master, Holy Spirit King? No matter which he mentioned, no one would believe him, and explaining it would be even more troublesome if he mentioned being a tribute less. Better not to tell. Yi Xian shrugged, then turned his attention to the gun on the ground. "Is this a golden glow weapon? Could it belong to our academy's vice principal?" he mused, jumping into the crater left by the long spear and touching it. Upon hearing it was a golden glow weapon, Lin Mo couldn't help but take another look. The spear shaft had 2 golden stripes shimmering brightly, a clear indicator of a golden glow weapon. What kind of power does this vice principal have? Lin Mo wondered aloud. He must be around level 60 or almost there, considering our academy's principal is already at level 60. Yi Xian continued. This vice principal rarely shows himself. He probably appeared this time because the deadly nightmare emerged in the academy, posing a threat to the students' safety. Just then footsteps approached, stopping only when they reached the edge of the pit. Everyone looked up to see Ningying and her group. "What are you guys doing here? Is everything alright?" Ningying immediately jumped down to join Lin Mo, asking with concern, "Your team leader is here and you don't care about me but about Lin Mo?" Yi Xian teased. Ningying, unfazed and proud, tilted her head slightly. "Does it matter if I care about my future happiness?" A chorus of tisk tsks filled the air. Lin Mo was taken aback. He had never seen someone so boldly declare their love. Maybe girls in this world were different. But indeed, Ningying was quite attractive, with a beautiful figure and face, and even her expressions were pleasantly comforting. Truly a moonlight beauty. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared among them. Principal Gu. Yi Xian quickly greeted the newcomer. Upon hearing that the vice-chancellor of the academy had arrived, others also greeted him. "Hello there," he responded warmly. Vice-Chancellor Gu, dressed casually, maintained a robust posture despite being over 50. His smile was benevolent, lacking the typical air of authority one might expect from a chancellor. Holding the spear in one hand, it transformed into golden threads and merged into his body. As the spear vanished, so did the dark mist. "The wraith is dead, and its place of origin has been purified. You can rest easy now," he announced. From his pocket he retrieved a black stone and added, "Besides, I found this dream crystal. Its aura is different from that of the wraith. it must belong to one of you. Seeing his dream crystal returned, Lin Mo smiled and took it from him, thanking the Chancellor. With a nod and a smile, Chancellor Gu then disappeared from the spot. He left so quickly. Was that teleportation? Su Cheng wondered aloud after his departure. The others shook their heads in ignorance. After Chancellor Gu's departure, everyone climbed out of the pit one by one. They noticed a group of students cautiously approaching, clearly curious about the events that had unfolded. With the nightmare vanquished, Yi Xian and the others prepared to leave. Ninging smiled and waved goodbye to Lin Mo before departing with them. Brother Lin, I'm off too, said Su Cheng, heading in a different direction. He had arrived the fastest, yet Lin Mo had never discussed this matter with him. Back home, Lin Mo put the dream crystal back around his neck, enjoying an especially comfortable sleep that night. Though his nights were always comfortable, Lin Mo resumed his routine life, days at the academy and nights spent soul hunting. His rank on the Soul Hunters leaderboard rose from 200 to 150. Lin Mo considered aiming for the top 100, but those ranks were filled with formidable hunters, the lowest level among them being 40. After several days of soul hunting, Lin Mo had only leveled up once, just one level shy of 40. This level was a significant threshold, and to break through he had to continue soul hunting. During one of his enjoyable soul hunting sessions, an unexpected event occurred. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave his house, he heard a knock at the door. Normally he rarely had visitors. Curious, he went to open the door and found two people in Demon Suppression Army uniforms standing outside. Hello, we've received a report. You are suspected of premeditated murder. Please come with us to the Demon Suppression Army, they said. Premeditated murder? Lin Mo was shocked internally, but his expression remained calm. Seeing the arrest warrant in their hands, he knew even if he hadn't killed Zhao Yuan, he would still have to go with them. But resisting arrest could lead to even worse consequences. After a moment of silence, he requested, "May I call my supervisor?" "No need, we've already informed the school. Please come with us now," they replied, seeming eager to prevent him from making any calls before quickly moving to detain him. Lin Mo initially wanted to struggle, but the aura unleashed by the two men far exceeded level 40, completely overpowering him. Subsequently, he was handcuffed and taken away to the Demon Suppression Army's ancient capital division. Upon arrival, Lin Mo was thrown into a cell without any trial, and even his storage ring and protective amulet were confiscated. Sitting in the cell, Lin Mo realized he had been set up. Indeed, he had killed Zhao Yuan, but it was a murder by proxy using the hands of the deadly nightmare, something the Demon Suppression Army could never trace back. Only the local noble families could possibly have the influence to make the Demon Suppression Army act on their behalf. Lin Mo frowned. He had thought his plan was flawless, but he had underestimated Zhao Yuan's background. The academy was definitely not informed. Chances were high that he might be framed. As Lin Mo's brows knitted together, he realized that once in the Demon Suppression Army, if they wanted to frame him, he really had no recourse. Just then footsteps approached from not far away. "Brother Zhao, the guy is inside here. Do you want to take a look?" It was the voice of the man who had captured Lin Mo, followed by a middle-aged man's voice. "No need, just follow the procedure. He killed Yuaner. He must pay with his life. Don't worry, Brother Zhao, I've checked this guy. He's just an ordinary student. Killing him won't bring us any trouble from the ancient capital's academy. Good work. Here's a little something for your efforts." The two men conversed openly beside Lin Mo's cell, and after their talk, the middle-aged man's footsteps faded away while the other man approached Lin Mo. The man in black came up to the cell and tapped on the iron bars. "You must have heard the conversation. Whether you killed him or not, you're not walking out alive. Sign this paper and get it over with early." He tossed a confession document into Lin Mo's cell. Looking at the document, Lin Mo sneered, "If I don't sign, are you planning to force a confession?" The man in black nodded indifferently, "But I'll give you 1 day to think about it. If you don't sign by then, I'll have to force you." Saying this, he left without looking back. The dungeon housed many who were either indestructible spirits or death row inmates, and it was seldom entered on regular days. Besides, with bribes smoothing the way, no one cared whether Lin Mo lived or died. One day was his last shred of mercy. Listening to the fading footsteps, Lin Mo felt his heart sink to the depths. There was no way out. He couldn't find any means to escape. His powers were sealed, and he was now just a lamb waiting for slaughter. The key issue was his storage ring was gone. Otherwise, he could have killed himself and used the protective amulet to teleport back. Now, both were taken. Clearly a well-prepared move, knowing the function of the amulet. Today is the day the new head takes over. Everyone be alert. The man in black exited the dungeon and began preparations for welcoming the new director. He didn't hold any significant position within the demon suppression army and saw the arrival of the new head, a former leader from the powerful mountain-shaking army and previously in charge of the Red Sand province, as an opportunity to curry favor and secure a good position. That place is no ancient capital, it's fraught with danger. Those who manage to hold their positions there possess significant strength. Recently, due to the instability of the spectral plane near the ancient capital, he was swapped with the local leader. He's here, someone shouted suddenly, prompting everyone to look up. A helicopter landed on the helipad and a man and a woman emerged one after the other. Welcome, Minister Yu. A man in black hurried forward, about to help Yu Qingfeng with his belongings, but Yu didn't even glance at him, instead handing his things to his assistant Yulin by his side. Yu Qingfeng then glanced at the crowd lined up to welcome him, waved his hand and said, "I'm just temporarily transferred here. No need for such courtesy, just go about your business." Hearing this, the man in black knew this was his chance to impress and quickly said, "Minister Yu, actually this is our little." But before he could finish, Yu Qingfeng accompanied by Yulin walked toward the office. The man in black was left feeling awkward, but he didn't dare to make a scene in front of Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng, with his discerning eye, had seen many a battlefield and had a unique ability to judge people. He had no time for sycophants like the man in black. "Yulin, I've just arrived and there's a lot I don't know. Please compile a report on all the departments here and have it to me by tonight," he commanded. Yu Qingfeng decided to start by understanding the situation of the various departments of the ancient capital's demon fighting forces before making any decisions. "Yes, Captain," Yulin replied, her pencil skirt swishing as she briskly moved to visit each department. By evening, Yulin had gathered detailed reports from about 6 or 7 departments in the ancient capital, including some long-standing unresolved issues. Yu Qingfeng, sitting back in his chair, began reading through the documents. "The soldiers here in the ancient capital are far less vigilant than those at the border," he mused, not even aware of the birth of a life-stealing nightmare until after the fact. "And this, a life-stealing nightmare, heads to the ancient capital and it's the school principal who gets there first. The dungeons, however, are in order, lists of personnel and their crimes included." Just as Yu Qingfeng was about to move on to the next document, a name in the last line caught his eye. Lin Mo? It couldn't be another person with the same name, could it? He knew Lin Mo was a rule breaker, but murder seemed a stretch, and it seemed he had just been incarcerated today. Yu Qingfeng thought for a moment, then instructed Yulin, "Go to the dungeon and take a photo of this person, then send it to me." "Okay," Yulin responded nonchalantly before leaving with her phone. Soon after, Yu Qingfeng received the photo from Yulin. In the photo, Lin Mo faced the camera, his expression betraying no fear. "It really is this guy." Yu Qingfeng almost jumped up. This kid committed murder. Yu Qingfeng had come to the ancient capital to recruit Lin Mo into the Hangshan army, and now this kid had apparently committed murder. Could he really have killed someone? Yu Qingfeng pondered the possibility. If it was true, he couldn't cover for him. But it was likely not the case. Lin Mo was smart. Murder would only ruin his future, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't kill. Regardless, the first step was to figure out what exactly had happened and why. Just as Yu Qingfeng was about to have Yulin inquire for him, the other party sent over a confession statement. Another message followed. "Captain Yu," he said, "someone was trying to force a confession out of him, claiming it was unjust." Forced into confession? What a sly move, and it happens right here. This might just solve this young man's problem too. When Yu Qingfeng heard that Lin Mo was framed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Since Lin Mo was innocent, he naturally had to protect him. However, he couldn't just directly release him from jail, as that would greatly diminish the debt of gratitude Lin Mo owed him. Only by first despairing and then seeing hope could Lin Mo willingly follow him and join the Hanshan army. "You cheeky lad, consider this a lesson." The next day, a man in black entered the prison and walked up to Lin Mo's cell. Seeing the unsigned confession on the ground, a glint of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes as he coldly said, "Must I really force my hand?" Lin Mo stood up from the bed, dusted off his clothes, and with a sense of noble readiness to face death said, "To sign or not, either way it's death for me. Since you work for the noble families, you probably don't care whether a man dies with a confession, right?" The man in black shook his head. "If you sign the confession, I kill you with justification. If not, you remain a threat to me." He was always meticulous in his work. If anyone tried to reopen Lin Mo's case in the future, he could simply present the signed confession and no one could touch him. "Really, leaving you a threat as my last act seems like a good thing to me," Lin Mo replied indifferently. Seeing Lin Mo's unyielding attitude, the man in black wasted no more words. He opened the cell door, his aura swirling about him, a chilling frost emanating from his body. let's see how long you can hold out. With a wave of his hand, the man in black held a whip studded with frost spikes, continuously emitting a white poisonous chill. Lin Mo, sharp as ever, realized that the white chill was toxic and that the whip would surely tear flesh from skin. Crack! With a flick of his wrist, the whip lashed towards Lin Mo. With all his skill sealed, Lin Mo could only watch helplessly as the whip descended, forced into confession. How interesting. Just then, a deep voice echoed down the corridor. The next second, the man in black was blasted away by an invisible force, slamming heavily against the iron bars of the cell, even bending them. The man in black struggled to his feet. When he saw the figure approaching down the hallway, his pupils dilated in shock. "You? Minister, you?" Seeing it was Yu Qingfeng, the man in black's legs went weak. Inside the cell, Lin Mo was equally stunned to see Yu Qingfeng and a woman standing before him. Wait, why was Yu Qingfeng here? Wasn't he in charge of the border? And this woman, wasn't she the one who came to see him last night? Minister, you, what are you doing here? The man in black scrambled to his feet, his voice trembling with fear. Yu Qingfeng glanced around calmly and said sternly, "If I hadn't come, who knows what other marvelous methods like forced confessions the Gu capital's demon suppression army would have up their sleeves." Hearing this, the man in black hurriedly explained, "Minister, you misunderstand. This man committed murder and refuses to confess, continuously making excuses. I had no choice but to act." "You say he murdered someone, where is the evidence?" Yu Qingfeng's statement immediately silenced the man in black. Just then Yulin picked up a confession from the ground and handed it to Yu Qingfeng. As Yu Qingfeng took the confession, the man in black began to tremble. The confession was well written indeed. Yu Qingfeng crushed the confession and continued his interrogation. "Where is the evidence?" The man in black shook like a sieve, his voice quivering. "No evidence. No evidence, and yet you dare to arrest people recklessly, throw them into prison without a proper trial, and create such a sanctimonious confession, hoping to force a confession. Interesting." Yu Qingfeng pressed on, his gaze fixed intensely on the man in black. "Who ordered you to make the arrest?" "Oh, Zhao, the Zhao family." "The Zhao family?" Yu Qingfeng turned to Yulin, who quickly brought up information on the Zhao family on her tablet. After reviewing the information, Yu Qingfeng let out a few cold laughs. "A minor unknown family has the audacity to command a deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Army? Fascinating." The man in black held the rank of deputy commander in the Demon Suppression Army, second only to the commander and Yu Qingfeng himself. In a place like the ancient capital, this position was akin to an emperor, but what he hadn't expected was that such a position meant to protect the nation was being corrupted by bribes and forced confessions. "Minister, you, all these actions were instigated by the Zhao family. It really has nothing to do with me," the man in black pleaded, seeing Yu Qingfeng's anger redirected towards the Zhao family. Little did he know Yu Qingfeng despised turncoats the most. Before the man in black could finish his sentence, Yu Qingfeng slammed him against the wall, leaving him dizzy and unable to stand. "Both the Zhao family and you are under investigation. No one will escape." Yu Qingfeng had just taken office in the ancient capital and his seat hadn't even warmed up. Initially he had planned to switch roles with the previous officer after settling the unrest in the realm of spirits. Now, it seemed necessary to clean up the area first. After dealing with the man in black, Yu Qingfeng then turned to Lin Mo, a mischievous smile emerging on his face. Lin Mo knew it was a mocking smile. Having rejected Yu Qingfeng multiple times at the border and now having to rely on him for rescue, the man was undoubtedly feeling immensely self-satisfied. If it weren't for the woman who stood by Yu Qingfeng's side last night, Lin Mo would have been overwhelmed with gratitude. However, the fact that Yu Qingfeng could have cleared his name last night but chose to wait until the crucial moment to appear made Lin Mo feel justified in his decision not to join the Henshan army. "What's with that look?" Yu Qingfeng had been expecting a thank you from Lin Mo, but seeing his odd expression he suddenly felt stripped bare. "It's nothing." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, looking at the man in black who had just fallen from the wall and then kicked him twice. After 2 kicks he still felt unsatisfied, so he asked Yu Qingfeng to remove his seal. "A couple of kicks should suffice. Using powers might end up killing him, and beating a public officer in front of his superior is too presumptuous." Yu Qingfeng cautioned worried Lin Mo might not control his strength. Lin Mo stretched his hand. "I'm someone who avenges grievances on the spot. If you won't let me, how about compensating me for my emotional distress?" "Yulin, help him unseal his powers," Yu Qingfeng said without looking back and walked away. After Yulin unsealed Lin Mo's powers, she too left the prison. Lin Mo showed considerable restraint, waiting until the two had completely left before he wrapped his fists in blazing fire and unleashed a furious beating on the man in black. Not satisfied with Just that, he then used the ring of deadly poison to inflict a torturous poison on the man, one that wouldn't just cause diarrhea but a pain so severe that it teetered between life and death. This poison was enough to keep him in agony for a whole day in the cell. Half an hour later, Lin Mo finally stepped out of the dungeon. At the entrance, Yu Qingfeng was waiting for him with a strikingly beautiful assistant by his side. How did it go? You didn't beat him to death, did you? Lin Mo shrugged. I almost got killed by your demon suppress army for not killing him, let alone if I had actually killed someone. Yu Qingfeng couldn't help but laugh at Lin Mo's remarks. The issue indeed lies within our army, and you were the victim here, so it's fine that you fought back. But tell me honestly, did you kill anyone? Lin Mo touched his nose and said, some people deserve to die, but strictly speaking, it wasn't me who killed him, so no, I didn't kill anyone. Yu Qingfeng fell silent, understanding the implication, a strict definition. It was clear to him that Zhao Yuan's death was connected to Lin Mo, but it was also clear that Lin Mo hadn't been the one to directly kill him. It was likely a case of using someone else to do the dirty work. Without solid evidence, no one could convict Lin Mo. Yu Qingfeng rubbed his forehead. Troubled you this guy? Can't you keep these things to yourself? I don't know whether to arrest you or let you go. But since there's no evidence, even if we bring you in, we can't convict you. You've changed, and I feel like you're becoming a menace to society. Despite his exasperation, Yu Qingfeng had a soft spot for Lin Mo. He appreciated talents, but Lin Mo was clearly not the type to follow rules. Joining the Huan Mountain Army might ruin their reputation, but I'm reluctant to let go of you. Next time someone tries to kill you, just come directly to the Demon Suppress Army and I'll get justice for you, Yu Qingfeng promised. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo was slightly surprised, then regained his composure. Minister Yu, since you've put it that way, there is actually another matter where I need your help with justice. Among those who arrested me last time, one was from your Demon Suppress Army. Upon hearing this, Yu Qingfeng immediately had Yulin pull up all the photographs of the soldiers from the ancient capital division of the Demon Suppress Army, allowing Lin Mo to identify them one by one. Lin Mo pointed out the man from that time. Yu Qingfeng nodded and instructed Yulin, take someone to arrest him and lock him up in the dungeon with the other guy until I return tonight for interrogation. After giving the order, he soared away with the wind. What is he going to do? Lin Mo asked Yulin curiously. Without looking up from her tablet, Yulin's delicate fingers slid across the screen as she replied softly, probably to warn some people. Lin Mo understood. The Zhao family had indeed hit big luck this time. Turning back to Yulin, Lin Mo asked curiously, can I come with you to arrest him? Yulin looked up at Lin Mo, her eyes sincere yet sly. This time, she refused quite straightforwardly. This is an internal matter for the Demon Suppress Army. As a student, it's better for you to go back to class. Hearing this, Lin Mo knew his chance to get in on the action was gone. Although he couldn't satisfy his craving for action with Yu Qingfeng handling the situation, those two were definitely not going to have a good end. I'm leaving now. Lin Mo waved his hand leisurely and walked towards the gate. At the Zhao residence, Zhao Menghuan, who was over 50 years old, was still waiting for news of Lin Mo's death. Instead, what came was an arrow. An arrow descended from the sky, instantly shattering the Zhao family's formation and leveling their ancestral hall to the ground. Zhao Menghuan recovered from his shock, his expression one of horror as he looked up at the figure in the sky. He clasped his hands in a respectful greeting. May I ask, Senior, how has my Zhao family offended you? The presence of the newcomer was overwhelming, and the entire Zhao family was enveloped by this oppressive force. In such a situation, Zhao Menghuan dared not resist, nor did he dare show even a hint of resentment. Yu Qingfeng, standing in the air, looked down at Zhao Menghuan and said coldly, head of Zhao, let me advise you, the Demon Suppression Army is not something you can meddle with. With those words, Zhao Menghuan realized something and quickly knelt on the ground. He didn't even dare to breathe heavily and hurriedly agreed, rest assured, Senior, my Zhao family will be diligent from now on. Yu Qingfeng glanced at the ruined ancestral hall and casually remarked, the hall is too fragile. Your ancestors must not be resting peacefully. Consider using more durable materials. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Qingfeng's figure disappeared into the sky. Yu Qingfeng had left, but Zhao Menghuan remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to raise his head for a full half-minute. When he finally did, other members of the Zhao family rushed over to help him up. One of them, looking at the collapsed hall, angrily said, who is this person that dares to do this to us? Smack! Before he could finish, Zhao Menghuan slapped him across the face, causing him to spit blood. Silence! Zhao Menghuan, suppressing his fierce expression, said sternly, do as the senior instructed, rebuild the ancestral hall with the sturdiest materials. After that he walked to his room without looking back, and upon entering Zhao Menghuan collapsed on the floor. His limbs were still shaking and his back was soaked with cold sweat. Just now his Zhao family had nearly been erased from the ancient city. It could only have been that newly appointed minister who could tear apart the Zhao family's formation with a single arrow. Zhao Menghuan regretted not having swallowed his pride before. For the sake of avenging his son he had almost doomed the entire Zhao family. He had thought the killer of his son was just an ordinary person, but it turned out that the person had the backing of a demon suppression army regional head. Although the Zhao family held a high status in the ancient city, they were still a small fish compared to such a leviathan. If the other party wanted the Zhao family to disappear, it would only take a word. Fortunately, this time it was just a warning, not a deadly blow. With lingering fear, Zhao Menghuan sighed deeply, turned his head and called his wife, deciding to start anew. After leaving the Demon Suppression Army, Lin Mo did not immediately return but instead went to the Yanhuan Commerce Guild. He found the manager from last time, Wu Sanshur, and handed him the dream crystal. A dream crystal? Could it be from the nightmares that have appeared recently? Wu Sanshur hadn't even taken it yet but could see that this dream crystal was very new. He took out a handkerchief, carefully took the dream crystal and examined it closely, his face suddenly turning solemn. My friend, you didn't use this dream crystal for anything else, did you? Aside from wearing it, I haven't done anything else. Could this dream crystal be a fake? Lin Mo thought of Principal Gu. As a prominent principal he wouldn't embezzle, would he? Wu Sanshur shook his head. It's not that, but this dream crystal looks quite new, yet its energy is extremely scarce, even more so than some that have been stored for over a decade. Hearing this, Lin Mo remembered that he had retrieved the dream crystal from the hands of the Nightmare Reaper. The scarcity of energy could very well be because the Nightmare Reaper absorbed some of it. Lin Mo shared this conclusion with Wu Sanshur, who, after hearing it, shook his head in confusion. If the Nightmare Reaper had absorbed the energy, logically it should have drained it completely, leaving none behind. So, do you still want this dream crystal? Lin Mo didn't care how much energy was left. He just cared about whether he could sell it. He now had the ability to resist dreams, making the dream crystal weak in effect for him. Rather than keeping it as an ornament, he preferred to sell it for money, especially since he was planning to get a new weapon. Wu Sanshur set down the dream crystal and nodded. Although a lot of energy had dissipated, it still had a market, but the price would be much lower. Let me give you a quote and you see if it's acceptable. Saying this, Wu Sanshur stretched out 5 fingers, 5 million vocational coins. How does that sound, my friend? Lin Mo had checked the information before coming. A complete dream crystal was priced around 15 million vocational coins. If it's as Wu Sanshur said, with too much energy dissipated, then a price of 5 million vocational coins seemed appropriate. Yanhuan Commerce, being a powerful entity, wouldn't likely deceive consumers. Thinking this, Lin Mo immediately nodded in agreement. As soon as Lin Mo agreed, Wu Sanshur transferred the money to Lin Mo's card. Looking at the balance in his card, Lin Mo walked towards the weapons section. Manager Wu, bring out all the swords of the blue pattern level for me to see. Hearing Lin Mo wanted to buy a weapon, Wu Sanshur immediately instructed his staff to bring all the blue pattern level swords over. He laid them out neatly on the counter for Lin Mo to choose from. The array of swords gleamed with a chilling brilliance. To Lin Mo, each sword looked almost the same, and even with a discount each was priced around 10 million. Seeing Lin Mo look for so long, Wu Sanshur couldn't help but ask, are you not satisfied with these swords? These swords exceed my budget. Do you have anything cheaper? Lin Mo had a total of only 8 million vocational coins, not enough to buy even one. Hearing Lin Mo was short on money, Wu Sanshur chuckled a few times. Well then, consider the remaining difference as my treat. As the manager of Yanhuan Commerce, Wu Sanshur was not short of money. In his view, having Lin Mo owe him a favor was far more valuable than any monetary exchange. I'm really embarrassed, said Lin Mo while hesitantly touching the swords. He felt each sword's aura, finding them all quite similar. Let's pick a cheaper one. Lin Mo glanced at the price of each sword and finally chose one with a blue handle, priced exactly at 10 million. There are over 8 million in this card. I will send the rest to your residence another day. No worries, Wu Sanshur said as he took the card Lin Mo handed him, casually setting it aside without a glance. After the transaction was completed, Lin Mo concentrated his energy on his fingertips, ready to bond with the sword. His energy flowed out and entered the azure long sword. Buzz! The sound of the sword's hum rose and the long sword trembled slightly, accepting Lin Mo's energy. Buzz! At that moment, the other swords on the counter also began to hum and bounce around, a resonance of thousands of swords. Wu Sancher watched as all the swords on the counter moved towards Lin Mo, realizing something was amiss. Just as he was about to intervene, the swords gathered in front of Lin Mo, eagerly absorbing his energy like a pack of hungry wolves devouring a lamb. "No, young friend, stop. Don't bond with them yet," Wu Sancher shouted as he intervened. He drew a line in the air with his finger, and a dark line quickly struck towards those swords. Many swords were shaken off, but 5 remained close to Lin Mo, eventually becoming still after a few trembles. It was too late. Wu Sancher watched helplessly. By then Lin Mo had completed the bonding process. He had heard Wu Sanchi's voice, but had closed his eyes during the bonding and hadn't noticed the approaching swords. Now, with eyes open, he saw the other 4 swords pressing down on the azure sword he had chosen, seemingly more formidable than the azure one. What's happening? It was Lin Mo's first time encountering such a situation. Wu Sancher sighed and explained, "Young friend, you've bonded with 5 swords at once." 5 swords? Lin Mo's heart skipped. He glanced at the price tags of the other 4 swords, 13 million each, 14 million, each more expensive than the last. Once a weapon is bonded, it cannot be sold. Even if the bond is undone, it damages the weapon. Now, having bonded with 5 swords at once, the total value exceeded 60 million. Besides the initial one, he hadn't paid for the others. Lin Mo and Wu Sancher stared at each other, unsure of what to do next. Wu Sancher was also troubled. A few million vocational coins Lin Mo didn't have, and even if Wu lent him, it wouldn't cover it. This time, the 4 swords were worth over 60 million. If it were the Merchant Guild's fault, he could just give them to Lin Mo, but it was Lin Mo's own doing. The resonance of thousands of swords, Wu Sancher had seen it before. It attracts all nearby swords to a person, especially during bonding, where the swords rush forward in succession, all wanting to become the person's weapon. Lin Mo was in such a situation. He possessed the resonance, bonding with 5 swords at once. The responsibility was his own. Seeing Wu Sancher silent for a long time, Lin Mo also understood there was no room for negotiation and hesitantly asked, "Can I write an IOU?" Walking out of the Yanhuang Commerce Guild, Lin Mo's heart was filled with mixed feelings. After a discount plus Wu Sanchi's friendly price, Lin Mo owed the Yanhuang Commerce Guild over 15 million vocational coins. Based on his current monthly stipend at the academy, it would take about 6 or 7 years to repay. If the money was spent wisely, it would be one thing, but the key was that it was used in a daze. 5 swords recognized their masters simultaneously, a scenario Lin Mo could never have imagined before. With his increased strength, he also inherited a load of debts. Rubbing his forehead, Lin Mo felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, Wu Sancher didn't charge him any interest. Otherwise, by the time he finished paying off the debt, the interest alone could have amounted to 10 million more. Returning to his residence at the academy, Lin Mo summoned the 5 long swords. Aside from the cyan sword, the other 4 were also thin swords. Although they lacked special attributes, they were sufficiently sharp and durable. Lin Mo's whimsical choice of swords was due to his boredom with throwing knives. He planned to try his hand at flying swords. Blessed by the wind spirit, any weapon not overly heavy could be maneuvered through the air. Each sword was more expensive than the last. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, spread his fingers, and in an instant fierce flames engulfed the blades, while the wind spirit swords suspending the swords in midair. He then set his sights on the rockery in the courtyard, and with a single thought the 5 swords struck simultaneously. In the next second the rockery was shattered into pieces, leaving behind 5 fiery streaks. They were slower than throwing knives, but their lethality was several levels higher. The swords circled around Lin Mo, ready at a moment's notice. After several manipulations, Lin Mo was quite satisfied with the feel of the flying swords. Throwing knives, flying swords. Flying swords could be used openly, throwing knives covertly. Alternating between the two often caught enemies by surprise. The 50 million professional coins were well spent. Seeing the performance of the other 4 swords, Lin Mo's doubts vanished. The swords were fine. Next, he had to think about how to repay his debts. Initially, Lin Mo planned to venture into the Soul Realm after reaching level 40, and now he was just 1 level shy of that. He returned to his room to rest, and upon waking in the evening, he headed straight to the outskirts. Over the next few days, Lin Mo hunted souls frenetically, aiming to break through to level 40 soon. However, even though his experience points were maxed out, he didn't level up. Encountering this for the first time, unsure of what to do next, he decided to consult Yu Qingfeng. Lin Mo thought about asking his mentor, but with Yu Qingfeng, a level 60 professional available, it made more sense to seek his advice. Moreover, the guy enjoyed teaching him. Personally, Lin Mo made a trip to the Demon Suppression Army carrying a bag of fruit. Yu Qingfeng was playing a game while his assistant handled the paperwork. Hearing the knock, he instinctively put down his phone, feigning busyness. "Come in." As soon as Yu Qingfeng spoke, he saw Lin Mo enter with a bag of fruit. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng felt not reassured but rather startled. Bringing fruit, could it be that he has messed up? Yu Qingfeng was sure Lin Mo was in trouble. Otherwise, why would he be so kind-hearted? "Yulin, could you step out for a moment?" "Oh." Yulin put down the paperwork and left the room, giving Lin Mo a curious glance. Lowering her voice, she asked, "Did you mess up?" "Mess up? I've been a model student all my life. I couldn't possibly be in trouble." Yulin didn't respond but eyed Lin Mo skeptically before leaving the room. "Come in." Yu Qingfeng pretended to be busy picking up a book from the table. "You're holding the book upside down," Lin Mo kindly reminded him, then placed the fruit on the table full of sincerity. "I really owe it to Brother Yu for clearing my name last time. I've been so busy these days and only now found the time to thank Brother Yu. Please accept this small token of appreciation." Hearing Lin Mo call him Brother Yu, Qingfeng, despite feeling a bit embarrassed, was quite pleased. "What's the matter now? For small issues I can still plead for you, but for big troubles you'll have to manage on your own." Lin Mo shook his head firmly. "Brother Yu, I Lin Mo have always acted openly and honestly. Even if I really did something wrong, I would never ask Brother Yu to cover it up for me." Yu Qingfeng was amused by Lin Mo's expression and waved his hand dismissively. All right, don't get so worked up. Just tell me what it is." Seeing this, Lin Mo confessed his inability to break through to level 40. "This is the first time I've encountered such a problem and don't know how to solve it. I seek guidance from Brother Yu." Lin Mo was very humble. Yu Qingfeng stared at Lin Mo intently for a long moment without speaking. Level 40. After half a minute, Yu Qingfeng finally spoke. "Yes." Lin Mo nodded. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng's face was filled with surprise. "How long have you graduated? You're about to reach level 40? I was only level 40 by my sophomore year in college and you're almost a year ahead of me." Yu Qingfeng couldn't believe it, nor did he want to. Although level 40 wasn't high in a professional's career, anyone who reached it in their freshman year was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Now Yu Qingfeng himself was just over level 40 at level 63, considering himself half a genius, but compared to Lin Mo he felt completely overshadowed. This guy Lin Mo might even reach level 50 before graduating from college. "Have I never asked about your potential assessment?" Yu Qingfeng realized he had overlooked a crucial point. He'd always known about Lin Mo's skills, which were fully utilized only in the Demon Suppression Army, but never knew about his potential. Initially, he thought that since Lin Mo's skills impressed even Wang Mingho, his potential couldn't be low, so he never asked. Now, he really wanted to know what Lin Mo's potential assessment was. "Extremely high." "What else?" Lin Mo casually revealed his potential. "Extremely high." Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng almost slid off his chair. "Brother Yu, potential is secondary, the main issue is my level." Before Lin Mo could finish, Yu Qingfeng immediately stood up from his chair. Don't call me Brother Yu, call me Brother Lin." He was extremely respectful, and it didn't seem like a joke. Far from joking, Yu Qingfeng's address of Brother Lin was heartfelt. Extremely high potential. What did that mean? As long as he didn't fall, there was a high chance he would become a level 90 God King in the future. Among over 1 billion people in Huaxia, there were only 20 or 30 God Kings. One of them was the commander of the mountain-shaking army. With Lin Mo's potential, no matter which top power he joined or if he established his own force, he would leave a significant mark in human history. Compared to him, his own level 60 genius status was nothing but a mudfish. "Brother, you really don't be like this. I'm not used to it. Let's go back to normal." Lin Mo waved his hand, refusing Yu Qingfeng's kind offer. Normally he would have gladly taken his seat, but since he was asking for help from Yu Qingfeng, he needed to be more humble. "Ahem, okay, let's go back," Yu Qingfeng said, spreading his arms backward, his coat fluttering behind him. Then he sat back down. "Lin Mo, let's talk about the issue of your level not breaking through. I think the main reason is that you haven't grasped the changes and abilities after level 40, Yu Qingfeng explained. Seriously, a powerful professional is not just a mere mortal. The highest achievers can even fly through the air without any external help. Even the weaker ones have sturdy bodies that ordinary blades cannot scratch. There are 3 major milestones for professionals, not the 3 awakenings you often talk about, but rather at levels 40, 70 and 90. These levels represent a qualitative transformation for professionals, not just a simple rise in level. You're just one step away from level 40. Because you still don't know how to integrate your strength into your body to strengthen and fortify yourself, achieving a state where the heart moves at will and the will follows the heart. Moving at will following the heart. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, a burst of fierce fire emerging from his hand. Yu Qingfeng shook his head, casually waved his hand, and a blade of wind cut into the wall. The speed of casting skills is one factor, another is how to freely manipulate the internal energy in your body, allowing it to go wherever you want. I'm not sure if I'm explaining in enough detail. If not, I'll lower my level and spar with you, then you'll understand on your own. Having said this, Yu Qingfeng led Lin Mo to the Demon Suppression Army's training ground. At the training ground, Yu Qingfeng activated a barrier to prevent their fight from affecting the surroundings. He shook his coat, his aura instantly weakening to match Lin Mo's level. I'll fight you at level 40 so you can understand the difference between a level 40 professional and those below level 40, Lin Mo, considering his own strength, kindly reminded him. I think you can afford to increase your level a bit, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to beat me. Can't beat you, Yu Qingfeng laughed out loud. I'm still in charge of guarding this place with much more combat experience than you and currently a level higher than you. How could I not beat you? Alright, I know you have great potential, but don't underestimate me, give it your all. Hearing Yu Qingfeng say this, Lin Mo felt quite reassured. I will learn, he said, clasping his fists, his eyes instantly sharp. Bring it on. As soon as Yu Qingfeng spoke, the scenery around them suddenly changed. The next second he was pulled into an unknown area. The surroundings were scenes he had never seen before, vast oceans, boundless deserts, and erupting lava with thousands of swords hanging overhead. What is this? Yu Qingfeng was startled, then he noticed something off about Lin Mo in front of him. His aura suddenly surged, jumping from level 39 to a daunting level 60, an overwhelming pressure descending from the sky. What is this? Yu Qingfeng was stunned. Weren't you not yet at level 40? How could he be as strong as in his prime? Yu Qingfeng's first reaction was that Lin Mo had deceived him, but soon he realized that what Lin Mo had deployed was a domain. Lin Mo, where did you get this domain from? Yu Qingfeng questioned, hastily stopping him. Hold on, I didn't know you had a domain. Let me level up 5 more levels. At level 40 against level 39, the advantage was his, but level 40 against a level 39 with a domain, he wouldn't even know how to resist. Lin Mo, not one to exploit others' weaknesses, agreed to Yu Qingfeng's request. After a brief adjustment of his breath, Yu Qingfeng's level reached 45. The next second he condensed a bow out of thin air, transforming chi into arrows, and fired an arrow mingled with the whirlwind towards Lin Mo. The arrow was fast and even had an element of surprise. Lin Mo hadn't expected the local leader to play so dirty. Kid, ever heard of all is fair in war? Yu Qingfeng said with a smug face. Just as he thought that this arrow would give Lin Mo a taste of hardship, the arrow suddenly turned mid-air and headed back towards him. Split sky shield. Yu Qingfeng stopped smiling, quickly waved his hand to slice through the air, drawing a barrier around him. However, as soon as the barrier had formed, Lin Mo shifted it using the properties of his illusory earth domain. In the illusory earth, Lin Mo could do as he pleased, and so could the opponents. Skills. What exactly is your domain about? Yu Qingfeng asked, twisting his body to dodge the incoming arrows. No matter how he dodged, the arrows followed like a shadow, turning corners more flexibly than when he used them himself. Fiery enchantment. With a thought from Lin Mo, the arrows were imbued with fierce flames, transforming into a firebird that streaked across the sky and plunged into the sea. Yu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the attack had been neutralized. But the next second, the ocean turned into a forest and the falling firebird sparked a sea of flames, trapping Yu Qingfeng within. The terrain changed, the environment changed. Could this guy really alter anything within his domain at will? After several rounds of confrontation, Yu Qingfeng quickly understood this. He seized a gap formed by the sea of fire, summoning his own weapon, the cloud-treading bow. Purple patterns shimmered like comets as Yu Qingfeng grasped the bow in mid-air, strung it, and behind him flames gathered slowly at the tip of the bow. Kid, watch closely how I shoot this arrow, Yu Qingfeng called out loudly. Lin Mo stopped in his tracks, intently watching the bow in Yu Qingfeng's hands, observing every minute detail. This confrontation wasn't about defeating Yu Qingfeng, but about learning how to break through to level 40. Lin Mo noticed that the power within Yu Qingfeng was clearly gathering towards his palms. At the moment of shooting, all the power was injected into the bow and arrow. As the sky filled with fiery feathers like an arrow strike, Lin Mo also finally understood some things. Wind Spirit's blessing. The moment Lin Mo summoned the Wind Spirit, only an afterimage remained in place. His figure had already moved 100 meters away. When power gathered together using the Wind Spirit's blessing, his speed nearly doubled. Lin Mo was secretly amazed. Before Yu Qingfeng's guidance, he always thought that using skills was simply about deploying them. Now it seems necessary to focus mentally and gather strength for the skill about to be used. Indeed, as a highly talented individual, he grasped it quickly. Yu Qingfeng saw this, waved his hand, and the sky full of fire feathers disappeared. Thank you. Lin Mo gave him a fist salute before also retracting his domain. Yu Qingfeng's teaching was indeed superior to that of ordinary teachers, achieving both verbal instruction and leading by example. If you want to thank me, join the Hanshan army. If you want to experience the joys of study first, you can join after graduation, Yu Qingfeng said half-jokingly. Lin Mo shook his head. This time his expression was exceptionally serious. I still have many things to do in the ancient capital. I really can't join the Hanshan army. Seeing this, Yu Qingfeng said no more. Everyone has their own duties. For a genius like Lin Mo, finding several partners in the ancient capital to propagate is not unforgivable. Alright, you're quite handsome, at least 10% more than I was at your age. Yu Qingfeng patted his shoulder, then slowly walked out of the training ground. As soon as he disappeared from Lin Mo's sight, he used the wind to rush back to his office, then made a phone call to the Hanshan army. This is Yu Qingfeng, get me the army chief, I have important news. The call was answered by someone close to the army chief. Hearing this, the person handed the phone to a young man in green military uniform who was fishing in the great desert. The young man looked only in his 30s, seemingly younger than Yu Qingfeng, but the scars on his face and his tall and robust stature showed that his age did not match his experience. He put down his fishing rod, picked up the phone, and said calmly, Yu Qingfeng, are you planning to come back? Not yet, I've not had enough fun. Yu Qingfeng quickly returned to the main topic. Chief, I've discovered a future god king in the ancient capital. Oh, the young man's interest was piqued. Tell me more. His name is Lin Mo. He says his potential is extremely high, although I haven't tested it, but he reached level 40 within a year of awakening, and he also has a domain. Yu Qingfeng spoke solemnly. Why don't I test his potential, and if it's true, Chief, you send someone to bring him in. The young man listened to Yu Qingfeng's somewhat offbeat plan and was silent for a while. His name is Lin Mo? Yes, Lin Mo. The young man pondered for a while, figuring there might be many people with the same name, but it's almost impossible that they all have high potential. If it's that one from Jiangling City, his high potential is of no great use to the Hanshan army. But if it's another one, it might be necessary to bring him in. Check his background, call me when you find out. I've got a fish here. Watching the bobber in the desert, the young man handed the phone to someone else and then grabbed the fishing rod. In an instant he stomped his foot and a huge cloud of dust rose within hundreds of meters around him, and the ground emitted a sharp, baby-like scream. The bamboo-sized fishing rod trembled in the young man's hands yet did not break. His arms bulged with veins like ferocious dragons, and with another stomp, the surface of the sandy ground was forcibly peeled off. A massive creature shaped like a mountain was dragged from the sands. It roared a roar so powerful it could shred the very fabric of space, turning any human it touched into a spray of blood. The young man grabbed the long spear beside him and threw it with a swift motion, shattering the sound waves and impaling the beast, sending it flying thousands of meters away. Keep this area secured, don't let the others escape, he said casually, and in the next second he teleported a kilometer away. Lin Mo returned to school. With Yu Qingfeng's guidance, Lin Mo quickly grasped the key techniques. Over the next few days, while hunting souls, he focused his power on a single point, striding to move as his mind willed. Following Yu Qingfeng's casting methods, Lin Mo felt his skill's power had nearly doubled. Finally, on the third day, Lin Mo smoothly advanced to level 40. The moment he broke through, he felt a significant enhancement in his perception of the outside world, and even his physical strength seemed greatly improved. After the breakthrough, Lin Mo had no time to continue soul hunting. Instead, he returned to the academy to rest, preparing for the next day's journey. The following day, at the entrance to the ghostly realm outside the ancient city, Lin Mo walked to the camp set up by the demon-suppressing army and registered his information. First time entering the realm, the soldier checking Lin Mo's information was surprised to find he had no prior records of realm entry. If it's your first time, according to the rules, you must either find a team or have a level 50 professional accompany you, he explained. This was a strict regulation of the demon-suppressing army intended to prevent newcomers from dying on their first entry. Lin Mo nodded. Where can I find a team? Over there, teams sometimes gather to recruit professionals. You might try your luck, the soldier suggested, pointing in a direction. Lin Mo walked that way and soon saw a young woman holding a sign to recruit team members. Are you still looking for people? Lin Mo asked the woman holding the recruitment sign. She was petite, seemingly in her mid-20s. She looked up at Lin Mo, nodded with a smile and said yes, but we're only recruiting support professions. May I ask what your profession is? I have healing, mass healing and other attribute enhancements, Lin Mo replied. Okay, can I test your level to make sure? The girl asked, taking out a crystal ball from beside her and gesturing for Lin Mo to use it to prevent any deceit. Lin Mo placed his hand on it and soon it lit up. The girl watched for a moment, smiled and said, level 40 profession. It's a bit unclear, can you demonstrate your skills? Lin Mo thought for a moment and cast a fiery enchantment on the girl. Try it now. The girl immediately felt a surge of fiery power within her. She waved her hand and the fire clung to it, drawing her sword. The fire enveloped the blade as well. Fire enchantment, truly a bane to ghosts, she marveled, her eyes sparkling. She quickly waved to a burly man in the distance. Captain, this is a powerful support. Come and see. Hearing her, a hulking man nearly 2 meters tall with a broad build approached. Can I see your skills? The burly man asked, his expression cold and his voice gruff. Lin Mo once again cast a fiery enchantment. The burly man clenched his fist, watching as flames surged around it, and nodded in satisfaction. A powerful enhancement. My team needs a support like you. Come along. Smiling broadly, the burly man waved at Lin Mo, signaling him to follow. The girl packed up the recruitment sign and trailed behind Lin Mo. The burly man led Lin Mo to the camp's rest area where 3 men and a woman were sitting. As the burly man entered with Lin Mo, a beautiful woman with big waves in her hair and shapely hips tossed her red lips teasingly. Captain, where did you find such a handsome young man? Does the lad have someone special? Maybe he should add me on WeChat. The burly man cut off her, flirting. This young man is the new support in our team. I've just witnessed his skills. They are effective against spirits. Young man, that beautiful woman is Lena. Don't mind her cougar act, she's actually quite innocent. Oh, cut it out. My purity is none of your business, Lena retorted with a laugh, her facade as a seductress momentarily slipping. The burly man continued, Lena is a fire mage. Your skills could greatly assist her, so it's fine if you two stick close together inside. And this one here, he gestured to another, is Mushi, a paladin, the vanguard. She will be specifically responsible for your safety. Lin Mo nodded, his gaze shifting between Lena and Mushi. It was clear to him that the team was highly professional. They knew the combat strength of support roles was often weaker, so they arranged for a guardian to be by his side and even briefed new members on their positions before heading in. The burly man, seeing that Lin Mo understood, introduced the other 3. These 3 are like me, warrior types, charging to the forefront. When fighting, you just need to enhance our abilities. Captain, don't we have names? One of them complained. We're not women. Introduce yourselves, the burly man said, then introduced himself as Wu Yong, asking Lin Mo to call him Brother Wu. The other 3 were brotherly, Brother Wan and Brother Qin, known only by their surnames and brother. Alright, that's about everyone, let's register and head in, commanded Wu Yong. They all ran to the registration area, each paying a registration fee of 1 million vocational coins. After registering, a soldier opened the entrance to the spirit realm. The entrance only stays open for half a minute. Once the time is up, the entrance closes. The soldier at the entrance warned, we can't keep the spirit realm entrance open too long. Spirits might escape. It used to be 2 minutes, now it's only half a minute, and there's also a daily limit. I hope this realm isn't collapsing, who knows? Even if it does collapse, our demon-slaying army is full of capable people who can hold the fort, someone remarked. Enough chit-chat, let's go, Wu Yong urged, and the 7 quickly entered. As Lin Mo stepped through the entrance, he felt a sensation of his consciousness detaching from his body. It took about 10 seconds before Lin Mo felt his consciousness return to his body. In front of him lay a scene he had never witnessed before, a gloomy landscape filled with eerie trees straight out of a horror movie. Especially unsettling were the caws of crows, making one suspect that zombies might emerge from behind at any second. Wu Yong, knowing it was Lin Mo's first time here, deliberately had Lena and Mushi stay close to him for better support. Their mission was to hunt down a bone-spur death wolf. Other potent spirits could be ignored for the time being. The spirit realm was perilous, with no safe zones and spirits lurked everywhere. Triggering a soul tide could mean death by energy draining for everyone. Understood, Captain. I'll go ahead and check if the marks we made last time are still there, said one of them before his body merged into the shadows, moving swiftly forward. Let's go, follow him. Wu Yong, carrying his great sword on his shoulder, took the lead. Lin Mo followed behind, always feeling as if something was watching him. Despite knowing it was an illusion, he couldn't help but shiver. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have watched those horror films before, Lin Mo thought to himself. He wasn't afraid of ghosts, it was the unknown that frightened him, or so he believed. The world of spirits was chilling to the bone, and Lin Mo stayed at the rear thankfully, accompanied by 2 others. Hey young man, the captain says your skills are impressive. Can you share with your sister here? If you tell me, I'll let you touch," Lena whispered seductively in his ear, her slender finger tracing the curve of her chest. "Of course, I can enchant your weapons or skills with fire. I've already cast an enchantment on you. You can try it now," Lin Mo replied right before Lena felt a burning sensation in her chest. With a thought, her palm ignited with fierce flames. Yet it caused her no pain. Lena, recognizing that this fire was stronger than their team's fire mage, looked at Lin Mo with surprised eyes. "You just said if I tell you my skills, anything goes right," Lin Mo said, reaching towards Lena's chest. Lena, not expecting Lin Mo to actually do it, blushed and bit her lip. Just as Lin Mo was about to touch her, she quickly shifted her body, dodging his hand. Lin Mo snorted coldly, a smirk forming on his lips, mocking her internally. "So innocent, yet trying to tease me. If Lena hadn't dodged, I definitely would have touched. The prettier the woman, the more deceitful she is. Consider this a lesson taught by your sister," Lena chided him shyly. Lin Mo just smirked, not bothering to expose her pretense. "There are a few spirits ahead, everyone be careful." Wu Yong suddenly stopped, looking ahead at several wandering spirits, drawing his great sword. Sensing the presence of the living, the spirits turned their heads, fixing their dead gaze on Lin Mo and his group. Before a spirit could even let out a full roar, Wu Yong had already struck with his sword, killing it instantly. The Sword of Valor, imbued with special enchantments, had the power to annihilate wraiths. With the cooperation of the Fire Mage and others, several more wraiths were swiftly dealt with. The entire skirmish, from the appearance to the dispersion of the wraiths, lasted less than 3 seconds. This realm was a domain of wraiths. Any noise from them could attract others nearby, necessitating quick, decisive action to prevent them from summoning more of their kind. Valor sheathed his greatsword into the scabbard on his back and took the time to explain this to Lin Mo, who nodded in understanding. These were valuable combat lessons to be remembered. The group continued on their journey. Lena, having been playfully outmaneuvered by Lin Mo, became much more subdued on the road, careful not to get too close to him for fear of a sudden touch. Occasionally, she would pick up special ores along the way and explain their effects and uses to Lin Mo before tossing them to him. "Consider these materials as my apology. Once you accept them, you're not allowed to touch me carelessly," she huffed, causing Lin Mo to chuckle at her antics. It was she who had teased him first, yet now she framed herself as if he were the rogue teasing an innocent girl. Up ahead lies the territory of the Bone Spur Soul Wolf. Everyone be extra careful and try not to be detected, Valor warned. Immediately everyone understood and concealed their auras to prevent the Bone Spur Soul Wolf from detecting them. Lin Mo had researched this realm of wraiths before their arrival, learning that the Bone Spur Soul Wolf was a type of wraith with a corporeal body, its level fluctuating around 45. In their group, Valor was the strongest with a level of 46 and the rest were all above level 40. Even so, they needed to tread carefully in dealing with just one Bone Spur Soul Wolf, which spoke volumes about the difficulty of this adversary. "We're here." Valor suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed ahead, where a giant wolf, its body reduced to a skeleton wrapped in dark hide, roamed. Thick black miasma rolled off its form and any wilted vegetation it touched immediately decayed. "That's corpse energy. Be sure not to touch it during the fight or your body will start to rot," Valor cautioned. After his warning, he dispersed with a few vanguards surrounding the Bone Spur Soul Wolf. They took out previously prepared purification talismans and began setting them into a formation. However, as they were arranging the talismans, the Bone Spur Soul Wolf spotted them. Transforming into a shadowy figure, the Soul Wolf charged at Valor, who was nearest. Clang! With a firm grip on his greatsword, Valor powerfully flung the Soul Wolf away and then threw a purification talisman onto the ground. Purification array. In the next second, a white formation erupted from the ground, speckled with star-like white dots. Upon contact, the Bone Spur Soul Wolf howled sharply, its corpse energy gradually dissipating. Lin Mo scanned the Bone Spur Soul Wolf and noted its diminishing powers. First, weaken the wraith with the purification array. Indeed, a clever tactic, he thought, impressed by the team's strategy. The purification array disappeared after 5 seconds. Before Valor could even speak, Lin Mo had already cast a fierce fire enchantment on the few ahead and on Lena. As 5 fiery trails blazed to life, the surroundings lit up, dispelling much of the chilling air. Wu Yong led the charge with a fiery greatsword, slashing down upon the spiny Soul Wolf's head, the searing flames undoubtedly suppressing it tightly. Seeing this, the others joined in, bombarding the spiny Soul Wolf with various skills. The wolf attempted to rise several times but was repeatedly suppressed by the blazing fire, unable to get up. "Why does this feel a bit too smooth?" Lin Mo knew his fire enchantment was powerful, but this spiny soul wolf was level 45. A level 45 specter shouldn't be this weak. Be careful, I feel. Something's off about this specter. Off, brother, did you notice something? Lena snapped out of her joy, indeed sensed something amiss. The last time they fought the spiny soul wolf, it wasn't so easily suppressed. Captain, something really is wrong, let's hurry back. Lena's cry had barely faded when the spiny soul wolf they were suppressing suddenly turned into black smoke and dissipated. The next second, a dark shadowy figure swiftly attacked from a distance, ripping open a warrior's chest. Heal. Lin Mo quickly cast a healing spell, stopping the flow of blood before it could gush out. Compared to before, Lin Mo noticed his healing skills had also grown much stronger. Wu Yong and his two companions quickly returned to Lin Mo and the others, handing over the injured man for treatment. Captain, we've been tricked, that wolf was just its clone, the injured man on the ground painfully warned. Wu Yong solemnly nodded, realizing they had underestimated the spiny soul wolf's cunning. They hadn't expected that in just a week the spiny soul wolf had learned the ability to clone itself. As the spiny soul wolf closed in, Wu Yong glanced at the still injured fire mage and gritted his teeth. We've been fooled today, we're down one fighter, we need to retreat. Just as everyone prepared to leave, they didn't realize when, but a large number of specters had gathered behind them, a tide of souls. Upon seeing the tide, Wu Yong and the others' faces turned extremely grim. They all understood they had been fooled by the spiny soul wolf twice. First, its clone drew their fire, and then it quietly gathered the surrounding specters. This gathering had formed a minor tide of souls with at least a couple of hundred, creating a formidable force. Breaking through a tide of souls was difficult, especially in the realm of specters where fighting could cause endless specters to join in, making it nearly impossible to break through. Captain, what do we do now? Mushi clenched her fists, both nervous and scared. The most troublesome part of a minor tide of souls was its sheer number. Just the drain on their strength could kill them, and even level 50 experts could be overwhelmed if caught in one. Among them, only 5 were left with fighting capabilities, and with one injured, breaking through the tide of souls was almost impossible. Don't panic, if worst comes to worst, we'll go back and take down that wolf. Wu Yong's eyes were fierce as he looked towards the spiny soul wolf. If breaking through the minor tide is like a death road anyway, we might as well try taking down the spiny soul wolf and see if the tide will disperse on its own. But Captain, we don't have enough people capable of fighting to handle the tide, even if we add Mushi to the fight, one of them argued. Mushi is the shield bearer, not known for high combat prowess. Effectively, only 4 among them truly possess significant fighting abilities. Wu Yong appeared troubled, his face a mask of concern. With the situation dire, it seemed they might have no choice but to wait for death in their tracks. Perhaps I could try to block the soul tide, Mushi thought. Just then Lin Mo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. As everyone turned to him, Lin Mo explained, my skills are particularly effective against low-level group spirits. As long as there aren't too many, I can handle them. Really? Wu Yong asked skeptically. You'll see, Lin Mo said, not bothering to elaborate further, but instead activated his domain. As the illusory earth enveloped them, the surroundings instantly transformed, and the soul tide was segmented by Lin Mo into countless smaller sections. Is this a domain? Wu Yong was immensely shocked, his face showing disbelief as he watched Lin Mo. Yes, it's a domain, just focus on dealing with the Bone Spur Soul Wolf. Leave the rest to me, Lin Mo said, and with that 5 long swords flew out of his storage ring. When the swords ignited without wind, everyone was unsettled. They couldn't figure out what class Lin Mo belonged to, having both fire and wind attributes. Go, at Lin Mo's command, the 5 flying swords turned into arcs of light, instantly tearing through the sky and harvesting the spirits at will. Some spirits attempted to counterattack, but with a mere shift in the domain, they began to annihilate each other. Flames burst from the ground and holy light fell from the sky. These bizarre changes left Wu Yong and the others speechless, taking a long while to comprehend the situation. Everyone calm down. Since Lin Mo can hold off the soul tide, we must kill this Bone Spur Soul Wolf no matter what. Wu Yong began to formulate a battle plan, quickly deploying a new strategy within a minute. Then they stepped out of Lin Mo's domain and together charged at the Bone Spur Soul Wolf. The illusory earth domain under Lin Mo's casual control suppressed all spirits, reducing them to a touch and disperse level. For lower level spirits, the illusory earth was akin to another world and Lin Mo was its creator. Before the creator, all struggles were futile. 20 minutes later, the last spirit was burned into nothingness and Lin Mo finally deactivated the illusory earth. However, as soon as he landed, a figure flew towards him. Recognizing the person, Lin Mo quickly caught her in his arms and began treating the wound on her abdomen. Lin Mo, the pale-faced Lena, seeing Lin Mo, immediately grabbed his arm as if clutching a lifeline. "Please, help the captain and the others, I beg you. It's okay, just rest for now," Lin Mo soothed, patting Lena's head and then setting her gently on the ground before walking towards Wu Yong, where the battle had intensified. Although the Bone Spur Soul Wolf was injured, almost everyone except for Wu Yong was wounded. Lin Mo quickly performed a mass healing, then moved them one by one to the rear. Seeing Lin Mo, Wu Yong sighed in relief. "I thought you were just a support class, but it seems I was gravely mistaken. You're stronger than all of us." Wu Yong was wounded in 7 or 8 places, bleeding profusely, yet he still could not kill the Bone Spur Soul Wolf. On the other hand, Lin Mo single-handedly annihilated the Soul Tide without a single injury on his body. It was clear who was stronger. "Captain, let me handle the rest." "You should go rest," Lin Mo suggested, as he began to treat Wu Yong's wounds alone, fearing that Wu Yong might bleed to death if it continued. Wu Yong, no longer pretending to be strong, nodded and staggered to swap places with Lin Mo. Roar! The Bone Spur Soul Wolf, sensing either that Lin Mo was the one who had destroyed the Soul Tide or detecting the dangerous aura emanating from him, became very restless. It had never shown such unease in its fight with Wu Yong and the others. "Are you afraid of me?" Lin Mo asked, amused, his lips curling into a smirk, surprised at his own terrifying presence. In the next second he summoned 5 flying swords, which struck the Bone Spur Soul Wolf like a multicolored radiance. Howling, the Bone Spur Soul Wolf summoned a whirlwind of corpse energy, hurling it towards Lin Mo. Wind Spirit Blessing. Lin Mo countered with a tornado of his own, which collided with and neutralized the dark Twister. "Why struggle so when you're half dead anyway?" Lin Mo shook his head in pity. The next moment, the scenery around him began to shift, originating from beneath his feet. This time Lin Mo's domain was larger than before, but he compressed it to enhance its power. His aura surged, reaching the level typical of a level 60, causing the Bone Spur Soul Wolf to retreat in terror. Choose 1 Control Amplification. Silently invoking his talent and seeing a 200% increase in skill effect due to the troll amplification, Lin Mo charged forward, grabbing the Bone Spur Soul Wolf and smashing it into the ground. Despite being a corporeal being, which made the troll amplification effective, Lin Mo's relentless slamming nearly shattered the creature's skeleton. With Lin Mo's aura so frightening, the Bone Spur Soul Wolf dared not resist. Such hard bones, Lin Mo thought, and suddenly 2 massive grinding stones appeared on the ground. He threw the Bone Spur Soul Wolf into the mill, and as it ground, the wolf's body slowly turned to dust. The pervasive corpse energy, seeming ownerless, scattered everywhere. Seemingly ownerless, but actually the core. With a single sword strike, Lin Mo turned the corpse energy to nothingness in the flames. After annihilating the Bone Spur Soul Wolf, Lin Mo withdrew his domain and approached Wu Yong and the others to heal them. However, their injuries weren't just external. The wounds were also infested with corpse energy, and Lin Mo's healing could only mend flesh wounds. It seemed they couldn't continue. Wu Yong shook his head. At this point they needed proper medical treatment outside, where the corpse energy might corrupt their minds. "Incredible to think that our entire team couldn't compare to just you alone," Wu Yong said, his curiosity about Lin Mo's true nature growing. Despite being a support class with healing abilities, Lin Mo had single-handedly fought off the Soul Tide and killed the Bone Spur Soul Wolf, a feat unheard of in his experience. As they prepared to leave, Lin Mo handed them the crystal stones dropped by the Bone Spur Soul Wolf. "This was your kill, take it. Without you guys I wouldn't have been able to kill this wolf. I've shared the experience, but you should have this." Lin Mo handed over a crystal stone, a material specifically used for forging weapons, worth between 10 to 20 million. Despite its value, he decided to give it to Wu Yong and his companions. Wu Yong, no longer refusing, gripped the crystal tightly, his eyes filled with respect as he looked at Lin Mo. "It seems like you want to stay here a bit longer, right? It's rare to come in here, and leaving so soon just feels a bit uninteresting." Hearing Lin Mo say this, Wu Yong pulled out a talisman from his storage ring painted with the image of a wolf. "This is a summoning charm. It can briefly summon a wind wolf. If you encounter a situation you can't handle, just tear this talisman." Lin Mo took the summoning charm and, after seeing off Wu Yong and the others, turned and walked in a different direction. After half a day of soul hunting, Lin Mo's level had risen from 40 to 42, with 1 level gained from hunting a Bone Spur Soul Wolf. In other words, after all the kills he had only gained 1 additional level. It was a pity most were low-level souls, their experience points negligible, but he had collected quite a few materials. Lin Mo touched his storage ring, ready to head back. Advancing 2 levels in one visit to the soul plane is something others wouldn't even dare dream of, plus, with some materials for forging weapons worth 2 to 3 million inch, it was quite a fruitful harvest. Lin Mo cast Wind Spirit's blessing, using the wind spirits to tread through the air towards the plane's exit. As he passed a cave entrance, Lin Mo suddenly felt a cool breeze coming from below. This cool air was not eerie but rather invigorating, very similar to the dream crystal he initially found. Could it be material for a concentration necklace? Lin Mo instinctively looked downwards. There are many types of concentration necklaces. Those made from dream crystals don't need any other materials, while others require various stones that counteract phantasms. If it truly was material for a concentration necklace, it could be worth millions. Currently burdened with debts, Lin Mo was quite short on money, so he flew directly down to the cave entrance. Upon arriving, he saw a stone inside the cave twinkling with silver light, the source of the cool air. Lin Mo ignited a flame in his palm and threw a fireball into the cave. The whole cave lit up instantly, and seeing no souls hiding inside, Lin Mo stepped in. Just as he was about to take the stone, a strange cackling sound like nails scratching a board came from behind. Lin Mo swiftly turned around, casting a flame in the process. The flames once again lit up the entire cave, revealing a woman wearing a mask and radiating an evil aura staring intently at him. She casually lifted her hand and the flames extinguished. Fire enchantment, Wind Spirit's blessing. Lin Mo threw out 5 flying swords, but before they could hit the woman, they were repelled by the dark energy surrounding her. Seeing this, Lin Mo immediately checked the opponent's level 55. Realizing her level, Lin Mo did not hesitate to crush the summoning charm, mounted the Wind Wolf and ran towards the cave entrance. The Wind Wolf, boosted by the Wind Spirit, moved as fast as lightning and instantly darted out of the cave. Just as Lin Mo felt relieved, the surroundings abruptly changed and he found himself back inside the cave. What's happening? Have I entered an illusion? Lin Mo felt the unreality. He clearly possessed resistance against dreams and illusions, and if he had truly stepped into one, it wouldn't have gone unnoticed by him. He gathered his 5 flying swords, which ignited into flames, forming a wall of fire around him. The entire cave glowed a fiery red, and there stood a masked female spirit, her slender hands etching lines of text on the stone walls. The female spirit's writing was skewed and illegible no matter how hard Lin Mo tried to decipher it. Sensing his gaze, she gestured to Lin Mo that she meant no harm. Seeing that the female spirit did not attack and considering her odd behavior, Lin Mo felt she posed no threat. Do you have something to say to me? Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, the female spirit quickly nodded, pointing to her mouth, indicating she couldn't speak, or perhaps she knew Lin Mo couldn't understand the speech of spirits. You've not attacked me. Do you need my help? Lin Mo asked. The female spirit nodded again and continued, I don't understand the language of spirits, and your writing is too erratic to make any sense. Even if you need my help, I can't understand you. If you trust me, I can bring someone who can communicate with you, but first I must leave here. Upon hearing Lin Mo's intention to leave, the female spirit remained silent for a long time. During this silence, Lin Mo was also prepared to act at a moment's notice. After a while, the female spirit suddenly waved her sleeve. Just when Lin Mo thought she was about to attack, a silver stone flew towards him. Realizing her intention, Lin Mo nodded at the female spirit. In that case, wait here for a while. I'll bring someone to see you tomorrow. He picked up the silver stone and signaled the Wind Wolf to head outside the cave. This time, when Lin Mo walked out of the cave and did not instantly teleport back, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was unsure of what the female spirit needed help with, since he had promised, Lin Mo naturally intended to return. On his way to the exit of the plane, Lin Mo left marks with his sword to avoid forgetting the path on his next visit. Using the exit, he left the plane of spirits and immediately ran to the demon-quelling army to discuss the matter with Yu Qingfeng. However, Yu Qingfeng was not there. Yu Lin said he had gone to investigate the recent instability in the Abyss of Wailing, and even she was unsure when he would return. Having no other options, Lin Mo returned to the school and found Su Cheng, a professional necrotalker, to whom he relayed his encounter. Upon hearing the story, Su Cheng's expression turned grave as he solemnly said, the female spirit you met is likely a Rakshasa spirit lady. These beings are made from living young girls through a ritual forcibly crafted using the yin energy of spirits and the fresh blood of other young girls. Throughout the process, the girls endure constant agonizing pain akin to cramping and skinning. Once a Rakshasa spirit lady is successfully created, her level is comparable to that of a level 60 beast king or spirit king. However, due to the inhuman nature of this method, those who created the Rakshasa soul women were eradicated by the demon suppression army along with their methods over 30 Years ago. It was only today that the case involving Lin Mo emerged. Big brother Lin, though I'm no saint, I'm willing to lend a hand, he said. This Rakshasa soul woman you mentioned is only level 55 and still retains her basic consciousness. Perhaps we can save her. Su Cheng asked to accompany Lin Mo and suggested that despite not being level 30 he could find a way to blend in. Lin Mo was skeptical, but he had been planning to bring Su Cheng along regardless of his level, after all, having promised someone he had to fulfill it no matter what. Moreover, after learning how the Rakshasa soul women were forged, he felt even more determined. Big brother Lin, since someone is creating these Rakshasa soul women, shouldn't we just notify the demon suppression army? Su Cheng proposed. Lin Mo shook his head. The enemy likely stationed the Rakshasa soul women near the entrance of the netherworld plane for cultivation, lying in wait nearby. If anyone of a high level appeared, they would surely be alerted. The netherworld plane is considered one of the lower level planes near the ancient capital, not even attracting professionals above level 50. If the demon suppression army were to send anyone below level 50, they wouldn't be more useful than he was, and if they sent someone of level 50 or higher, the enemy would become suspicious. If the Rakshasa soul woman were moved, finding her again in the netherworld plane would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Alright, Su Cheng agreed, nodding repeatedly. Let's set off now. The two quickly made their way to the netherworld plane. Before entering the plane, Lin Mo sent a message to Yulin telling her that if he didn't return in a day she should find Yu Qingfeng to rescue him. The Rakshasa soul woman wouldn't appear in the netherworld plane for no reason. Someone must be using the plane as a cover to cultivate her there. If discovered by that person, Lin Mo wasn't sure he could win, which is why he had a backup plan. At the entrance of the netherworld plane, Lin Mo's frequent entries drew some curious looks from the guards, but they let him through after a few more glances. When it was Su Cheng's turn, the guards stopped him after scanning his level, but Su Cheng then presented a token. From the Su family? Then go ahead. The guards let him through upon seeing Su Cheng's token. Big brother Lin, didn't I say I could get in? Su Cheng said proudly, tucking away the token, and then the two stepped into the plane. The netherworld plane was chillingly eerie. Su Cheng, entering the plane for the first time, felt uncomfortable until he gradually got used to it. Big brother Lin, is the location of the Rakshasa soul woman far from here? Not far, I've marked it. Follow me, Lin Mo replied. After finding his mark, he used the power of wind spirits and quickly flew towards the mark with Su Cheng. Wow, big brother Lin, you can fly? Su Cheng couldn't help but exclaim. This skill of flying with the help of wind spirits was something he knew only those with wind attributes could master, and even they couldn't carry another person. Turning to Lin Mo, not only was he capable of leading, but he also moved swiftly. His curiosity about Lin Mo's profession grew. They had arrived. 3 minutes later, Lin Mo saw the familiar cave and descended at its entrance with Su Cheng. As usual, he threw a fireball into the cave, but the figure of the Rakshasa soul woman was nowhere to be seen. It had been the same last time, so Lin Mo didn't think much of it and entered the cave with Su Cheng. I have brought the person, show yourself, he said. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the temperature inside the cave dropped suddenly. A mass of black air floated in the air, slowly condensing into a humanoid form, transforming into the figure of a masked female spirit. It really was the Rakshasa soul woman. Su Cheng's expression turned to one of surprise upon seeing the female spirit clearly. The craftsmanship of the person who created the Rakshasa soul woman was exquisite, and it looked somewhat familiar. Let's not talk about that now, see if you can understand what she says. Lin Mo pointed at Su Cheng, whose profession was a necrotalker, able to hear the words of spirits. Whatever you want to say, talk to her. The Rakshasa soul woman understood Lin Mo's words and turned her gaze towards Su Cheng. Su Cheng had already closed his eyes, uttering words that Lin Mo couldn't understand. A minute later, Su Cheng suddenly opened his eyes, his forehead and back covered in cold sweat, and he was breathing heavily. Just a minute of conversation had nearly exhausted all his strength. After catching his breath for half a minute, Su Cheng said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, she told me that she is the young mistress of the Gongsun family from the ancient city, captured and kept here ever since. She wants us to find someone from the Gongsun family. The Gongsun family was the foremost family of the ancient city. It was shocking that someone dared to capture their young mistress. Brother Lin, what should we do now? Should we help her send a message? Lin Mo looked at the Rakshasa soul woman and asked, you want us to send a message to the Gongsun family, but we need something that the Gongsun family will trust, right? The Rakshasa soul woman pointed towards a corner of the cave. Lin Mo threw a fireball there and found a token lying there. He picked up the token and saw two characters engraved on it, Ling Long and Gong Sun on the reverse. "Alright, wait here," said Lin Mo, committed to seeing things through. He took the token and left the cave with Su Chang. Exiting the cave, Lin Mo was extremely cautious, fearing that the creator might discover them just as they left. Fortunately, everything was normal, and he immediately left the spirit world with Su Cheng, heading to the Gongsun family. Upon seeing the token and hearing Lin Mo's account, the Gongsun family immediately sent people to the spirit world. Led by Lin Mo, they reached the cave, but the Rakshasa soul woman was no longer there, nor was her presence detectable. Su Cheng paused, then realization dawned on him. "Brother Lin, it seems the Rakshasa soul woman has been moved." Hearing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brow. They had returned in less than half an hour, and the person had already moved the Rakshasa soul woman. Clearly, they had been seen leaving. As for why no action was taken, Lin Mo was unsure, only knowing that this matter was now beyond his involvement. The Gongsun family did not blame Lin Mo for not finding the Rakshasa soul woman, instead they were very grateful. Gongsun Linglong had been missing for more than half a year, and they had been unable to find any trace of her. Lin Mo's token brought them new hope and clues, a fact alone sufficient to make Lin Mo a revered guest of the Gongsun family. While members of the Gongsun family were still present, Lin Mo immediately took Su Cheng to leave the realm of lost souls. As they were leaving, Su Cheng suddenly said, "Brother Lin, I just remembered, the method used to refine this Rakshasa spirit woman is very similar to my uncle's techniques." "Your uncle, he also refines Rakshasa spirit women?" Lin Mo, fixing his gaze on Su Cheng, thought to himself that this fellow didn't seem to be a good person. Realizing that Lin Mo had misunderstood Su Cheng quickly explained, "My uncle indeed used to refine Rakshasa spirit women, but my grandfather discovered it crippled him and then expelled him from the family. The Rakshasa spirit women my uncle crafted, I have seen them before and they look exactly like the ones we saw this time. I suspect that the person behind this must be my uncle, or perhaps a disciple he took on. My father has been searching for my uncle for a long time, but to no avail. Now we finally have a lead, but it seems he is repeating his old mistakes." Lin Mo seemed to understand. From the effort Su Cheng's father made to find his uncle, it was clear that the brothers were close. When they had emerged, the person had seen them but did not act, probably because Su Cheng was there and his uncle, remembering the past, refrained from harming him. "I plan to talk to my father about this. If it really is my uncle, our family will have to act righteously and sever familial ties." Do your best," Lin Mo responded, deciding not to get involved in this affair, while also being wary of Su Cheng's uncle causing trouble for him. However, since he was usually in the city, Lin Mo wasn't worried about facing his uncle. Both men, burdened with heavy thoughts, returned to the Gudu Academy. Su Cheng left first, apparently to inform his father. Lin Mo went to the demon subduing army to find Yu Lin and discuss the matter with her. "I only found out about this just now. If you are afraid that person might seek revenge, you can go to the mountain shaking army. With their might he wouldn't dare seek revenge there," Yulin advised. Lin Mo trusted her words. Anyone daring enough to challenge the mountain-shaking army wouldn't need to resort to refining Rakshasa spirit women. "Let's not talk about revenge for now. What does the demon-subduing army plan to do about him?" Lin Mo asked. "If we catch him, he will be executed, and we'll try to save the girl he refined." Yulin said, her words reassuring Lin Mo significantly. Since he needs to refine Rakshasa spirit women, his level definitely isn't above 60. With Yu Qingfeng at level 63 inch, even if he manages to refine a Rakshasa spirit woman, she wouldn't be a match for Yu Qingfeng. "By the way, I have something about you that needs investigating. Since you're here, you might as well fill out this form yourself," Yulin said as she pulled a piece of paper from under her desk and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo carefully examined the contents of the paper, realizing it was a comprehensive investigative report about him. "Not to mention how outrageous it is to have me write this myself, but why such a thorough investigation? What are you trying to find?" Lin Mo looked skeptically at Yulin, who explained, "The army chief thinks your name and potential seem familiar, so he asked us to investigate whether you might be someone he knows. Aren't you afraid I might just write nonsense?" "No, after all you're not planning to go to the Shan army, so it doesn't matter how you fill it out." Yulin hit the nail on the head with her words, greatly impressing Lin Mo. It's no wonder she's the woman by the leader's side, truly remarkable. Lin Mo picked up the pen and wrote down the school he attended at the time of his awakening. After filling out the paper, he handed it back to Yulin and waited for her confirmation before departing. When he returned to the academy, Su Cheng had just sent a message saying he had informed his father about the matter. Enraged, his father had already sent people to the ancient capital to look for his uncle, telling Lin Mo not to worry. Could this guy also be from a prominent family? Lin Mo recalled the token Su Chang used to enter the realm of lost souls and his fearless demeanor once inside, guessing he really must be a scion of a great family. Back home, Lin Mo set up some fierce fire talismans around the place, essentially skill storage talismans imbued with fierce fire enchantments, which Lin Mo named Fierce Fire Talismans. After arranging the talismans, Lin Mo felt an added layer of security. After a shower, he lay on the sofa, and before he could do anything else, his phone suddenly rang. It was a message from his instructor asking if Lin Mo wanted to go to the Imperial Capital Academy as an exchange student. After today's events, Lin Mo felt it was indeed dangerous to continue staying in the ancient capital. It might be better to go to the Imperial Capital Academy and see how Chen Huang was doing. Lin Mo immediately replied to his instructor telling him he was willing. The next day after breakfast, the instructor personally came to Lin Mo's loft to pick him up. As they walked, the instructor chatted, "I heard your soul hunting progress has been rapid, almost reaching the top 150 in the soul hunting list." Lin Mo had been enrolled for only a month but had already pushed his ranking to the 150th place. You should know over 90% of the new students rank beyond 600 or 700 in the soul hunting list, and even those with talent only reach the 300 to 400 range, with the earlier ranks occupied by older students. The reason the soul hunting list doesn't differentiate by grade is to motivate every student. Who would have thought that Lin Mo would disregard these so-called grade restrictions and rise to 150th rank within a month of his freshman year? At this rate, he might even break into the top 100 by the end of his first semester. If he really makes it into the top 100, Lin Mo will definitely be the first student in a century from the ancient Capital Academy to achieve this. It's just luck, Lin Mo said modestly, touching his nose. Principal Gu values you highly. This time, the exchange student slot was originally for those third-year students, but Principal Gu personally chose you to go to the Imperial Capital Academy to advance further. Principal Gu was the one who last time defeated the Nightmare of Death with a single shot. Lin Mo only met him once, but the man held him in high regard. Please give my regards to Principal Gu for me. I'll visit him when I come back. Lin Mo knew how valuable the slot for an exchange student was, especially to study at a top-tier academy like the Imperial Capital Academy. Their theoretical knowledge and analysis of each profession are absolutely top-notch. Many students fought tooth and nail for a few exchange slots, but Principal Gu was able to overrule all objections and give one to a freshman like himself. When they reached the school gates, the instructor patted Lin Mo on the shoulder. "I'll convey this message for you. Get on the bus first." Lin Mo boarded the small car at the school gate and took the only remaining seat next to the driver. In the back, there were three people, two girls and a boy, with the boy noticeably shy sitting away from the girls. Once everyone was aboard, the driver stepped on the gas and headed towards the Imperial Capital. Lin Mo took out his phone and sent a message to Chen Huang at the Imperial Capital Academy. "Lin Mo, I become an exchange student at your academy and will arrive at your school today." After a while, "Chen Huang, really, it's the first time I've heard of a freshman being an exchange student. Chen Huang, tell me honestly, what level are you?" Lin Mo, "Just level 42, I guess." Swallowing treasure JPG. Chen Huang, "Damn, it's only been 3 to 4 months since the awakening profession started, and you're already level 42. Are you even human?" Indeed, Lin Mo did not seem human. His leveling speed was too fast, and even in an environment as conducive as the Imperial Capital Academy, there were few who could surpass his level in their freshman year. Chen Huang bantered with Lin Mo for a while, then mentioned he was still out on a mission and would only return to the academy in the evening. Each academy had specific tasks for its students. The Ancient Capital Academy focused on soul hunting, while students at the Imperial Capital Academy undertook missions issued by the school authorities. Lin Mo put away his phone, about to close his eyes for a rest, when suddenly a pleasant voice came from behind. "We're all from the same school, why isn't anyone talking?" A girl in a purple dress cautiously poked Lin Mo, curiously asking, "Which year are you from? You seem a bit unfamiliar." "I'm a freshman," he replied. Hearing this, the three people in the back looked at him with surprise. "It's my first time hearing of a freshman being an exchange student." "The school must think highly of you," said the girl in the purple dress with a smile. "My name is Ziling, a junior." The cool girl to my left is Chun Ru Xuan, the somewhat introverted guy on my right is Mo Duo Duo, both are also juniors. Hello. Duo timidly raised his hand, not at all like a senior student. As for Chen Rushuet, she lived up to Ziling's description, cool and aloof, glancing at Lin Mo before continuing to look out the window. My name is Lin Mo. Lin Mo introduced himself politely but then fell silent. Ziling was very talkative, for her silence was suffocating. Having introduced everyone, she began to talk about the Imperial Capital Academy. I have a friend at the academy who told me that this year's freshmen are very promising, with one even assessed as having extremely high potential and already breaking through to level 40. It would be great to have a match with the future God King to see just how big the gap between me and him is. Ziling looked like a good girl, but she seemed particularly obsessed with fighting. After all, anyone who knew they were facing the future God King and still wanted to fight was not a common sight. But as a junior capable of becoming an exchange student, her level had to be at least 45. A level 45 challenging a level 40 seemed like a fair match. Why is no one talking to me? Seeing no one responded, Ziling pouted and eventually stopped talking to herself. The atmosphere in the car remained silent, and after several hours of driving, they finally arrived at the Imperial Capital Academy. At the grand entrance, the words Imperial Capital Academy were written in a majestic calligraphy style, dancing like dragons and phoenixes above the solemn archway. Underneath the arch stood a scholarly-looking man with glasses. Just then, another car pulled up next to Lin Mo and the others, carrying the team leader from the Ancient Capital Academy. Welcome, Teacher Wei and the outstanding students from Ancient Capital Academy to guide us at Imperial Capital Academy. The man with glasses quickly stepped forward and shook hands with Wei Yan, who had just alighted from the car. Teacher Bai, you're too polite. We are here to learn with a humble heart, not really to guide, Wei Yan replied. Bai Mo and Wei Yan, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time, started chatting enthusiastically as soon as they came together. Lin Mo and the others followed them into the Imperial Capital Academy, trailing behind the two teachers who continued their conversation. I need to catch up with Teacher Bai. You all can disperse now. Wei Yan waved at the group, then proceeded with Bai Mo to what seemed like a martial arts field. I'll be breaking off from the group now, feel free to explore on your own, said Chen Rushuei as she was the first to leave, followed by Ziling, who wanted to meet a friend, leaving only Lin Mo and Mo Duo standing together. Lin, classmate, shall we walk together? Mo Duo, feeling timid and unfamiliar with the place, wanted to stick with Lin Mo. I have some other things to do, you go ahead, Lin Mo replied, hands in his pockets, walking towards the academic building of Imperial Capital Academy. He had heard from Chun Huang before that the teaching quality here was quite high, a perfect opportunity to learn something new. He entered a classroom which was relatively crowded and took a seat in the only remaining spot at the back to listen to the lecture. The teacher on stage was discussing the classification of professions. In the eyes of most, the classification of professions seems simple: ordinary professions, advanced professions, sacred professions, and hidden professions. However, I believe that professions should be further categorized into defense, control, attack, and support. Among these, the support profession, often seen as a burdensome career dependent on others for leveling up, actually holds the core of a team, the teacher explained. A good support can control, defend, heal, and enhance. Many competent teams have incredibly powerful supporters, some even leading the team. I believe many here are support professionals and might feel this profession is demeaning. However, if you can utilize your skills wisely and fulfill your role effectively, the support profession can be highly respected. This statement from the teacher provided a new perspective on the support profession, challenging the global stigma that views it as a burdensome or inferior career dependent on stronger figures to survive. In similar potentials and levels, support professions are often seen as only fit to serve other professions. But the words from this teacher completely shattered that prejudice. Lin Mo, watching the teacher on the stage, showed respect in his eyes for the first time. Indeed, every profession should be recognized for its unique utility, not misunderstood or disparaged. Teacher, I do not agree with your theory. Just then, someone suddenly stood up from the front row of seats. At the Imperial Capital Academy, it was common to challenge a teacher's theory, but the person on stage was Xin Lian, a leading expert who had integrated and compiled professions from around the globe. In the field of professions, no one was more knowledgeable than him. Therefore, when people saw someone challenging such a teacher, they looked on in disbelief. It was only when they saw clearly who had stood up that they realized why. It was him. No wonder he dared to rebut Teacher Xin. With immense potential and a future as a God King, it was no surprise he questioned Xin's theories. The young man who stood Was the top freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy a genius who reached level 40 just 1 month after enrollment? The school itself was investing heavily in his development, so challenging a teacher seemed trivial in comparison. Seeing someone challenge his views, Shen Xinlian smiled in approval and asked, "Which part do you think is incorrect, young man?" The youth looked up proudly and said, "Teacher Shen, if you say that support professions are not weaker than any other, then why are there no support-type god kings among all the god kings today but only attack-type ones like in my profession? We may not know about god kings abroad, but there certainly aren't any support-type god kings domestically. A god king represents the highest honor of a profession, and all other types except support have achieved this." Shen Xinlian nodded, smiling. "You're right. Currently, there are no support-type god kings. However, the absence of support-type god kings does not mean the profession is weak. If you have time, you might visit the frontier. Below the level of god king, you'll see which profession is most respected. I believe it's the support profession. Other professions are strong in individual combat, but a support can serve the masses. At the frontier, where constant battles with beast tides occur, other professions cannot handle hundreds at the same level, but support professions can. A single group enhancement can dramatically increase the combat power of 100 people, equivalent to having an additional 100 fighters," the young man argued logically, highlighting the strength of other professions. "From a realistic perspective, you are correct. Perhaps one day, when I find a way for the support profession to break through to God King level, I will be able to win this debate." Shen Xinlian was pleased to have someone to challenge him and then asked, "You are this year's top freshman, but I still don't know your name. Can you tell me?" "Mo Xian." "I'll remember that. When I find a way, I will come to debate with you again. I look forward to it." With those words, Mo Xian turned and walked towards the classroom door. Shen Xinlian watched his back silently before continuing to discuss the advantages of support professions with the others. Even though Mo Xian had refuted Shen Xinlian's viewpoint and succeeded by using the example of a divine king, most people lacked the qualifications to become a divine king and didn't concern themselves with such matters. Moreover, most of those attending the lecture were students who had awakened to support-type professions. Shen Xinlian's class helped them gain a clearer understanding of their own professions. After the debate, he further elaborated on how to comprehend group amplification skills. He suggested if an amplification skill could only be applied to individuals, one should imagine their skill as a river that divides upon release. A single skill could be split into several smaller skills, which might initially have a weaker amplification effect, but with familiarity the effect would gradually return to normal. After the class, Lin Mo benefited greatly. Shen Xinlian's analysis of support professions had reached a pinnacle of mastery. Lin Mo felt that each time he amplified a group, his skill split like a great river. He wasn't sure if it was due to frequent use or a unique talent, but after the split he didn't feel any reduction in the amplification effect. From conversations with others, Lin Mo gradually realized that his ability to directly perform group amplifications was likely due to a unique talent, especially since his potential assessment was extremely high. Support professions couldn't become divine kings, and it was unclear if the Holy Spirit King counted as a support profession. Lin Mo was still trying to understand what exactly the Holy Spirit King's profession was and considered asking Shen Xinlian about it, but when he looked up, Shen Xinlian had already left. Well, there was still plenty of time in the imperial capital, he could always ask another day. Seeing that the corridor was empty, it was just then that Wei Yan called them together, announcing arrangements for their accommodation. The exchange program lasted half a month, with all expenses in the imperial capital covered by the school. Soon after, Lin Mo arrived at the gathering point, and Wei Yan, seeing that all four had arrived, arranged for them to stay at the hotel closest to the Imperial Capital Academy. "Eat what you like, play as you wish. The school is covering the expenses. Also, for tomorrow's competition, fight if you can, but don't be discouraged if you lose, as the Imperial Capital Academy is renowned for its exceptional talents." At the banquet, Wei Yan ordered 5 Australian dragons, 10 pieces of black gold abalone, numerous oysters, and a bottle of champagne before starting his speech. Rather than a speech, it was more of a pre-battle psychological coaching revolving around the idea that surrendering if you can't win isn't shameful. Although Gudu Academy was a first-rate institution and everyone had practical experience from nightly soul hunting, they were still too weak compared to the prodigies of the Imperial Capital Academy. There had been precedents of Gudu Academy's geniuses being utterly defeated by students of the Imperial Capital Academy, leading to psychological breakdowns and self-destructive tendencies. Therefore, each teacher leading the team in subsequent Years would always comfort their students. Teacher Wei, you are really optimistic, ready to surrender before even fighting. Aren't you afraid of embarrassing our academy? This was nothing. Some academies didn't even qualify to interact and study with the Imperial Capital Academy. Ziling pouted, quite dissatisfied with Wei Yan's approach. No matter how high one's potential, how could they surrender without a fight? Even if it was just enduring one move, they had to fight on. Can I challenge the top freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy tomorrow? Ziling asked curiously. Wei Yan, who had been quite engrossed in his champagne, sobered up significantly upon hearing her words. You mean Mo Xian? Forget it, that kid is hailed as the future God King. Don't be fooled by his level 40, his class is a seraph and he's already unlocked 6 wings. No one below level 50 is a match for him. What level are you? Level 48. Whether you can beat him isn't the point. Winning wouldn't look good and losing would just make you feel bad. Ziling pouted, I don't care, I just want to fight him. If he's going to be the future God King, I need to fight him now or I'll never have another chance. You do have a point, Wei Yan conceded, influenced by Ziling's determination. They each poured another glass of wine and clinked their glasses together in a toast. Before the food could even be served, both had already collapsed from drunkenness. Neither of them could really handle their liquor, yet they insisted on drinking so much. Chen Rusno found herself unable to move due to Ziling's embrace. Feeling both speechless and annoyed, she decided to call over a waiter to help carry them back to their rooms. After they were taken away, the dining table became much quieter. Chen Rusno was not talkative, Lin Mo disliked conversing, and Mo Dodo was introverted. None of them spoke, and after finishing their meal, they each returned to their rooms. As soon as Lin Mo got back to his room, a call from Chen Huang came through. Lin Mo, I've just finished a mission and I'm back. Where are you now? Chen Huang shouted over the phone. The nearest hotel to your school, Lin Mo replied. Alright, I'm coming to find you and I'm bringing someone with me. Before Lin Mo could ask who, Chen Huang had already hung up. When Chen Huang arrived, Lin Mo went downstairs and saw him with Jojo. It had been a long time since they last met. Jojo looked like she had dressed up carefully for the occasion. Her delicate face and slightly curled long hair complemented her white fluffy sweatshirt and sporty trousers. When she saw Lin Mo, she quickly walked up to greet him, but her smile concealed a trace of malice. Sensing something was off, Lin Mo hurriedly greeted Jojo and then beckoned Chen Huang over. He hooked his arm around Chen Huang's shoulder and asked quietly, what's going on? Did you upset her? Chen Huang looked innocent. Brother, it's definitely you who upset her, not me. Lin Mo was puzzled. How did I upset her? From the moment I mentioned you were in the Imperial Capital today, she's been like this. It must be your fault. Lin Mo suddenly remembered. He had promised Jojo that he would tell her if he ever came to the Imperial Capital for a visit, but he had forgotten to do so and only told Chen Huang. Oh, are you whispering? Mind if I listen in? Jojo suddenly spoke from behind them, her smile as gentle as a breeze but with an undeniable edge of danger. Lin Mo quickly waved his hands and apologized to Jojo for his oversight. I'm not angry. Jojo covered her mouth in surprise, though the corners of her mouth betrayed her amusement. If it weren't for that telltale smirk, Lin Mo might have actually believed her. Alright, I'll stop teasing you guys, Jojo said with a playful smile. You don't come to the capital often, how could I possibly be mad at you? But you should be punished for not telling me. Come shopping with me. Shopping? Lin Mo instinctively felt something was off. Was Jojo trying to hit on him? He glanced at Chen Huang, who, thinking Lin Mo wanted to get rid of him, clutched his head and pretended to be in pain. That's it, I must have filled my brain with water during the mission today, it hurts so much. You guys go ahead, I'll go back and rest. As Chen Huang walked away holding his head, he gestured an OK sign to Lin Mo. Before Lin Mo could call him back, Chen was already gone. Could Chen Huang, supposedly sick, walk away that quickly? Jojo, witnessing Chen Huang's rapid transition from headache to disappearance in just 3 seconds, couldn't help but express her surprise. Good riddance to his pain. Lin Mo felt helpless. He had wanted Chen Huang to stay and be the third wheel to prevent Jojo from hitting on him. But this guy completely misunderstood his intentions. Did he really seem like someone who prioritized romance over friendship? Shopping? Jojo tilted her head, her eyes smiling as she looked at Lin Mo. At this point, Lin Mo had no excuse to refuse and had to accompany Jojo to the commercial street. Entering a clothing store, Jojo picked several outfits, showing each one to Lin Mo. Do you think it looks good? Jojo asked expectantly. It looks good. Lin Mo nodded and Jojo went back to try on another one. It looks good, Lin Mo affirmed again. Jojo changed several outfits and Lin Mo found all of them attractive, which ironically left Jojo dissatisfied. How can every single one look good? Are you just placating me? Lin Mo felt inwardly frustrated. In all honesty, you're naturally beautiful, everything looks good on you, what does it have to do with me? Eventually, Wojio didn't make it difficult for him and asked the salesperson to pack everything. We've shopped enough, how about a walk by the river? Sure, Lin Mo took the bags from Jojo and followed her to the riverside. By then there weren't many people around. Lin Mo and Jojo walked along the railing, both silent. They reached a pavilion where Jojo finally slowed down and sat on a stone bench, patting the spot beside her. Aren't you sitting? I'll sit, but I'd rather stand right now. Jojo's series of unusual actions increasingly made Lin Mo feel that this girl was indeed trying to woo him. Who was Jojo? The young miss of the Jiangling Zhou family, her father rumored to be a level 70 powerhouse with ancestors who were level 90 divine kings, and Lin Mo, an orphan with no parents, hardly a match for Jojo. Lin Mo had read many novels in his previous life. If he truly wanted to be with Jojo, he would definitely face disdain and insults from her father. Then, driven by love, he would strive to improve his cultivation, eventually confronting the Zhou family boldly to win over the daughter. All in all, the plot seemed too melodramatic, and Lin Mo did not want to experience it in reality. Seeing that Lin Mo kept his distance, Jojo finally couldn't hold back her melancholy. Do you really despise me? Jojo looked genuinely aggrieved, her head bowed like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing this, Lin Mo shook his head. You are the daughter of a divine king's family. Countless people wish to be your friend and can't. How could I possibly despise you? Why have you always been so cold to me? Lin Mo touched his nose, unsure of how to explain. Should he tell her that he thought she was trying to flirt with him, so he acted cold to avoid being pursued? What a crude thought. What if we set aside Miss Shou's identity? Would you still want to be friends with me? Jojo asked cautiously. This question deserved some thought. For him, wanting to make friends with someone had nothing to do with their social status. What about dating? Lin Mo was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected Jojo to be so direct. He didn't know how to respond to her question for a long while. Jojo knew she was being forward, but she didn't mind and continued. My grandfather always tells me to find someone who can protect me. Of all the people I know, only you make me feel safe. I'm not sure if my feelings for you stem from that time you heroically saved me during the demon hunting contest, or because of your talent, or maybe from our daily interactions over the 3 years of high school, but indeed, I have developed feelings for you. Lin Mo was stunned. He had never imagined that one day a beautiful and well-off girl like Jojo would confess her feelings for him, and so straightforwardly at that. Jojo's confession was anything but subtle, even suggesting that part of her attraction might be due to his talents. However, Lin Mo didn't dislike this way of confessing. On the contrary, her sincerity pleased him. After all, talent was a natural advantage he possessed. During their 3 years in high school, Lin Mo and Jojo had a good relationship, often discussing academic topics since they were both top students. But now, faced with Jojo's confession, Lin Mo didn't think about accepting. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in women, nor was it a trivial reason. He simply didn't want to be in a relationship at the moment. Or perhaps Jojo's prestigious background made him reluctant to start a relationship that might lead to melodramatic complications. Let me think about it, said Lin Mo, touching his nose, giving a non-committal answer. Okay, Jojo asked cautiously, does thinking it over mean you're declining? Thinking it over means just that, Lin Mo replied. They sat in the pavilion for a while before Lin Mo walked her back to her dormitory. Back at the hotel, Lin Mo discussed this with Chen Huang. Chen Huang said, I had guessed as much. These past few months, Jojo has been asking about you every now and then, but I didn't expect her to confess so soon. Lin Mo seized the opportunity. Jojo has many admirers at the Imperial Capital Academy. Don't lose out because of hesitation. I'll still think it over, replied Lin Mo. Tisk tisk, such a beautiful girl confesses to you and you were still hesitant. You're not a sheep's tail, are you? Get lost. Not a sheep's tail? My god, are you gay then? Disdain, JPG, Lin Mo replied. Where's your dorm? In the end, Chen Huang advised Lin Mo to think it over and decide when he was sure, as Jojo wasn't going anywhere. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone headed to the Imperial Capital Academy's training grounds under the leadership of Wei Yan. As an exchange student, it's necessary to first assess the capabilities of each participant, so each year a competition is arranged for the exchange students. Students from freshmen to juniors at the Imperial Academy are eligible to compete against the exchange students. Likewise, the exchange students can also select their opponents. As soon as Ziling stepped onto the martial arts field, she immediately declared her challenge to Mo Xian. If I remember correctly, the exchange students from the ancient capital academy are always juniors and Mo Xian is just a freshman. Isn't it a bit unfair for a junior to bully a freshman? What's wrong with that? Mo Xian is assessed to have extremely high potential, the future divine king. Age is not an issue for him. I suspect this exchange student from the ancient capital is going to be utterly defeated by Mo Xian. Shall we place a bet? Upon seeing Ling challenge Mo Xian by Mo turn to the audience and shouted, "Is student Mo Xian here?" "I am here." Mo Xian stood up and the surroundings immediately fell silent. "Teacher, I accept her challenge." As soon as Mo Xian finished speaking, 3 pairs of crimson wings appeared behind him, and the next second he teleported directly to the martial arts field. His body radiated intense heat like the surging waves of the ocean. "So you're the future divine king? You do look quite formidable." Ling, feeling the heat waves around her, kept a serious expression, but her words were provocative. "Senior, please enlighten me." Mo Xian did not waste words. As soon as the irrelevant people cleared the field, he made his move instantly. 8 light severance. Behind Ling appeared 8 beams of purple light, each beam sharp as a blade, instantly flying towards Mo Xian. Blazing slash. Mo Xian, hands in his pockets, stood still. With a fierce flap of his wings, a fierce fire condensed into a sword mark, instantly shattering the 8 purple lights. The sword mark then swiftly moved towards Ling. Ling dodged and more purple light blades appeared behind her, attacking Mo Xian. The two on the stage exchanged blows, seemingly evenly matched, but in reality Ling was at a disadvantage. Mo Xian moved little besides flapping his wings, while Ling had to continuously create new purple lights and move her breath and strength completely different from before. If this dragged on, she would only lose. Purple mist sky. Above Ling's head, a cluster of purple mist slowly covered the sky. Under the mist, everything became sharp, as if the air itself contained invisible blades. "Here it comes." Ling smiled faintly and swung her hand forcefully, sending the purple mist towards Mo Xian. "Flame Hall." Mo Xian stomped his foot, his eyes blazing with flames. Immediately, a red lotus bloomed under his feet, erupting like a volcano, the fierce fire instantly covering the surroundings. As the flames dissipated, the purple mist vanished and Ling was enveloped in a white light. By Mo moved Ling out of the martial arts field, explaining Mo Xian's flame hall is very powerful and his flames are quite special, almost burning everything, so even if you had time to defend you would still be burned. The competition is meant for exchange and learning. Causing death or serious injury would be inappropriate. By Mo has responsibly ensured this. "Thank you, teacher." Ling bowed politely to By Mo. Despite her loss, there wasn't a trace of dejection on her face. Instead, she seemed even more excited. "I told you Mo Xian could win. Hurry up, those who lost remember to deliver the Yuanling stones to my dorm tomorrow." This batch of exchange students from the ancient capital is much stronger than the last, especially with that move, sharp from every angle. If it were me, I wouldn't even know how to dodge it. Impressive indeed, but it's unfortunate that they met Mo Xian, who's rightfully called the future God King. Even the veterans at the Imperial Academy highly regard Mo Xian and Ling. After all, not even some of the older students can match Mo Xian's prowess. His Hall of Blazing Flames truly lives up to its name. Nothing can block it, everything it meets it burns. Just with this fiery ability alone, no one can surpass him in attack. "Teacher, I want to continue challenging them." At that moment, Mo Xian actually chose to initiate a challenge himself, since it was within the rules. By Mo nodded in agreement. Mo Xian then selected Chen Rushua. Chen Rushua, an Ice Soul Master, was somewhat a counter to Mo Xian, but when the fight started, the ice and snow created by Chen Rushua simply melted in front of Mo Xian. Seeing her moves ineffective, Chen Rushua chose to give up immediately. As Ling said, losing to the future God King is no disgrace. After defeating 2 opponents, Mo Xian chose to continue challenging. Was Mo Xian planning to single-handedly take down all the exchange students from the ancient capital? The audience witnessing this showed expressions of disbelief. They knew Mo Xian was strong, but they didn't expect him to be able to dominate so completely. Despite having fought 2 matches, he showed no sign of pressure and still continued challenging. Next, Mo Xian chose Mo Duo. Don't be fooled by Mo Duo's usual introversion. His profession surprisingly was the offensive shadow assassin. As the fight commenced, Mo Duo hid within the darkness undetectable, hiding in the shadows. Mo Xian glanced at the shadow beneath his feet, then flew up into the air, his hands gathering flames that turned into a huge fireball suspended below him. But even though the fireball illuminated the surroundings, leaving no shadows, Mo Duo's figure was nowhere to be found. Quite interesting. Unable to find his opponent, Mo Xian simply smashed the fireball down onto the arena. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed as the fireball exploded, sending fiery serpents in all directions. At that moment, Mo intervened, pulling Mo Duo out from hiding. Facing such an attack with no dead angles, Mo Duo couldn't escape, although the shadow assassin is adept at hiding. The arena was simply too small to fully utilize his abilities, so no one really knew Mo Duo's true strength. Even so, Mo Xian's record of defeating 3 opponents was real, instantly earning a roaring cheer from the audience. From the 4 exchange students of the ancient capital, only Lin Mo remained. He was the lowest ranked among them. Noticing the weakness in Lin Mo's aura, Mo Xian had saved him for last. Mo Xian looked at Lin Mo, and before he could speak, Lin Mo stepped onto the arena. "Please enlighten me." Lin Mo bowed with his fists clasped, then stood in place, waiting for Mo Xian to make the first move. "Lin Mo, you can do it. Lin Mo, you can do it. Beat Mo Xian." Suddenly, from the spectator stands, 2 voices cheered for Lin Mo. One was Zhou Jiao and the other was Chen Huan. The students nearby looked at the two with strange expressions. Even Mo was somewhat speechless. 2 individuals from the Imperial Academy cheering for someone from the Ancient City Academy. It was a blatant betrayal. Mo Xian glanced at the 2 cheering for Lin Mo and commented, "Your friends are quite good." Lin Mo's lips curved up slightly as he nodded, "I think so too." Mo Xian said no more, and seeing Lin Mo not making a move, he struck first. Flame slash. A crimson sword trace swiftly moved towards Lin Mo. Fire enchantment, wind spirit blessing. Lin Mo threw out 5 flaming swords using the wind spirit to collide with the sword trace. Flames met, neutralizing each other, and Lin Mo blocked the strike. Seeing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Mo Xian's eyes, and he attacked again. Fiery feather, heaven scorcher. Mo Xian flapped his wings and fiery red feathers flew into the air, then turned into red blades swooping down at Lin Mo. Tornado. With a thought, Lin Mo summoned fierce winds around him, gradually forming a massive tornado that engulfed the falling fiery feathers. Interesting. Mo Xian didn't expect Lin Mo to easily catch his 2 attacks. It was known that his level was lower than the previous 3, yet his strength was even greater, which intrigued Mo Xian deeply. "You're more formidable than them, but why is your level so low?" "Isn't your level lower than mine?" Lin Mo's retort made the situation even more interesting for Mo Xian. He felt that this person was worth his full effort. The next second, a silhouette appeared behind Mo Xian, a seraph with crossed arms. As he made the seraph's figure visible, everyone looked at him as if they were looking at a dazzling sun, so brilliant that it was nearly blinding. Seraph's holy spear. Mo Xian brought out his weapon, a red long spear similar to the holy spear held by angels, yet without any glowing patterns, clearly a homemade weapon. This was the first time Lin Mo had seen a homemade weapon. Mo Xian held the seraph's holy spear, its tip burning with a vivid blood-like flame. With a flick, the flame tore through the sky, turning into a meteor rushing forward. 5 elements heavenly fire sword. Lin Mo also spontaneously named his sword, flicking his hand as 5 long swords swiftly flew out. The swords glinted like shuttles, instantly extinguishing the flames, then charging towards Mo Xian. Mo Xian merely blocked with his long spear, shaking all 5 swords away. However, just then the 5 swords suddenly released 5 daggers, attacking Mo Xian again. At less than a foot's distance, Mo Xian had no time to react. But just as the daggers were about to stab into Mo Xian's body, the seraph behind him suddenly spread his hands, deflecting all 5 daggers. Lin Mo hadn't expected that. The silhouette was not just for show, it was a sneak attack. "But you indeed almost hurt me." Mo Xian had defeated 3 others, none as challenging as Lin Mo. Especially that moment, if not for his innate talent, he might have been defeated by Lin Mo. "A sneak attack it was, but it's still your skill." "Thanks for the compliment." Lin Mo had just finished speaking when flames erupted from Mo Xian's body, followed by a piece of crimson armor covering his chest, arms and legs. "Armor for battle? No, not armor, just my skills." Mo Xian finished speaking, holding the holy spear and stabbing towards Lin Mo. As Lin Mo retreated, he manipulated the 5 elements heavenly fire sword, forming a cross of 5 swords in front of him to block the piercing of the holy spear. At the same time, he applied a troll enhancement to himself, seizing the moment Mo Xian retracted his spear to randomly grab a sword and strike. Clang! Sword and spear collided, shocking both men back, their hands numb, hidden behind their backs. Mo Xian looked at Lin Mo with some surprise. Through the amplification of his fiery battle armor, his strength was incredibly great. Yet, in the exchange with Lin Mo, he was shocked to find his hand numbed by a single sword strike, something he had never encountered before. Not only was he surprised, Lin Mo was too. The power provided by the troll enhancement was supposed to be unbeatable in brute strength for anyone below level 50, yet a touch with Mo Shen's long spear left his hand painfully numb, an experience he had never had before. The future God King indeed was not someone just anyone could compare with. Lin Mo and Mo Shen each cautiously watched the other, waiting until their right hands recovered from the numbness, then squared off once more. Fiery Holy Temple. Mo Shen decided to use his most powerful technique, which was also a domain ability. As a grand and majestic temple of flames appeared in the arena, the spectators were so shocked they were rendered speechless. Even Bai Mo, upon seeing the domain manifest, was incredulous. "Mr. Bai, that's not fair, is it? I gave you so many benefits and you didn't tell me that your school's freshmen had comprehended a domain." Wei Yan, upon seeing Mo Shen's domain, immediately accused Bai Mo. Bai Mo looked innocent. "I didn't know either. This is the first time I've seen Mo Shen use a domain." Meanwhile, after a brief silence, the spectator stands erupted into uproar. "Damn, a domain! Comprehending a domain at level 40 Mo Shen is too monstrous. Is this the potential of someone who could become a God King? Others might not comprehend a domain in their entire lives, but he managed it at level 40. Stop talking, remember you all placed bets on how many moves it would take him. Don't forget to give me my spirit stones." Some rejoiced while others despaired. Mo Shen suddenly deploying his domain made Chen Huang and Zhou's expressions grow even more solemn. If before they thought Lin Mo could match Mo Shen, the emergence of the domain clearly tilted the scales overwhelmingly. "It's over, little Lin Z is going to become someone else's stepping stone now." Chen Huang silently prayed for Lin Mo in his heart, hoping he wouldn't be discouraged. After all, Lin Mo also had great potential and could become a God King in the future. It would be too much of a loss if this incident left a demon in his heart. In Mo Shen's fiery holy temple, a golden sun hung above. A statue of a seraph stood in the center of the plaza, surrounded by countless heat waves. Even without being in it, one felt as if they could melt. Mo Shen, floating in the air, looked calmly at Lin Mo. "Once my domain is activated, its lethality is extremely high, and even Mr. Bai might not be able to pull you out in time. You are a worthy opponent, so I advise you just surrender." Lin Mo is the only one who has forced him to use his domain, and the only one worthy of him using his domain against. Just for this reason, Mo Shen felt that even if Lin Mo were to admit defeat, there would be no shame in it. "Lin Mo, it's really not shameful to surrender," Wei Yan advised, worried that Lin Mo might act recklessly. "Don't worry, teacher Wei, I know what I'm doing," Lin Mo replied, looking at Mo Shen with confidence. He countered, "When did I ever say I didn't have a domain? The dream earth." As Mo Shen focused, he saw a domain slowly engulfing his fiery holy temple from all directions. He struggled to resist, and eventually, the fiery holy temple and dream earth each occupied half of the martial arts field. The audience, witnessing the rapidly changing situation on the field, were so shocked they even forgot to breathe. "Damn. 2 domains, am I dreaming or what?" Someone's curse snapped the surrounding spectators out of their trance. They stared wide-eyed at the 2 domains on the field, causing a tumultuous uproar. "Incredible, 2 domains appearing among students, that's utterly astounding. I thought Mo Shen was brave enough, but here's another master. Who is this person? It truly is a gathering of heroes. Are we now in an era where prodigies emerge?" The spectators could no longer stay calm, and even Bai Mo and Wei Yan were so shocked they were rendered speechless for a long time. Chen Huang and Zhou, who knew Lin Mo best, were also immersed in shock. They had not anticipated that just a few months apart Lin Mo had also awakened his domain. Others might not understand, but they were very clear that the battle between Mo Shen and Lin Mo had now turned into a clash between 2 future God Kings. "I didn't expect you to have a domain too," Mo Shen said, his expression grave as he quietly clenched the holy spear in his hand. This was the first time he had encountered an enemy with a domain, and rather than dread, he felt excited. Holy Spear Baptism. Mo Shen swung his long spear, which seemed to draw a falling meteor, the flames around instantly gathering at the tip of the spear. The spear flew out of his hand, turning into a long rainbow that swiftly struck towards Lin Mo. Wind rolled Fire Soul. Lin Mo controlled fire with one hand and commanded wind with the other. A fire tornado rose from the ground, moving swiftly with the help of the dream earth, colliding with the fiery rainbow coming towards him. In an instant, the entire martial arts field was enveloped in flames, and those outside could not see clearly what was happening inside. They only knew that despite the barriers, the heat was still spreading outward. "Old Bai, how is my student doing?" Wei Yan asked Bai Mo anxiously, unable to see the situation on the field. Bai Mo shook his head. Once the domains were activated, their spiritual senses could not probe the situation inside. Moreover, in the current situation it was not good to directly intervene. Just when he was unsure what to do, the flames dissipated and two figures reappeared. Lin Mo casually grabbed a sword beside him and clashed fiercely with Mo Xian. Sword light flashed like a shuttle and the spear glimmered, their rapid movements dazzling to the onlookers. From the sky to the ground, they nearly demolished the martial arts field. Just with a blue-patterned weapon you can block my holy spear. Does your profession perhaps enhance your weapon? Mo Xian discovered that although Lin Mo had been switching among 5 swords, he was able to block the assault of the holy spear with just his blue-patterned weapons. There seemed to be no other explanation but that he had enhanced his weapons somehow. I don't know, Lin Mo briefly replied, pointing his finger like a sword towards Mo Xian as the 5 swords broke through the air with a clang. Mo Xian swung his long spear forcefully, deflecting all 5 swords, but the brute force of the swords pushed him back several steps. Enough, it's about time to end this. Mo Xian no longer wanted to continue. While Lin Mo had indeed surprised him, prolonging the fight was not in his favor. Hall of Blazing Flame, Mo Xian activated his skill and the entire fiery holy hall began to quake. The statue of the seraph on the square burst into a brilliant light shining like radiance from the sky. The next second the sky boiled with flames, resembling a blossoming lotus, the intense fire melting everything in the domain. Nothing that doesn't burn, Lin Mo murmured to himself. He closed his eyes and a starry sky emerged in his mind. In the next second his domain instantly changed the scene, turning into a vast starry sky with a purple galaxy flowing around him. Your domain can change? Mo Xian was surprised, but quickly regained his composure and thrust his holy spear into the ground, causing scorching lava to erupt from beneath. His domain had transformed into a fiery hell. The spectators dared not stare at Mo Xian, for the dazzling white light could burn their power if viewed too long. Being within it, one might melt upon contact with the light. Still not enough, Lin Mo's domain had completely turned into a starry sky matching Mo Xian's fiery hell. But this was not Lin Mo's limit. When domains collide, the likely outcome is mutual destruction, which Lin Mo least wanted to see. He activated his talent directly, keeping his eyes on the multiple-choice lottery result. As the talent settled on the Phantom Dream category, Lin Mo finally exhaled in satisfaction. Eternal World. Begin. As soon as Lin Mo spoke, the power of his domain surged and its range expanded, pressing the Hall of Blazing Flame into a corner and occupying 2/3 of the entire arena. This sudden turn of events shocked Mo Xian. At that moment, in Lin Mo's domain, a massive planet appeared, hanging in the sky like a bright moon. As the moon descended, a tremendous oppressive force fell from the sky, causing even the spectators to struggle for breath. Old Wei, what's with your student? Why does his domain seem even more formidable than Mo Xian's? I'm puzzled too. When did our school have such a character? By Mo and Wei Yin continued to question each other while Mo Xian on the field started to sweat coldly. If he had been confident in his domain before now, he was truly panicked. Lin Mo's domain had nearly crushed his own Hall of Blazing Flame. The flames that should have burned eternally couldn't penetrate the vacuum of Lin Mo's domain. In a realm where he was nearly invincible, he now had to follow the rules and burn everything he had. I don't believe it. Mo Xian, always proud, watched as the moonlight overtook the flames and fiercely used his domain to smash towards Lin Mo. Enormous flames like a flood surged overwhelmingly towards Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's arms slowly fell, the bright moon behind him crashed into the incoming sea of fire. Boom! A dazzling white light exploded at the center of the arena, followed by a tremendous roar. The sound seemed to pierce a hole through the sky, deafening. Save him! By Mo, and Wei Yin quickly snapped back to reality and rushed towards the martial arts field. However, just then the white light began to fade at a visible speed. Lin Mo stood amidst the starry sky holding a severely wounded Mo Xian and gently placed him on the ground. Then he released a pure white halo that landed on Mo Xian's head. Healing, you have healing skills too? Mo Xian, looking at the healed wounds on his body, stared at Lin Mo in disbelief, slightly dazed. Thank you. Don't mention it. The healing fee is 10 spirit stones. Remember to pay up, Lin Mo said, leaving Mo Xian, who had been quite respectful towards him, speechless. You treated me just for 10 spirit stones? What else? With your talent, surely you can afford 10 spirit stones, right? Lin Mo wasn't so kind-hearted to heal for free and not take spirit stones. Only a fool would refuse. Mo Xian reluctantly nodded. All right, I can give them to you, but first you need to tell me your profession. Want to know my profession? That'll be 10 more stones. Deal. Lin Mo didn't expect Mo Xian to agree so quickly, but a spirit stone not earned is a spirit stone wasted, so he straightforwardly revealed his profession. Spirit King? What kind of profession is that? Mo Xian heard of the Spirit King profession for the first time, guessing it was a hidden profession. Are you a support? Mo Xian wanted to ask more, but Lin Mo interrupted him. Lin Mo held up a finger. One question 10 spirit stones. Okay. Seeing how quickly Mo Xian agreed, Lin Mo suddenly felt he had set the price too low, but it was definitely too late for regrets now. Is your profession support type? Sort of. Why then do your skills only slightly relate to healing and support? Can't tell you that. Where did your domain come from? Killed a nightmare, awakened the domain by chance. Why can your domain change so frequently? Can't tell you that. Mo Xian asked 4 questions in one go, 2 of which Lin Mo found difficult to answer, so he didn't count them. After this exchange, Mo Xian owed Lin Mo 40 spirit stones, promising to pay him by this afternoon. Your domain is indeed strong, but I have plenty of time to catch up to you. Let's fight again next time we meet, senior. I'm in the same year as you, no need to call me senior. With that, Mo Xian, who had been quite relaxed, suddenly froze. He stared at Lin Mo, suspecting he had heard wrong. You're also a freshman? Seeing Lin Mo nod, Mo Xian felt as if the sky had collapsed. He had always thought that Lin Mo was a junior, and as a freshman himself, losing to him wasn't shameful. However, it turned out Lin Mo was actually a freshman just like him. He proclaimed himself the future king of gods, unrivaled among his peers, yet he was defeated by a freshman from the ancient capital's academy. In that moment he felt a crushing sense of defeat and plopped down on the ground. In the stands, Jojo saw Mo Xian suddenly collapse in front of Lin Mo. Puzzled, she turned to Chen Huang. What happened to him? Chen Huang shrugged. Don't be fooled by little Lin's harmless appearance. He's quite the schemer. He must have said something to Mo Xian, hitting him where it hurts. In other words, Mo Xian's spiritual resolve has collapsed. Spiritual resolve collapsed? Jojo still didn't quite understand. She was even more baffled why Chen Huang would describe Lin Mo as cunning when he seemed so kind. Teacher, it seems that student Mo Xian is feeling unwell. Someone should take him to the medical room, suggested someone from the arena. Lin Mo, still in the arena, loudly called out to Bai Mo, snapping him out of his shock. Bai Mo hurried over to check on Mo Xian, who was still head down, appearing emotionally downcast. Thinking he might be suffering from inner demons, Bai Mo quickly took him to seek treatment. This is the future king of gods, the jewel of the Imperial Capital Academy. We can't let anything happen to him. As soon as Lin Mo stepped off the stage, he was met with enthusiastic cheers from Zi-Ling and others. Zi-Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I never thought you'd be even more formidable than Mo Xian, and you even have a domain. Could we spar this afternoon? I want to see how powerful a domain really is. Lin Mo had a hunch that Zi-Ling might have some psychological issues, possibly a masochistic inclination. Lin Mo, you're so amazing. I wonder when I can be as powerful as you. Madwa grabbed Lin Mo's sleeve, both excited and timid. Even Chen Ruxue gave Lin Mo an admiring look. Just then Wei Yin ran over, very friendly, as he clapped Lin Mo on the shoulder. Ha, worthy of being the person Principal Gu has his eye on. I knew you could defeat Mo Xian. Just now Principal Gu called saying he missed you. I'll take you back to the ancient capital now. As Wei Yin was about to take Lin Mo away, by Mo, who had initially gone to send Mo Xian to the hospital, suddenly returned. Seeing Wei Yan pulling someone by Mo immediately understood what was happening and stepped forward to remove Wei Yan's hand from Lin Mo's shoulder. Old Wei, in such a hurry to leave? Don't we even have the basic trust between us? Nonsense, old Bai, you say there's no trust between us, then why did you come back? Isn't it just to snatch him in front of me? Bai Mo adjusted his glasses and spoke seriously. Lin Mo defeated Mo Xian. Our principal heard about it and insisted on giving Lin Mo an award, so I came back for that. Bullshit, you just want to snatch him. I'll tell you, old Bai, it's not easy for my ancient capital academy to produce a genius. If you dare snatch him, I won't let it go easily. Wei Yan was really anxious this time. In the past, when students from the ancient capital academy exchanged with those from the imperial capital academy, it was always the same grade against the same grade. Although the ancient capital's exchange students would occasionally win a match or two, it was because the Imperial Capital Academy deliberately arranged for weaker opponents to maintain face for the ancient Capital Academy. But this time was different. The title of Future King of Gods was given by the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy. Mo Xian was not only unrivaled amongst his peers but also capable of challenging those from higher tiers in one-on-one duels. Yet, such a prodigy was defeated by a freshman from the ancient capital's academy. It didn't take much thought to realize that Lin Mo must also be a future god king. given the nature of the Imperial Capital Academy, they were sure to try and recruit him. They said they were just going to present an award, but once inside the principal's office after a lecture from the principal, anyone would be swayed. Wei Yan couldn't let Lin Mo out of his sight no matter what. "Oh Wei, you're still so selfish. Can the educational resources of the ancient capital's academy even compare with those of the imperial capital? Our students here have access to more resources, not to mention other benefits," said Bai Mo, patting Wei Yan on the shoulder. "Come on Wei, don't make a fuss, let Lin Mo go and receive his award. Anyway, it's not up to me. You'd have to ask our principal, especially Principal Gu. Lin Mo is his protege, go ask him if he agrees." Wei Yan straight up invoked the name of Principal Gu, a heavy hitter in the academy. Hearing the name Principal Gu made Bai Mo's face change. Despite Principal Gu's gentle and elegant demeanor, known as a gentleman unmatched in the world, he was incredibly fierce in action, where others might threaten, he would actually strike. Last time the Imperial Capital Academy tried to recruit someone, Principal Gu literally pierced the principal's office with a spear. "Never mind, I'll let the principal handle the awards ceremony himself," Bai Mo decided, preferring to save his own skin rather than his friends. As Bai Mo gave up on the idea of poaching, Wei Yan finally allowed Lin Mo and the others some freedom while he himself was dragged away by Bai Mo. "Lindsay." Just then Chen Huang and Zhou Jiu ran over from the audience. Chen Huang hooked his arm around Lin Mo's shoulder and nudged him with his elbow. "You've kept it quite deep, haven't you? You even have a domain and kept it hidden. We were worried about you. Come clean, how did you comprehend your domain? I might learn a thing or two." Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. "Killed a wraith, then just woke up to it." In reality, the deadly nightmare wraith was killed by Principal Gu, and Lin Mo had just absorbed some of its residual attributes, which helped him comprehend the illusion dream technique. A domain awakened by killing a wraith? That's new to me, but thinking about it, if it's you it seems possible, Chen Huang realized after giving it some thought, and then suggested they go celebrate. Led by Chen Huang, Lin Mo and Zhou Jiu went to a restaurant near the Imperial Capital Academy. Chen Huang had already reserved a banquet there, so they sat down immediately upon arrival. Over dinner, Chen Huang shared his struggles. "The missions at the Imperial Capital Academy are too tough. Without a team of 5, they're impossible to beat. I'm taking on a new mission in a few days and I definitely need your help." Chen Huang, only at level 30, was no match for Lin Mo's level 42. With Lin Mo's help, those missions would surely be a breeze. "Can I join too?" Zhou Jiu asked with a smile. Before Chen Huang could respond, Lin Mo had already agreed for him. Seeing this, Chen Huang's expression turned quite peculiar. Weren't they still in the period of consideration? How had the situation shifted so suddenly? Zhou Jiu clapped her small hands together. "That's great, I still need to complete 2 tasks this month. I need to finish one more." Chen Huang sighed. As a freshman at the Imperial Capital Academy, they had 5 tasks each month, and it would gradually increase in their second and third years. "It's utterly exhausting. If it weren't for my second awakening, where I advanced to become a mystic water mage, I doubt I could have completed many tasks." The mystic water mage is an advanced profession, a bit more powerful than the typical advanced ones. Such professions might be rare in other academies, but here at the Imperial Capital Academy, over 90% awaken to an advanced profession during their second awakening. Speaking of which, do you know what profession Zhou Jiu awakened to? Before Lin Mo could even guess, Chen Huang revealed the answer. She awakened to the sacred profession of Holy Soul Envoy, even more powerful than some hidden professions. Lin Mo nodded subconsciously. Professions are categorized from high to low as ordinary, advanced, and sacred. Hidden professions are unknown to most, therefore rare and often considered strong. However, some hidden professions are not as practical or capable as the ordinary sacred professions. Chen Huang's claim might sound exaggerated. It's merely a good profession Zhou Jiu awakened to. Zhou Jiu modestly smiled. That's not incorrect. The profession is secondary. What really matters is the potential assessment. Both Zhou Jiu and Chen Huang have high potential ratings, but due to their different professions, Chen Huang will likely be weaker than Zhou Jiu in the future. "Now that we've discussed our professions, let's talk about yours," Chen Huang said curiously as he looked at Lin Mo. He had a feeling that among the 3, Lin Mo's profession would be the most formidable. "There's no point in hiding it from you guys. My profession is Spirit Sovereign King." Spirit Sovereign King? Never heard of it. Is it a hidden profession? It must be. If it's a hidden profession, you might want to consult a teacher named Shin Xinlian at the Imperial Capital Academy. He's the one who structured the current profession classification, Chen Huang added. "Especially with your attribute-less nature, this attribute-less quality won't disappear with the change of your profession." Lin Mo nodded. He had already planned to consult Shin Shinlian, just hadn't had the time these past few days. Now that the competition was over, he could try visiting tomorrow. The three continued their conversation over lunch. After lunch, Chun Huang left for his dormitory to give them some time. Together, want to take a stroll around the Imperial Capital Academy? Jojo suggested. Let's go, it'll be a good chance to inquire about Teacher Shin's residence. Lin Mo and Jojo walked together on the campus. Jojo informed Lin Mo that even if Shin Shinlian didn't have classes, he would still spend some time at the school every day, possibly during morning, noon, or evening. As the two enjoyed a peaceful lunch break, suddenly a man who thought himself quite handsome approached. He flicked his hair in front of Lin Mo and then his gaze landed on Jojo. Greeting her very familiarly, "Little Gio, is this your friend? He seems unfamiliar, from another school." Seeing that Jojo was ignoring him, he turned his attention to Lin Mo. "Hello classmate, I'm Ouyang Qian, ranked among the top 100 freshmen at the Imperial Capital Academy and also Jojo's classmate. Nice to meet you. Your parents really knew how to name someone," he said teasingly. Lin Mo, with his high emotional intelligence, couldn't help but sarcastically think that although Ouyang Qian was dressed appropriately and spoke politely, there was something about him that made Lin Mo want to punch him. No need to ask, this guy was definitely one of Jojo's suitors. Although Lin Mo had guessed that taking a walk with Jojo would surely lead to some dramatic scenes, he hadn't expected it to happen so soon. "Why isn't this classmate speaking? Could it be that my ranking intimidated you?" Ouyang Qian flipped his hair, adding arrogantly, "I know I'm excellent, but I do make friends with ordinary people too, so you don't have to feel so inferior. And since you're Jojo's friend, you're my friend too, so go ahead and introduce yourself boldly." Lin Mo was at a loss for words again. This guy was not only annoying and foolish but also polite, making Lin Mo almost feel bad for wanting to insult him. "I'm sorry, but you are making my boyfriend very uncomfortable." Just then Jojo stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Mo. "Boyfriend?" Ouyang Qian thought he had misheard. Jojo didn't waste words, simply grabbing Lin Mo's hand and asserting his claim. Stunned, Ouyang Qian felt like a mute who had eaten bitter herbs, unable to express his frustration, which eventually turned into a light sigh. "It's infuriating. Just when I find an outstanding man who moves my heart, someone else beats me to it." Hearing this, Lin Mo immediately got goosebumps. "Outstanding man? Damn, was this kid hitting on me?" Trying to hold back his tears, Ouyang Qian covered his mouth and quickly walked away. Lin Mo and Jojo watched his receding figure, both feeling incredibly awkward, especially Lin Mo. He had thought Ouyang Qian was one of Jojo's suitors, but damn, he was actually his own. He does have good taste, huh? Jojo laughed awkwardly and Lin Mo could only join in. The two then collected themselves and continued their walk. Later more challengers approached, but this time they were indeed Jojo's suitors. They had seen Jojo holding Lin Mo's arm and jealousy instantly flared up. Lin Mo, tired of the nonsense, brought up Mo Xian. "I'm the exchange student from the ancient capital academy who defeated Mo Xian today. If you want to fight me, beat Mo Xian first." Tired of dealing with their melodrama, Lin Mo simply stated his identity, causing the eager suitors to immediately shut their mouths. The morning's challenge had been widely discussed even by those who hadn't seen it. Mo Xian, the freshman ranked first and dubbed the future God King, had been defeated by an exchange student from the ancient capital academy. Given Lin Mo's unfamiliar face, which didn't seem to belong to a student from the Imperial Capital Academy, suspicions were aroused. However, in this high-tech era, since it was a challenge, there must be a video recording. As these people watched the video and compared the person in it with Lin Mo, they felt as if the sky had fallen. Not daring to utter another harsh word, they turned and walked away. Lin Mo and Jojo had been walking for half an hour, and in that time a total of 10 suitors had come forward to challenge them. Some would turn and leave upon seeing Lin Mo, while others were more troublesome, insisting that Lin Mo bring out Mo Xian and compare him to the video before they would dejectedly leave. In half an hour 10 melodramatic scenes were triggered. Lin Mo even suspected that Jojo was actually the school belle. Maybe it was better to let it go. Feeling increasingly annoyed by these people, Lin Mo decided to resign from Jojo, who nodded with a beaming smile. After all, she had hugged Lin Mo enough for the day. The rest could wait until tomorrow. As usual, Lin Mo escorted Jojo back to her villa dormitory, then headed back to his hotel. Upon his return, the front desk clerk called out to him and handed him a bag from underneath the counter, saying it was from a Mr. Mo Xian. Lin Mo opened the bag to find it shimmering with dozens of spirit essence stones. After thanking the front desk, Lin Mo went to his room, poured all the spirit essence stones onto the bed and counted them. Indeed, there were 40. Holding one of the stones, Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb the spiritual energy from the stones. Before he knew it, it was midnight. The 40 spirit essence stones on the bed had turned into ordinary rocks and Lin Mo's level had risen from 42 to 44. With a thought, he cast Wind Spirit's blessing, summoning a wind spirit that was noticeably stronger than it had been that morning. Lin Mo's skills, which relied on system absorption and comprehension of attributes, always grew stronger as he leveled up. Lin Mo then cast fiery enchantment. Flames like tiny snakes coiled around his arms before gathering in his palm. Just as Lin Mo was about to extinguish the flame, he felt that the fire was somewhat different from usual. This difference was not an enhancement of effects, but rather the essence of the flame seemed to have altered. The original fiery red had shifted to a hue between fiery red and scarlet flames. How similar they were to that guy's. With a casual flick, Lin Mo sent the flame serpent flying where it grew larger in the air. Everything burns. This characteristic was almost identical to Mo Shin's flame properties. Lin Mo called the fire serpent back and held it in his hand, scrutinizing it closely. He was becoming more convinced that he might have absorbed some of Mo Shin's attributes, causing the fire to undergo a qualitative change. But why? Lin Mo was not sure. Could it be due to the system? But the attributes drawn by the system were all from demonic beasts or the corpses of lost souls, unless Mo Shin wasn't a living person. Forget it. If that guy really wasn't living, so many powerful beings in the Imperial City wouldn't be able to tell. Lin Mo shook his head. Anyway, what's absorbed is absorbed and what's strengthened is strengthened. He'd think about the reason later. He extinguished the flame and tested a few other skills before finally going to sleep. The next day, Lin Mo went early to the Imperial Academy, first to the classroom where he had taught last time and then to Xinlian's classroom residence. Seeing no one there, Lin Mo returned to the hotel only to come back in the afternoon, yet still found no one. It was not until the evening that he saw Xinlian sitting in the office explaining something to a student beside him. Lin Mo waited outside the office until the student left before he went up to knock on the door. "Please come in." Xinlian appeared to be in his early 30s, with an elegant demeanor somewhat reminiscent of someone from a prominent family. As he looked up at the door and saw Lin Mo, a smile spread across his face. "I recognize you. You're the one who defeated Mo Shin, known as the future God King. You were Lin Mo, right?" "Yes, teacher," Lin Mo replied. "I didn't expect you to come looking for me. Please have a seat." Xinlian stood up, closed the door and windows and drew the curtains shut. After sitting down, Lin Mo went straight to the point, sharing his profession and his confusion with Xinlian. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinlian shook his head. "Actually, Mo Shin has already asked me about the Holy Spirit King. Unfortunately, although I have visited many countries and collected a lot of information on hidden professions and can analyze some of their abilities, I have no clue about the Holy Spirit King profession. You could try telling me what changes occurred after you awakened the Holy Spirit King, like whether your attributes have strengthened or if there have been any improvements in your abilities." Lin Mo shook his head. "The only change since awakening the Holy Spirit King is that my skill effects have increased by 50%. That's it, only that change. That makes it difficult," Xinlian replied. "I can only try to look through ancient texts to find records related to this profession for you." "Thank you, Teacher Xin." Although he hadn't resolved his question, Xinlian's willingness to help still deeply impressed Lin Mo. This is what a qualified teacher should be, using all his knowledge to solve students' doubts. "Teacher Xin, there's actually another thing I want to ask. I have a friend who awakened as a non-attribute profession. Can he awaken a new attribute later on?" Lin Mo hoped to find an answer about non-attributes from Xinlian. However, Xinlian shook his head again. "Your friend is quite unfortunate. With an innate non-attribute, no matter how many times he awakens, he probably won't be able to gain a new attribute." Xinlian couldn't guarantee it 100%, but at least there was no record of it happening. Hearing this, Lin Mo didn't say much more, having gotten all the answers he wanted, and thus stood up to bid farewell to Xinlian. "Lin Mo, you can leave your contact information with me. If I find any materials related to the Holy Spirit King and non-attribute professions, I'll contact you immediately." Lin Mo left his mobile number, thanked Xinlian, and then returned to his hotel. Another night passed. Just as Lin Mo got up in the morning, Chen Huang called him to gather at the hotel lobby. As soon as Lin Mo reached the front of the hotel, he saw Chen Huang standing outside with 3 girls behind him. Before Lin Mo could greet Chen Huang, the 3 girls ran over. "Are you the exchange student from the ancient city who defeated Mo Shin? You're so handsome. We're your fans. Can you sign something for us?" Just as the three girls were about to reach Lin Mo, a graceful figure suddenly stepped in their way. "Hey you!" The three girls, prepared to get angry at the interruption, lost their anger as soon as they clearly saw who was blocking their path. Are you Jojo?" a girl cautiously asked. Jojo nodded slightly, greeting them with a smile and casually asking if they would like an autograph. Upon hearing that Jojo was offering autographs, the three girls nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at grains. Just like that, Jojo alone managed to shift all their attention to herself. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mo was still puzzled, but Chen Huang came up to explain. Jojo ranks third among the freshmen, and she distributed some resources to every freshman under the Zhou family's name when she enrolled. In terms of popularity, Jojo is far more influential than Mo Xian, and she's a girl and pretty too. Hearing this, Lin Mo was slightly taken aback. Distributing resources to every freshman was the Zhou family. The generous Jojo cheerfully signed autographs for the three girls and then pulled them into a chat, making them completely forget what they were originally there to do. Afterward, the group made their way toward the dimensional gate. Chen Huang's mission this time was to investigate the number of demons in the deepest part of the wild forest, which is the lowest level dimension near the imperial capital. Even though it's the lowest level, there could still be powerful demons far beyond Chen Huang's level, which is why Lin Mo's escort was needed. There were 6 of them in total, excluding Lin Mo the helper. The other 5 had taken on the same task. They arrived at the entrance of the dimension, registered, paid the fee, and then entered the wild forest together. "Shaolinzi, if any demons come out later, remember to help us out." Chen Huang patted Lin Mo's shoulder, and without even basic detection he boldly led the way. Seeing this, Lin Mo had a helpless expression but had no choice but to act as the bodyguard. "You guys follow behind slowly. I'll go ahead and check things out." Lin Mo rode the wind, quickly flying out 100 meters, then observing the surrounding forest from above. Deadly ring. After locking on his targets, Lin Mo released a white halo, and under the cover of the halo, the group of level 30 or so demons instantly turned into a pool of pus and blood. After finishing them off, Lin Mo continued to search for other demons. Did Lin Mo do all this? Chen Huang and the others followed behind Lin Mo, occasionally seeing pools of pus and blood and the demon crystals within. At first, the 3 girls seemed normal, but as they continued and kept seeing such scenes, they instantly developed a sense of awe towards Lin Mo. Throughout their journey, they hadn't heard any noise or the roars of demons, as Lin Mo had instantly killed the demons that were usually difficult for them to handle. It was hard to imagine what it would be like to confront Lin Mo directly. They would probably be killed instantly. "Alright everyone, just follow these bloodstains and you will not encounter any danger," Chen Huang reminded everyone while collecting the demon crystals from the blood. Lin Mo wasn't interested in these, but Chen Huang cherished them greatly. These demon crystals could be sold for at least several million professional coins per person if the team split the earnings. "Okay." The 3 girls obediently nodded and then closely followed behind Chen Huang and Jojo. "Why do I feel like I've become just an enforcer?" Lin Mo muttered after leaving a level 35 wild rhinoceros barely alive, then using his wind spirit he tossed it back to Jojo and the others. The wild rhinoceros Lin Mo had slain offered no experience, but for Jojo and her companions, a stroke of good luck might just allow them to level up. Just then Lin Mo noticed something amiss ahead. From a distance, an area resembling a marshland appeared, which upon closer inspection turned out to be a methane gas field instead of a swamp. Lying atop the methane field's surface were several methane lizards, the leader of which was covered entirely in scales. So many level 40s? Through a system scan, Lin Mo found that the 4 scale-covered methane lizards were all hovering around level 40, with the strongest one even reaching level 48. He immediately returned to Chen Huang and the others, informed them of the situation and asked them to wait there. "Shouldn't we take a detour?" Chen Huang looked at Lin Mo tentatively, asking, "You're not planning to go and kill all those methane lizards by yourself, are you?" "Why not? It's feasible, but wouldn't it be too risky? That place is the methane lizard's territory, and I've heard that these creatures can spit fire. Once they ignite the methane, you're sure to get hurt." Chen Huang and Jojo both suggested taking a detour, but the methane pool was too wide and detouring would waste a lot of time. Ignoring everyone's objections, Lin Mo decided to try his luck at slaughtering them. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Lin Mo, the group proposed to help, but Lin Mo refused. "Don't worry, I never do anything unless I'm sure of it." No sooner had Lin Mo's words fallen than his figure swiftly moved like the wind, returning to the vicinity of the methane pool. Chen Huang and Jojo, among others, hurriedly followed. As they were still wondering how Lin Mo planned to proceed, suddenly a ball of flame appeared in his hands. To the astonishment of everyone, Lin Mo threw the flame into the methane pool. Boom! The flame soared into the air, turning into a fire dragon that devoured everything in the methane pool. The moment the methane lizards saw the flame, their scales instantly contracted, forming a fire-resistant scale armor. Given that the methane lizards lived in a methane pool and could spit fire, they had naturally evolved this armor. Moreover, their armor could resist many types of flames. Just as they were reveling in their adaptation, the flames suddenly struck their scale armor. The next second, even the scale armors began to catch fire. The methane lizards, which had been lying on the ground, were now scurrying around, set ablaze by the fire. This Chen Huang and the others knew the habits of the methane lizards, so when they saw Lin Mo use fire, their first reaction was that it definitely wouldn't work. Yet who could have thought that Lin Mo's fireball igniting the methane pool would actually burn the fire-resistant methane lizards to death? Watching one methane lizard after another turn to charred remains, Chen Huang couldn't help but ask Xiao Linzi, "What's with your fire?" "Nothing much, everything burns, right? Everything burns." Those 4 words sounded so familiar, as if he had heard them somewhere before. While Chen Huang was still puzzled by these words, Jojo noticed another problem. "Lin Mo, the methane lizards are dead, but the fire is too intense. We still can't cross like this, can we?" Lin Mo nodded, then with a sweep of his arm backward, all the flames in the methane pool transformed into a fire dragon, soaring into the sky before eventually dissipating into the ether. The fire was extinguished. Witnessing this, Chen Huang and the others looked at Lin Mo as if he were a supernatural being. To burn to death a methane monster lizard, which was highly resistant to fire, and then to manipulate the flames with such proficiency, such skill in controlling fire couldn't be achieved without 4 to 5 years of experience. Indeed, Lin Mo, who had defeated Mo Xian, was truly like a future god king, a monstrous genius. "Let's go," he said. Lin Mo's fire attack not only killed all the methane monster lizards but also burned off all the methane gas on the surface of the pool. Seizing this opportunity, the group quickly passed through the methane pool. After crossing, Chen Huang pulled out a map and pointed out the next part of their route. "According to our current pace, if we follow this road for another 2 or 3 hours, we should reach the investigation point of this mission," he reminded everyone. He warned that the site had a large number of demons, and after setting up their equipment, they absolutely must not linger. "Don't worry, we won't hold you back." The 3 girls, knowing they hadn't been much help along the way, were very eager to agree this time. "Good, then let's keep moving. Lin Mo, you should rest in the team for a while. I'll take the lead from here." Chen Huang, worried about Lin Mo's energy expenditure, decided to scout ahead himself. Although his level wasn't as high as Lin Mo's, he was still capable of fighting any demon beast that was no more than 3 levels above him. Just when Lin Mo was about to assess Chen Huang's strength, he suddenly saw a vast expanse of water appear ahead, which then violently smashed downward. With a light smash, although it was just water, it carried the weight of tens of thousands of pounds, enough to crush a demon beast into a pulp. Suddenly Lin Mo felt something was off. He sharply sensed not only the aura of Chen Huang, the mystic water king, but also the presence of other practitioners. It seemed Chen Huang was fighting with others. Lin Mo briefly explained before rushing over. Meanwhile, Chen Huang realized the opponent's strength was not weak when he saw the water he had smashed down being frozen by the other party. Just as he was about to retreat, an ice wall suddenly rose under his feet, blocking his way. "What exactly do you want to do? Could it be you're thinking of murder and robbery?" Chen Huang frowned and looked back at the 3 people behind him, 2 women and 1 man. He had just noticed them when they attacked without a word. So far, Chen Huang had no idea what their intentions were. Dead men need not know too much. One of the women, exuding a chill, waved her hand and more than a dozen ice spikes flew out of the cold air, swiftly targeting Chen Huang. "Water shield." Chen Huang barely raised a water shield when, in the next second, the shield shattered into ice. Just as the remaining ice spikes were about to pierce his body, a burst of fierce fire descended from the sky. Fire enchantment. Lin Mo fell from the sky, amplifying Chen Huang's power while summoning the 5 elements heavenly fire sword. Seizing the moment, Lin Mo released 5 swords simultaneously. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 swords, like shooting stars, approached them with the speed of lightning. Feather forest. The man stepped forward and a wall of feathers appeared in front of them. However, in the next second, the feather wall was instantly torn apart by the 5 swords. Seeing that Lin Mo was formidable, the trio exchanged glances and quickly retreated. "Did I let you go?" No sooner had Lin Mo's words fallen than 3 white rings descended upon their heads. "This color, are you sick in the head? Coming here to heal us?" another woman mocked. But before she could finish, her laughter turned into a scream. Her body was visibly corroding at an alarming rate, quickly eating away her skin entirely. The man beside her attempted to heal her only to find his skills utterly useless, and even his own body began to itch unbearably. Unable to bear it, he scratched himself violently, soon turning his flesh into a bloody mess. "What have you done?" the man cried out in anger at Lin Mo, but what met his gaze were 5 swords. As the 5 long swords tore his body apart, his agony was ended. The woman, already skinless, soon followed in the man's footsteps. Now only one remained. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to the woman who had hidden at the back. When Lin Mo had unleashed the deadly rings, she had run the fastest and thus was not enveloped by the deadly toxicity, showing no signs of poisoning. Lin Mo never liked leaving survivors. Just as he was about to pursue and kill her, she suddenly slit her wrist with an ice blade. "Is she committing suicide out of fear of crime?" Chen Huang asked, puzzled, but in the next second the woman absorbed all the blood she had shed and then transformed into a shadow of snow, disappearing before everyone's eyes. Even her scent vanished. "It's the blood sacrifice technique, a rare South Ocean sorcery. I've only heard of it, but now I've seen it with my own eyes," Chen Huang remarked with amazement. Lin Mo glanced in the direction the woman had fled, deciding not to continue the chase. The blood sacrifice technique was known by few, and the damage it did to one's body was irreversible, requiring a month's rest after a single use. Most importantly, she was now untraceable. With no scent to follow, Lin Mo had no way to lock onto her location. "I wonder what these people were thinking, attacking us out of the blue, and still they couldn't overpower us," Chen Huang mused as he walked over to the 2 corpses, resisting the urge to vomit as he searched for their storage rings only to find none. Damn, do these guys enter this plane without storage rings? What were they planning to rob? He wondered, though he didn't dwell on it. Making use of the time before Zhou Jiao and the others arrived, Chen Huang quickly cleaned up the traces of the dead with water. Although the Demon Suppression Army explicitly forbade killing among practitioners, this was a lawless plane space. A death here would be attributed to monster beasts by outsiders. Moreover, since these people had attacked Chen Huang with lethal intent, they deserved death. "Lin Mo, are you alright?" Just then Zhou Jiao arrived with 3 others. Lin Mo briefly explained the situation, yet he concealed the news of the deaths. "There are such people. Let's hurry on," urged Zhou Jiao, and the group quickened their pace. Meanwhile, the woman who had escaped using the blood sacrifice technique returned to her base, where a middle-aged man frowned upon seeing her injured and alone. "Where is the heart's blood for today?" he asked. We encountered a very formidable young man. Ifa and Jiwo were killed, and I was the only one who managed to escape by using the blood sacrifice method." The woman said this while observing the middle-aged man's expression. Seeing that he did not show any intent to kill, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, just as she was about to exhale, a dark shadow rushed towards the woman, knocked her down, and began to devour her voraciously. "Please, give me another chance, my lord." No matter how the woman screamed, the middle-aged man turned a deaf ear, simply watching the dark creature in the cauldron calmly. "Today's vital blood wasn't found, so use your own to make up for it." After several hours of trekking through mountains and rivers, Lin Mo and his team finally reached the investigation point recorded in the mission. Chen Huang took out a device specifically designed to observe the movements of magical beasts and set it up at an appropriate location. Since installing the device could attract the attention of magical beasts, the others had to guard him while he worked. "You guys go this time, I'll take a rest." After fighting and killing along the way, Lin Mo was also tired. He cast fire enchantment and wind spirit blessings on Zhou Jiao and the other 3, then sat down under a tree to rest. The 4, now empowered, felt as though they had divine strength, especially the 3 girls whose eyes sparkled like stars. They had never seen such powerful enhancements in their lives. The moment the enhancements entered their bodies, they felt an inexhaustible strength within them, causing them to hum lightly. "Senior, do you have a partner?" Just as one of them mustered the courage to ask, Jojo suddenly pointed ahead and shouted, "There's a magical beast coming, let's go." With it, she pulled the other 3 and charged forward. Seeing this, Lin Mo turned his head to look at Chen Huang, who was setting up the device. "Be honest, did you intentionally call these 3 girls to mess with me and Jojo?" Chen Huang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head frantically. "On my honor, I teamed up with these 3 not to mess with you and Jojo, but because they are really powerful." "How powerful?" Lin Mo glanced at the 3 playing joyously with the magical beast using their own enhancements. He really couldn't see what was so impressive about them. "Let me put it this way, together they are invincible at their level," Chen Huang stated emphatically, not appearing to be lying. Lin Mo didn't pursue the matter further. During a gap in setting up the device, Lin Mo tried to activate the system to absorb some attributes from a magical beast's corpse, but the system did not respond at all. Since absorbing the nightmare of death until now, the system had been frozen for several months. If it weren't for still being able to use the system to scan levels and such, he would have doubted if the system was gone. Are these magical beasts not meeting the criteria, or has the system become choosy about the attributes it extracts now? Lin Mo pondered while stroking his chin. There are quite a few planes near the capital with magical beasts possessing special attributes. He could go and kill one to try out some other day. 10 minutes later, Chen Huang successfully installed the device and Zhou Jiao and the others returned from the group of magical beasts. With Lin Mo's wind spirit blessing, they could fly freely, and those beasts couldn't stop them. Really impressive. I've never seen such strong enhancements in my life, both wind and fire. Such a powerful person like our senior must have a lot of admirers. Just now Sister Zhou mentioned that even she was rejected by the senior, so it seems we are even less hopeful. The three women gathered quietly, chirping like crickets, and Zhou, who was eavesdropping nearby, nodded in satisfaction. As Zhou turned her head, she caught Lin Mo's gaze and, feeling that her little secret had been discovered, quickly lowered her head. Everyone, the mission is complete. Let's prepare to head back, Chen Huang commanded, and the group hurriedly retraced their steps. As they passed the area where they had previously killed someone, Lin Mo suddenly stopped. Xiao Linzi, what's wrong? Chen Huang came up to check on Lin Mo but was pushed away by him. In the next second, a dark shadow swiftly passed between Chen Huang and Lin Mo. If Lin Mo hadn't pushed Chen Huang away just then, Chen Huang might have been a corpse now. Blessing of the wind spirit. Lin Mo's voice had just fallen when everyone immediately used the wind spirit to fly into the sky while observing from above. Just then, the trees ahead made a noise. Without hesitation, Lin Mo slashed with his sword. Clang! The shadow's hand collided with the long sword, emitting a sound like clashing metal. Who's there? A Zhou formed a hand seal and a phantom appeared behind her, from which musical notes emerged and entered everyone's bodies. In that instant, Lin Mo felt his abilities strengthen. He nodded at Zhou and casually summoned 5 swords, then attached fierce flames to them. Go! Lin Mo pointed his finger and the 5 swords stabbed into the ground surrounding the dark shadow. Just as the shadow tried to escape, flames spurted from the sword handles, instantly forming a ring of fire that trapped the shadow within. As the wind howled, a fire tornado formed from the 5 swords, turning the shadow into ashes. Is it dead? Just as everyone was still shocked by Lin Mo's decisive action, suddenly another figure burst forth. However, this time it was a soul body. Clearly slower than the previous shadow. Is it her? Chen Huang stared at the approaching spirit, the familiar face momentarily stunning him. Lin Mo was quick to react, turning the fierce fire into a whip that repelled the spirit. At that moment, he also recognized the face of the spirit. It was that woman who had escaped earlier. Less than 6 hours had passed since she left, and she had turned into a spirit. The wild forest was a breeding ground for monsters, not a place where spirits like in the ancient city would emerge. The only explanation was that someone had killed the woman and then turned her into a spirit. Fly higher, I'll go down and check. Lin Mo surmised that the person who had turned her into a spirit must be nearby. Just as he had everyone fly up, the sky suddenly gathered dark clouds with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Water shield, sound domain. Chen Huang and Zhou quickly combined their skills, and just before the lightning struck, they formed a barrier in the air. Boom! The barrier shattered upon contact with the lightning. Seeing another bolt of lightning about to fall, the other 3 women quickly acted. Their fingertips shone brightly, forming a large hammer that dispersed the thunderclouds in the sky. Yes, they dispersed them. Zhou and Chen Huang together could not block a single bolt of lightning, but these 3 women could scatter the thunderclouds with one hammer. Interesting, no wonder the 3 backups I raised were killed by you. You really are capable indeed. Just then a sneering laugh echoed from below. Lin Mo dispersed the attacking spirits with a fiery palm strike and looked downward. Emerging from the shadows was a man dressed in a thin black shirt. Although his profession was that of a thunderer, he exuded a sinister aura. His fingers were dark, his eye sockets pale, and a strange smile hung on his lips. Chen Huang stared intently at the man, warning Lin Mo, be careful, this guy is a necromancer. Hearing this, Lin Mo became fully alert. Necromancers, known for their evil practices, often enhance their powers through unscrupulous means, stopping at nothing to achieve their goals. The necromancer in front of them was level 49 and his profession focused on offense without defense. One careless move could lead to being struck dead by his thunder. The necromancer's gaze swept over everyone, finally fixing hungrily on Lin Mo as he revealed a greedy, demented smile. Your aura is the richest, your soul the most suitable for my precious one. Go, devour him, soul crazy. As the Necromancer's words fell. Everyone braced for the emergence of some formidable creature, but all remained eerily quiet. Something's wrong, Lin Mo quickly retreated, simultaneously conjuring a strong wind to lift everyone dozens of meters into the air. Little Lin, what do you see? A black dot. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, accurately locking onto a small black dot in the air that seemed to be an insect. However, when the system scanned it, Lin Mo became uneasy. Soul Crazy level 51. A tiny insect, yet its level was even higher than that of a typical beast king. Lin Mo unleashed a sword strike, the Crimson Blade. Light hitting the Soul Crazy, but as expected, it didn't even scratch it. In the next second, the Soul Crazy charged towards him. Seeing this, Lin Mo stepped on the wind spirit to quickly increase the distance between them while controlling 5 long swords to stab at the Soul Crazy. Flames blazed and winds accelerated. The swords, like streams of light, pierced into the body of the Soul Crazy. Its form dissipated, but before Lin Mo could rejoice, countless dark shadows appeared around it. All splits of the Soul Crazy. Swarms of black insects appeared in the air and on the ground, causing trees to wither and beasts to fall dead. Even the air became cloudy and tainted. How are there so many insects? Is it an insect plague? Chen Huang used water to shape spears, stabbing towards the insects below, but the more he stabbed, the more the insects split. Zhou Jiao also tried to act, but the result was the same as Chen Huang's. Every time they attacked, the number of Soul Crazies surged, soon surrounding everyone. Little Lin, what exactly is this insect? This insect is called Soul Crazy level 51. What, level 51? Hearing the level, Chen Huang and the others' expressions instantly turned grave. Lin Mo, eyes firmly fixed on the dead beasts below, said solemnly, be careful, don't let the Soul Crazies touch you. They seem to be able to directly absorb souls. These beasts died without any pain. They perished the moment they got close to the Soul Crazies, clearly having their souls sucked out. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Huang immediately used the water flow to envelop the surroundings, preventing the Soul Crazies from getting any closer. Strong soul, Zhou Jiao lightly tapped his fingers, transforming the power within his body into a musical note that entered Lin Mo's body, enhancing his skills. As long as I don't fall, the strong soul skill will keep working. Keep it up. Zhou Jiao cheered for Lin Mo, then arranged the notes around him to add a layer of defense. Since I can't help Lin Mo, I should at least not cause him any trouble. Seeing that everyone else could assist Lin Mo, the 3 girls felt somewhat embarrassed and lowered their heads. As senior, we might not be able to help much for now. It's okay, just make sure you're safe. Lin Mo didn't mind. At level 51, ordinary peers couldn't really help. Only a monster like Mo Xin could do something. He looked around and analyzed the situation in just a second, immediately releasing his domain. Illusory Dream of Earth. As soon as the domain was formed, the soul madmen around were instantly sucked into it. With a thought from Lin Mo, the soul madmen that had been surrounding them were switched to a different position, freeing Zhou Jiao and the others from the encirclement. You guys go first. With Zhou Jiao and the others out of danger, Lin Mo could fight without any worries. Just as he sent them out of the domain, the man below summoned a thundercloud, trying to kill Zhou Jiao and the others. But before the thunder could strike, it too was pulled into the domain by Lin Mo, and the thunder within the cloud dissipated into the sky before it could even form. To be so young and yet able to comprehend a domain and even neutralize skills, it seems I've hunted down a genius. The man laughed instead of being frightened. For a demon hunter, hunting a genius was much more exciting than hunting an ordinary person. Who the hunter is still up for debate. Lin Mo declared as 5 swords flew out. He moved with his heart, the 5 swords flying from the same direction but appearing from 5 different directions, stabbing towards the man. Lin Mo couldn't kill the soul madman completely, but the man was flesh and blood. A single opportunity for a sword strike was enough. I had guessed you'd think of this. The man casually threw out a shield that flashed with 2 purple luminescent patterns in front of him. However, as soon as the shield appeared, it vanished right in front of him. The man's face changed and he released a palm thunder. The thunder split into 5 in the air, each targeting one of the long swords. Boom! The 5 swords were blown away by the palm thunder, but just as the man relaxed, suddenly 5 daggers detached from the sword bodies and instantly stabbed into the man's chest, forehead, neck, and both his hand and foot. Pfft. The man vomited black blood, his eyes showing a trace of surprise as he looked at his empty chest. Interesting, all-day hunting hawks only to be pecked in the eye by one in the end. He hadn't expected such a young novice to have such deep cunning, even thinking of hiding a sword within a sword. Too bad, if it had been before I refined the soul madman, these 5 daggers might have already killed me. As he spoke, the 5 empty blood holes on his body were slowly wriggling as if swarms of dense insects were repairing the wounds. To be precise, they were insects, beneath the man's skin. Were not flesh and blood, but a large group of black insects similar to the soul madman, fiery enchantment, blessing of the wind spirit. Lin Mo raised his hand and fire and tornado converged to form a massive fire tornado that charged towards the man. However, before the fire tornado could reach the man, the surrounding soul cripples had already formed an impenetrable wall in front of him. Seeing this, Lin Mo tried to change the position of the soul cripples, but the prepared man gave him no chance. With a burst of power from the soul cripples, a black aura surged like a torrent, instantly devouring the fire tornado. At the same time, the wounds on the man's body had also fully healed. He stared at Lin Mo with piercing eyes, then grabbed the soul cripple in front of him and squeezed it, causing it to burst. The exploded soul cripple turned into strands of black vapor, which transformed into new soul cripples throughout the domain. The man continued this process, crushing each soul cripple and then splitting them to create countless more. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo's domain was saturated, almost every area occupied by soul cripples, leaving no space to even move them. It could be said that Lin Mo was now completely surrounded by soul cripples. Enchanted fire. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, raised his hand, and a burst of flame shot out, transforming into a fire python that opened its wide mouth, trying to swallow the surrounding soul cripples. Useless. With a wave of the man's hand, the soul cripples devoured the fire python. Circle of deadly poison. Lin Mo had just released a white halo when it instantly disappeared. No matter what skill Lin Mo used, the soul cripples could instantly neutralize it. In other words, although it seemed to be Lin Mo's domain, he was utterly helpless against the soul cripples. My turn. The man smirked, controlling billions of soul cripples to attack Lin Mo. The soul cripples formed a black dragon, its heavy claws fiercely striking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo had no other choice but to do his utmost to buy time for Chen Huang and the others. Meanwhile, outside the arena, three young women had closely analyzed the attack methods and characteristics of the soul cripples and immediately joined hands, radiating holy light from their bodies. They closed their eyes, and in their minds they imagined a sword capable of vanquishing evil and cutting through immortality. Spirit of dreams, dream creation. The three almost simultaneously uttered the skill name. The next second, a sword bathed in golden light was born among them, 7 feet long, shimmering in gold. It's ready. Chen Huang, who had been waiting nearby, grabbed the sword and without a word threw it into the domain. Shall Lindsay use this? Chen Huang's voice came from outside the domain. Lin Mo instinctively looked over and saw a sword with a distinctly anime style flying towards him. The soul cripples tried to engulf the sword, but before they could get close, they were melted into ashes. By the golden light emanating from the blade, these ashes did not split again but instead vanished within the domain. Lin Mo incredulously watched the scene, then grabbed the long sword flying towards him. As soon as the sword was in hand, a thought popped into Lin Mo's mind. This sword sweeps away evil and shatters the cycle of rebirth. So Chuyuni. Before Lin Mo could finish his internal complaint, Chen Huang's voice boomed from outside the domain. This sword was tailor-made by Qingyu and the other two girls for these disgusting bugs. Just use it directly. Qingyu, one of the three girls. Lin Mo nodded. Talent activate. With his talent triggered, he chose the skill Wind Spirit's Blessing. In an instant his skill was amplified by 200%. Moving effortlessly, Lin Mo's speed was as fast as lightning, covering hundreds of meters in a second. While the man was still analyzing the situation, Lin Mo, wielding the holy sword, had already slain the horde of soul crazies beneath his horse's hooves. Watching the soul crazies being slashed and dissipating, the man furrowed his brows in confusion. How is this possible? The soul crazies aren't splitting anymore. The nature of soul crazies was to be undying and to replicate. Initially, there was indeed only one soul crazy, but every time one died, it could split into thousands. The more they died, the more they split, and their undying ability was inherited by each split. If there were enough soul crazies, they could rival a large beast tide or soul tide, but now their replication trait had just stopped working. Thunderstruck. The man, unable to contain his anger, summoned 5 bolts of lightning from the sky. Shift. Lin Mo didn't even glance at the sky, simply redirecting the lightning. Without the soul crazies, how could a level 49 professional be his match? Holding the holy sword, he descended like a deity, and with one strike, billions of beings were wiped out. Lin Mo's original plan was to deal with the soul crazies first, then kill the man. However, as he fought his way through, the man kept pulling soul crazies from his body, crushing them and continuing to replicate. Seeing this, Lin Mo decided to simply kill him first. His body turned into a streak of light, swiftly moving in front of the man. Lightning escape. the man's body turned into lightning, swiftly dodging, hardly giving Lin Mo a chance to get close. Do you think you can escape? Lin Mo's lips curved up and he immediately reversed the domain. Once again close to the man tried to use the same method to escape, but this time he did not retreat, instead moving closer to Lin Mo. The man was stunned. Before he could react, Lin Mo thrust his sword directly into his heart. A squeaking noise came from the man's chest, white smoke billowing out, accompanied by a piercing scream that hurt those who heard it. Lin Mo pulled out the sword, noticing it was covered with the corpses of soul crazies, which soon turned to ash. The sword wound in the man's chest continued to emit soul crazies, showing no signs of healing. I'll kill you. The man's eyes were filled with rage as he raised his hand to cast a thunder strike from his palm. But before he could use the skill, Lin Mo chopped off his arm with his sword. Fiery enchantment. Lin Mo attached fire to the holy sword and lightly waved it, the arm being consumed by flames and turning to ash. The abilities of the soul crazies were almost completely countered by the holy sword. The so-called replication was nothing in front of the holy sword. You talk too much. Lin Mo chopped off the man's head with another stroke of his sword, then stepped on the head as it was slowly engulfed by flames. Then came the thighs, hands and torso. To prevent the man from resurrecting, Lin Mo dismembered him completely. Since the man had no flesh and blood, his body composed entirely of soul crazies, the scene was not so bloody. After burning the last piece of the torso, Lin Mo thought everything was finally over. As the flames dissipated, a soul demon floated midair, and beside it was a human soul, the man's soul. The soul demon opened its mouth and devoured the man's soul. With the last soul absorbed, the soul demon became complete. Boom! The aura of the soul demon surged wildly, exuding chilling energy like a flood or a ferocious beast rampaging through Lin Mo's domain. Lin Mo slashed with his sword, but not even a mark was left on the soul demon. With each hit from the soul demon, the domain nearly collapsed. Lin Mo quickly gathered Jojo and the others, flying towards the exit of the plane. What's happening, Shaolinzi? Just before the domain shattered, Lin Mo had rushed out, so Chen Huang and the others were still unclear about what had transpired. Only when a loud noise erupted behind them did they see the massive cloud of energy obscuring the sky. Within the cloud, a black insect as large as a man appeared. It was the true form of the soul demon. Lin Mo had glanced at it briefly. Level 55. No wonder his holy sword felt like it was merely tickling it. Lin Mo had no thoughts of fighting. Escape was the only option. It seems like that insect is chasing us, a female cautiously mentioned. Hearing this, Lin Mo turned to see that the soul demon was indeed pursuing them. This was troubling. Logically, with the man dead, the soul demon's true master was gone. It should have gone berserk and attacked nearby creatures, not chase them. It was only when Lin Mo saw a ghostly face flickering within the energy that he realized the truth. Although the man was dead, his will had been inherited by the soul demon. It seemed the soul demon would not rest until it had killed them all. Lin Mo quickly compared their speeds. His expression grew grim. At this rate, the soul demon would catch up before they could reach the plane's exit. If caught, a level 55 soul demon could easily kill them all in an instant. Thinking this, Lin Mo looked at Chen Huang and the others, deciding finally to stay behind alone. If it were anyone else, Lin Mo would have abandoned them. But Chen Huang and Jojo were important to him. You guys go ahead, Lin Mo said, casting Wind Spirit's blessing on everyone. Although this would slow them down a bit, it would allow him to fly. Upon hearing this, Chen Huang's face showed grief. Shaolinzi, you can't be thinking of. What are you thinking? I'm staying behind to cover our escape. You run first and I'll follow after. Delaying it, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to seek death. With Wind Spirit's blessing, if he couldn't defeat the soul demon, he could at least run. But keeping Chen Huang and the others would likely end worse than if he alone stalled it. Chen Huang understood Lin Mo's intention and called everyone to leave. I'll wait for you, Jojo said, casting one last strong soul on Lin Mo before leaving, though she wanted to stay. With Lin Mo, her strength didn't allow it. Staying would only burden him. Watching everyone leave, Lin Mo held his holy sword hovering in the air, quietly waiting for the soul demon's arrival. Just then, he suddenly noticed the swamp gas pool not far away. Having flown too quickly before, he hadn't realized they had already passed over the swamp gas pool. Watching the swamp gas rise above the pool, Lin Mo suddenly had a brilliant idea. The soul plague swept in with billowing black smoke, almost covering the entire sky of the realm. Wherever it passed, everything decayed, and the air became murky and dense, like a sticky black liquid hanging in mid-air. The soul plague's target was Lin Mo. It chased after him with incredible speed, its surrounding black smoke condensing into a giant hand that obscured half the sky. As the hand pressed down, a formidable oppressive force followed closely. Lin Mo dared not resist directly. He quickly dove towards the swamp gas pool and swung his holy sword at the giant hand. Although the soul plague had grown stronger, the holy sword's properties remained intact. With one strike, the black smoke was completely dispersed. Hissing noises filled the air continuously. Strange creatures seemed to be writhing within the eerie black smoke. The smoke, like a vast net, fell from the sky, gradually enveloping Lin Mo. Wind Spirit Blessing. With the help of the Wind Spirit, Lin Mo created a massive wind disk that lifted the entire swamp gas pool into the air. Immediately, even the naked I could see the swamp gas rapidly spilling out from the pool, quickly covering a 10-mile radius and still expanding. The enhancement effect of his innate skills continued. The wind disk Lin Mo created was like a typhoon, scattering the swamp gas everywhere, even stirring up the deepest gases from the pool. It should be about enough now. Seeing that the area around the soul plague was filled with swamp gas and the figures of Jojo and others had disappeared, Lin Mo decided to ignite the swamp gas pool. The fire enchantment skill granted his holy sword the ability to ignite anything, a never-ending flame, and coupled with the absolute properties of the holy sword against the soul plague applied to the flames, including the comprehensive coverage of swamp gas, Lin Mo didn't dare to imagine what the soul plague would look like once burned. As the soul plague drew closer, Lin Mo held his breath, focusing all his remaining strength on the fire enchantment and wind spirit blessing skills. Now is the time. Lin Mo swung his holy sword towards the swamp gas pool, and a fiery sword aura instantly flew into the pool, igniting the deepest swamp gas. The entire air was filled with swamp gas, igniting at the slightest spark, affecting everything connected to it. In an instant, flames soared up like a curtain covering heaven and earth. Lin Mo created wind under his feet, blinking 100 meters away, and ran with all his might towards the realm's exit. Meanwhile, other professionals hunting in the wild forest saw the sky ablaze and thought it was an apocalyptic scene of worldly corruption. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew they had to escape immediately. In an instant, the entire wild forest was in chaos, with both monsters and humans frantically running towards the realm's exit. How has Lin Mo not returned? Yet, Jojo stood anxiously at the realm's exit, but out of the corner of his eye he saw numerous professionals running madly in this direction. What happened inside? Jojo stopped someone to ask, but the person ignored him, desperately rushing towards the exit. Are these people insane? Chen Huang thought to himself as he observed everyone running as if the apocalypse had arrived. When he looked up, the entire sky was ablaze. Is this truly the end of the world? That direction? It seems to be the way we came from. Just as Chen Huang was about to go back to find Lin Mo suddenly appeared in front of them. Without a word, Lin Mo gathered everyone and rushed towards the exit of this dimension. After passing through a series of bizarre and changing scenes, they successfully returned to the human world. The deputy captain of the Imperial Capital's demon hunting army, responsible for guarding the area, furrowed his brows in confusion as he watched one professional after another scramble out of the dimension. What's going on? Why are they all rushing out from the wild forest as if it had been planned? Could something have gone wrong inside? He was just about to check the situation himself, and if a beast king had been born, he would kill it on the spot. Lin Mo, why do you look so pale? Jojo, noticing Lin Mo's condition, quickly expressed his concern. Lin Mo shook his head. His pallor wasn't due to excessive energy expenditure or injuries, but because he knew he had caused a disaster. The explosion range of the methane pool had exceeded Lin Mo's expectations, and he suspected that, apart from the leaked methane, the pool might have contained methane accumulated over many unknown years. Lin Mo didn't know if the soul-maddening death had occurred, but he was certain that the dimension was not going to be in a good state. Just then, a deafening explosion sounded from the dimension's entrance, and a terrifying wave of flames almost broke through the space to escape the dimension. Fortunately, a man in military uniform blocked the flames, sparing the people at the camp from disaster. The man was about to enter the entrance when he froze in place. What happened? Where is the entrance? He watched in disbelief as the entrance disappeared right before his eyes and immediately reported the incident. What? The entrance to the wild forest dimension has vanished. That entrance was personally established by the Space God King, always stable. How could it just disappear? In an office in the Imperial capital, the person in charge paused, his hand stroking his bald head upon hearing the deputy captain's report, and erupted in fury. Damn it, he had just 1 year left before his tenure in the Imperial capital was up, and now this nonsense with the dimension's entrance disappearing. Each dimension was a treasure to the human world. If the wild forest really vanished during his term, not only would he forget about retiring, he was sure to be demoted. Wait for me, I'm coming over right now. Not wanting to take any chances, he hurried from the office to the campsite. Arriving at the scene, his heart sank. The entrance was really gone, and even the spatial aura left between the entrance had disappeared. There was only one possibility left: the dimension was gone. Damn it! The bald man let out a hysterical roar, his boiling blood surging through his body, causing those around him to feel dizzy. Meanwhile, Lin Mo hid to the side. Seeing the bald man's outburst, he knew he had messed up, but at that moment igniting the methane pool was the only chance for survival. Lin Mo, are you feeling unwell? Why are you sweating so much and your complexion looks so terrible? Although Lin Mo repeatedly denied that there was anything wrong, Jojo was still not quite at ease, so he decided to take him back to the city first. Lin Mo forced a smile. It's okay, don't worry about me, okay? Hell no. He knew he couldn't handle this situation on his own. After some thought, he decided to call Old Wei for help. As a student of the ancient capital's academy, Old Wei couldn't just watch him get arrested, right? Lin Mo took out his phone and dialed Wei Yan's number. At that moment, Wei Yan was in a hotel savoring fine wine, already somewhat tipsy. Hearing his phone ring, he picked it up, squinting, and muttered groggily, Lin Mo calling. Wonder what he wants this time. Then he answered the call. Hello Lin, Teacher Wei, I've blown up the wild forest plane, can you pull some strings for me? Initially still half-drunk, Wei Yan instantly sobered up upon hearing Lin Mo's words. What? Say that again, what did you blow up? Suspecting he had drunk too much and was hearing things, he shouted to clear his head. I said I blew up the plane, can you pull some strings? What? This time Wei Yan's voice was even louder. The nearby diners looked over at him with strange glances, and even the waiter couldn't help but come over to plead, Sir, could you please? Sir, are you alright? From the waiter's perspective, the customer who had been fine just a moment ago suddenly looked devastated, as if he had lost his parents. You blew up the plane? What? What did you do? Do you even know what a plane represents? It's the wealth of all humanity, not belonging to any organization or individual, it belongs to all of humanity. Damn, I was just celebrating your championship victory a moment ago, and now you've gone and blown up a plane. How did you, a mere Level 40 professional, manage to do that? Wei Yan still couldn't understand. Even he, at over level 50, might not be able to destroy a plane. Lin Mo somewhat cautiously asked, well Teacher Wei, I know I was a bit reckless, can the academy still pull some strings for me? Wei Yan, frustrated and clenching his teeth, said sternly, pull strings? No matter what, Lin Mo has defeated a future God King candidate. The plane has been destroyed, but we can't just abandon Lin Mo the candidate. If necessary, once he becomes the God King in the future, he can create a new plane to atone for humanity. Relieved to hear that Wei Yan could help him, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. If Wei Yan had refused, Lin Mo feared he might end up singing Tears of the Iron Window for the rest of his life. Wait for me, I'll talk to the academy. We can definitely pull some strings, but you'll have to compensate humanity afterwards. Wei Yan's voice sounded almost tearful as he hung up the phone, apparently about to contact the school authorities. Meanwhile, Jojo cautiously poked Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you really okay? She had overheard the conversation about planes being destroyed and the wealth of all humanity. Seeing the flames that had just erupted, she sensed that Lin Mo was in big trouble. Lin Mo, if you're in trouble, you can tell me directly. After all, if it hadn't been for you just now, I would have surely been killed by the evil spirit master. No matter what Lin Mo did, Jojo always felt it must be related to him. After all, Lin Mo, who could have easily escaped on his own, chose to stay behind. For their sake, now that something had happened, it was unfair for Lin Mo to bear the burden alone. Xiaolinzi, I noticed something was off with you since we got out. If there's a problem, just say it and we'll share the burden, Jojo urged. Yeah, we can help too. Chen Huang joined in, with Qingyu and the other two following closely behind. Seeing everyone so supportive, Lin Mo had no choice but to reveal that he had accidentally blown up a dimensional plane. A collective gasp of shock reverberated through the group. They had thought it was just a minor mishap, but blowing up a dimensional plane was a catastrophe of the highest order. This actually might not be unsolvable. I'll go and plead with my grandfather. Jojo was the first to step forward. As the legitimate granddaughter of the Shunwang family, adored by her grandfather, she was confident that a bit of coaxing would prompt the Zhou family to smooth things over. I can also ask my grandfather, even if it means getting a beating, Chen Huang bravely offered. Actually, we three could also Before Qingyu and the others could finish, Lin Mo interrupted them. No need, worst comes to worst, I'll work off my sins in the demon suppression army. What? Jojo hadn't expected Lin Mo to consider selling himself to the demon suppression army. If that was the case, could she convince her grandfather to handle this matter so Lin Mo could sell himself to the Zhou family instead? With things having come to this, they could only wait for the final judgment. Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. He had been quite afraid of spending his life behind bars, but now with Old Wei's assurance he felt his second half of life might not be spent in prison after all. The next day, after enduring a full day of torment, Lin Mo finally faced the demon suppression army that came to arrest him. However, they didn't handcuff him but rather invited him in a polite manner to the demon suppression army's division in the capital and then to a conference room. As Lin Mo entered, all eyes in the room without exception from warriors above level 60 and many above level 70 turned to him. Under the gaze of so many powerful beings, Lin Mo didn't feel much pressure, just a bit embarrassed. This public execution felt like being caught red-handed doing something wrong. In fact, he had been caught. Hey kid, you're the one who blew up the dimensional plane, aren't you? Just then a man with a shiny bald head suddenly stood up, furious and ready to attack Lin Mo. Old you, calm down, it's not entirely this young one's fault. Calm down. Someone beside him quickly grabbed the bald man. Calm down, my foot, this kid caused such trouble during my tenure, how am I supposed to retire peacefully? Just as it seemed he could no longer be restrained, the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat coughed loudly, stopping the bald man's outburst. Then his gaze landed on Lin Mo. You were Lin Mo? Seeing Lin Mo nod, the middle-aged man gestured for him to sit down. The reason for the disappearance of the dimensional gate we have found through certain means, and regarding the hidden necromancer and his creation, the soul malignancy, we in the demon suppression army deeply apologize. You ignited the biogas pool in what should have been self-defense. Although no other casualties were caused, the scope was too broad and it also resulted in the closure of the entrance. You indeed bear some responsibility for this incident. We have discussed this with your school, and based on the actual situation have arrived at a verdict for you. No matter how much you grow in the future, you are to add a new dimensional space for the Dragon Nation. Shouldn't be a problem, right? No problem, Lin Mo nodded. This punishment for him was the most ideal outcome, certainly better than crying behind bars. That's good then, said the middle-aged man, crossing his hands on the table, his gaze shifting to the bald man glaring intently at Lin Mo. As for you, Lao Yu, the military leader, believes you cannot escape blame. Evil spirit masters were able to hide in several dimensions under your watch, even killing people to harvest souls for crafting the troublesome creature Hun Nye. If it weren't for Lin Mo finding the evil spirit master and killing it before Hun Nye grew, not only would you have no retirement life, you would be suspended and more likely held accountable. The bald man, pointing at Lin Mo, wore a look of disbelief. What? The military leader means I should thank this kid? The middle-aged man nodded subtly, exactly as the military leader stated. If you disagree, you can discuss it with him, see if it's better to listen to my guidance or learn a lesson from the military leader's fist. It's up to you. I'll thank him, isn't that enough? Imagining the military leader's mountain-crushing fist made the bald man swallow hard. He looked at Lin Mo's innocent face and bowed deeply in apology. I'm sorry for my earlier attitude. On behalf of all the citizens of the Imperial City, I thank you for ridding us of this menace. Lin Mo returned the bow. The turn of events was so dramatic that even Lin Mo hadn't expected that in the end, not only would he avoid prison, but he'd also have the Imperial City's officials apologizing to him. All right, meeting adjourned. The middle-aged man waved his hand, sending all the leaders out of the conference room, but kept Lin Mo behind. Let me introduce myself. I am Lei Changgong, the deputy commander of the Imperial Divine Army. Like the Mountain Shaker Army, the Imperial Divine Army is one of the 5 major demon-suppressing armies, and its leader is also of Divine King level. In the Imperial Divine Army, the military leader is the supreme commander, followed by the deputy military leader, then the commanders and deputy commanders. There's something I didn't mention during the meeting concerning the evil spirit master you killed. Lei Changgong's fingers slid and a screen emerged on the conference table displaying the portrait and details of the evil spirit master from the wild forest. As Lin Mo browsed, Lei Changgong continued. The conditions for crafting Hun Nye are extremely harsh, requiring not only rare in-cold materials as the body's catalyst but also the souls of 99 people, and finally, the soul of someone who has awakened a divine profession must be absorbed. The technology to create such a creature is only held by certain major families in Nanyang, so this person must also be from those families. You not only killed a member of their family but also destroyed the Hun Nye. They will certainly not let this go. Your level is probably just over 40 yet you managed to kill a Hunya that starts at level 50, which sufficiently demonstrates your strong combat talent. I have also seen your battles at the Imperial City Academy, and indeed you are a promising talent. If you fear retaliation from those affiliated with the evil spirit masters, you can seek refuge in the Divine Military Command. That place is a zone no evil spirit master dares to tread. Your safety there is absolutely guaranteed. As Lin Mo listened, he not only understood Lei Changgong's concern for him but also realized that Lei was trying to recruit him into their Divine Military Command. Commander Lei, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm still a student and would like to prioritize my studies for now, Lin Mo responded. Lei Changgong thought to himself, prioritize studies, my foot. Having investigated Lin Mo, he knew everything about him. Yu Qingfeng from the Mountain Shaking Army had tried to recruit Lin Mo several times and was also rejected. After all, what professionals value is strength, not so-called studies. This guy clearly just doesn't want to join the Demon Suppression Army. Find what you choose to do as your freedom, but just be careful, Lei Changgong eventually said. Regarding the corpse of the soul maniac, I have already retrieved it from the Wild Woods dimension. Although the corpse of a soul maniac is incredibly valuable, you can't protect it, so it will be kept by the Demon Suppression Army as compensation for the dimension you blew up. Lin Mo looked surprised. The corpse of a soul maniac can still be alive? Lei Changgong nodded slightly. The soul maniac is known as the undead. Its bodily strength far exceeds its own level, but because of your actions, all the soul energy inside has dissipated. Unless new soul energy is injected, it cannot live. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo asked Lei Changgong to take him to see the corpse of the soul maniac. Lei Changgong led Lin Mo through multiple security checks within the Imperial City Division building. Arriving at the most inner area, the place was filled with surveillance and infrared systems which would trigger alarms if outsiders stepped in. Using his authority, Lei Changgong deactivated all the infrared systems and then led Lin Mo to the very center of the room. Inside a glass room constructed of special metals, the corpse of the soul maniac lay, only the size of a fingernail but perfectly preserved. Ding! Nearby soul maniac corpse detected. Does the host wish to extract attributes? At the moment the system's voice rang out, Lin Mo knew his guess was right. Ordinary monsters no longer satisfied the system, only special ones could trigger it. Extract fiercely. Lin Mo thought to himself. The next second a black stream of energy flowed out from the soul maniac's body, visible only to Lin Mo, and then entered his body. Attribute extraction successful. Mental enhancement acquired. Skill comprehension. 1 Chi transforms 3 clears. 1 Chi transforms 3 clears. A skill that allows the caster to create 2 identical copies of himself with no time limit on the clones, ending only when the caster is completely exhausted. 1 Chi transforms 3 clears. The names of the skills are getting more and more like those from Immortal Tales. Lin Mo touched his chin. First it was illusory earth, then 1 Chi transforms 3 clears, and looking back at earlier ones like fierce fire enchantment, wind spirit blessing, they sounded pretty awful. What's wrong? Beside him, Lei Changgong saw the changing expressions on Lin Mo's face over a few seconds and thought he was recalling some painful memories, so he took him away from the place. Lei Changgong personally escorted Lin Mo out of the Demon Suppression Army, and before leaving he specifically reminded Lin Mo to seek out the Divine Military Command if he ever encountered danger. Lin Mo readily agreed. Before entering the meeting room, Lin Mo's mobile phone was taken away and only returned to him when he left. When he turned it on, there were a pile of missed calls from Chen Huang, Zhou Wei Yen, and an unfamiliar number from the ancient city. Lin Mo first returned the call from the ancient city, and as expected, it was Principal Gu on the line. Lin Mo reported the results of his handling to Principal Gu, who expressed relief and urged Lin Mo to return soon. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Principal Gu, Lin Mo called the other 3 to report his safety. Once everything was done, Lin Mo returned to his hotel. He sat cross-legged on the bed and performed the technique of 1 breath, 3 pure ones. Soon, along with his original self, there were 3 identically looking Lin Mo's. Lin Mo carefully observed his 2 clones and found that indeed, as the system described, their strength and physique were almost identical. However, there was one exception. Lin Mo looked at the last clone that was created, which seemed to have the intelligence of a 6 or 7-year-old child, constantly calling him Big Brother. That's not right. I wasn't this naive at 7, was I? While Lin Mo was still pondering what went wrong, that clone suddenly transformed from an adult into a child. Now both intelligence and physique matched. The strength seemed unaffected by the transformation, just the physique and intelligence. When Lin Mo saw that clone hugging the other and calling him big brother, he felt it was somewhat strange, as if someone had slapped his embarrassing past right onto his face. Well, one breath two pure ones works too. With a wave of his hand, the childlike Lin Mo turned into a clear vapor and merged back into Lin Mo. Then he looked at the other clone. How does it feel? Not bad, just a bit warm. Warm, Lin Mo frowned. Could it be a side effect of one breath three pure ones? Yes, it felt like the power inside was burning fiercely. Perhaps this is the call of the heavenly path. My era has arrived. Lin Mo watched his clones seriously recite these cringeworthy statements and didn't know what to say. He fell silent. A juvenile and a child from one breath three pure ones. Where's the promised identicality? So only the power is identical? Scared by my aura, aren't you? Actually, since you and I are one, when the heavenly path calls me, you'll surely be called too. The juvenile Lin Mo earnestly consoled his original self. Lin Mo glared at him. You go back too? Alright. The juvenile Lin Mo shrugged and also turned into a clear vapor that entered Lin Mo's body. One breath three pure ones, two clones, one juvenile and one child. What exactly went wrong? System, what's going on with this skill? Lin Mo wanted a reasonable explanation from the system, but after a long silence, the system didn't even fart. It crashed again. At this point Lin Mo had no other options. Weird as it was, he'd make do. The night passed without further incident. The next morning Lin Mo got up early, originally planning to attend some lectures at the Imperial Academy. However, just as he was leaving, he ran into Ziling. Ziling was wearing a purple dress today and holding hands with Chen Rushua, seemingly planning to go shopping. Lin Mo. Just as Lin Mo was about to greet them, Ziling called out excitedly, then let go of Chen Rushua's hand, ran up and grabbed Lin Mo's arm. Senior sister, is this Lin Mo? Let's have a spar. The figure before him, Ziling, was like a battle maniac, exuding a thirst for combat from every pore. Lin Mo had seen many women, but Ziling was definitely the most battle-hungry among them, especially since Ziling also had an appearance that was dignified and elegant. Her personality was such a stark contrast. Just as Lin Mo was wondering how to decline, Wei Yan popped up from nowhere, nodding on Lin Mo's behalf. Sure, after all, we're all students from the ancient capital. A little spar could foster mutual improvement. Wei Yan, with a smirk that was not quite a smile, stared at Lin Mo. Ever since Lin Mo blew up a dimension, Wei Yan dared not even drink alcohol, rising early just to keep an eye on Lin Mo, fearing he might cause more trouble. In any case, during the exchange period in the Imperial City, Wei Yan was determined not to let Lin Mo venture into any other dimensions again. This was not just for his own good, but also for Lin Mo's sake. Chen Rushui, you joined the spar too. Lin Mo is so strong, a 2 against 1 with you and Ziling wouldn't be bullying him. No, make that 3 against 1 inch. There's also Mo Duo. Wei Yan directly ran to knock on Mo Duo's door, who, while yawning, looked timidly at everyone. Alright, now that everyone's here, let's go to the Imperial Academy's martial arts field. Wei Yan hurried everyone, planning to tire Lin Mo out through the spar. Teacher, isn't this unfair to Lin Mo? Mo Duo, after learning from Wei Yan that it was going to be 3 against 1, suddenly felt that this was rather bullying. Wei Yan glanced at Mo Duo and scoffed, unfair. Would you rather face him alone? Then, let's stick with 3-on-1. Mo Duo knew his own level. 1-on-1 he was no match for Lin Mo. What about you two? Seeing Mo Duo had no objections, Wei Yan turned to Ziling and Chen Rushui. Ziling was casual about it, and Chen Rushui had long been curious about just how strong Lin Mo really was. 3 against 1 seemed a bit like bullying, but for a demon like Lin Mo it was hard to say who was actually bullying whom. Wei Yan nodded. Since there are no objections, let's start. Just then Lin Mo suddenly raised his hand. Teacher Wei, aren't you going to ask if I have any objections? Wei Yan glared at him. You little rascal, you still want to have objections? You blew up a dimension and I haven't even brought you in for tea, and you still want to complain? Keep any objections to yourself. Begin, commanded Wei Yan, and Ziling along with the others stepped onto the martial arts field. Zixia fills the sky. Ziling, without even greeting, released a vast expanse of purple mist from within her body. The mist seemed to hide countless invisible blades, sharp and omnipresent, and once enveloped by the purple fog, it was akin to being surrounded by 10,000 swords. Fiery enchantment. As Lin Mo's level increased, so did his mastery over the fiery enchantment. As soon as he spoke, a fire python flew out from his palm, devouring the purple mist in the air and growing several times in size. Winter is coming. Chen Rushui stretched out her fingers and a burst of cold air sprayed from her palm, attempting to cool down the fire python, but before the cold could get close, the blazing flames melted it. Chen Rushui, having anticipated this, simply stood there without making a move. Assassination. Just then, a figure akin to a ghost stealthily appeared behind Lin Mo. The man pulled out a small knife intending to place it at Lin Mo's throat. Wind Spirit Blessing. Troll Amplification. Lin Mo first used the Wind Spirit to get behind Mo Dodo and then punched him in the back. He controlled his strength only enough to send Mo Dodo flying. 5 elements Heavenly Fire Sword. Lin Mo threw out 5 flying swords moving so fast that only their afterimages could be seen. Mo Dodo, Chen Rushui and Ziling hadn't even released their skills before the flying swords were at their throats. You've lost. Lin Mo's lips curled up slightly as he then stored the long sword back into his storage ring. Junior brother is really powerful, defeating us all at once, Ziling said. Though defeated, she was very happy. On the other hand, Chen Rushui remained calm as if the outcome was meaningless to her, a true Buddhist girl. Yes. Lin is really amazing. I wish I could be as formidable as him one day. Mo Dodo said, his face flushed as he mustered the courage to speak. Below the stage, Wei Yan saw the trio defeated so quickly, feeling both helpless and troubled. Indeed, relying on these 3 to drain Lin Mo's strength was futile. Just as Wei Yan was about to shamelessly challenge Lin Mo himself, a figure with 6 wings appeared midair. You really are here. The newcomer was Mo Shen. He had come to school for an early class and suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Upon arrival, he indeed found it was Lin Mo. Heaven helps those who help themselves. Mo Shen landed on the martial arts field, locking eyes with Lin Mo. Lin Mo, I've been looking for you these past few days. Times have changed. I want you to duel with me again. To beat you, I've been absorbing spirit stones for days and my level has reached 43. Now even a level 50 demon beast is no match for me. Hearing Mo Shen had absorbed spirit stones for several days, Ziling whispered to Chen Rushui, can he really absorb so many spirit stones at once without feeling overwhelmed? Spirit stones can increase a practitioner's level, but you can't keep absorbing them indefinitely. After level 40 you should stop and wait half a month or a month before trying to level up again with spirit stones. Chen Rushui shook her head. Maybe it's different for someone with extremely high potential. Oh, Lin Mo, I challenge you. Mo Shen brandished the seraphic lance, pointing it straight at Lin Mo. He remembered his defeat from their last battle and was now determined to redeem his honor. Lin Mo glanced at the seraphic lance in Mo Shen's hand and turned to walk away from the stage. No thanks, I'm busy. I have to attend a lecture. Lin Mo felt that dueling was a waste of time unless it was necessary for a breakthrough. He never sought out duels otherwise. You're destined to be a future god king, and yet you have no desire to fight it. Mo Shen was stunned by Lin Mo's actions. Lin Mo had defeated him, which surely meant he also had high potential. In Mo Shen's view, as a future god king, he should have a strong desire to battle. However, Lin Mo simply refused. Watching Lin Mo's resolute figure walking off the stage, Mo Shen gritted his teeth and shouted, if you beat me, I'll give you 30 spirit stones. Before the echo of his words faded, Lin Mo was back on the stage. Is this true? Lin Mo's eyes burned with ferocity as a wild wind swirled around him, making his robe flap with a snapping sound. In that moment, Mo Shen seemed to see a blazing fighting spirit in Lin Mo. He couldn't help but laugh. Of course, a king does not speak in jest. Let's begin then. As soon as Lin Mo shouted begin, he flung out 5 flying swords. The swords tore through the air wrapped in fierce red flames and swiftly struck towards Mo Shen. Clang! Mo Shen quickly swung his spear, spinning it to deflect all 5 flying swords. However, in the next second, a huge fireball appeared in the sky, almost covering the entire martial arts field like a flaming meteor crashing down. Blessing of the Holy Spirit, baptism of the Holy Spear. In an instant, Mo Shen was clad in red armor, and he then stood his spear upright. From the tip of the spear, a red flame surged out, forming a long rainbow that blasted towards the fireball in the sky. Boom! A massive explosion and a sky-high blaze momentarily engulfed every corner of the field, the flames seeming to penetrate the barriers of the arena, scorching everyone's skin. Ziling and others stood far away, yet they still felt an intense burning sensation. Chen Rushui glanced at her slightly reddened arm, covered it with ice and snow, and then looked towards the field, her calm eyes filled with turmoil. He didn't use his full strength when fighting with us. This is Lin Mo's real power. The future God King, terrifying indeed. Ziling's eyes blazed with excitement, wishing she could spar with Lin Mo once more. Temple of Fiery Flames. On the field, a thick dragon-like blaze shot into the sky, and the next second, like a curtain falling, a majestic palace appeared on the stage, Eternal World. While the Temple of Fiery Flames had not yet fully enveloped the field, Lin Mo waved his hand, instantly forming his domain. In a moment, stars twinkled. Go, Lin Mo pressed his palm downward and the boundless starry sky pressed towards the temple of fiery flames. Without innate talent enhancing the effects of his skills, the power of Eternal World was indeed not as formidable as during his first battle with Mo Xian. The two domains collided, neither yielding nor advancing. I am stronger than I was a few days ago, your domain cannot suppress mine now. Seeing that the Temple of Fiery Flames withstood Lin Mo's domain without shattering, Mo Xian's confidence surged. He swung his spear and power gushed out like a torrent, full of blazing flames. In the temple square the statue of the seraph exploded with dazzling white light, the brilliance fell and the floor cracked under the high temperature. This layer of white light tried to penetrate the boundary of the domain, inching into Eternal World. If allowed to invade the current Eternal World, might not completely suppress the spread of the white light. After all, Lin Mo had personally witnessed how powerful the property of burning everything could be. Seeing this, Lin Mo performed the one chi transforms three clears. As a stream of clear chi flew out of his body, a young man looking exactly like Lin Mo appeared in the air. Huh? Am I seeing things? Why is there another Lin Mo? Below, Wei Yan was guarding near the field, bracing against the impact of the two domains to prevent either Lin Mo or Mo Xian from getting injured. In a blink he saw another Lin Mo appear. I clearly didn't drink last night. Could it be that I blacked out from drinking so I have no memory of it? Wei Yan shook his head vigorously, then took another serious look at the sky only to see two Lin Mo's. Is this some kind of illusion? I'm getting more and more interested in your profession. Seeing another Lin Mo appear, Mo Xian was completely unfazed. Aside from the real Lin Mo, other similar avatar abilities couldn't even enter his realm, let alone pose a threat to him. Mo Xian's disregard for the avatar was expected by Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at the second Lin Mo and said, I'll leave it to you. He and his avatar shared a mental connection. There was no need for a battle plan, a single glance was enough. Leave it to me, grinned the second Lin Mo confidently as he flew out of the Eternal World. The arena had already been filled by two domains, and as soon as the second Lin Mo flew out, he immediately cast the Dreamy Mudra. From the distant stars, my holy domain descends upon this world to purge evil and cleanse spirits. His proclamation reverberated through the Eternal World. To the uninformed, it would seem he had deployed some formidable skill. As the second Lin Mo finished chanting, another starry sky identical to Lin Mo's appeared, forcefully inserting itself into the arena. The arena was now divided into three. Mo Xian glanced at the newly emerged Eternal World, still indifferent. You're really going out of your way to make me believe this is real. Sadly, I've studied many professions, and even if you use an avatar, it's not likely to pose a threat to me. Oh, then good luck, said Lin Mo, standing still as a cluster of white flames eroded the Eternal World. Mo Xian's attention was all on this, unaware that his own domain was on the brink of collapse under the pressure of the two domains. Ignorant child, you've lost. The second Lin Mo suddenly laughed aloud. The next second, under the pincer attack of two Eternal Worlds, the palace where Mo Xian stood instantly collapsed. Mo Xian just realized what had happened when he looked up to find 5 flying swords and 5 daggers at his throat. You've lost, Lin Mo stated calmly, and without waiting for the second Lin Mo to summarize, he directly reabsorbed him into his body. I've lost? How did I lose? Mo Xian was baffled. He had been at an advantage just before, but suddenly his domain collapsed. The speed of the collapse left him helpless, and to the end he didn't even understand how he lost. He stared at Lin Mo in astonishment, but the latter had already turned and left the stage. Remember the 30 spirit stones I mentioned? Lin Mo waved his hand and soon disappeared from Mo Xian's sight. I lost, and so unclearly. Am I really that weak? Mo Xian's gaze dimmed as he walked with his head down, repeatedly mumbling to himself, am I really weak? Anyone could see that Mo Xian was deeply affected. The first time he thought he had been careless, which led to his defeat by Lin Mo, so he rallied his spirits for another try. This time he was 3 levels higher than before and was fully alert, even using his talents right at the start of the battle, only to end up losing even more miserably than the last time. At least the last time he knew how he had been defeated, but this time he didn't even know what moves Lin Mo had used to crush him. From the start brimming with confidence to the end not even knowing why he was losing, the stark contrast completely shattered Mo Xian's self-confidence. Wei Yan, watching Mo Xian's dispirited figure retreating, couldn't shake off a bad feeling. Could it be that this guy has been broken by defeat? Lin Mo, as an exchange student, naturally attended classes at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the morning he went to Shen Xilian's classroom to listen to a lecture on how to strengthen a team by matching the right professions. In the afternoon, he followed Chen Huang to a practical class where he learned how to release a skill twice in 1 second. When he returned home in the evening, he collected 30 spirit stones from the front desk and absorbed them overnight, advancing from level 44 to 45, feeling that his body was reluctant to absorb more spiritual energy due to the excessive intake. Lin Mo stopped absorbing further. Of the 30 spirit stones, 5 remained. As he was about to rest, Lin Mo opened his information panel. Lin Mo always checked his information panel every night, but today he discovered something unusual. Host, Lin Mo. Level 45, Profession, Holy Spirit King, Poison Strength Firewind Dream, Skills, Healing Ring of Deadly Poison Troll Amplification Fire Enchantment Wind Spirit Blessing Illusory Dream 1 Earth, Pseudo Realm, 1 Chi Transforms 3 Clears, Talent, choose 1, randomly select Skills Enhance Skill Effect by 200%. Holy Spirit Blessing 1%. A blessing from an unknown creature can permanently enhance physical abilities because the current blessing is 1%. Unable to summon Holy Spirit Arms, Holy Spirit Blessing. Lin Mo felt the name sounded familiar. Recalling today's battle, he suddenly realized whose talent this was. How did Mo Shen's talent end up with me? What does this 1% represent? Although cases of awakening talents the day after are rare, they have happened before. It's far-fetched to think that he suddenly awakened the same talent as Mo Shen, but on second thought it seems quite plausible. But this 1% Lin Mo was sure was definitely not a talent awakened suddenly. Furthermore, if it was a talent awakened with the help of the system, there would have been a notification, so this possibility was also dismissed. After much thought, Lin Mo felt the most likely possibility was still the positive benefit brought by the profession of Holy Spirit King, though he was still unclear about the triggering conditions. After all, up to now Lin Mo was still unsure what was so special about this profession. However, at the end of the day, this talent had also appeared after his battle with Mo Shen. He decided to challenge him to another match the next day. Lin Mo believed that Mo Shen, being a person who hated to lose, would definitely accept the challenge without a second thought. The next day, Lin Mo went to the Imperial Capital Academy to inquire about Mo Shen's whereabouts, but a large group of people said they hadn't seen him. Just as Lin Mo was frustrated about where Mo Shen could be, someone who had seen Mo Shen the day before suddenly spoke up. I saw Mo Shen leaving the main gate yesterday morning looking utterly distraught. It seemed like he had suffered some kind of setback. If you can't find him, he probably didn't come to school. Not knowing what Mo Shen had encountered, it was the first time I had seen such a proud and stubborn boy so downcast. In the Imperial Capital Academy, 90% of the people knew Mo Shen and understood the kind of person he was. Titled the future divine king and the favored child of the heavens, Mo Shen was destined to be the next head of the Mo family. These honors alone highlighted his exalted status. With such a high status came natural arrogance. Although Mo Shen was willing to speak with these fellow students, his tone made it clear that he viewed others as inferiors needing his care. If you're looking for Mo Shen, wait a few more days. After all, as a genius, his temperament won't be poor and he'll recover from his mood quickly, said the senior student, shouldering a long spear as he ambled towards the academic building. Lin Mo watched him leave, pondering the words just spoken and touching his nose, wondering if he had really upset the man that much. Am I really that formidable? He didn't believe he had the power to crush Mo Shen into despair. In terms of talent, they were comparable. In terms of level, Lin Mo was only slightly higher. Setting aside the transformation into 3 purities with one breath, the battle between Lin Mo and Mo Shen yesterday was indeed evenly matched. Well, I'll wait a few more days for him, Lin Mo mused, not in a hurry, knowing that if he couldn't find Mo Shen to test his skills, he could just as well ask Xin Xinlian. However, since Xin Xinlian had no classes during the day, Lin Mo would have to wait until evening to meet him. Lin Mo sent a message to Chen Huang, and after meeting up, they went to class together. The Imperial Capital Academy and the Ancient Capital Academy each had their strengths and weaknesses. The Imperial Capital Academy focused on academic teaching, where many students never missed a single theoretical class from enrollment to graduation, yet they only had minimal real combat experience. Limited to mission executions, the ancient capital, due to its unique location, almost required its students to hunt souls daily, and with monthly rewards based on the soul hunting leaderboard. Some students even ventured near advanced planes like the Abyss of Wailing to hunt for souls. Overall, though, students from the Imperial Capital Academy were stronger, but their ability to react on the spot was significantly weaker. After the teacher finished the lecture and saw there was still time before class ended, he allowed the students to study on their own. Chen Huang finished taking notes and came over to chat with Lin Mo. As they talked, they eventually discussed a past incident. Do you remember those 3 girls from last time? The ones from the wild forest plain. Lin Mo usually didn't remember strangers, but those 3 had made a significant impression on him. They had somehow summoned a sword that perfectly countered the Soul Mania's splitting ability. Even Lei Changong, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Army, was surprised that Lin Mo could kill the Soul Mania. According to Lei Changong, Soul Mania symbolized immortality. Even if it had just come into being a second ago, killing it would be extremely difficult. Lin Mo's ability to kill the Soul Mania wasn't due to the power of a fire enchantment or an explosion from a marsh gas pool. The main reason was that sword, which seemed naturally designed to counter Soul Manias. To be honest with you, those 3 girls, Qing Yu and her friends, their profession is Spirit Dreamer. Spirit Dreamer. Lin Mo had never heard of this profession before, possibly because the library at Jiangling Secondary School wasn't comprehensive enough and missed documenting some professions. The Spirit Dreamer profession wasn't recorded in many textbooks, but Teacher Shin had included it in his career encyclopedia published 2 years ago. The profession of a Spirit Dreamer is quite extraordinary. Practitioners can materialize anything they imagine. The sword mentioned earlier was indeed conjured by a Spirit Dreamer using their imagination. One might wonder, does this not make the profession invincible? Lin Mo was genuinely surprised by the capabilities of a Spirit Dreamer. To create whatever one desires seemed almost godlike. However, Chen Huang shook his head, feigning profundity, and explained that the profession is very special. The uniqueness lies in the fact that a person's mental capacity is limited. One cannot conceive of anything beyond their understanding. For instance, if you ask a Spirit Dreamer to imagine a sword that could kill everything, they would not be able to envision it. But if they analyze an opponent's attack methods and then create a sword specifically designed to counter those methods, they can indeed achieve that. Generally speaking, a Spirit Dreamer cannot do whatever they wish, and they might not even be able to create a weapon of exceptional quality. However, if there are enough people and if all are in perfect mental sync, there is almost nothing a Spirit Dreamer cannot do. This, though, is merely theoretical. Originally ranked among the higher tiers of sacred professions, Spirit Dreamers are considered weaker due to the scarcity of individuals awakening to these powers. Additionally, when multiple people attempt to create something together, a slight inconsistency in thoughts can lead to failure, thus making it an advanced profession. As Lin Mo listened and nodded, his earlier thought that Spirit Dreamers were invincible seemed misplaced. Seeing Lin Mo not expressing any opinions further, Chen Huang continued. Moreover, Qing Yu and her friends grew up together, attended the same school, and have never really been apart. Plus, all of them awakened as Spirit Dreamers. Don't you think that's quite a coincidence? Yes, it's very coincidental, Lin Mo agreed sincerely. After Lin Mo's response trailed off, Chen Huang got straight to the point. Old Lin, what I mean is, why don't we bring Miss Zhou and Qing Yu and their group together to form a team? What do you think? Chen Huang's idea of forming a team was akin to creating a force that, after graduation, would explore different planes together, sharing fortunes and facing adversities as one. Many students form teams before graduating to pave the way for the future. Lin Mo was quite interested in this team-forming idea, especially since Qing Yu and her friends possessed remarkable abilities. Having grown up together and attended the same school, they already shared a strong understanding. Chen Huang leaned in closer, smiling. What do you think of this proposal? It's pretty good. I have no objections. If you have no objections, then go and talk to them. After class? Me? Yes, who else if not you? Chen Huang gave Lin Mo a look. Jojo likes you. She'll definitely agree if you ask her. Although Qing Yu and the others are more familiar with me, you certainly have a higher favorability. Plus, you saved them. As long as you invite them, it's almost guaranteed. Stop the chatter. Just go and invite them after class. We absolutely can't let these 3 Spirit Dreamers fall into someone else's hands. Chen Huang clenched his right hand, looking every bit the antagonist. Convinced by Chen Huang's analysis, Lin Mo decided to take on this task. The spiritual dream master who unites 3 ideas. Once you become the God King, their levels will catch up too. I can guarantee that you will be the strongest in the God King's rank. Chen Huang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. Hearing Chen Huang talk about the God King, Lin Mo suddenly remembered the first time he heard Shen Xinlian lecture and the words Mo Xian had said. Support professions can't become God Kings. Lin Mo wasn't sure if he was a support profession, but the Holy Spirit King had awakened from a priest, and this worry he could never forget. Never mind, I'm only level 45, worrying about this is too early. He shook his head, not wanting to dwell on these thoughts. After class, Chen Huang took Lin Mo to the girls' dormitory area. The dormitories at the Imperial Capital Academy were generally single buildings, and the areas were also divided by gender. Chen Huang and Lin Mo registered at the entrance of the female dormitory area before they were allowed in. Why don't you send Miss Jo a message to see where she is? Chen Huang and Lin Mo realized after entering that they actually didn't know where Jojo lived. The last time Lin Mo came, he only dropped Jojo off at the door and didn't go in. I'll ask. Lin Mo opened his phone and sent Jojo a message. A long time passed and Jojo did not reply. She seemed to be busy. She hasn't replied to me. Shall we go find Qingyu and the others first? Sure, I'll send them a message. Although Chen Huang only had Qingyu's contact, the other two lived together with her, so contacting one was enough. Done. It hadn't been 10 seconds since Chen Huang sent the message when Qingyu sent him their location. Soon, the two arrived at the place Qingyu mentioned. Here. In front of a two-story villa, Qingyu, dressed in casual clothes, was waving at Lin Mo and Chen Huang warmly. Inviting them inside, the villa's living room had 3 yoga mats laid out where the other 2 girls were doing yoga, and they didn't stop when they saw Chen Huang and Lin Mo enter. They boldly displayed their curves, not treating Lin Mo and his friend as outsiders. Cough, cough. Qingyu coughed loudly, looking at the two still exercising. Su Ling Chen Meng Meng, Lin Mo is here on serious business. Stop training for now. The two, sweaty and glistening, hearing that there was serious business, also stopped their movements and sat cross-legged on the yoga mats, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lin Mo. Chen Huang poked Lin Mo's ribs. Lin Mo, you talk. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo proposed the idea of forming a team with the 3 girls. Lin Mo wanted to say something nice to get them to agree to join. Before he could finish, the 3 girls were already nodding incessantly. To have such a distinguished person as Senior Lin personally come to invite us, we must agree no matter what. Senior, I have no other requests, but could you sign my clothes after joining the team? Hee. Senior, we actually wanted to invite you to team up before, but we were too shy to speak up. We never expected Senior to take the initiative to come to us. Each of the 3 girls had their reasons, but in any case, they joined without any complaints out of admiration for Lin Mo, except for wanting his autograph. Lin Mo signed each of the girls' clothes, and then with the girls seeing them off, they left the villa. Hey old Lin, this is a bit too easy, isn't it? Walking on the asphalt road, Chen Huang couldn't help but feel envious of the way the 3 girls had just treated Lin Mo. Although he knew that forming a group with Qingyu and the others would definitely make things easier, he didn't expect it to be to such an extent that the girls were practically throwing themselves at him. Lin Mo shrugged indifferently. How would I know? Wasn't it your idea? Let's not talk about this. Did Miss Jo contact you? No, she hasn't replied to my messages. She's probably asleep. It was only 10:30 in the morning since Lin Mo and the others had come straight after class. It was very likely that Jojo was still sleeping. Should we wait then? Let's wait a bit more. Chen Huang and Lin Mo found a bench in the girls' dormitory park to sit and chat while waiting for Jojo's reply. The female students of the Imperial Capital Academy are mostly very self-disciplined. They were already exercising in the park at this hour. They passed by the park without giving much thought to the presence of men. Although this area belonged to the girls' dormitories, the security was very tight. Unauthorized entry into any villa without the owner's permission would immediately trigger an alarm and even upload the intruder's portrait onto the Imperial Capital Academy network, embarrassing them in front of all the students and staff. To attempt anything untoward here, even a level 60 expert wouldn't dare. However, while the girls showed little interest in men, many of them recognized the person sitting on the bench as Lin Mo. Due to Mo Xin's fame in the Imperial Capital Academy, Lin Mo, who had defeated him, had also gained significant fame. Moreover, Lin Mo was naturally handsome, which made him particularly pleasing to look at. Now, on the Imperial Capital Academy network, many people were hanging on the confession wall wanting Lin Mo's contact details, and fans were taking snapshots of him all over the school. So many recognized this young man who defeated the future God King. Upon seeing that it was Lin Mo, many girls came up to ask for his contact information. Some who were slightly prettier, had better figures, or were more bold went straight up to ask Lin Mo if he was interested in a date. Lin Mo was utterly shocked. Chen Huang had been sitting comfortably next to him moments earlier, but soon found himself squeezed out, unable to do anything but watch as Lin Mo fell deep into a den of wolves, grinding his teeth in frustration. Surrounded by a pack, Lin Mo felt like Tang Sanzang, who had stumbled into the spider's den struggling to escape. Several senior girls stronger than him made it impossible for him to move. Despairing, Lin Mo thought he should have worn a mask. Just as he considered fighting his way out, a sheet of musical score suddenly appeared in the sky. Holy Spirit meteor. The scores transformed into blades and split into dozens of pieces, swiftly falling near the bench. The girls, who had been crowding around him, instantly backed off and took defensive stances. They looked up and saw a girl in a tiny tank top and shorts with a stunning figure slowly approaching, holding a musical note in her hand. She walked up to Lin Mo, grabbed his arm, leaned toward him and smiled slightly at the crowd. Sorry everyone, he came here to find me. She then showed everyone her chat history with Lin Mo. Before the crowd could react, Jojo quickly pulled Lin Mo away from this place of trouble. Wait for me. Chen Huang, seeing Jojo leaving, hurried after them. TCH, it's just because she has the backing of the Zhou family, nothing so great. There was nothing they could do. She had distributed a month's worth of resources to all the students upon entering the school, giving her far more influence than them. I'm so not willing to give up. I almost got to kiss the little junior. Jojo without further ado whisked Lin Mo back to the villa, leaving the door open for Chen Huang. She seated Lin Mo on the sofa, looking at him with concern. Are you okay? Did those bad girls hurt you? Still stunned by Jojo's assertiveness, Lin Mo hadn't recovered yet, but at her inquiry he hesitated and then shook his head. No problem, but what about you? Are you okay? Throughout this ordeal, Lin Mo felt a level of dominance and killing intent from Jojo that he had never experienced before. Having been with her for several years, this was the first time he encountered such behavior, which was extremely rare. I'm fine, just went out for a walk. Since you weren't replying to my messages, I thought to look for you, and then that scene happened. Lin Mo checked his phone and indeed found a reply from Jojo. He just hadn't noticed it earlier due to being surrounded by girls. Old Lin, why did you guys leave so fast? You didn't even wait for me. Just then Chen Huang finally caught up. He hadn't used his power, so he couldn't keep up with Jojo, who had used her Holy Spirit power. Jojo's sudden action, which almost hurt him too, was understandable under those circumstances. After all, seeing one's beloved almost mobbed by a crowd would be too much for anyone to bear. Chen Huang sat on the sofa across from Lin Mo, giving the spot next to Lin Mo to Jojo. Once all three were seated, Chen Huang brought up the matter of forming a group. He had discussed this with Jojo before, and now that Lin Mo also agreed to form a group, Jojo had no objections and joined on the spot. Setting aside all else, just being able to protect Lin Mo from malicious women is reason enough for Jojo to join the group. A core typically consists of 10 people split into 2 teams that alternate, but with graduation still a ways off, there's no rush to invite more until the right candidates appear. Chen Huang's eyes flickered as he suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Mo. Old Lin, are you familiar with Mo Xian? Not really. Lin Mo couldn't immediately answer. Although he had fought alongside Mo Xian in a couple of battles, they weren't quite at the stage of forging a deep friendship through combat. Whether they were close or not really depended on what Mo Xian thought. If Mo Xian felt close, then their relationship must be decent. Chen Huang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Mo Xian is a future god king. Bringing him into our group would be more beneficial than not, but that hinges on you having a good relationship with him. As far as I know, many senior students from the Imperial Capital Academy, all at level 50, have invited Mo Xian to join their groups, but he has declined them all. He doesn't feel any of them are worthy to be his teammates. This alone shows that Mo Xian is proud and aloof. Inviting him to join our group without a good relationship might be worse than not inviting him at all. Chen Huang weighed the pros and cons. Only if Lin Mo and Mo Xian had a good relationship would their inclusion in the group avoid complications and foster unity. Lin Mo nodded. I'll ask him next time we meet, see how he feels about our relationship. Sure, there's no rush. After all, we already have our core members, Yumi, Jojo, Qingyu and the others. But it's mainly you. Once you grow stronger, you will definitely lead us to glory. Chen Huang was quite confident in Lin Mo, even ready to take on a logistical role to support him. After their discussion, Jojo stayed to have lunch with them. In the afternoon, Chen Huang had planned to take Lin Mo to the martial arts field for some pointers, but just at that moment he complained of a stomachache and rushed to the restroom. With no other options, Lin Mo ended up going to class with Jojo. After dinner, Lin Mo arrived early at the office of Shin Xinlian. You're quite early today. Shin Xinlian approached from behind Lin Mo, guessing he had something to ask as he was earlier than usual. Opening the door and starting to close the windows, Shin Xinlian prompted, what brings you here this time? Once Lin Mo was seated, he began, I have a friend. This friend of Lin Mo's had discovered a 1% increase in his talent after a battle, but he didn't know where it came from, so he sought Shin Xinlian's help. After listening to Lin Mo's explanation, Shin Xinlian took out a document from the file bag she had brought and handed it to Lin Mo. As Lin Mo picked up the document, Shen Xinlian slowly said, "This is all the information I've collected on your class, Holy Spirit Monarch, recently, although I haven't found a detailed introduction to this profession. I did find information on similar Holy Spirit related professions. Those in the Holy Spirit class inherently possess the Holy Spirit attribute. The Holy Spirit Monarch should theoretically have this attribute too, but I didn't see any sign of it in your battle videos. As for whether the Holy Spirit Monarch class is defensive, controlling, offensive, or supportive, you might infer this from other professions with the suffix monarch, like the Eternal Night Monarch I once documented, whose ability is to summon a large group of undead and significantly enhance them, allowing the undead to be active during the day. For example, among the common sacred professions, there are those like the Lord of Myriad Flames and the Ice Spirit Monarch, whose abilities are to apply strong single attribute enhancements to their teammates. These professionals essentially play a supporting role, so it's not hard to deduce that the Spirit King is likely also a support profession, typically used to bestow the Holy Spirit attribute on all members. The Holy Spirit is an extremely powerful attribute recognized as the strongest whether in defense, attack, or support. Take the Holy Spirit Priest for instance, whose skills are enhanced by the Holy Spirit attribute, capable of healing all external and internal injuries, including damage to the meridians. For a support profession like the Spirit King, if those from the demon-suppressing army were to find out, they would undoubtedly scramble madly for it. After all, this is the only profession known so far that can impart the Holy Spirit attribute enhancement. Lin Mo had not expected that Shen Xinlian could deduce the original abilities of the Spirit King just through reasoning. Just as he was about to ask more questions, Shen Xinlian suddenly laughed and joked, "Are you going to ask me next if my friend also awakened as the Spirit King but with no attribute, and what would the abilities of this profession be then?" Lin Mo scratched his head awkwardly, not expecting Shen Xinlian to see through his lie. But indeed, it was right. A normal person asking questions wouldn't normally have someone else ask for them. Does Teacher Shen know the difference between an attributeless Spirit King and a normal Spirit King? Shen Xinlian then took out a document from his bag and let Lin Mo read it himself. After Lin Mo had nearly finished, Shen Xinlian patiently explained that throughout the history of the world, attributeless professionals have appeared only a few times, or perhaps even more, but being inherently attributeless, if unlucky, they might not even have the chance to leave their name behind. However, Shen had managed to find some clues from those attributeless professionals who had made history. Simply put, an attributeless professional is like a starving person who craves food with attributes. For instance, the attributeless Holy Flame Envoy that once appeared in Dragon Country, because he understood the secret of being attributeless, knew that to acquire attributes he needed to absorb the fire attribute corresponding to his profession. Initially, without strength, he could only deal with demon beasts that contained the fire attribute. As the attribute gradually compensated and his level rose, he targeted fire attribute professionals to further perfect his fire attribute. Until finally, when he became a God King, almost all the fire attribute professionals of his era had been defeated by him, and the fire in his body had transcended ordinary fire, transforming into flames that could kill gods, because this God King knew that the abilities of an attributeless professional far exceeded those of ordinary professionals. To prevent successors from following his path and overthrowing his dynasty, he ordered the execution of everyone who knew his secret, including his lover friends and those who had once helped him. In the end, having killed too many, the God King's emotions and desires eroded, and it was said that he was devoured by the fire attribute, along with his dynasty disappearing altogether. Shen Xinlian was concerned that he might have spoken too quickly for Lin Mo to understand, so he gave him a few minutes to ponder the matter. After Lin Mo digested the knowledge imparted by Shen Xinlian, he raised his doubts. "Teacher Shen, if that person killed everyone who knew about this, how do you know about it?" Shen Xinlian smiled slightly, a glint of pride in his eyes. "Don't forget, I am the author of the professional encyclopedia. I know everything that is known and unknown." Lin Mo couldn't help but give Shen Xinlian a thumbs up. "All right, continue," said Shen Xinlian, and Lin Mo immediately sat up straighter. In the long river of history, both domestically and internationally, there have actually been non-attribute professionals, and a portion of them were on the verge of becoming divine kings by sheer luck and accidental advancement. Only the blazing Holy Envoy truly comprehended the essence of the non-attribute concept and easily broke through to become a divine king, establishing a new dynasty. It's precisely because he understood non-attributes so well that he wanted to erase his own tracks. Unfortunately, this eventually led to his downfall, compounded by the fact that he killed many who knew of this, leading people to believe that anyone associated with the term non-attribute would not achieve greatness. Shenlian looked at Lin Mo, his eyes suddenly burning with an unprecedented fervor. Your profession is that of a non-attribute Holy Spirit King. Perhaps by fighting with some spirit beasts or professionals of the Holy Spirit type you could absorb the Holy Spirit attribute. The Holy Spirit attribute, unlike those derived from the 5 elements, truly exists only between heaven and earth. The former blazing holy envoy was able to bring himself infinitely close to divinity, and one day you might become a god. Shenlian, a scholar passionate about history and analyzing various professions, knew that if Lin Mo truly became the only god among those with the Holy Spirit attribute, it would be a historic moment for him. And at that moment Shenlian himself would be written into textbooks, entered into the annals of history, and become a figure of reverence for future generations. No scholar would ever pass up the chance to be immortalized in a history book. Lin Mo, feeling a bit nervous under Shenlian's intense gaze, scratched his head helplessly. Teacher Shen, while what you said is true, I'm not sure I can even defeat a Holy Spirit beast. Attributes come in many forms, including those one can imagine and those one cannot, and the most widespread are those derived from the 5 elements. As the globally recognized rarest attribute, Holy Spirit beasts are all above level 60. With Lin Mo's current strength, not only would he struggle against a level 60 beast with the Holy Spirit attribute, but even defeating a level 50 beast would be challenging. Right, I hadn't considered your level. Shenlian gradually calmed down, pausing to think before returning to the subject of Lin Mo's sudden acquisition of 1% talent. The talent of Holy Spirit blessing, you mentioned earlier that it was Mo Shen's talent, and since you fought against Mo Shen twice, it's very likely that you unknowingly extracted Mo Shen's talent during those fights, but because the time was so short you only got 1%. Teacher Shen meant that if I fought with Mo Shen again, could I still extract his talent? These were not my words. Shenlian would never give Lin Mo such a guarantee, especially since the extraction of talent was something he had witnessed for the first time. This phenomenon was not recorded in the biography of the blazing holy envoy that he had struggled so hard to find. Perhaps Lin Mo was a unique case. If it weren't for the need to ensure Lin Mo's personal safety, he would be eager to fly abroad immediately to publish a new paper. Well, that is basically all I know. If you have any more questions later, you can send me a message on the phone and let the other students come in. There are already 6 people lining up outside the door. Although Lin Mo is a genius, Shenlian does not treat him differently. Thank you, Teacher Shen. After getting the answers he wanted, Lin Mo happily bowed to Shenlian and then left the room. On his way back, Lin Mo reflected on what Shenlian had said. An attributeless being is like a hungry creature that devours attributes, and the best way to enhance one's strength is to find mythical beasts or professionals with Holy Spirit attributes and challenge them, absorbing their Holy Spirit attributes to strengthen oneself. However, it seems that in addition to the Holy Spirit attribute, I might also be able to absorb Mo Shen's fire attribute. Lin Mo once thought that the reason the flames produced by the fire enchantment burned the air was that they had absorbed the characteristics of Mo Shen's flames during the fight. Now, it seems that he had extracted Mo Shen's fire attribute. Whether this is a special mechanism of the profession or a system ability, Lin Mo is not sure, but either way they are both his own, and it does not matter if he can distinguish them or not. The blessing of the Holy Spirit can permanently enhance various abilities, but 1% is still too little. Lin Mo hopes that Mo Shen can step out of the shadows soon. Lin Mo's time in the imperial capital is down to the last 7 days, after which he will have to return to the ancient capital. During this time, Lin Mo went out every day asking around the imperial capital academy if Mo Shen had come. If not, he would attend classes. This routine continued for 3 days. Just when Lin Mo thought Mo Shen was still recuperating from a loss of confidence, Mo Shen unexpectedly sought out Lin Mo, expressing his desire for another battle. I lost to you last time because I was careless. I thought it was a mere illusion, not expecting it to be a clone with the same strength as you. Mo Shen had stayed at home these days not because of depression but to analyze why he had lost. He saved the video of his fight with Lin Mo and watched it over and over, finally spotting the crucial mistake. The so-called illusion was actually the trump card. Although Mo Shen did not know how Lin Mo managed to create a clone with the same strength as himself, he had replayed the battle scene in his mind dozens if not hundreds of times and had already figured out how to break it. A rematch is fine, but I hope you will use your talent at the beginning of the fight out of respect. Mo Shen clenched his fist, his fighting spirit high. Just like that, Mo Xian and Lin Mo began another arena battle. Since Mo Xian arrived in the morning, many students were still in class, so the arena was eerily empty. Mo Xian stood in the martial arts field, his hand gripping the blazing angel's lance, clad in a red battle armor with 6 wings spread behind him, making him look like a celestial being, his body shimmering with the glow of rubies like flames. Indeed, they were flames, baptism by the holy lance. With the speed of lightning, Mo Xian lifted his lance as a red rainbow surged in. He had learned to strike first, showing improvement. Lin Mo remembered the last 2 times he fought with Mo Xian. The man used to be quite modest, but now he had started to seize opportunities aggressively, a significant change. Seeing the swift red rainbow coming, he immediately unfolded his domain and instantly transformed the illusionary earth into the eternal world. Ha! Seeing that he had forced Lin Mo to deploy his domain first, Mo Xian smiled with satisfaction. His days of intense training had not been in vain. Temple of Blazing Fire, Mo Xian stomped his foot and a majestic palace rose instantly. Blazing Spear, Thousand Shadows style. Mo Xian flicked his wrist, the lance powering through, pushing Lin Mo back. Flames as red as fresh blood clung to the spear, then morphed into dozens of spear shadows thrusting forward and backward. Clang, clang, clang. The sky was filled with the light of blades and swords, and with a sweep of his lance, Mo Xian unleashed a roar like a red dragon. Boom! Using the galaxy within his domain as a shield, Lin Mo countered the incoming assault, then attacked again with his flame-dyed sword, heading towards Mo Xian. Unfazed, Mo Xian not only did not retreat but set aside his lance and reached out with his left hand towards the sword. Lin Mo, sticking to the strategy advised by Shen Xinlian, figured since battle could absorb attributes or talents, he might as well fight with Mo Xian a bit longer, and so the battle dragged on for 2 hours. Lin Mo took a moment to check his system panel and indeed saw that the talents section had increased by 1%, now a 2% divine blessing. However, the previous battles with Mo Xian, which together hadn't lasted an hour, puzzled him. This time, despite 2 hours of fighting, it had only increased by 1%. Could it be that time was irrelevant? Lin Mo continued the fight for another half-hour to test his theory, and seeing that the talents section remained unchanged, realized that the duration of the fight was irrelevant and decided he was done playing along. 1 chi transforms into 3 pure ones. 2 streams of pure chi flew out of Lin Mo's body. Mo Xian, witnessing this scene, recalled the last encounter. Confidently he thought the same strategy. Unfortunately for him, he now understood it wasn't just a trick, and he also had the ability to counter 2 domains at once. Last time, the Temple of Blazing Fire had crumbled purely because Lin Mo and his clone had simultaneously pressured it, and he hadn't channeled power into Lin Mo's clone, causing a chain reaction. This time he just needed to keep a close eye on both, preventing them from breaking through his domain, then let the flames slowly burn. Come on, let's see the fruits of my recent efforts. Blazing flame. Ha! Just as Mo Xian was about to unleash his ultimate move, he looked up and saw 3 figures. One looked exactly like Lin Mo, another much smaller, almost like a primary school student, but still somewhat resembling Lin Mo. What's going on? Never mind, Temple of Blazing Flames. Beneath Mo Xian's feet a white lotus blossomed, and the red flames also transformed into white, as if burning all things in the world with holy fire. In Lin Mo's realm alone he couldn't resist the power of the sacred fire, so he turned his attention to his 2 avatars, a piece of cake. Stepping forward confidently, Lin Mo unleashed the Dream of Earth, which instantly took over a third of the martial arts field. Then, thinking himself rather cool, he covered one eye with his hand, reached towards the sky and shouted, "Eternal Watchers, descend upon me." In the next second the galaxy descended, and the boundless starry sky appeared under his feet. On the other side, young Lin Mo timidly looked at the hall of fiery flames, poking it with his tiny finger. I'm a bit scared. Can we not do this?" Lin Mo, as if seeing a living embarrassment, directly kicked the younger version of himself out. Eternal world. As soon as young Lin Mo was kicked out, he immediately activated his domain, splitting the entire martial arts field into 4 sections. Of these 4 domains, only one was truly Lin Mo's own. He was like a beast trapped, surrounded by 3 domains. As he pondered which was an avatar, which was a diversion, and which was his true self, his own domain was already full of cracks. Under the joint attack of the 3 domains, his fiery hull stood no chance. With a crisp sound, Lin Mo's heart shattered too. On the martial arts field, as the domains dissipated, Lin Mo withdrew his avatars and then walked over to a disheartened Mo Xian, patting his shoulder in consolation. "Failure is the mother of success. Today you showed me your effort and perseverance. I believe that if you keep fighting me 3 times a day you will surely defeat me in the near future. Lin Mo comforted Mo Xian like a kind elder, soothing his wounded spirit. Encouraged by Lin Mo, Mo Xian regained his confidence and agreed to another match in the afternoon. Watching Mo Xian's departing figure, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction, a teachable youth indeed. In the afternoon Mo Xian arrived as scheduled, bringing with him 30 spirit stones he thought he lost to Lin Mo. During the fight, upon seeing a 1% increase in his system talent, Lin Mo did not hesitate to defeat him again, then offered encouragement once more. In the evening Mo Xian came again, but the result was the same as before, even faster, and he handed over another 30 spirit stones. The next day Lin Mo thought Mo Xian would continue as before, but the young man seemed depressed. Hastily shaking his head to refuse a match, upon asking, Lin Mo learned that Mo Xian had lost all his half-month's worth of spirit stones over these days, and combined with his continuous defeats he didn't want to compete anymore. To help Mo Xian regain his confidence, Lin Mo generously said he didn't need the spirit stones even if he lost, which made Mo Xian immensely grateful, and they resumed their matches. This time Lin Mo deliberately went easy on Mo Xian in the fight, fearing he would defeat him too swiftly and deter him from returning. During Lin Mo's last 4 days as an exchange student he had to fight Mo Xian 3 times daily, and the blessing of the Holy Spirit increased from 1% to 13%. This pace was still too slow for Lin Mo, mainly because Mo Xian's resistance to pressure was not high enough, otherwise Lin Mo could have dragged him into 5 fights a day. As the final day arrived, Mo Xian also ended his 4 days of torment. Throughout these days, being defeated 3 times daily by Lin Mo, his mindset had shifted. From initially being proudly superior to being amiable, and now to being utterly submissive, he had grown tired of this life. Why not just refuse? Lin Mo had even given up on the spirit stones, leaving Mo Xian with no excuse to decline. To forcefully refuse would mean he was running away, and despite his current compliance, a spirit of defiance still smoldered within him. Just before leaving, Lin Mo remembered something Chen Huang had reminded him about days ago, so he casually asked Mo Xian if he wanted to join his troupe. Expecting Mo Xian to put on an aloof air and say, "Since you've invited me like this, I guess I'll have to join," he was surprised when the young man simply nodded eagerly, expressing his determination to do well. How had the future God King come to this state, and who had trained him? Farewell. Jojo had come specifically to see Lin Mo off. Chen Huang was supposed to come too, but for some reason he had a stomachache just as he stepped out and had to give up. Jojo gently held Lin Mo's hand, and suddenly Lin Mo felt an itch in his palm. When he let go, he noticed a wolf pendant had appeared there without him knowing. "This is a gift, remember to wear it. It could save your life when it matters most." Lin Mo looked at the wolf pendant in his hand, a likely treasure, especially since it was from Jojo and surely of high quality. "Thank you." Lin Mo put the pendant around his neck, and the wolf seemed to awaken, its eyes glowing white. Lin Mo wanted to give Jojo something in return, but after rummaging through his storage ring he couldn't find anything suitable to give. Seeing Lin Mo's embarrassment, Jojo shook her head with a smile. "It's okay, you can give me something next time." "Alright." Lin Mo didn't like the cliched developments typical of melodramas, so he had always been considering Jojo's confession. It seemed like he was always considering, but in reality he was waiting to become stronger. Only when he was strong enough could he outpace the so-called melodramatic plots. Suddenly Dojo opened her arms and tilted her cute head. "Won't you hug me before you go?" Lin Mo hadn't expected Jojo to be so direct, but seeing the pendant around his neck he went ahead and hugged her. However, the moment he embraced Jojo, her body warmed up suddenly. Looking down he saw her cheeks were rosy, the redness spreading down to her neck. "Your face is as red as a teapot. Wasn't it you who asked for a hug? What's this all about?" While Lin Mo inwardly scoffed, he kept his arms around her honestly, as it was indeed very comfortable. Plus, Jojo had sprayed some perfume today, and she smelled quite nice. After a while, Lin Mo felt it was enough and bent down to say goodbye. After she stepped out of Lin Mo's embrace, Jojo came back to her senses, her face still covered with her hands as she watched Lin Mo leave. "I knew I shouldn't have been shy." Because of her shyness, Jojo hadn't really felt anything during the hug. How could she sleep tonight? On the way back, nobody felt like taking a car, so Wei Yan used the school's money to book 5 plane tickets. The 5 of them were seated together, Wei Yan taking a row by himself while Lin Mo sat next to Chen Rushua. Chen Rushua seemed to have not slept well, yawning continuously before lying down. Suddenly she turned her head towards Lin Mo. "I heard you got yourself a girlfriend?" "Nope." Lin Mo touched his nose, unsure whether what he had with Jojo could even be considered dating. Chen Rushua just made a sound of acknowledgement. "I smelled the scent of love on you, that's why I asked." Such a keen nose, are you a dog? Lin Mo chuckled but didn't respond directly. Chen Rushua didn't pursue the matter further and soon fell asleep after lying down. In the evening, everyone returned to the ancient city, taking advantage of the fact that the lost souls had not yet appeared. Wei Yan hurriedly led everyone back to the ancient city academy, then he rushed off to attend to his own matters. After Wei Yan left, Lin Mo and the other three said their goodbyes at the academy's gate. Entering the academy, Lin Mo didn't go home immediately but went to see Principal Gu. Given the major incident in the Imperial City and how Principal Gu had intervened on his behalf, it was only proper to thank him upon his return. Walking through the academy, many students recognized Lin Mo, pointing and looking at him with admiration and awe. Lin Mo's achievements in the Imperial City had spread throughout the ancient city academy, and everyone knew of this top prodigy who had defeated a future god king. On his way to the principal's office, Lin Mo received no less than 5 confessions of affection, each one bold enough to express their feelings. Lin Mo politely refused each one. In the principal's office, Gu Qingyuan was reading at his desk. Hearing a knock, he looked up, paused for a moment, and then allowed the visitor to enter. Principal Gu. Lin Mo pushed open the door, bowed deeply to Gu Qingyuan and said, "For the matter in the Imperial City, I'm deeply grateful for your intervention on my behalf." Seeing that it was Lin Mo, Gu Qingyuan personally went over to help him up, smiling, "You are my student and it's only right for a teacher to do this. You've just returned today, you mustn't have eaten yet. Your teacher's wife just brought some food over, let's eat together." Gu Qingyuan opened the lunchbox on his desk, divided the half-cooled food into 2 portions, taking the lid for himself and leaving the box for Lin Mo. Lin Mo thanked him and then began to eat. Gu Qingyuan didn't talk much with Lin Mo, simply urging him to eat quickly so he could go home and avoid encountering any lost souls. After eating, Lin Mo bid farewell to Gu Qingyuan, went home, took a bath and went to bed. In his sleep, Lin Mo suddenly dreamed of the Rakshasa soul girl he had seen half a month ago. She stood in the fog, opening her mouth as if trying to ask for help, but each time her mouth was blocked by a hand stuffed with sawdust. Initially, Lin Mo thought it was just a coincidence, but after several nights of the same dream, he began to feel uneasy. Having acquired considerable resistance to deadly nightmares, Lin Mo typically didn't dream at all, let alone repeatedly the same one. Moreover, the ancient city academy was protected by special formations. Although these couldn't block all lost souls, apart from the special kind like the deadly nightmares, it was hard for other lost souls to disturb the academy. Thus, having the same dream every day could only mean one thing: there was a high probability that the Rakshasa soul girl was in or near the ancient city academy. It might even be hidden right beneath his own dormitory. Could it be? Would Xuqing's second uncle really dare to do such a thing in the heart of the ancient city? Lin Mo felt that his guess was too bold. Not to mention the numerous powerful figures in the center of the ancient city. The unique ability of the ancient city academy to dispel energy alone would reduce the speed of refining the Rakshasa soul girl by several times. Lin Mo had heard from Xuqing. Before that, to refine the Rakshasa soul girl, one must find a place rich in energy. It is because of the need for energy that the evil spirit master would place the Rakshasa soul girl within a different plane. Even if the plane was heavily guarded by the people of the Gongsun family, the evil spirit master could still place it near the cemetery outside the ancient city rather than bringing it into the ancient city academy. What exactly the evil spirit master intended to do, Lin Mo couldn't guess for now, but having the same dream for several days in a row was not a coincidence. It was the Rakshasa soul girl trying to reach out to him in some way, to save her or not. Aside, Lin Mo now felt like he was meat on a chopping board, being watched closely. He immediately went to find Gu Qingyuan and told him about this. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingyuan did not immediately send people to search extensively, but suggested that Lin Mo change his sleeping location for a few days. If the Rakshasa soul girl still appeared in his dreams after changing his sleeping spot, it might mean that it has nothing to do with the ancient city academy. If he no longer dreams about her, that would help better pinpoint her location. Understanding Gu Qingyuan's intentions, Lin Mo saw this as a way to deduce the outcome with fewer resources. After parting with Gu Qingyuan, he decided to stay at Xuqing's dormitory for a few nights. Since the evil spirit master who refined the Rakshasa soul girl was Xuqing's second uncle, if the evil spirit master really targeted him, staying with Xuqing was definitely safe. He sent a message to Xuqing. Upon hearing that Lin Mo was coming, Xuqing was ready to welcome him early at the door. Xuqing's dormitory, though not as luxurious as Lin Mo's, was good enough for one person to live alone. Lin Mo brought his own quilt and mat, which was just right to sleep on the floor. as Shuqing was helping to lay out the quilt, he curiously asked, "Big brother Lin, what suddenly made you think of staying with me? Is something wrong?" Lin Mo's usual living conditions were much better than his, and it would be unlikely for him to stay over without a good reason. Lin Mo did not hide anything from Shuqing and told him all about his recent dreams about the Rakshasa Soul Girl. When Shuqing learned that the Rakshasa Soul Girl might even be under Lin Mo's attic, he was also shocked. My second uncle, he really dared to do this? Although Shuqing had his doubts remembering his bold and daring second uncle, who was the only one in the Su family to secretly refine the Rakshasa Soul Girl without the family's knowledge, it wasn't entirely impossible. I don't know. Either, so for safety's sake I came to stay with you. Lin Mo shrugged, and seeing that the ground cloth was already laid out, he lay down directly. These past few days nightmares had plagued his sleep, leaving him listless. No sooner had he lain down than he fell asleep. In his dream he saw a layer of fog, and within it a pair of slender hands trying to reach out, but they never succeeded. Lin Mo slept until the next morning when Su Cheng happened to return from soul hunting outside. He brought Lin Mo breakfast and mentioned that he had asked his father about his second uncle last night. His father had previously sent many strong individuals to the ancient city and had sealed all its exits, concluding that his second uncle should still be in the ancient city. Big brother Lin, if you feel unsafe these days, just hide out here with me, Su Cheng offered. Although my second uncle has turned bad, he probably won't lay a hand on me. Strictly speaking, Su Cheng was raised by his second uncle. His father, being the eldest son of the Su family, had to take over the family business from his grandfather and was incredibly busy every day, leaving only his second uncle free to care for him. Thus, facing the fact that his second uncle had become a sorcerer, Su Cheng was unsure of what to do. However, he was determined to do whatever he could. Yet Lin Mo declined Su Cheng's kindness. I plan to go back today. Last night Lin Mo had not dreamed, which was the last outcome he wanted to see. If he dreamed of the Rakshasa soul woman again upon returning, it was very likely that she was under his dormitory. Su Cheng looked worried. Big brother Lin, let me go back with you. No need, but I'm afraid my second uncle might kill you to silence you. Su Cheng's concern for Lin Mo was not feigned but genuine. Lin Mo had saved his life, and for his savior he was more concerned than anyone. He wouldn't dare. The one thing Lin Mo was sure of was that Su Cheng's second uncle wouldn't be so foolish. Everyone knows that fighting on one's own turf is a huge advantage. Even if the Rakshasa soul woman had successfully cultivated and reached level 60, Lin Mo could hold on for a while with the fiery formation. If Su Cheng's second uncle dared to make a move, he would definitely not escape the ancient city. Lin Mo still had many things to do, and if he couldn't resolve the potential threat of the Rakshasa soul woman, he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Since one possibility had been ruled out, it was time to try another. Alright then. Seeing that Lin Mo's mind was made up, Su Cheng said no more. That night Lin Mo lay in bed. During the day he had sent messages to Principal Gu and Yu Qingfeng, who were now in hiding near his loft. They were ready to act at the slightest disturbance. Lin Mo closed his eyes and used the Dream Earth technique to create the perfect sleeping environment. He fell asleep quickly. In his dream, the Rakshasa soul woman appeared again. This time, however, blood flowed from her 7 orifices. Her slender arms were covered with black lines and her nails resembled the claws of a wild beast. With a piercing roar that startled Lin Mo, he quickly rolled off the bed, and the next second the bedboards shattered as a disheveled creature emerged from below. The densing energy around the Rakshasa soul woman transformed into a whip and swiftly struck at Lin Mo. Lin Mo tried to redirect the Yin energy using the Dream Earth technique, but it still hit him as usual. In the blink of an eye he was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the chest by a chilling force. The impact was like being hit by a truck, causing Lin Mo's chest to feel tight and several ribs to break. Despite the unbearable pain that made it difficult to breathe, Lin Mo finally had the chance to use his wind spirit blessings, swiftly flying towards the attic. The Rakshasa soul woman relentlessly pursued him, her figure closing in like a ghostly apparition. At this critical moment an arrow descended from the sky, piercing through the right shoulder of the Rakshasa soul woman and pinning her firmly to the ground. Lin Mo, fear not, I am here to save you. Yu Qingfeng stood solemnly in the air with a swirl of wind element under his feet. He drew his bow again, the arrow formed from the air's wind, and as he released his grip the arrow instantly pierced the Rakshasa soul woman's left shoulder. With a howl, both shoulders impaled, the Rakshasa soul woman let out a sharp scream of pain, and the sinister energy behind her lunged towards Lin Mo. Swiftly Gu Qingyuan arrived, his spear thrown from his hands like a soaring golden dragon, instantly dispersing the dark energy behind the Rakshasa soul woman. Just as Yu Qingfeng was about to deliver the final arrow to kill the Rakshasa soul woman, Gu Qingyuan reached out to stop him. "Captain, this soul woman seems to still possess some rationality, is that so?" Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng lowered his longbow and approached the Rakshasa soul woman. Seeing her continuously shedding blood and tears, he confirmed that Gu Qingyuan was not lying. "If that's the case, then I will take her back to the Demon Suppression Army first and wait for the Gongsun family to come and figure out a solution together." They had long known the identity of the Rakshasa soul woman, the beloved daughter of the Gongsun family's head Gongsun Xiu from the ancient capital's foremost family. Gongsun Xiu had previously pleaded with the Demon Suppression Army to spare the Rakshasa soul woman's life upon finding her. Initially, Yu Qingfeng had not agreed, but if she still had some rationality, it was worth giving the Gongsun family some face. Since Gongsun Linglong's shoulders were pierced and the dark energy was dispersed, Yu Qingfeng easily lifted her. Then he looked at Lin Mo, nodded his head, and gestured for him to come along. Although Lin Mo did not know what Yu Qingfeng intended, he followed. Yu Qingfeng, also a practitioner of the wind element, flew even faster than Lin Mo, who was under the enhanced blessing of the wind spirit. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Demon Suppression Army. After imprisoning the Rakshasa soul woman in the army's dungeon, Yu Qingfeng took Lin Mo to his office. "Yuland, please notify the Gongsun family that we have found their daughter and also treat Lin Mo's injuries," Yu Qingfeng ordered before even entering the office. "Do it yourself." Yulin was still handling documents, and upon hearing this, she threw the notebook in her hand at Yu Qingfeng. Remembering Yulin's temper, Yu Qingfeng reluctantly picked up the documents from the floor and went to notify Gongsun Xiu himself. Usually, Yu Qingfeng left all tasks to Yulin, but during her busy days, he handled them himself. Today, caught up in the excitement of capturing a Rakshasa soul woman, he had momentarily forgotten. "Maybe I should leave too," seeing Yu Qingfeng dejectedly walk away. Lin Mo was about to slip away but was called back by Yulin. "You're fine." Yu Qingfeng totally had it coming. Yulin motioned for Lin Mo to come over. She checked the condition of Lin Mo's chest, saw that his ribs were broken and there was still lingering energy inside his body, which made her frown uncontrollably. "Your injury is quite severe, take off your shirt," she said. Lin Mo obediently removed his shirt. Yulin gently placed her fingers on Lin Mo's chest and her body emitted a holy white light. Then this white light entered Lin Mo's chest cavity, expelling the yin energy within. Afterwards, Yulin placed her hands on both the front and back of Lin Mo's chest, and the white light infused into Lin Mo's body once again. Holy healing, the skill activated, and Lin Mo suddenly felt a tingling relief in his chest. But when he came back to his senses, the pain in his chest was gone. "Sister Yulin, are you a support class?" I'm a holy healer," she replied. Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. If he remembered correctly, holy healers were a divine class, not only able to quickly heal others' injuries but also capable of removing all negative effects. Holy healers were like an integration of all healer classes, highly sought after everywhere. "Alright, put your shirt back on and just hang out here for a bit." Yulin had a pile of documents to deal with and didn't have time to accompany Lin Mo after finishing the treatment, so she got busy again. Lin Mo wasn't new to Yu Qingfeng's office. He lay leisurely on the sofa playing with his phone until Yu Qingfeng returned. "Lin Mo, the Gongsun family has arrived. They want to understand the situation. You should come too." Oh, Lin Mo followed Yu Qingfeng to the military prison of the Demon Suppressing Army. Outside the prison cell holding the Rakshasa soul woman, several familiar faces were standing. These people were not strangers to Lin Mo. He had met them during his last visit to the Gongsun family. As soon as Yu Qingfeng brought Lin Mo over, the leading middle-aged man immediately came forward pleading, "Commander Yu, could you let me go in and talk to Linglong?" Yu Qingfeng sternly refused. The Rakshasa soul woman, though still somewhat sane, was no different from a true Rakshasa soul woman. No one was allowed to meet her. He had specially confined her in a fully sealed prison cell and sealed her powers. If Gongsun Xiu went in and was drained of blood by the Rakshasa soul woman, even the collective effort of the demon-suppressing army might not be able to suppress her. Hearing this, Gongsun Xiu's eyes dimmed. Just then his gaze suddenly fell on Lin Mo standing behind Yu Qingfeng, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly rushed over and grabbed Lin Mo's hand. "Are you the young friend from last time? I heard it was you who found Linglong for us again." Can you tell us in detail about Linglong's situation? Yu Qingfeng introduced him. This is the head of the Gongsun family? Lin Mo nodded and then recounted the events that had happened since his return to Gongsun Xiu, who listened intently, trying to glean useful information but to no avail. Commander, my daughter, can she be restored? Gongsun Xiu's voice trembled as he asked Yu Qingfeng. The woman behind him, teary-eyed, must be Gongsun Linglong's mother. Yu Qingfeng shook his head regretfully. The demon-suppressing army indeed had many records about creatures created by evil spirit masters, but there was no record of a creature like the Rakshasa Soul Woman in the army. Even the name Luo Sha Soul Woman was told to me by Lin Mo. Gongsun Xiu looked at Lin Mo and couldn't help but ask, young friend, where did you hear this name? Prompted by Gongsun Xiu's question, Lin Mo remembered that he had heard the name Luosha Soul Woman from Su Chang. Su Chang's uncle had once tried to cure a Luosha Soul Woman, but Su Chang never mentioned whether she was saved or killed in the end. Perhaps Su Chang or his family knew how to save the Luosha Soul Woman, but since it involved the Su family's secrets, Lin Mo felt no need to betray Su Chang for the sake of the Gongsun family, who had no real connection to him. Yu Qingfeng saw Lin Mo lowering his head and thought and realized the young man might have a way. He pulled Lin Mo aside away from Gongsun Xiu and the others and spoke in a hushed tone. If you know something, just say it. The Gongsun family may be from the ancient capital, but they hold a significant status nationwide. Earning their gratitude could benefit you in the future. After some deliberation, Lin Mo made up his mind. Let me ask a friend first. Lin Mo called Su Cheng to inquire about the fate of the Luosha Soul Woman in the Su family. I heard from my father that in the end she was turned back into a normal person, Su Cheng revealed. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo shared the situation with him. Excited, Su Cheng said, if that's the case, then there's a chance she can become normal again. Brother Lin, just wait a moment, let me ask my father. After waiting for 3 minutes, Su Cheng messaged Lin Mo while on the call, Brother Lin, I've sent you the materials and procedures needed to treat the Luosha Soul Woman. I can't guarantee this method will work, but there's a decent chance of success. Lin Mo silently noted this favor. After hanging up, Lin Mo returned to Gongsun Xiu and indicated that there was a way to restore Gongsun Linglong. Really? If you can truly turn Linglong back into a normal person, I, Gongsun Xiu, on behalf of the Gongsun family, owe you a great debt of gratitude. Gongsun Xiu was effusive with his thanks. Lin Mo then detailed the required materials and procedures. Gongsun Xiu carefully took note, his face lighting up with a smile. We have all these materials in the Gongsun family. This is wonderful. Linglong can be saved. Then he turned to Yu Qingfeng. Captain Yu, I'll have someone bring the materials right away. Could you allow us entry when the time comes? Of course, Yu Qingfeng replied. Now that there was a method to revert her to human naturally, he would give them a chance. However, he hadn't anticipated that Lin Mo would actually have a way. While the Gongsun family rejoiced, Yu Qingfeng pulled Lin Mo aside to talk about the situation. Lin Mo shrugged. The method isn't mine. My friend gave it to me. The first-generation Soul Woman was cured using this method. Really, you seem to have a wide circle of friends, Yu Qingfeng remarked, having thought that Lin Mo's introverted nature might mean he didn't have many friends. Not only did Lin Mo have many friends, but also influential ones able to procure even such obscure remedies. What's the success rate? Not sure, but there's at least a chance. Lin Mo wasn't concerned about the odds. He had sold the favor he needed to, and whether she could be saved was up to fate. Yu Qingfeng agreed at this point. If she can't be saved in the end, this Luosha Soul Woman might just have to be dealt with another way. If it comes to that, I suppose the Gongsun family won't be able to stop me. Tell me, how did you manage to kill the Soul Mania? Although Yu Qingfeng was in the ancient capital, he was still a member of the Demon Suppression Army, and the news of Lin Mo killing the Soul Mania had traveled from the capital's Demon Suppression Army to the one in the ancient city. The Soul Mania, more difficult to kill than any creature, ultimately required the explosion of an entire plane to halt its spread, which was indeed a significant achievement. Lin Mo slowly shook his head, indicating his reluctance to discuss the matter. You don't even trust me? Yu Qingfeng was almost choked by Lin Mo's words, considering he had saved him from peril many times before. All right, you've made great contributions, I won't press you further. But what reward did the Demon Suppression Army give you? Was there even a reward? Lin Mo was stunned for a moment, then exchanged a look of disbelief with Yu Qingfeng. Damn, your reward was swallowed up. Yu Qingfeng was completely flabbergasted. He knew Lei Changdong was corrupt, but not to the extent of embezzling rewards. Damn it, that fool Lei Changdong. He was notoriously corrupt during the joint military drills, and now as the deputy commander he's even worse. Filled with righteous fury, Yu Qingfeng reassured Lin Mo, "Don't worry, whatever reward is rightfully yours will remain yours. I'll fight to retrieve it from Lei Changgong if I have to." Lin Mo didn't respond. Whether the reward had indeed been embezzled and whether Yu Qingfeng could retrieve it was still uncertain. One was an officer, the other the deputy commander, and their power and influence were not on the same level. "For now there's nothing much here. You should stay at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters for the next few days. Go find Yulin and let her arrange a place for you to stay." Yu Qingfeng still had duties to attend to here to prevent the Gongsun family from causing trouble and taking away the Rakshasa soul woman. Lin Mo nodded and went to the office, bringing along some hand warmers and a cup of hot water for Yulin. After receiving her compliments, Lin Mo then mentioned his plan to stay there. "Let me just finish off these documents." At 1 in the morning, Yulin finally finished processing the backlog of files. Stretching lazily, unashamedly flaunting her curves, she then led Lin Mo to the accommodations. Upon opening the door, the room was tidy and smelled faintly of perfume. "There's no extra space here, and Yu's place is like a dog kennel, so you might as well sleep here for a few days." Yulin kicked off her high heels and padded barefoot to the inner room to fetch a blanket. "You take the bedroom, I'll sleep on the sofa." "I should sleep on the sofa," Lin Mo demurred, hesitant to enter Yulin's private space. Understanding his hesitation, she nodded lightly and fetched another blanket for herself. "Do you want something to eat?" she asked just as Lin Mo's stomach answered for him. Seeing this, Yulin went to the kitchen to prepare 2 bowls of egg noodles. After Lin Mo finished eating, she washed the dishes and then went to sleep. The following days were uneventful at the Demon Suppression Army, with Lin Mo occasionally helping Yulin with paperwork but mostly sparring with Yu Qingfeng. During their sessions, Yu Qingfeng would often give Lin Mo tips, and after a few days Lin Mo could feel a significant improvement in his strength. The most striking improvement was his much quicker reaction time. It was unclear what Yu Qingfeng's profession was, but each time he shot an arrow it was so fast that no trace could be seen. Lin Mo, in order to cope with the arrows shot by Yu Qingfeng, always looked tense, which in turn honed his reflexes. On the other side, the Gongsun family was busy attending to Gongsun Linglong, and after a week, they successfully restored her to normal. Once Gongsun Linglong was back to normal, she was immediately taken back by her family, and the incident involving the Rakshasa soul woman came to a temporary close. Although the Rakshasa soul woman was restored to normal, Lin Mo felt that things were not yet settled. Su Cheng's uncle was still at large, especially since from the appearance to the capture of the Rakshasa soul woman he had never shown his face. The most mysterious part was why the Rakshasa soul woman was hidden under his own dormitory, particularly since her sudden appearance seemed as though the demon master had personally delivered the Rakshasa soul woman to the Demon Suppression Army. Lin Mo couldn't understand it, but he also felt there was no need to worry about it any longer. Now that Gongsun Linglong had been taken back by her family, even if Su Cheng's uncle had other plans, it was no longer his concern as an outsider. After the Gongsun family left, Lin Mo also prepared to leave. However, before departing, he asked Yu Qingfeng about the state of the Abyss of Wailing. Fortunately, although the souls there were a bit more agitated than before, a rift in the plane wouldn't occur anytime soon. Yu Qingfeng looked at Lin Mo curiously. "Why do you ask?" Lin Mo's gaze hardened, his expression more serious than ever. "My parents are in the Abyss of Wailing." "Your parents are in the Abyss of Wailing? Just wait for them to come out and then go see them. There's no need to go in yourself," Yu Qingfeng replied indifferently. Lin Mo shook his head. "My parents have been missing in the Abyss of Wailing for 10 years. When Lin Mo was 8 years old, his parents went there and never returned. He had inquired in many places and even asked Chen Guang's parents for help, but the conclusion was always the same: his parents never came out after entering the Abyss of Wailing." Yu Qingfeng's expression changed. He said seriously, "The Abyss of Wailing is the most dangerous plane in the ancient capital, requiring a minimum level of 40, with spirits of level 50 and 60. Moreover, the spirits have recently become more violent and they swarm towards any living person they encounter. It's too dangerous for you to go in now." "I know, so I plan to wait a few more days until I reach level 50 before entering." "You're reaching level 50 so soon?" Yu Qingfeng was astonished. It hadn't been long since Lin Mo had broken through level 40, and now he was aiming for level 50. That seemed unbelievable. Although it becomes increasingly difficult to level up later on, Lin Mo's pace was unprecedented. However, Yu Qingfeng, who seldom met anyone of the future God King level except the military chief, knew he couldn't dissuade Lin Mo. The military chief's strength was undeniable, single-handedly guarding a forbidden plane and occasionally capturing level 90 monsters from the Calamity to Kill. With a resigned shake of his head, Yu Qingfeng then detailed the specific conditions of the Abyss of Wailing to Lin Mo. The plane was divided into 5 levels: simple, abnormal, fear, calamity, and forbidden. The Abyss of Wailing in itself is merely a plane of exceptional level, but due to recent strange changes occurring across various planes, its level assessment has just reached the level of terror. Several squads of the Demon Quelling Army have set up camp inside, and I will send you their locations later. Should you encounter any danger after entering, you can go directly to them for help. Also, before you go, it would be wise to investigate whether your parents truly disappeared. In the Abyss of Wailing, your parents went missing 10 years ago, and at that time, the head of the ancient city was from the Gongsun family to whom you owe a favor. You could ask them to help you look up some information. Yu Qingfeng didn't have time to accompany Lin Mo into the Abyss of Wailing, but he had arranged everything that could be arranged. Lin Mo nodded, waved to Yu Qingfeng, and then strode away. Back at the ancient city academy, Lin Mo took out the spirit origin stones he had won from Mo Xian and began a new round of absorption. The spiritual energy from the spirit origin stones could accelerate a practitioner's level advancement, but after a certain amount has been absorbed, the body starts to reject them, similar to how one cannot continue eating after being full. Only after the body has completely digested this spiritual energy can the next absorption occur. It had been half a month since his last full absorption and the sensation of rejection had faded. Lin Mo absorbed the spirit origin stones while planning his schedule for the coming days. Yu Qingfeng had explained that the plane of the Abyss of Wailing might shatter after some time. If Lin Mo wanted to find his parents' remains, he had to enter before it shattered. Otherwise, once the plane broke apart, everything would disappear. Therefore, Lin Mo needed to reach level 50 within these few days. However, the only spirit origin stones Lin Mo had were the 90 that Mo Xian had lost to him and the 20 to 30 issued monthly by the school. With this amount, Lin Mo could at most advance 2 to 3 levels. As his level increased, the spiritual energy provided by the spirit origin stones was no longer sufficient and the sensation of rejection persisted. To successfully break through to level 50, he would need to find another method. I remember, aside from spirit origin stones, the top 50 rewards on the soul hunting list included spirit gathering powder. Lin Mo took out the soul hunting list and scanned the top 50 rewards, indeed finding spirit gathering powder. Spirit gathering powder, an advanced version of spirit origin stones, is more expensive than a purple pattern weapon and provides a substantial amount of spiritual energy. While the body might reject spirit origin stones, it might not reject spirit gathering powder, especially when taken for the first time. Advancing 3 levels before reaching level 50 should pose no problem. Lin Mo glanced at his own ranking, 196th. The top 50 required 150,000 points, while he only had a little over 30,000, a difference of 120,000. With my current strength, acquiring points isn't difficult. The main thing is to see where the most spirits gather and can be killed the fastest. Lin Mo put aside a spirit origin stone and continued to ponder. As evening fell and night descended, Lin Mo had absorbed over 30 spirit origin stones, only reaching level 46. Afterwards, he went alone to the vicinity of the Abyss of Wailing to hunt souls. After much thought, he still believed that the spirits near the Abyss of Wailing were numerous and powerful. As soon as Lin Mo arrived, he immediately spotted a level 40 specter wandering around. By the time the specter noticed him, Lin Mo's flame had already swept towards it. Boom! With a swirl of the fire snake, the specter instantaneously turned into nothingness. After that, Lin Mo continued to search for his targets. Utilizing the blessing of the wind spirit, his speed was slow, allowing him to spot more targets. However, this pace was still too slow for him. With a technique, 1 breath into 3 pure ones, 2 streams of pure energy flew out of Lin Mo's body. The 2 manifestations, secondary Lin Mo and little Lin Mo, flew in opposite directions as directed. Since they didn't possess the soul hunting list, their kills didn't count towards the score. However, they could capture specters for Lin Mo, who would then hunt them down himself. That night, Lin Mo hunted to his heart's content. Many students near the Howling Abyss witnessed the scene of fierce winds and raging fires sweeping across the land. They also saw specters, which were extremely troublesome for them, falling easily under Lin Mo's hands without even withstanding a single move. After hunting all night, Lin Mo's score increased from over 30,000 to 80,000 points, and with a few more nights like this, reaching 150,000 would be a breeze. First, he found Yi Xian and repaid the 50,000 points he had borrowed. Although redeemable points and points from soul hunting were calculated at the same ratio, spending the former did not affect the latter on the soul hunting list. after returning Yi Xian's points, Lin Mo, holding a pile of spirit stones, quickly fell asleep. That night Lin Mo blended into the darkness, walking with the wind and burning the world's evils with fierce fire until the next morning when he returned to the academy. To sleep, unbeknownst to him, the students of the ancient capital academy were creating myths about Lin Mo. His night of hunting countless specters was like a descent of a heavenly god, cleansing the world of all evils. Some students at critical moments were even saved by Lin Mo, leading many students who went out to hunt souls at night to pray to Lin Mo before departing. In less than 2 days, Lin Mo was honored with the title Supreme Purger of Demons and Evils. Even a plaque was erected in the school square, ranking alongside many other strong predecessors from the ancient capital academy. However, the plaque only bore the title, not the name, as they did not know who this Supreme Purger of Demons and Evils was exactly, only that shouting this name in danger could bring salvation. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself was completely unaware of these developments. On the third night, after killing a level 47 Ghostface Spectre, Lin Mo's level also successfully advanced to 47. He had only about 20 more spirit stones left, not enough to increase even one level, and he also felt his body was almost at its limit. Over 3 nights he had hunted a total of 110,000 souls, just 40,000 short. Another night should just about do it. Looking at the soul hunting list in his hand, the continuous hunting for 6 to 7 hours each night had greatly exhausted his physical strength and energy, but as the saying goes, hard work pays off. One more day and he would enter the top 50 of the soul hunting list, then he could meet with the counselor to apply for next month's subsidy in advance. Aside from gathering spirit dispersal, he could also receive a blue patterned weapon, a blue patterned chest armor, and several spirit stones. Lin Mo was never short of blue patterned weapons, but selling them could be a good way to make some money. Combined with his other stockpiled items, he could not only pay off his debts to the Yanhuan Commerce Guild but also acquire some new life-saving measures. That should do for today, he thought, gazing at the dawn breaking over the horizon. As the spirits faded away, he then flew towards the ancient capital. After going home and catching up on sleep, Lin Mo returned to his usual haunt that very night to hunt for souls as he typically did. Meanwhile, in an area quite far from the entrance to the Abyss of Whales, Yi Xian and his team were fiercely battling the spirits before them. They were facing a level 43 Shadow Hand, a creature that could vanish into darkness and reappear to launch sudden sneak attacks, making it quite a challenging foe. Fortunately, one of their teammates had just the right abilities to counter it. There it goes, hiding again, Yi Xian noted as the Shadow Hand disappeared into the night. He quickly drew several talismans in the air. The talismans transformed into a golden bell that enveloped him and his teammates in an instant. Then a staff in one of the teammates' hands suddenly lit up with a golden light. Sanctuary. The golden radiance spread out from the staff, illuminating the area around them for dozens of meters. The Shadow Hand's figure was revealed, and seizing the opportunity, Yi Xian coordinated with Ning Ying for a thrust that instantly killed the weakened Shadow Hand. Well done, everyone, Yi Xian praised as he picked up the soul crystal from the ground and stored it in his ring. Just as they prepared to move on, a crack suddenly appeared before them. What's this? Ning Ying leaned in, curiously staring at the crack. It's a rift between planes. Yi Xian's expression changed and he quickly pulled Ning Ying back. The next second he drew a talisman in the air and a bolt of heavenly thunder swiftly struck the rift. A ghastly wail of spirits echoed from within, putting everyone on high alert as they instantly retreated. Notify the demon-suppressing army. Just as Yi Xian spoke, the narrow crack suddenly widened to 3 meters. Piercing screams filled the night sky as countless spirits surged out of the crack. Having cooperated countless times before, Yi Xian's team immediately gathered, unleashing their skills while retreating. They wanted to alert the demon-suppressing army, but they were too engaged to break away and could only slowly retreat to the weakest part of the soul tide. At the same time, teams near the Abyss of Whales had heard the screaming. They were accustomed to the cries of spirits, but this scream was clearly not something a single spirit could produce. It had to be a horde. What's happening over there? Why does it look so dark? Are you kidding? It's night, of course it's dark. What you expecting broad daylight? Someone joked, but another countered, something's off. There's a huge fluctuation of power in that area. Many had noticed the situation nearby and, driven by curiosity, ran towards that area. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood upon the wind, searching for new spirits. Just a few days ago he had seen many spirits flocking together, but today they were all scattered. As he pondered this anomaly, he suddenly heard screams in the distance accompanied by bursts of cold Wind sweeping in, looking up, he saw the sky in the distance where the gloom overshadowed the moon. Lin Mo was no stranger to this situation, for he had encountered it several times before. First it was the life-stealing nightmares that chased him, and then the soul tide. Could it be that a soul tide had emerged outside the plane? Lin Mo furrowed his brows. A soul tide could only form when countless lost souls gathered together. Historically, soul tides only amassed within the plane, as only there could such a multitude of souls exist. The appearance of a soul tide outside the plane was unheard of. Such an event was not even recorded in the books. If this wasn't a soul tide, it meant that a level 50 soul king had emerged. Lin Mo could distinctly feel the surge in the sinister aura. Whether it was a soul tide or a soul king mishandling it would spell disaster. He immediately called Yu Qingfeng. At that moment Yu Qingfeng had not yet gone to bed. Hearing from Lin Mo that a soul king might be near the abyss of whales, he didn't hesitate to gather his men and head over. Don't act recklessly, wait for me to arrive, Yu Qingfeng instructed, worried that Lin Mo might rush in heroically on his own. Lin Mo looked up at the sky, fell silent for a long while, and then said gravely, don't come, the area has been sealed off. Sealed off? Yu Qingfeng became anxious. Lin Mo, what's going on over there? What do you mean sealed off? Lin Mo didn't respond, but instead took a photo of the sky, which was as red as blood, and sent it to him. A soul realm, Yu Qingfeng guessed. Yes, this place has been sealed by a soul realm. Even if you manage to get here, I doubt you'd be able to enter, Lin Mo explained. A soul realm, a domain constructed by the Soul King using the power emitted from a soul tide, typically required 3 level 50 or higher soul kings to perfectly create one. Initially Lin Mo thought it might be a soul king or perhaps a soul tide, but he never imagined the real situation involved 3 soul kings and a soul tide. Whether it was a small or medium soul tide was still unknown. If it were a small one, it might be manageable, but a medium one could pose a greater threat than 3 soul kings. Don't panic, just wait for me there. Opening a soul realm is difficult, but not impossible, Yu Qingfeng continued to comfort Lin Mo. No matter what, Lin Mo must not come to harm. Lin Mo was about to nod, but upon seeing dozens of figures flying towards him from a distance, he sighed helplessly. What are you sighing for? Yu Qingfeng was already nervous, and hearing Lin Mo sigh made him even more so. When did this kid become so cryptic? The Soul King and the Soul Tide are heading this way, and if I retreat any further, there'll be nowhere left to go. Lin Mo also wanted to hide for a while, as he knew very well that he was no match for the combined forces of 3 Soul Kings and a Soul Tide, but the spread of the Soul Tide was so swift. It had already moved from hundreds of meters away to his location. The students were also frantically trying to escape. Just stay alive, I'm already on my way, Yu Qingfeng said, his voice interspersed with screams indicating he had arrived near Lin Mo. But due to the soul realm, they couldn't see each other, and Yu Qingfeng couldn't enter for now. Lin Mo hummed in acknowledgement and then hung up the phone. With a wave of his hand, 5 flying swords and 5 daggers floated in front of him, enveloped in fierce flames and aided by strong winds, aiming at the vast swath of lost souls at the forefront of the soul tide. Up ahead, Yi Xian and the others had already run out of strength. Captain, don't worry about us anymore, we can't run anymore. Ning Ying and the others were gasping for air, their foreheads drenched in sweat. They had first broken through the soul tide and then had been chased by it for so long that their physical strength could no longer keep up. Moreover, with the appearance of the soul realm, even if they ran further, it would still be a dead end in the end. No, everybody get up and keep running. Yi Xian drew symbols in midair, casting speed charms on them. But Ning Ying shook her head, she didn't even have the energy to speak. Like her, others also sat paralyzed on the ground, waiting for death, while some were still chanting the revered name of the exorcising demon Heavenly Lord. At this moment, they all wished that the exorcising demon Heavenly Lord was real. The soul tide was closing in. Just as Ning Ying and the others were about to be devoured by the soul tide, 10 streaks of starlight with trails of fire descended from the sky. The meteors fell, and the flames from the explosions wiped out all the lingering spirits around, and then the star arrows continued to strike towards the massive swarm of spirits. The group, having already given up hope, were waiting for death. When they witnessed the scene unfolding before them, recalling the words they had just spoken one by one, their expressions turned to disbelief. Could it be? The exorcising demon Heavenly Lord was real. Ning Ying's eyes widened in shock. She had thought it was just a school legend. Could such a person really exist? What exorcising demon Heavenly Lord? Just then a familiar voice rang out. Ning Ying looked up to see that it was Lin Mo who had arrived. He rode the wind, his fingertips burning with crimson flames. Ning Ying's eyes sparkled with curiosity, asking, was it you who saved us just now? Yes. Lin Mo saw that Ning Ying and the others were exhausted. You guys go rest at the back, I'll handle things here. Please be careful. Ning Ying obediently nodded. She suddenly realized that Lin Mo gave her a sense of security that was far more substantial than that of the so-called exorcising demon Heavenly Lord. The exorcising demon Heavenly Lord might be a myth, but Lin Mo was real. Though she thought so, Ning Ying still watched Lin Mo's retreating figure with worry. He wouldn't be in danger, right? Beside her, Yi Xian shook his head. Don't worry, Lin Mo can defeat the so-called future God King of the Imperial City. He's definitely stronger than us. Instead of worrying, we should focus on recovering and then go help. One chi transforms into 3 clears. After Ning Ying and the others left, Lin Mo's body split into 2 streams of clear chi, each transforming into a shape. Illusion Dream Earth. Lin Mo's domain formed under his feet, instantly pulling the surrounding lingering spirits into his domain. He then looked towards his 2 clones. Just cover me later, as you command. The second clone, Lin Mo, also activated his domain. I'll do my best. The smaller Lin Mo seemed less confident, but obediently activated the Illusion Dream Earth. Guarding by Lin Mo's side, Lin Mo divided the flying swords and daggers into 3 parts, taking 4 flying swords for himself and distributing the rest according to the number of people. Wind rolls the spirit fire. Lin Mo raised his hand. A wind disc stood firm, then a fire dragon whirl emerged from it. He threw the fire dragon whirl towards the soul tide, instantly killing countless lingering spirits. Lin Mo's flames had now become very similar in color to the dark ink, and the property of burning everything had also become much stronger. Without any other power infusion, the range of the fire dragon whirl grew bigger, engulfing spirits within a radius of several tens of meters. Good thing it's just a small soul tide. Lin Mo looked towards the distance, noticing that the range of the soul tide wasn't wide, about the same number he had seen in the realm of lingering spirits before, continuing. At this pace, it would only take a few minutes to handle the situation. Led by Lin Mo, the 3 domains held all the spirits in place. With the assistance of other senior students, the spirits were temporarily unable to break through the line of defense, providing much-needed breathing time for those behind. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo had awakened his domain. Even though he was formidable, he was only at level 45. Awakening a domain at such a level was almost monstrous. Yi Xian sat meditating on the spot, his attention also on Lin Mo. Once a domain was deployed, it typically meant overwhelming dominance over peers in the same level. Yi Xian accelerated his recovery, consuming all the healing and restorative potions available, hoping to join the fight as soon as possible. Others shared his approach, frantically consuming medicines to heal. Now that they were all within the soul realm, escape was not an option. They had to fight desperately. Lin Mo had slain nearly half of the soul tide, but the more he fought, the more something seemed amiss. He stared intently into the distance and noticed that the range of the soul tide seemed unchanged. Could this be a medium-sized soul tide? Impossible. Lin Mo shook his head. If it were really a medium-sized soul tide, even his domain wouldn't be enough to stop it, and if such a tide could appear in the outside world, the planes within the crying abyss were likely shattered already. But if the crying abyss had shattered, it wouldn't just be these spirits. More powerful soul kings would have emerged. Seeing that the number of spirits remained unchanged, Lin Mo decided to let his alter ego secondary Lin Mo take his place. Protected by his domain, he quickly moved deeper into the soul tide. Had that guy gone mad? The people around him were incredulous as they saw Lin Mo charge into the deepest part of the tide. The soul tide was terrifying by itself, and Lin Mo was even pushing further into its depths. If this wasn't seeking death, what was? Heavenly fire descends, purging all evil spirits. After secondary Lin Mo took over, flames clung to his hands. With a gentle wave, the flames like serpents devoured one spirit after another. The beginning of the sudden wind, the formless origin. Then, using the wind to enhance the flames, the fire expanded once again. The towering flames like magma swallowed swaths of spirits. Watching the shadows slowly extinguish in the flames, secondary Lin Mo had a sudden inspiration. If fire could merge with wind, perhaps other elements could too. He attempted to combine troll amplification with wind spirit blessing. When power isn't applied to an object, it's akin to nothingness, but if the wind spirit was treated as an object. With a thought from secondary Lin Mo, a breeze brushed against the spirits' faces. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, the bodies of these spirits burst apart, essentially shattered by immense force. However, since neither force nor wind attributes could annihilate spirits, their bodies quickly reformed after dispersing. But this gave secondary Lin Mo a new kind of amusement. Lin Mo followed the soul tide to locate the root of the problem. He easily merged with the night and erased his presence using the environment of the illusory dreamland, making him undetectable to the spirits. Finally, he reached the end of the soul tide and also understood why the number of spirits hadn't decreased. In the distance, there was a 10-meter-high crack near which sat a 5-meter-tall female spirit. She swiftly gathered the surrounding dark energy in her hands, kneading continuously, and within 3 seconds she had created dozens of distinct ghosts. She flung these ghosts out, merging them into the massive wave of souls. These were proliferating spirits. Just a few days ago, Lin Mo had read about such creatures in the documents concerning the Abyss of Whales. Proliferating spirits are akin to queen ants within an ant colony, capable of continuously generating ghosts. Over 80% of the ghosts in the ancient city were created by proliferating spirits, while the remaining 20% were souls of the deceased who had not been properly dealt with, turning into ghosts. Level 53. After scanning the level of the proliferating spirit, Lin Mo glanced around. Although proliferating spirits have weak combat abilities as the producers within the group, they are certainly guarded. Sure enough, he spotted 2 creatures hidden in the darkness: dual blade skeletons level 51, wolf spirit baleful souls level 52. Lin Mo frowned. These 2 were going to be troublesome, especially the wolf spirit baleful soul, not only because it was the highest level but because this ghost actually consisted of 2 parts. One was a paraplegic, thin, baleful spirit with awakened intellect, and the other a robust wolf spirit. Essentially one entity. The baleful spirit could command the wolf spirit. Ordinary level 50 ghosts merely followed their instincts to fight the living, but the wolf spirit baleful soul could use its intelligence and various cunning tactics to fight. Among ghosts of the same level, the wolf spirit baleful soul was the most problematic. He decided to target it first. Lin Mo was still hidden in the shadows, and these 3 ghosts had not yet noticed him. He summoned 4 flying swords, enhancing them with fierce fire and wind spirits, and then aimed at the wolf spirit baleful soul. Just as Lin Mo was about to make his move, the baleful soul on the wolf spirit's back suddenly looked in Lin Mo's direction. Roar! The next moment, the wolf spirit let out a thunderous roar and moved swiftly, appearing behind Lin Mo without even a shadow tracing its path. Its sharp claws tore through the air towards Lin Mo's back, but just in the nick of time, the 4 flying swords flew behind him, clanging loudly. Leveraging the speed of the wind spirit, Lin Mo quickly widened the gap from the wolf spirit baleful soul, and then with the aid of the wind he conjured a fiery dragon twister from the ground. Roar! Just as Lin Mo neutralized the attack of the wolf spirit baleful soul, 2 cold lights struck from the night sky. The dual blade skeleton, hearing the commotion, came charging out. Blink! The dual blade skeleton was slower than the wolf spirit baleful soul, giving Lin Mo a chance to react. Seeing the opponent stepping into the illusionary realm, he immediately used the domain feature to shift it 100 meters away, successfully dodging the attack. Lin Mo seized the moment to quickly distance himself from them. Just as he moved away, the fiery dragon twister was violently torn apart by the wolf spirit baleful soul. The baleful spirit on the back of the wolf spirit stared at Lin Mo with a sinister gaze, its eyes filled with mockery just like a human's. The wolf spirit baleful soul and the dual blade skeleton stood side by side in the air, guarding the proliferating spirit behind them. The proliferating spirit slowly raised its head, revealing a pale, bloated woman's face. Kill him! The proliferating spirit spoke in human language, and the wolf spirit baleful soul and the dual blade skeleton, flanking from both sides, charged at Lin Mo again. Lin Mo, now amidst the soul tide, faced the attack of 2 more level 50+ ghosts. He chose to retreat. Oh! The spirit of the wolf suddenly howled up to the sky, and immediately after, the gloomy air behind it changed, transforming into a barrage of arrows that flew towards Lin Mo like rain. The arrows were as fast as lightning, especially since their color merged into the night. Seeing this, Lin Mo altered the environment of the dreamland realm beneath his feet, causing a city wall to rise. Just as the arrows were blocked, a skeleton wielding dual blades attacked from below. Teleport! Lin Mo used the same tactic, transporting the dual blade skeleton to the other end of the realm. He was just about to retreat when a tide of souls surged towards him, forcing him to divert his attention to fend it off. Wind rolls the dragon spirit, countless souls perished. No sooner had he slain the attacking spirits than the wolf spirit and the dual blade skeleton charged at him again, giving Lin Mo no chance to catch his breath. Such tight tactics made Lin Mo highly suspect that Beppo was secretly commanding the wolf spirit and the dual blade skeleton. Lin Mo had no choice but to transform the Dreamland realm into steel walls while urging his other two avatars to hurry up or I'll be worn down to death. Although Lin Mo could ensure his invincibility, the enemy's tactic of using sheer numbers would eventually deplete his strength. Sorry, I'm on my way. My main body, fear not, for I am using all my strength to come to you. The voice of his avatar rang in Lin Mo's mind. Just as he was about to complain about these two, the sky behind him suddenly turned red. Fire tornado. The fire of all spirits, the wind of all things, lend me your strength, sweep away all evil. The avatars, middle school Lin Mo and little Lin Mo, quickly arrived. They raised their hands to unleash a fusion skill, and a crimson blaze swept across from the horizon like a gigantic wave. The wind rose from the ground, mingling with the flames to form a massive red tornado that devoured everything around it. Spirits within 100 meters instantly turned into nothingness. Are you all right? Little Lin Mo hurried to Lin Mo's side, asking with cautious concern. He looked like a child who had done something wrong. His head bowed, not daring to look directly at Lin Mo. The main body in us are one. How could we not know if he is hurt? Middle school Lin Mo was not so sensitive. He spun around flamboyantly, flipping the corner of his coat, facing the three spirits not far away. 3 Soul Kings. Interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen opponents that could make me use my full strength. I truly hope the three of you will make this enjoyable. He stomped his foot, and the Dreamland realm instantly transformed. The battlefield of the plains suddenly became a forest of high-rise buildings, then an endless starry sky, and finally spewing flames. The characteristic of the Dreamland realm is that it can change at will according to the domain owner's thoughts. As long as the level is high enough, the Dreamland realm can evolve into anything. Lin Mo silently watched middle school Lin Mo's flamboyant performance, then helplessly held his forehead. Stop talking, one each, quick battle and quick decision. Except for the skill of transforming into 3 clear forms, the 3 bodies were almost identical in all other aspects. One person taking on 2 Soul Kings might be tough, but one-on-one was still doable. In that case, I'll choose that one. Its gaze annoys me. I really want to pull it off that stupid wolf's back and stomp on it hard. Middle school Lin Mo pointed at the wolf spirit Beppo. As a high-ranking being looked at with disdain was a disgrace, a stain on the path of life. Lin Mo nodded and looked at little Lin Mo. What about you? Little Lin Mo hesitantly pointed his finger and sheepishly indicated the weakest twin-blade skeleton. I'd like to choose that one, is that okay? Lin Mo did not refuse. His gaze shifted towards the soul of reproduction. As the original body, it was only right for him to confront the strongest. Let's begin. At his command, 3 fields of force, like flowing light, charged towards 3 different specters. Chuyuni Lin Mo was the first to engage with the wolf spirit. He applied the troll's amplification to the blessing of wind. The wind, seemingly invisible, was actually omnipresent. A fierce gale swept up, buffeting the wolf spirit's body. The cold wind, once described as sharp as a knife, was insufficient to depict this scene. The moment the wolf spirit stepped forward, it was shattered by an invisible force and turned into smoke. Every time it tried to reform, it was shattered again by an unknown colossal force. Chuyuni Lin Mo pressed his advantage, one hand wielding fire, the other wind charging towards the reassembling black smoke. On the other side, little Lin Mo was more conventional. He chose the twin-blade skeleton as his opponent simply because he felt he could defeat it, and indeed he was certain of his victory. Unconcerned about what form his field took, he used the wind to fuel his fire, creating a fire tornado, and with a flying sword and a dagger he attacked the twin-blade skeleton. Lin Mo observed the battles of his 2 avatars, each displaying their unique skills. Even he, the original, was somewhat perplexed by Chuyuni Lin Mo's techniques. Without dwelling on it, Lin Mo applied the troll's amplification to his hands and fire enchantment to his 4 swords. As he approached the soul of reproduction, he swiftly drew his sword and stabbed. The soul of reproduction let out a sharp scream and ceased her soul-creating activities. As Lin Mo's sword approached, she tried to grab it barehanded. Clang! Despite being a spectral body, the clash sounded like metal striking metal, and not even the fierce fire could harm her. Die! The soul of reproduction pointed a finger towards Lin Mo's forehead, not knowing what would happen but prepared. Lin Mo had already positioned his sword in front of his forehead. Clang! In the next second, the sword in front of his forehead broke and a trace of blood was drawn from Lin Mo's brow. Lin Mo felt a sharp pain in his forehead, a chilling fear inside. He had not seen how the soul of reproduction had struck. Had he not blocked in advance, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing that the soul of reproduction was about to strike again, he decided not to give her any further chances. Activating his talent, he selected the skill fire enchantment. With a thought, Lin Mo turned the landscape into a volcano right beneath the soul of reproduction's feet. Magma baptism, he declared. Instantly magma erupted from beneath her, engulfing the soul of reproduction. Even the sinister aura surrounding her was cleansed by the magma into nothingness. Lin Mo too. Prevent any sudden resurgence from the volcano, wrapped it again in a tornado, thrusting it back into the volcano, and then poured fierce fire from above to give a comprehensive assault. The magma continued for 10 minutes, and Lin Mo, feeling it was about time, gestured to withdraw the magma. At the mouth of the volcano, the form of the soul of reproduction was faintly visible, sitting where she was, her vitality reduced to a fraction, clearly on the brink of death. Life is tough indeed. Lin Mo decided to escort her on her journey. He unleashed his fierce flames once again, but just as his flames were about to strike, a beam of blood-red light suddenly descended from the sky. Landing on the soul of reproduction, a surge of sinister energy erupted from the soul, forming a barrier. The fierce flames fell upon it but couldn't penetrate the barrier no matter how fiercely they burned. Sensing trouble, Lin Mo quickly flew towards his alter ego, Lin Mo II. But before he could reach to lend a hand, a second and then a third beam of blood-red light fell upon the soul realm. The three soul kings were enveloped in the light, seemingly revived from the dead, emanating an ever-increasing sinister aura. This energy was so tangible that it could freeze the ground itself. The three soul kings howled in unison, their bodies transforming into a thick black smoke that converged from three directions at a central point. The nearby lost souls were devoured at this moment, turned into nourishment for them. Lin Mo tried to intervene, but found that with the enhancement of the soul realm, their attacks could not break through the barrier. Watching the sinister energies gradually merge, Lin Mo's brow furrowed deeply. Without doubt, something formidable was about to emerge. Yu Qingfeng, how long will it take for you to get here? Lin Mo lamented to the air. He was just an ordinary student who wanted to slay a few lost souls, but first came the soul tide, then the soul realm, and now the soul kings. Just as he was about to finish them off, the soul realm suddenly intensified its power. As the three soul kings merged, Lin Mo estimated that something extraordinary was forming. Suddenly a chilling wind blew, and the environment, which had been normal until then, became bleak and icy cold. What's happening? Is it because they know I haven't had enough fun, so they're bringing in something new? Hey big brother, does this mean a big boss is coming? Lin Mo II and little Lin Mo both came over to share their thoughts. Lin Mo nodded reluctantly. At this point, it's time to think about escaping. One-on-one, Lin Mo was confident he could defeat any soul king. But if the three soul kings merged into a new one, the power of this new soul king wouldn't simply be 1 + 1 + 1 is equal to 3. Unless the technique of one breath into three purities could also reverse into three purities into one, there might be a chance to confront the new Soul King. But since the skill description of one breath into three purities doesn't include three purities into one, that option doesn't exist. For now, all he could think of was escaping. Yu Qingfeng might not arrive in time, and by then the new Soul King might have finished his rampage. Lin Mo II and little Lin Mo didn't argue with Lin Mo's decision, as they too felt the new Soul King's aura was overwhelmingly strong, possibly possessing the strength of a level 55 Soul King. Shall we retreat first? Lin Mo II tentatively asked. Lin Mo was about to agree when he suddenly noticed that his realm and those of his two alter egos overlapped, and in that moment of overlap he could distinctly feel their power increasing. He had been so preoccupied with the new Soul King that he hadn't noticed this change. Overlapping realms, huh? I seem to remember someone mentioning. Lin Mo only remembered someone at the Imperial Capital Academy mentioning that realms could indeed overlap, but it was such a rare coincidence that the teacher had merely mentioned it in passing. Lin Mo and his alter egos, all with the realm of illusory earth and a shared intent, might just be able to combine their powers. Are you not speaking? Since you have tacitly agreed, then we will leave first. Take care. Just as Lin Mo was about to head back, he immediately stopped him and said to little Lin Mo, I have a way now. You guys move your domain towards my domain. Both nodded, moving the center of their domains to Lin Mo's position where the three domains perfectly overlapped. At this moment Lin Mo felt his domain was filled with inexhaustible power. Just as he felt invincible, the power suddenly weakened significantly. He turned to look at the edge of the domain only to find that the overlapping state was gone. I'm sorry, I just got distracted for a moment. Little Lin Mo scratched his head, very afraid that Lin Mo would scold him. Lin Mo thought for a moment, asked them to overlap the domains again, and then let them return to their bodies. The three people's domains required unity of purpose, but Lin Mo and his clones were somewhat unique. These three domains Lin Mo could manipulate by himself. As the two clones returned to the main body, Lin Mo tried again. The three differently themed domains all turned into an endless starry sky. It worked. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. The power of the triple domain was much stronger than a single domain. Even when choosing from multiple talents like Dreamland Earth, the amplifying effect was not nearly as strong as now. Lin Mo estimated the power of Dreamland Earth when tripled could increase by 250% or even 300%. If he was lucky enough to choose Dreamland Earth again from multiple talents, the overall skill effect could increase by 450% to 500%. By then, the power of one domain strike Lin Mo dared not even contemplate. Boom! Just then, a loud noise came from the sky. Under the blood-red sky, a mass of energy suddenly exploded, and a soul shadow slowly walked out from it. With wings on its back, a pointed mouth and sharp teeth, and long hair over a pair of crimson pupils fixedly staring at Lin Mo, the energy gathered into two bone knives which it grasped in its hands, then charged towards Lin Mo. Swish! The Soul King flapped its wings and vanished on the spot. The next second it reappeared behind Lin Mo like a ghost. Lin Mo, having battled these wraiths so many times, knew instantly that their disappearance meant an imminent sneak attack. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot. The Soul King's dual blades cut through empty air. Just then the domain was also suddenly moved away. As the Soul King searched for Lin Mo's whereabouts, suddenly a red twilight shone in the sky. It looked up sharply. High above Lin Mo was riding the wind. He transformed the triple domain into the shape of a spear, its tip pointing directly at the Soul King. Fire enchantment, giant boost, wind spirit's blessing. With 3 layers of enhancement applied to the spear-shaped domain, in an instant flames scorched the heavens. The wind spirit coiled around and the domain weighed 1,000 caddies, shaking the very space before even landing. The Soul King sensed the scent of death. It panicked and chose to retreat, trying to escape the range of the domain spear. "You can't run away," Lin Mo said softly, then threw the spear. The spear, like a meteor, traced a semicircular arc in the air, with the wind spirit's blessing, the fierce wind aiding its speed fast as lightning. Even the sky was torn by the spear, leaving behind a cross of red and blue trails, like a celestial vision created by a god descending to the mortal world. The Soul King was terrified beyond recognition, his aura of darkness continuously pouring behind him as he exerted all his strength to flee. He vanished into the night, hoping to use his own advantages to escape, but whether he vanished or remained, the long spear relentlessly locked onto him. The Soul King had no choice but to flee towards a spatial rift. The spear of the realm pursued him doggedly. Meanwhile, the people on the ground also witnessed a stunning scene in the sky. A figure shrouded in billowing dark energy was being chased by a towering colossus, which seemed to split the very sky as it passed. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. They recalled their recent prayers and once again chanted the revered name of the celestial lord who vanquishes evil and demons. As the tide of souls receded, Yi Xian and Ning Ying took the lead, running towards the direction where Lin Mo had disappeared. Roar, howl, suddenly different cries emanated from the mouth of the Soul King. This Soul King was a fusion of 3 Soul Kings, but they had not perfectly merged. Now, with the spear closing in, they realized they had no chance of winning and thus wanted to escape separately. 3 distinct shadows flickered on and off the body of the Soul King. Just as they were still in the process of separating, the spear arrived. Boom! The spear pierced through the body of the Soul King, dragging it into the earth. Then the ground erupted with a deafening explosion, and brilliant flames condensed from the blast, engulfing an area of 1 to 200 meters in fire. Countless tongues of flame licked the air, completely burning away the surrounding dark energy. The blood-red sky also disappeared at that moment, turning into a red dusk like the first light of dawn at the horizon. The fire lasted for half a minute before dissipating. When the flames cleared, both the spear and the figure of the Soul King were nowhere to be seen, leaving only a massive crater behind. It was over. Lin Mo received feedback from killing the Soul King, and his level had also reached 49. As the domain of souls dispersed, Yu Qingfeng and others also stepped into this realm at this time. Yu Qingfeng searched around but couldn't see even a shadow. He looked at the huge crater in surprise, then saw Lin Mo near it and walked over to him. "Lin Mo, where's the Soul King?" Lin Mo pointed to the huge crater on the ground. "There." "Where?" Yu Qingfeng looked carefully at the crater again, but there was no sign of the Soul King. Moreover, the surroundings were eerily quiet, not a trace of a soul's presence. But soon he realized, staring at Lin Mo in disbelief, "You killed all the Soul Kings?" The formation of a soul domain usually requires at least 3 soul kings working together, and perhaps this time's soul domain had the shadow of a great soul king from the abyss of howling souls, but for Lin Mo to kill multiple soul kings alone indicates that his strength has reached level 50. This guy hasn't even broken through level 50 yet. What a monster! Yu Qingfeng shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with admiration for Lin Mo's talent. Captain Yu, this is the soul crystal of the Soul King. Just then a soldier from the Demon Suppression Army surveying the crater handed a soul crystal to Yu Qingfeng. Yu Qingfeng glanced at it, wondering why there was only one. There was only this single soul crystal in the huge pit. Hearing this, Yu Qingfeng took the soul crystal, carefully felt its power, and then stared wide-eyed at Lin Mo. You little rascal, you killed a level 55 Soul King? Seeing Lin Mo nod, Yu Qingfeng became even more frantic. He thought he had gotten used to Lin Mo's freakish abilities. Even if Lin Mo had killed a level 51 or 52 Soul King, he wouldn't have been surprised. But this guy had just taken down a level 55 Soul King. This was a complete leap in what he thought he knew about him. Lin Mo hadn't even broken through level 50 yet, and his internal power was not on the same level as a Soul King's. The difference between levels 49 and 50 seemed small, but it was actually like the time when Lin Mo was stuck at level 39 and couldn't break through to 40. It wasn't just about strength, but also about control over power. The better one could control their power, the stronger they would be. After calming himself down, Yu Qingfeng handed the soul crystal back to Lin Mo. Keep this soul crystal. You might need it for forging weapons in the future where you could sell it. A level 55 Soul King's soul crystal could fetch a purple patterned weapon. Speaking of which, do you have any purple patterned weapons? Lin Mo shook his head, then showed his 5 blue patterned weapons and 5 white patterned weapons. Yu Qingfeng looked at the 10 weapons displayed before him and then back at Lin Mo. Lin Mo's equipment couldn't be called luxurious. It barely even reached normal. You're almost level 50 and you don't even have a single purple patterned weapon. Yu Qingfeng looked at the 5 blue patterned weapons, some of which were worth only 50 to 60 million in total, about the same as one purple patterned weapon. You should have just bought a purple patterned weapon in the first place. Do you think I didn't want to? Lin Mo's eyes were filled with resentment. Initially, when he had gathered 10 million, he just wanted to buy one blue patterned weapon, but suddenly ended up bound by a contract to 5 swords. Unexpectedly, he owed the Yanhuang Commerce 50 million each and he still hadn't paid it off. Forget it. This time, by killing the Soul King and preventing the situation from worsening, you've already done a great deed. If you don't have a purple patterned weapon, the Demon Suppression Army can gift you one. Plus, I've also reclaimed the reward Lei Changgong owed you. It should arrive before you enter the Crying Abyss, probably a purple patterned weapon among other things. By the way, are you close to level 49? If you don't know how to break through to level 50, you can come to me, I'll help you. Yu Qingfeng seemed eager to help, but in reality he simply wanted to exert his superiority over Lin Mo. After all, no strong person dislikes the thrill of overpowering a talented weaker individual. It gives a sense of achievement that ordinary people can't provide. No need, I can break through using the spirit gathering scatter. Lin Mo was straightforward, not giving Yu Qingfeng any room to linger. He was now level 49, and once he accumulated enough experience he could use the spirit gathering scatter to forcefully break through the level 50 barrier. It was not only more convenient but also saved him the trouble of dealing with Yu Qingfeng. Fine then. Yu Qingfeng, feeling somewhat uninterested, waved his hand and then flew to the 10-meter high crack. Lin Mo followed him. As soon as he approached, he felt an intense surge of Yin energy, and as it drew closer, it seemed to fog over his heart. Scatter! Yu Qingfeng suddenly shouted, and the mist around Lin Mo's chest instantly dissipated, awakening him from his trance. He looked at Yu Qingfeng in surprise, who calmly explained, beyond this crack lies the ruler of the Howling Abyss, a mighty Soul King over level 60. It's normal for you to have lost your mind under his influence, but for now he can't come out, so all he can do is roar helplessly. Yu Qingfeng scoffed, then pulled out a bow and arrow, drawing the bowstring fully despite there being no arrow. He shot towards the crack. Holy Wind Arrow! Yu Qingfeng's body glowed with a green luminescence. The surrounding wind converged towards him, the breeze gently warming Lin Mo. Lin Mo too could control the wind, but his wind felt more like a sharp cold breeze cutting against the skin, while Yu Qingfeng's wind was more divine. Whoosh! The arrow formed and Yu Qingfeng released his grip. The sound of tearing through the air was abrupt. A green arrow shot into the spatial crack, and the next second the crack closed instantly. Before it sealed, the creature's roar could still be faintly heard. Clean this place up and then station some guards. Yu Qingfeng ordered the soldiers nearby, then he put away his bow and left the area with Lin Mo. Lin Mo needed to go to the Yanhuang commerce, so the two split up upon entering the city. After a night's ordeal, it was dawn. Just as Lin Mo arrived at Yanhuang commerce, the doors opened. Welcome, a beautiful receptionist bowed to Lin Mo, and upon recognizing him, she immediately ran to inform Wu Sancher. Soon after Wu Sancher arrived, he walked towards Lin Mo with a smile. My young friend, it's been a long time, how have you been? Wu Fine. Lin Mo nodded, then took out the materials and the level 55 Soul King soul crystal he had obtained from the realm. Can you tell me how much these are worth? Wu Sanchi's eyes immediately fixed on the soul crystal, and he quickly pulled out a handkerchief wrapping the crystal before holding it in his hands to examine. This soul crystal has a strong aura. Could it be from a soul king? Yes, a level 55 soul king. Wu Sancher was astonished. If he remembered correctly, it had only been a few months since Lin Mo's second awakening, and now he had even hunted a level 55 soul king? Wu Sancher noticed that Lin Mo hadn't taken any special measures to protect the soul crystal and couldn't help asking, it's preserved so well, could it be that this soul king appeared just tonight? Lin Mo nodded calmly. Wu Sancher was shocked. As the manager of the Yanhuang commerce, he was aware of the trouble caused by the soul king tonight. Even the soul realm had manifested, covering the sky in blood, a sight that was terrifying even from a distance. Lin Mo was not only able to emerge unscathed but also managed to hunt a level 55 soul king, showcasing his formidable strength. How much can these items be sold for altogether? Lin Mo asked again. Wu Sancher snapped back to reality. Quickly calculating the value of all the items, the soul crystal of a level 55 soul king is the best material for forging purple pattern weapons, especially at the ancient capital auction where it can fetch at least 60 to 70 million. Adding the other miscellaneous materials and this piece of Yin stone, may I ask, did you find this stone in an area frequented by a soul king? Lin Mo shook his head. What was so different about this Yin stone? Well, nothing really, except that he himself should keep this particular stone. Wu Sancher earnestly explained. Generally speaking, it's best to keep the Yin stone for forging your own weapons, that is for use in crafting homemade weapons. If you auction it off, finding another Yin stone later would be difficult. Lin Mo hummed in agreement and took the Yin stone back from Wu Sancher. Homemade weapons. Lin Mo had only ever seen the Qi Tian angelic lance in Mo Xian's hands, a weapon that perfectly matched Mo Xian. Perhaps the homemade weapon couldn't compare to the Jinya weapons yet, but a homemade weapon could grow with its user, eventually surpassing the capabilities of mass-manufactured weapons. The main point was that it needed to match the profession of the user, which required more consideration than the readily available Jinya weapons, and the forging materials were also very special, often priceless. Lin Mo, of course, wanted to craft his own weapon, but since he wasn't sure about the materials needed and didn't have the money, he hadn't started collecting them. The Yin stone was found in a cave where the Rakshasa soul woman was first discovered. At first, Lin Mo thought it was just a material for weapon forging, but it turned out to be a material for crafting homemade weapons. If not for Wu Sancher's reminder, the Yin stone would have changed hands. Apart from the Yin stone, the rest could fetch him 80 million from the Yanhuang Trade Association Wu Sancher offered. What do you think about this price, young friend? Originally, besides the Yin stone, only the soul crystal from the level 55 Soul King was valuable. Wu Sancher rounded up the figures and offered a high price of 80 million. 80 million? Okay, just give me 20 million later. Lin Mo initially planned to pick another weapon at the Yanhuang Trade Association but ended up not having enough money. However, it didn't matter much, as both Lei Changgong and Yu Qingfeng still owed him a Ziwu weapon each, which would suffice for now. Seeing Lin Mo's hesitation, Wu Sancher, smiling, sensed his concerns and said, young friend, we've known each other for so long, we are no strangers. I will sponsor a weapon for you, how about that? That doesn't seem right. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. He had been to the Yanhuang Trade Association 3 times and each time Wu Sancher had facilitated his visits, and now to actually sponsor a weapon for Lin Mo, it was really too generous. Young friend is a genius, it is my honor to be acquainted with a genius. Do not decline, just consider it a favor you owe me. Wu Sancher stated his request without any hesitation. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He, including his avatar, altogether needed 3 Ziwu weapons. Consider it a favor owed and I shall return it later. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Wu. Haha, not at all, if you don't mind, just call me Brother Wu. Wu Sancher led the way to the storeroom specifically for Ziwu weapons. He also wanted to sponsor a Jinya weapon for Lin Mo, but considering their exorbitant prices running into hundreds of millions, he couldn't afford it. Moreover, the ancient city's trade branch only had 3 genial weapons, merely serving as decorations and shopkeepers. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds, choose whatever you fancy. Wu Sancher learned his lesson from last time, this time not removing the weapons from the display case but letting Lin Mo choose for himself. Lin Mo's gaze swept over each of the formidable weapons, unable to make up his mind. To him, these weapons were all decent, far superior to his own blue-patterned weapon. However, he had grown tired of swords and other weapons did not play to his strengths. Suddenly Lin Mo spotted something resembling a throwing knife set apart on its own. Pointing at it, Lin Mo asked, "Brother Wu, what weapon is that?" Wu Sancher followed the direction of his finger and his expression changed slightly as he shook his head. "Young friend, that is not a weapon but a fragment of one, because the material of this fragment is quite special, possibly a remnant of a golden glow weapon. It has been classified as a purple patterned weapon. Though called a purple patterned weapon, its sharpness is only comparable to a blue patterned weapon. I advise you to choose another." Hearing this, Lin Mo realized he had found a hidden gem. The more special and undervalued it was, the more extraordinary it must be. "Brother Wu, I will take this one." Wu Sancher tried to persuade him again, but Lin Mo was adamant about taking the fragment. With no other choice, Wu Sancher took it down and placed it in front of Lin Mo for a closer look. Lin Mo was about to infuse his power into the fragment to form a contract when nothing happened. Wu Sancher helplessly said, "Another drawback of this fragment is that it cannot form a contract. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to use it." Lin Mo hummed an acknowledgement, too lazy to attempt forming a contract, and simply stored the fragment in his storage ring. Seeing this, Wu Sancher could say no more and subsequently escorted Lin Mo to the door. After leaving the Yanhuang commerce, Lin Mo did not rush back but decided to visit the Gongsun family. Yu Qingfeng had mentioned that 10 years ago, the head of the ancient capital was a member of the Gongsun family, and all records of those who entered the Howling Abyss were held by them. Lin Mo located the Gongsun family's address on his navigation and then stood at the door ringing the bell. Coming, a man who looked like a servant hurried over. Seeing Lin Mo standing outside, he asked puzzledly, "May I know who you are?" Lin Mo responded succinctly, "My name is Lin Mo, I'm here to see Gongsun Xiu, the head of the Gongsun family. Please inform him." The steward, noting Lin Mo's distinguished aura, ran back inside. Soon after, Gongsun Xiu himself came to the gate to welcome Lin Mo inside. Lin Mo had once saved his daughter Gongsun Linglong, and since Gongsun Xiu was utterly devoted to his daughter, he was immensely grateful to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, not letting the gratitude go to his head, politely exchanged pleasantries with him. "How has Miss Gongsun been feeling lately?" Lin Mo inquired. "Thank you for your concern, young friend. Linglong is physically well, but since returning she often stays alone in her room and is reluctant to interact with others, which is quite troubling." Gongsun Xiu sighed, his tone filled with pity. "Linglong disappeared for 3 years. She must have suffered a lot during that time, which is probably why she doesn't talk much now. By the way, you must have a reason for visiting today, right?" Gongsun Xiu, being an old hand, understood that someone like Lin Mo wouldn't visit without a purpose. Since the Gongsun family owed Lin Mo a great favor, they would definitely provide assistance if they could. Lin Mo nodded. "I heard from Captain Yu that 10 years ago a predecessor from the Gongsun family was in charge of the ancient capital, and the registration ledger for those who entered the Howling Abyss is also in the possession of that predecessor. Could you introduce me to him?" "So that's the issue, young friend. Do you know of anyone who entered the Abyss of Whales 10 years ago?" My parents went there 10 years ago." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Xiu arranged for Lin Mo to be brought to the living room, and then he immediately went to find his second uncle, who was in charge of the ancient capital back then. All the records were in his room. Lin Mo sat in the living room for half an hour before Gongsun Xiu arrived fashionably late. He held a booklet in his hand and handed it to Lin Mo. "My second uncle couldn't come himself because of his leg, so he asked me to give this to you. It contains the registry of all those who entered 10 years ago." "Thank you." Lin Mo took the booklet and began searching through the names from the beginning to the end. Since the Abyss of Whales is the highest level domain in the ancient capital, there were not many who entered each day, making the search less cumbersome than in other domains. Lin Mo looked from the first day of the year, 10 years ago, and finally in June he saw his father's name, Lin Haotian, and his mother's, Lu Yueru. Lin Mo stared intently at these two names, the faces of his parents unconsciously surfacing in his mind. "Young friend, have you found it?" "Yes, I have. Thank you, head of the Gongsun family." Lin Mo returned the booklet to Gongsun Xiu. "My business here is finished. I shall take my leave now." Gongsun Xiu grunted in acknowledgement, preparing to see him off. Just as Lin Mo was about to leave the living room, a figure suddenly ran through the door and bumped directly into Lin Mo, who was about to exit. Ling Long, Gong Sun Chiu was taken aback. Miss, please don't run." At the same time, the servants chasing after Gong Sun Ling Long also caught up. Gong Sun Ling Long, wearing a long white dress and barefoot, threw herself directly into Lin Mo's arms, hugging him tightly, her lips mumbling as if trying to say something. "Miss Gong Sun?" Lin Mo tentatively called out, just about to push her away when Gong Sun Ling Long suddenly hugged him tightly, her arms wrapped around Lin Mo's waist, refusing to let go. "What are you doing? Can't you even keep an eye on the young lady? Bring her back immediately." Gong Sun Chiu angrily scolded the servants. His anger startled them and they hurriedly tried to pry Gong Sun Ling Long's hands off. But Gong Sun Ling Long refused to let go, her small hands clutching the corners of Lin Mo's clothes, her little head buried in his chest as if she had found a source of comfort. Seeing this, Lin Mo carefully stroked her head. "It's okay, don't be afraid." Gong Sun Ling Long then slowly loosened her grip, looking up at Lin Mo with longing eyes. She trusted him the most at that moment, but Lin Mo, unfamiliar with her, left the Gong Sun residence as soon as she let go. Gong Sun Ling Long watched Lin Mo's retreating figure from afar, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, her lips pursed. "Ling Long, how can you come out without wearing shoes? What if you catch a cold?" Gong Sun Chiu, seeing his young charge barefoot, hastily took off his own shoes and put them on her, then carried her back to her room. After leaving the Gong Sun residence, Lin Mo returned to the ancient capital academy and took a nap. In the afternoon, Lin Mo went to see Principal Gu and showed him his soul hunters list. Because he had killed many lost souls overnight, including a level 55 Soul King, his ranking on the Soul Hunters list had successfully entered the top 30. He asked Principal Gu if he could distribute the monthly resources earlier, and Gu Qingyuan naturally agreed, but Lin Mo had to go and get them from Wei Yan himself. Wei Yan was the teacher in charge of resources at the ancient capital academy. Lin Mo and Wei Yan were old acquaintances. After casually stating his reason, Wei Yan readily gave Lin Mo the resources ahead of schedule. After acquiring the spirit gathering powder, Lin Mo was preparing to go back and break through to level 50 when suddenly Yu Qingfeng called. "Lin Mo, your reward has arrived, hurry over to claim it." Hearing that it was a purple pattern weapon, Lin Mo didn't hesitate and flew on the wind straight to the Demon Suppression Army. In the office of the person in charge at the Demon Suppression Army, Yu Qingfeng sat in his chair, tapping and examining the two purple pattern weapons in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. The rewards from the Demon Suppression Army were properly made without cutting corners, and Lei Changgong was surprisingly honest too. Whatever state he received the items in, that's how he delivered them. He wondered if they could withstand one of his arrows. Just as Yu Qingfeng was about to take the weapons out for a test, he was sternly stopped by Yu Lin. "Captain Yu, these are Lin Mo's weapons." "Alright then," Yu Qingfeng muttered, glancing at Yu Lin. It was clear that his own secretary seemed even closer to that youngster Lin Mo. "Could it be that my personal charm is really inferior to that kid's?" Lin Mo knocked on the door and entered upon hearing Yu Qingfeng's voice. "Sister Yu Lin." Lin Mo greeted her cheerfully, then his gaze locked onto the sword and spear on the desk. He walked over and was just about to touch them when Yu Qingfeng suddenly spoke up. "Yo, are you treating me like I'm air now?" Yu Qingfeng was puzzled. It wasn't like the kid hadn't seen him when he came in. He only greeted Yu Lin and didn't say a word to him. "No, my relationship with brother Yu is so good that we don't even need to say hello anymore." "Well, that's quite pleasing to hear," Yu Qingfeng said half jokingly, so he didn't take it too seriously. He shifted the conversation back to the weapons on the desk, explaining, "These two purple pattern weapons are your rewards from the Demon Suppression Army. Since the army uses standard equipment and I saw you wielding a sword, I took the liberty of choosing a purple pattern level sword for you. As for the spear, Lei Changgong claimed your reward and it was exchanged for a spear by the time he brought it back. If you're not used to it, I can still make an exception and swap it for something else." Lin Mo first picked up the sword to examine it, a purple sword with a single purple gleam, quite ordinary among purple pattern weapons, but a purple pattern weapon, especially a popular type like a sword, could easily cost tens of millions, so even a single purple gleam was not bad. As for the spear, it was overall red but had two purple gleams. It seemed that the reward for hunting the Soul Maniac was much more generous than for hunting the Soul King. Lin Mo grabbed the spear, feeling somewhat awkward, not as smooth as using a sword. But this was without the troll's amplification. Once amplified, wielding the spear wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, most of Lin Mo's battles weren't fought with handheld weapons but through the control of wind spirits, so it didn't matter if he wasn't skilled with the spear as long as he could swing it. "I think this is fine, no need to change it anymore." Since you said so, let's just use it for now, do you? Still have time? Yes, what's up? Join me at the martial arts field for some practice and give me some pointers while you're at it. Lin Mo bid farewell to Yu Lin and then took his rifle gun and sword and went back. He didn't have time to spar with Yu Qingfeng as he needed to go back and take the spirit gathering powder to break through to level 50. Watching Lin Mo's departing figure, Yu Qingfeng fell silent for a long moment, then turned to Yu Lin. Yu Lin, do you think this kid looks down on me in his heart? Yu Lin, without lifting her head, replied casually, Team Yu, it's quite normal for people to despise you in their hearts given your behavior, but I don't think Lin Mo does. He doesn't. I knew Lin Mo was grateful. Although Yu Qingfeng hadn't made significant contributions to Lin Mo, he felt he had always considered Lin Mo's best interests. Yu Lin looked at Yu Qingfeng seriously and shook her head firmly. I think Lin Mo doesn't have time to look down on Team Yu. Ancient Capital Academy Villa dormitories. Ever since a Rakshasa soul woman had thrust through Lin Mo's attic from the ground, it had become uninhabitable. Firstly, the Rakshasa soul woman had hidden there, making it easy to attract wandering spirits, so the school authorities demolished the attic and hollowed out that piece of land, assigning people to watch it around the clock. Secondly, Lin Mo was now among the top 30 on the Soul Hunter ranking, and it was time to move him to a better place. Lin Mo's new dormitory area consisted of 50 villas, all prepared by the school for outstanding students. 30 of these were assigned to those in the top 30 of the Soul Hunter ranking, while the remaining 20 were for some exceptional senior students. Whether in the Imperial Capital Academy or Ancient Capital Academy, senior students were rarely seen. The oldest students in the school were usually juniors. This was because many seniors were required to serve a year in the Demon Suppression Army. Only those who survived could graduate. However, some chosen by the school authorities to hold other important positions would continue to stay on campus. This year, the Ancient Capital Academy had 13 seniors, each holding a position within the academy, and their monthly resources were no less than those in the top 50 of the Soul Hunter ranking. Lin Mo, being new, had many wanting to meet this freshman who had made it into the top 30 of the Soul Hunter ranking. But he had politely declined all. He didn't have time to foster relationships with these people, but was focused on using the spirit gathering powder and his insights from reaching level 49 to advance to level 50 in one fell swoop. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the soft bed, holding a sheep jade bottle in his hand. After adjusting his state, he opened the lid and gulped down the liquid inside. Then he tossed the bottle aside, placed his palms on his knees, palms facing upward, embodying the posture of 5 hearts facing the sky. As soon as the spirit gathering powder entered his body, a strong surge of spiritual energy instantly spread to his limbs and bones, like a flood beast attacking his body's meridians. This process was painless, only feeling a warm sensation throughout his body, as if a long drought had met sweet rain. Half an hour later, Lin Mo felt the power within him nearing its limit, continuously assaulting the barrier of level 50. The barriers were being breached bit by bit, yet the progress was painfully slow. At this rate, even 3 days might not suffice for a breakthrough. Faster, Lin Mo thought, and suddenly the power within him surged like boiling water, scalding yet oddly comforting. This intense heat did not bring any discomfort. Instead, it seemed to ease his efforts, accelerating the breaking of the barriers. Divine Spirit's blessing. Lin Mo ruled out all other possibilities before confirming that this talent was at work. With the aid of the Divine Spirit's blessing, a crack finally formed in the barrier. Lin Mo meditated for an entire day and night, and by the end of it, his internal barriers were riddled with cracks. With a crisp pop, the barriers shattered completely and torrents of power flowed into new areas. Boom! Lin Mo's body seemed to explode, invisible currents swirling the curtains. He jerked his eyes open, colorful lights swirling in their depths, signaling his ascent to a new level of power. I've done it, he rejoiced inwardly, feeling the universe anew. Lin Mo noticed that after breaking through to level 50, his body felt lighter and his punches more powerful. These changes were palpable, but others possibly hidden would likely only reveal themselves in battle. Fresh from a bath and clad in clean clothes, Lin Mo put on his storage ring and headed straight for the perilous plane known as the Howling Abyss. Meanwhile, at the Gongsun residence, Gongsun Xiu had just awoken when a clan member rushed in with urgent news. Patriarch, it's terrible. The young mistress has disappeared again. After scolding the messenger, Gongsun Xiu mobilized the entire clan to search for her. Eventually, surveillance footage revealed that Gongsun Linglong had left the house early in the morning alone. Further checks of nearby street cameras yielded no further trace of her. At the entrance to the Howling Abyss, the soldier in charge of registrations greeted Lin Mo. Heading into the Howling Abyss, recognizing Lin Mo from his frequent visits to the Demon Suppression Army and a recent incident near the Abyss, the soldier was familiar with him. Lin Mo nodded. "Be careful in there," the soldier advised. "The Howling Abyss has been restless lately. If anything seems off, it's best to leave early." Without further ado, the soldier registered Lin Mo, collected the fee, and opened the portal for him. Lin Mo stepped through. Minutes later, Lin Mo arrived at the Howling Abyss. The air was filled with eerie wails and howls that could chill one to the bone and, if listened to for too long, could muddle the mind. Fortunately, Lin Mo was resistant to these negative effects, finding the sounds merely annoying rather than debilitating. The Howling Abyss was aptly named not just for the pervasive wailing but also because it was split in two by a vast chasm said to house the ruler of the abyss. The two landmasses were connected by a bridge that was often prowled by powerful spirits, making it a place few dared to traverse without good reason. Lin Mo knew his parents had once ventured here, but where exactly they went remained unknown. The registration form did not record the level of the professionals, so Lin Mo was also unclear about the strength of his parents and could not determine where they might have encountered trouble. Searching for traces of two people in the vast Howling Abyss was quite difficult. However, when Lin Mo was looking at the registration form, he noticed that it wasn't just his parents who had entered. There was a third person who came in at the same time with them. It was rare for professionals to venture into the Howling Abyss, so it was unusual to encounter people entering at the same time, almost non-existent. Therefore, Lin Mo had reason to suspect that someone else had accompanied his parents. As for that person's name, Lin Mo did not remember it well at the time, only that it seemed to be either Wu or Su. If three people had come in together, then the traces they left behind should be quite evident. Perhaps that could be a starting point. Lin Mo decided to walk ahead and see how far he could go in a day. It would be ideal if he could encounter any traces of human fires along the way. As Lin Mo continued on his journey, killing as he went, he rarely came across any human traces. If it weren't for the occasional wailing and howling of ghosts around him, he might have felt as if he had entered a void. There were not many materials in this place apart from hunting souls. Probably no one would want to come here. Lin Mo picked up a soul crystal from a soul he had just killed and looked around. Throughout his journey, he rarely saw any materials worth trading. He wasn't sure if no new ones were forming or if this place was just naturally scarce in materials. Anyway, he decided to keep going. Lin Mo pocketed the soul crystal and continued forward. He had previously thought about using the wind spirits to fly, which would give him a broader view, but the heavy fog formed by the Yin energy below was too dense. Once he rose 10 meters above the ground, he could no longer see the surface, so he had to travel on foot. After walking for a few more hours, Lin Mo suddenly heard an explosion ahead. The next second, a streak of fire rushed towards him. Lin Mo sidestepped and the fire passed before his eyes. It was a figure. "Be careful, a soul king is coming," the person warned Lin Mo. Then, a 3-meter-tall soul covered in pustules suddenly attacked. Fire enchantment. Lin Mo casually drew the purple sword from his storage ring, flames adhering to it, and with one strike sent the level 53 Soul King flying. Wow! The person who was initially preparing to flee suddenly stopped, astonished by Lin Mo's ability to repel the enemy with one move. Without waiting for him to speak again, Lin Mo slashed out another sword. A crimson sword mark swept across the ground and heavily struck the Soul King. Although it only touched a little, the Soul King was quickly burned to death. Seeing this, the man swallowed what he was about to say. After a while, he came back to his senses, walked towards Lin Mo and greeted him, thanking him for saving his life. "It's nothing," Lin Mo spoke indifferently, glancing at the man who approached. The man looked to be in his 20s, only about 1.6 meters tall, very fair-skinned, and dressed in a way that he could probably pass as a woman if he wore women's clothes. "Are you here alone?" The man couldn't help but ask curiously. "My name is Chung Yu from the Wolfang Soul Hunting Team. If you're alone, would you like to come with me to the supply point? There are more people there, and it's safer." "Supply point? It must be your first time here. The Abyss of Wales is different from other realms. It's more dangerous, so the demon-quelling army has set up supply points at both ends of the continent." Chunyu continued. "Fighting and killing among professionals is forbidden within the supply points. Anyone discovered doing so will be severely punished by the demon-quelling army. Moreover, the supply points are protected by formations that can conceal the living breath, making them very safe unless a stray spirit wanders in unintentionally." Lin Mo nodded, then thought of his parents. Had they also visited a supply point? With this thought, he stowed away the soul crystal and asked Chungyu to lead the way. "Just follow this road straight to the supply point." Changyu was quite talkative, chatting incessantly along the way. I really admire you for daring to venture into the abyss of whales alone, especially without knowing where the supply points are, but with your strength, capable of defeating a Soul King with ease, you must be almost at our captain's level, right? Realizing his faux pas, he scratched his head awkwardly and hurried to explain, sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your personal information. Don't mind me, it's fine. Lin Mo followed behind Changyu, occasionally scanning the surroundings and leaving marks along the way. After more than an hour's walk, Lin Mo saw an open area brightly lit. This is it. Changyu pointed ahead and dashed into the area. Lin Mo followed slowly, and as soon as he stepped into the clearing, the space around him rippled, a sure sign of a formation's presence. The area was dotted with many tents, and there were quite a few people around. In the central area there were two bonfires, and Changyu was talking to some people at one of them. It seemed the two groups were not from the same team. As a newcomer, Lin Mo immediately drew the attention of a dozen pairs of eyes. He didn't mind and simply found a spot on the ground to sit down, then took out some dried meat from his storage ring to eat. Eat this instead. Suddenly Changyu came over, handing Lin Mo a steaming leg of meat and a hot drink. Thank you. Lin Mo didn't refuse. In this forsaken place a hot meal was hard to come by. With his resistance to poison, even if it were poisoned, it wouldn't affect him. He took the leg meat and hot drink and started to eat. Changyu sat beside him, then began to introduce the people around. On the left by the bonfire, that's my team, the Wolfang Soul Hunters. The team on the right is the Underworld Soul Escorts. The Underworld Soul Escorts can be quite arrogant, especially towards someone like you who comes alone. They tend to target such individuals. It's best not to provoke them. No sooner had Changyu spoken than Lin Mo glanced at them. The members of the Underworld Soul Escorts met his gaze, whispering among themselves for a moment, and soon three of them started walking towards them. Changyu's expression changed. Trouble, they've got their eyes on you.